Lin Qinghan was tasked with traversing various small worlds, aiming to reform deranged antagonists, reduce their dark tendencies, and prevent them from annihilating the world in the future. However, Lin Qinghan discovered that no matter which world he landed in, a lunatic would invariably fixate on him. The regent, who regarded human life as trifling, laid down his weapons for Lin and promised, "Qinghan, trust me, I can ensure your safety for the rest of your days." The reckless young marshal drew him into an embrace, declaring, "The great marshal has grown old. Choose me." Chapter 1. The air of the Marquis House ex the Regent. As the chilly autumn rain drizzled throughout the day, it polished the bluestone streets of the capital to a gleaming sheen. Outside the side gate of the Yandere Marquis House, an inconspicuous green canopy carriage awaited patiently. Lin Qinghan stood beneath the eaves, observing the rainwater cascading from the roof, forming a transparent curtain. Clad in a somewhat worn moon-white robe, he presented a slender and upright figure, resembling a bamboo, swaying in the wind. Even in such a disheveled circumstance, he maintained an astonishing degree of cleanliness and composure, as if he were not being cast out by his family, but rather preparing for an exciting journey. "Master Lin, it is time to depart," the old steward approached with an oil paper umbrella, his tone tinged with reluctance. "Someone from the prince's residence has urged us." Lin Qinghan nodded slightly, his expression as tranquil as still water. He had anticipated this day long ago. Ever since his grandfather's untimely death 3 years ago, and the subsequent label of patricidal thrust upon him, his stepmother had sought to provoke him at every turn, wishing to eliminate him swiftly. Now, sending him to the powerful regent as a hostage not only removed a thorn from her side, but also served to curry favor with the prince, a truly double-edged sword. "I appreciate Steward Li's escort," Lin Qinghan replied, his voice clear and resonant like the sound of jade striking against jade. He carried little baggage, merely a simple bundle containing a few changes of clothes and several books. The Yandere Marquis House did not lack for such items, and he was unwilling to take more than necessary from the estate. As the carriage rolled slowly out of the alley, Lin Qinghan lifted a corner of the curtain and cast one last glance at the residence where he had lived for 17 years. There was no nostalgia, no reluctance, only a profound calmness. Passers-by hurried along the street, oblivious to the unremarkable carriage harboring the rumored unlucky illegitimate son of the Yandere Marquis. The rain intensified, drumming against the roof with a dull thud. Lin Qinghan closed his eyes to rest, yet his mind remained as clear as a polished mirror. The regent, Shunjin, was the emperor's uncle, notorious for his ruthless power grabs and merciless demeanor. It was said that those who fell into his grasp either became pawns in his quest for power or mere playthings for his cruelty. As an inconsequential, illegitimate son of the Marquis, his best outcome would likely be to serve as a useful piece on the chessboard. The worst. Lin Qinghan opened his eyes, his gaze serene. He did not fear death. Ever since he had bound himself to the system and embarked on missions across various worlds, life and death had become commonplace for him. Suddenly, the carriage halted, and the driver's voice rang out, "Master Lin, we have arrived at the regent's residence." Lin Qinghan lifted the curtain and stepped out, rain immediately soaking his shoulders. He looked up to see an imposing mansion standing before him, its vermilion doors adorned with large brass studs, flanked by 2 formidable stone lions that seemed poised to pounce at any moment. The plaque above the entrance, inscribed with the gilded characters "Regent's Residence" in a dynamic script, exuded an air of authority and grandeur far surpassing that of the Yandere Marquis House. The side door of the palace opened, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe who scrutinized him with an impassive expression. "Are you the son of the Yandere Marquis, Lin?" "Indeed," Lin Qinghan replied, neither obsequious nor arrogant. "Follow me. The prince wishes to see you." The man's tone was frosty as he turned to lead the way. Lin Qinghan followed him into the palace. Inside, pavilions and towers adorned with intricate carvings and paintings showcased the owner's wealth and power. Yet, along the path, there was a conspicuous absence of floral decorations, the atmosphere steeped in a chilling and austere ambience. The patrolling guards, each with unwavering gazes and synchronized steps, were evidently well-trained soldiers. They passed through several courtyards and finally arrived at a grand main hall. The door stood wide open, revealing a brilliantly lit interior that was eerily silent. "Enter. The prince awaits you inside." The guide halted at the threshold, refraining from accompanying him further. Lin Qinghan stepped over the high threshold and entered the hall. A faint scent of dragon's blood incense enveloped him. At the far end of the hall, a towering figure sat in shadow, perusing documents in hand. Even seated, his imposing stature was evident, broad shoulders and straight back accentuated by a dark python robe that enhanced his formidable presence. Lin Qinghan stood quietly at the center of the hall, awaiting his audience. Rainwater dripped from his hair, pooling at his feet. After a lengthy pause, the figure gradually lifted his gaze. In an instant, Lin Qinghan found himself locked in a stare with eyes as fathomless as the abyss, sharp as an eagle's and cold as steel, as if they could pierce through the most concealed corners of one's soul. As the candlelight flickered, Lin Qinghan discerned the man's features. Defined contours, a prominent nose, thin lips like blades, strikingly handsome yet exuding a chilling aura. That was unsettling. This was the formidable regent, Shun Jie, at Lin from the Yongning Marquis house. Shun Jin spoke, his voice deep and magnetic, tinged with a casual cruelty. "Lift your head." Lin Qinghan complied, meeting the scrutinizing gaze with serene eyes. His countenance betrayed no fear or eagerness to please, only a transcendent detachment. Shun Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the armrest. "Do you know why you have been brought here?" "To serve as a hostage," Lin Qinghan replied succinctly. "Ah, you possess self-awareness." Shun Jin chuckled lightly, though the amusement did not reach his eyes. "But do you understand the true role of a hostage?" Lin Qinghan paused for a moment before replying, to remain compliant. "Incorrect." Shun Jin suddenly rose, descending the steps with deliberate strides. His towering figure cast a shadow that nearly engulfed Lin Qinghan entirely. "Your role as a hostage is to instill confidence in the controller. The best way to assure me is through absolute obedience." He halted before Lin Qinghan, scrutinizing the rain-soaked youth from above. To his surprise, the boy did not tremble or bow in submission, but stood straight, his gaze clear and unclouded, as if he were not facing a powerful regent, but merely observing the rain and flowers in his own courtyard. This extraordinary calmness inexplicably piqued Shun Jin's interest. "How intriguing!" He commanded abruptly, eager to see if fear or humiliation would flicker in those clear eyes. Yet, Lin Qinghan remained unmoved. "Your Highness," his voice remained steady, "a man's knees are worth their weight in gold." The air suddenly thickened with tension. Chapter 2. The illegitimate son and the regent. The flickering candlelight within the hall seemed to cease its dance, ensnared by an abrupt silence that enveloped the atmosphere. The air was so heavy it felt as if one could wring water from it, a palpable pressure descending like a tangible shroud, nearly suffocating. Chief Zhao lowered his head even further, wishing to shrink into the very cracks of the floor, his heart pounding with anxiety. Oh dear. This little ancestor from the Marquis's residence truly doesn't he know how to address the concept of death? How dare he speak to the prince in such a manner? Lin Qinghan felt Shun Jin's gaze slice across his face like a blade of ice, imbued with scrutiny and a simmering wrath at the insubordination. Yet he stood tall and resolute, his back straight as a pine, showing no sign of yielding. A true man knows the value of his pride. Shun Jin's voice dropped to a chilling depth, each word seemingly dredged from an icy abyss, carrying an excruciating coldness. Clearly, the everlasting Peace Marquis's household had not taught you the distinctions of rank and propriety. Here, the rules dictate that. Shun Jin abruptly seized Lin Qinghan's shoulder with a powerful grip, declaring, "When I command you to kneel, you must kneel." The tremendous force bore down upon him, and Lin Qinghan stifled a grunt as his knees buckled involuntarily. Pain radiated from his shoulder, yet he gritted his teeth, summoning an extraordinary resolve to maintain his stance. "I cannot kneel," he reminded himself. "Once I do, I shall become a mere plaything to be manipulated at will." A flicker of surprise crossed Shun Jin's eyes. This seemingly frail youth possessed an unexpected tenacity. The pressure of his grip intensified, nearly forcing Lin Qinghan down. Just as he felt himself on the verge of collapse, he suddenly lifted his head, locking eyes with Sun Jin. What a pair of eyes they were, clear as a tranquil pool, sharp as winter's frost, devoid of fear, devoid of pleading, and even devoid of anger, exuding an unparalleled serenity. It was as if the one being pressed to kneel was not he, but something else entirely. Those eyes gazed silently and stubbornly at Shinjin, as if to convey, "You may kill me, but you shall never compel me to kneel willingly." Shinjin's movement faltered. Initially poised to relish the spectacle of his prey's desperate struggle, he found himself confronted by those excessively pure and resolute eyes. As if a bucket of icy water had been thrown upon his raging fire, dousing the fervor within him. This boy is rather extraordinary. He had encountered countless expressions of fear, despair, flattery, and hatred. Yet he had never witnessed a gaze that retained such remarkable purity and tranquility in the face of absolute power, as if nothing in the world could tarnish its clarity. This strange cleanliness inexplicably stirred a hidden corner of his heart. The oppressive force suddenly relented. Shinjin fixated on those eyes now, so close, and the peculiar sensation within him resurfaced, akin to a delicate feather brushing lightly against his heart, tickling it in an oddly delightful manner. He suddenly felt that to extinguish the life of the owner of those eyes would be a regrettable loss. Such a formidable adversary, such a pristine entity, remaining by one side, gradually chiseling away, observing how steadfast he can truly be, and when his eyes might acquire a different hue, seems far more intriguing than simply extinguishing his existence. Lin Qinghan steadied himself, taking a half-step back to create a slight distance from Shinjin. The pain in his shoulder persisted, yet he displayed no sign of it, merely adjusting the wrinkled lapel of his garment with quiet composure. Shinjin scrutinized him, his gaze a complex tapestry of emotions. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his tone devoid of discernible sentiment. "Quite interesting." He paced back to his seat, resuming his place, fingers idly drumming against the armrest. "Are you not afraid of me?" "Fear or lack thereof does not alter the current situation," Lin Qinghan replied with equanimity. Sun Jin chuckled softly, this time the mirth appearing more genuine. "Very well. I shall keep you for a while longer, to observe how long this resilient spirit of yours can endure." He clapped his hands twice, summoning the middle-aged man who had previously led the way to appear promptly at the entrance of the hall. "Zhao, take him to the Qingqiu courtyard for accommodation," Shinjin instructed, his gaze still fixed on Lin Qinghan. "Without my permission, he is not to step beyond the courtyard gates." "Understood," Zhao responded with a bow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he turned to Lin Qinghan. It had been years since anyone had entered the royal residence and managed to leave on their own 2 feet. Lin Qinghan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned to follow Zhao. Throughout, his back remained impeccably straight, revealing no trace of disarray. Once the figure clad in white vanished into the curtain of rain, Shinjin withdrew his gaze, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the ring on his finger. "The Qingqiu courtyard," he murmured to himself, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. "Indeed a fitting place for you." Nestled in the northwest corner of the royal manor, the Qingqiu courtyard was a secluded yet impeccably maintained enclave. Several bamboo stalks swayed gently in the rain, their rustling adding an air of tranquility. "Master Lin shall reside here henceforth," Zhao announced, pushing open the door to the main room, which, though simply furnished, contained all necessary amenities. Meals would be delivered thrice daily, and any additional needs could be communicated to the guard stationed at the courtyard. Lin Qinghan surveyed the room, nodding in gratitude. "Thank you for your efforts." Zhao observed his serene profile, hesitating momentarily before offering a cautionary remark. "The prince's temperament is unpredictable. Now that you are here, it would be prudent to exercise caution." Though subtly phrased, the warning was unmistakable. Lin Qinghan turned to him, nodding slightly. "I appreciate the reminder." Once Zhao had departed, Lin Qinghan gently closed the door and approached the window. The rain, having lessened unbeknownst to him, now produced only a soft patter. The bamboo in the courtyard, washed to a vibrant green, swayed gently in the breeze. He extended his hand, catching the droplets cascading from the eaves, the cool sensation spreading from his palm. This beginning has unfolded more smoothly than he had anticipated. At the very least, Shunjin had not taken his life upon their first meeting. The man indeed possessed a peculiar obsession with purity as described in the records, and Lin Qinghan had cleverly leveraged this to pique his interest. However, how long this intrigue would last and how much protection it would afford him remained an enigma. As dusk gently descends, the lights within the royal residence flicker to life. Accompanied by distant, indistinct sounds, Lin Qinghan ignites an oil lamp, the dim glow illuminating half of his face and casting a long shadow upon the wall. He retrieves a book from the shelf and, bathed in the soft light, begins to read quietly, as if ensconced not in a den of predators, but rather in the tranquility of his own study. Outside the window, a tall figure stands silently amidst the bamboo shadows, gazing through the paper panes at the youth immersed in his reading. Shunjin himself is unaware of why he has been inexplicably drawn to this place. He merely wished to glimpse the boy with the clear, serene eyes and observe his demeanor in solitude. As anticipated, Lin Qinghan remains composed and unperturbed, as if the sky could fall without affecting him. Shunjin softly whispers the name Lin Qinghan, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his lips. He melds into the night, his dark robe blending seamlessly with the shadows, akin to a lurking beast, silent and stealthy. Within, Lin Qinghan turns a page, his gaze momentarily flickering. He senses that someone has been outside. That intense, palpable scrutiny could belong to none other than Shunjin. The bait has been cast. Now it awaits the moment when this great fish shall take the hook. The oil lamp crackles, releasing a spark. The night is still young. Chapter 3. The bastard son and the regent. The days in Qingqiu courtyard pass with a tranquil monotony, akin to a still pond. Lin Qinghan rises in the morning to read, practices calligraphy in the afternoon, and in the evening, he sits quietly beneath the several green bamboos in the courtyard. Meals arrive punctually, simple yet exquisite, portioned just right for one. The guard stationed at the courtyard resemble stone statues, never engaging him in conversation. Yet they do not impose upon him either. This treatment feels less like that of a hostage and more akin to hosting a distinguished guest. Nevertheless, Lin Qinghan remains acutely aware that this is merely the calm before the storm. A man of Shunjin's caliber would never sustain a useless individual without purpose. This semblance of peace may only indicate that he is observing and weighing his options. One afternoon, while Lin Qinghan diligently copies a text, he suddenly hears footsteps approaching the courtyard. Unlike the servants delivering meals, these steps are steady and powerful, indicative of a martial artist. He continues writing the character for stillness, maintaining his calm demeanor. The courtyard door swings open, revealing Steward Zhao accompanied by two guards, a formulaic smile adorning his face. Is young Master Lin comfortable in his lodgings? Satisfactory, Lin Qinghan replies, setting down his brush and looking up. Is there something you need, Steward Zhao? The prince has given instructions. As a guest in the royal residence, it would not be appropriate for you to idle away your days, Steward Zhao states, gesturing for the guards to place a set of coarse clothing upon the stone table. Henceforth, I would appreciate your assistance with the various chores in the rear courtyard. Lin Qinghan's gaze sweeps over the coarse garments, their rough fabric and dull color starkly contrasting with his soft cotton long robe. Is this the prince's intention? He inquires, his tone remaining placid. Indeed, it is the prince's wish. Chief Zhao maintained his smile as the prince remarked that young men should be more active, lest they become idle and unable to distinguish between the grains. Such a grandiloquent justification. Lin Qinghan understood in his heart that this was a test from Shunjin, seeking to observe whether he would reveal any indignation or grievance in the face of such humiliation. Yet, he merely nodded. If that is the case, then please instruct me. Chief Zhao. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao's eyes, but he quickly composed himself, saying, it is not particularly arduous work. Each day, one must sweep the courtyard, wipe the railings, and draw water from the well to fill the water tank. He paused, adding, the prince specifically instructed that the well water must be fresh. So Master Lin must draw water as needed and not use the water stored in the tank. Drawing water as needed? Lin Qinghan's brows subtly furrowed. The well was at the corner of the courtyard, while the water tank sat beneath the eaves, a considerable distance apart. To fill such a large tank, he would need to draw at least 20 or 30 buckets of water. This was no mere light labor. It was clearly a form of physical torment. He understood. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Lin Qinghan noticed that Zhao Chief appeared somewhat flustered by his calmness, clearing his throat twice. "Master Lin, take care." Once they departed, Lin Qinghan gazed at the coarse cloth garments on the stone table and let out a soft sigh. He was not afraid of such menial tasks. He merely found it somewhat childish for someone like Shinjin to resort to such trivial means of testing others. Very well. Since the other party wished to observe his reaction, he would oblige. He donned the coarse garments, the rough fabric chafing against his skin. He first took up a broom, meticulously sweeping the courtyard, leaving no fallen leaves in the corners unattended. Then he wrung out a cloth and wiped the railings of the corridor until they gleamed. Finally, he approached the well. The well's mouth was quite high, and the heavy wooden bucket presented a challenge for a scholar. Lin Qinghan rolled up his sleeves, revealing his pale, slender arms, and began drawing water bucket by bucket, laboriously transporting it to the tank. His movements were not particularly skilled, yet they were remarkably steady, devoid of any impatience or complaints. In less than half an hour, beads of sweat had formed on his forehead, and his breathing grew slightly labored. The coarse garments clung to his back, soaked with perspiration, making him quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he persisted at a measured pace, drawing bucket after bucket, as if not undergoing punishment, but engaging in some form of spiritual cultivation. Meanwhile, in the study of the prince's residence, Shunjin listened to the report from his shadow guard, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface of the table. Had he truly not uttered a single complaint? Replying to the prince, "Master Lin has not complained at all from the beginning, not even furrowing his brow," the shadow guard reported, bowing his head. "He is still drawing water and has already filled half of the tank." A glimmer of amusement flashed in Shun Jin's eyes. This was indeed intriguing. A scion of a marquis's household performing such labor with such tranquility. Either he possessed profound cunning, or he was genuinely at peace. He leaned towards the former. In this ruthless world, especially within his domain, how could there truly exist such an otherworldly person? "Continue to observe him," he commanded, dismissing the shadow guard with a cold smile, curving his lips. "I shall see how long he can maintain this facade." In the clear autumn garden, Lin Qinghan finally filled the water tank to the brim. He set down the water bucket and wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, breathing slightly labored. His arms felt weary and weak, the palms reddened and almost blistered from the coarse well rope. Yet, as he gazed upon the full basin of clear water, a contented glint sparkled in his eyes. Since he was already here, he resolved to make the best of it. Given that Shunjin had tasked him with these chores, he would execute them impeccably. That night, Lin Qinghan fell into an unusually deep slumber. The weariness of the day lulled his long, restless nerves into tranquility. He was unaware of how much time had passed when he was suddenly jolted awake. Outside the courtyard, there seemed to be the faintest sound, akin to a twig snapping underfoot. He rose silently, donned his robe, and approached the window, peering through the crack to look outside. The moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the courtyard as bright as day, yet no figure was in sight. Could he have misheard? Just as he was about to return to sleep, he caught a glimpse of the shadows of bamboo swaying. The silhouette cast upon the ground was unmistakably human. Someone was lurking within the courtyard. Lin Qinghan's heart raced, and he held his breath. He cautiously stepped back, retrieving a short dagger from beneath his pillow. However, the shadow flitted past in an instant and soon vanished, as though it had never existed. The courtyard returned to silence, save for the rustling of the wind through the bamboo leaves. Lin Qinghan stood at the window for quite some time, noting no further anomalies. Yet, deep down, he understood that it was no mere illusion. This royal residence undoubtedly harbored dangers lurking in the shadows. The next morning, Lin Qinghan rose as usual. He appeared to maintain the facade of normalcy, cleaning the courtyard and polishing the railings, as if nothing had transpired the previous night. However, while drawing water, he paid particular attention to the earth beside the well and at the base of the courtyard wall. Indeed, he discovered a faint footprint in an inconspicuous spot at the wall's base, slightly smaller than that of an average man, the depth uneven. suggesting it had been left by someone with exceptional agility. It was not the standard boots of the royal guards. Could it be an assassin, aimed at Qinghan, or perhaps directed at him, the hostage of the Yongning Marquis? He discreetly wiped away the footprint with his foot and continued with his daily tasks. Yet his mind was now alert. It appeared that this royal residence was far more intricate than he had anticipated. After lunch, Steward Zhao arrived again, this time bearing not coarse garments, but a set of decent quality azure robes. The prince has instructed that you change into these clothes, Master Lin, and accompany me to the front hall. A guest has arrived, and the prince wishes for your company, Steward Zhao announced. A company? Lin Qinghan was taken aback. What game was Qinghan playing? Just the day before, he had been punished with labor, and now he was to meet guests? However, he refrained from questioning further and complied, donning the robes which fit him remarkably well, as though tailored specifically for him. The front hall was grander than he could have imagined, far more splendid than Qingxiu Courtyard. Qinghan sat high at the main seat, surrounded by several officials who appeared deep in discussion. Upon seeing Lin Qinghan enter, Qinghan beckoned him over. Lin Qinghan approached and bowed, Your Highness. This is the seventh son of the Yongning Marquis, Lin Qinghan. Qinghan introduced to the officials in a tone devoid of emotion, as if presenting an object. Qinghan, these gentlemen are officials from the Ministry of Personnel. Several officials exchanged glances, evidently perplexed by the sudden introduction of a hostage by the prince. Nonetheless, they courteously clasped their hands. Young Master Lin. Lin Qinghan returned the gesture with a calm demeanor, yet he discerned Qinghan's intentions. This was both a warning to the Yongning Marquis and a test of his character. By presenting him, the prince signaled to the Marquis to refrain from rash actions while also gauging whether Lin would seek assistance or voice grievances to the officials. Indeed, he was astute and calculating. How have you been faring during your stay at the royal residence, Qinghan? Qinghan inquired, his tone unexpectedly gentle, as if genuinely concerned for the well-being of a younger relative. The officials perked up their ears at this exchange. Lin Qinghan met Qinghan's profound gaze and responded with tranquility. Thanks to your grace, your highness, all is well. Oh, Qinghan raised an eyebrow. I have heard that you have been performing some menial tasks at Qingxiu Courtyard lately. Have his servants been neglectful? The inquiry was cleverly crafted. No matter how Lin responded, he would find himself ensnared in a trap. To deny it would appear disingenuous, while to admit it would amount to a complaint, offending the royal servants and diminishing Qinghan's honor. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qinghan replied, merely engaging in some light physical activity, it hardly qualifies as menial labor. Your Highness is exceedingly generous, and I am well aware of it. This response neither denied his labor nor lamented its burdens, framing it instead as a means of exercise, thus preserving the dignity of both parties and showcasing his composure. The officials could not help but regard the youth with renewed interest. Having heard rumors of young Master Lin's ominous reputation as a paternal detractor, they were surprised to find him so unflappable. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Qinghan's eyes, seemingly pleased with Lin's answer. In that case, please take a seat over there. He gestured to a position nearby. Lin Qinghan complied, settling into silence as he listened to their discussions. Most of the dialogue revolved around state affairs. A certain position was vacant, and who should fill it? How to handle an official with unsatisfactory performance, and so forth. Qinghan executed decisions with swift decisiveness, often concluding matters with just a few words, leaving no room for dissent. The officials acquiesced, hardly daring to voice a contrary opinion. Lin Qinghan lowered his gaze, quietly absorbing the proceedings while feeling a sense of unease. He had long heard that the regent wielded immense power, and witnessing it firsthand today confirmed the veracity of those claims. The court officials appeared before Qinghan as obedient sheep, devoid of independent thought. It seemed that the realm had long since come under the surname Shan. Just as he pondered these matters, he suddenly heard Qinghan address him. What do you think, Qinghan? Lin Qinghan raised his eyes, realizing that all were looking at him. Having momentarily lost focus, he was unaware of the question posed. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. I failed to catch that, he admitted candidly. One official displayed a hint of disdain, regarding the hostage as unworthy of the assembly. However, Sun Jin remained unfazed, reiterating, I was saying that the position of Jiangning governor is vacant. Lord Li has recommended the son of Minister Liu, while Lord Wang believes we should promote from within the local ranks. What is your perspective? This question was exceedingly challenging. Regardless of his answer, he would offend one party or another, and given his status, he ought not to meddle in state affairs. After a moment of reflection, Lin Qinghan replied, as a mere commoner, I dare not presume to comment on state matters. However, I have heard my father say that a true official should prioritize the welfare of the people. Whoever can benefit the populace should be the one appointed. The words were delivered with such finesse, neither aligning with any faction nor neglecting the criteria for talent, cleverly invoking the name of the late Duke Yongning, leaving no room for contention. Upon hearing this, Sun Jin burst into laughter. What a commendable prioritization of the people's welfare. The Duke Yongning certainly knew how to educate his offspring. The officials exchanged glances, unsure whether the prince was genuinely praising or subtly mocking. Only Lin Qinghan discerned the flicker of appreciation in Sun Jin's eyes. This man, though ruthless, seemed to have a particular admiration for those who possessed conviction and dared to speak their minds. With this in mind, Sun Jin abruptly declared, let the son of Minister Liu be sent to Jiangning for some practical experience. If he truly benefits the region, we shall consider his promotion. With that pronouncement, the course of events was irrevocably set. The officials promptly nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Lin Qinghan shifting markedly. They were astonished that a mere youth's words could wield such influence over the prince's decisions. Once the deliberations concluded, the officials took their leave, leaving only Sun Jin and Lin Qinghan in the hall. You performed admirably today, Sun Jin remarked, toying with the jade ring in his hand, his tone inscrutable. I did not expect you to possess such insight. Your Highness is too kind, Lin Qinghan replied, lowering his gaze. However, Sun Jin suddenly rose, approaching him and looking down from his elevated stature. Those who are overly clever often do not live long. Do you understand? Lin Qinghan met his gaze directly. I seek only a stable existence, nothing more. Let it be so. Sun Jin scrutinized him for a moment before reaching out to brush away non-existent dust from his shoulder. You may return now. There is no need for you to attend to those trivial tasks tomorrow. His fingertips grazed the fabric, carrying an almost imperceptible warmth. Lin Qinghan's body instinctively tensed. Understood, he replied, taking a step back to bow before departing. Stepping out into the courtyard, the sunlight was somewhat blinding. Lin Qinghan squinted, inhaling deeply. In that moment, he had almost believed Sun Jin would strike him down. The man's aura was overwhelmingly formidable, as if he could snuff out a life at any moment. Yet he refrained, and moreover, relieved him of his menial duties. Did this signify an acknowledgement of his worth? That evening, as Sun Jin reviewed memorials in his study, he inquired of the shadow guard beside him. What was his reaction upon returning today? The guard replied, the seventh young master resumed his studies in calligraphy, as usual, showing no signs of abnormality. However, but what? While sitting quietly in the courtyard, he seemed to linger a minute longer than usual. Sun Jin chuckled lightly. He demonstrates remarkable composure. Setting down his vermilion brush, he pondered, has there been any news from the Duke Yongning's residence recently? Madame Duke visited the minister's residence the day before, seemingly to check on her sister. Other than that, there is nothing unusual. Continue to monitor the situation. Sun Jin's gaze turned frosty. Report immediately should there be any developments. Understood. After the shadow guard departed, Sun Jin approached the window, gazing towards the direction of Qingxiu Courtyard. The moonlight bathed the garden, and the bamboo grove swayed gracefully, seemingly concealing a slender figure amidst the greenery. Lin Qinghan, he murmured, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. What manner of person are you? Are you truly as untroubled and indifferent as you appear, or do you harbor deeper ambitions? Regardless, this pawn seemed far more intriguing than he had initially anticipated. Perhaps it would be prudent to linger a while longer and observe him closely. Chapter 5. The illegitimate son, the regent prince. 3 days later, the regent prince's residence was adorned with splendid decorations, bustling with guests. The prince hosted a banquet, and the influential figures of the capital dared not decline the invitation. As night fell, The entrance of the royal mansion was filled with a continuous stream of carriages, and elegantly dressed guests arrived bearing gifts, their faces adorned with perfectly crafted smiles, exchanging pleasantries while their eyes exchanged subtle glances, each harboring their own intentions. Within the serene confines of Qingqiu courtyard, Lin Qinghan remained oblivious to the commotion in the front courtyard, engrossed in his reading by candlelight. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, and Steward Zhao entered, accompanied by two maids, bearing a moon-white brocade robe. "Seventh young master," the steward announced. "The prince has instructed you to change into this attire and join the banquet in the Pharaon Hall." Lin Qinghan lifted his gaze, his eyes landing upon the brocade robe. The fabric was exquisite cloud silk, embroidered with subtle bamboo leaf patterns, elegant yet imbued with nobility. This was certainly not attire befitting a hostage. "Has there been a misunderstanding, Steward Zhao?" he inquired calmly. Given Qinghan's unique status, it is inappropriate for him to attend such an event. The prince specifically instructed that seventh young master must be present, Steward Zhao replied with a smile. He personally selected this outfit, stating it complements your temperament splendidly. Personally selected? Lin Qinghan's brow arched slightly. What scheme was Sun Jin concocting this time? Allowing a hostage to appear publicly in such a manner and elevating his status so? Was he not concerned about drawing criticism? Yet he knew refusal would be futile and resigned himself to change. The adage that one is judged by their attire holds true. Lin Qinghan was already strikingly handsome, with features that resembled a painting. Ordinarily clad in worn garments, he exuded an ethereal aura. Now, dressed in this splendid robe, the cold elegance that defined him was accentuated by an undeniable air of nobility and spirit, akin to a dull gem revealed in its full brilliance, captivating all who beheld him. A flicker of astonishment crossed Steward Zhao's eyes, quickly replaced by composure. "Seventh young master, please follow me." The Pharaon Hall was ablaze with light, the sound of silk and bamboo filling the air. Most guests had arrived, mingling in small groups, yet their gazes instinctively darted to the host's seat. When Lin Qinghan entered the hall alongside Steward Zhao, the previously lively atmosphere fell into a momentary hush. Countless eyes turned towards him, a mixture of curiosity, scrutiny, admiration, and disdain weaving an invisible net that enveloped him. Most of the capital's elite had heard of the illegitimate son from the Yongning Marquis, known for his misfortunes, yet few had seen his true visage. They had anticipated a gloomy and timid figure, yet here stood a being of ethereal grace, untouched by the mundane. Was this truly the seventh young master of Yongning Marquis? How did he appear thus? It was said he had been sent as a hostage to the prince, yet now the prince allowed him to attend the banquet. Such beauty wasted, they whispered amongst themselves, the murmurs akin to buzzing insects spreading through the hall. Lin Qinghan feigned ignorance, maintaining a steady gaze as he followed Steward Zhao to a seat near the end of the table. This position was not particularly conspicuous, yet it afforded him a full view of the gathering. At the head of the table, Sun Jin lounged languidly in an expansive Zeton chair, idly toying with a glass cup of glaze. His attire today was rather casual, clad in a dark robe rather than the ceremonial dragon robe. Nevertheless, the imposing aura he exuded surpassed any lavish garment. His gaze appeared casual as it swept across the entire room, yet he meticulously absorbed every individual's reaction. Naturally, he noticed the subtle stir caused by Lin Qinghan's entrance, as well as the boy's dispassionate demeanor. Sun Jin took a sip of his drink, the spicy liquid coursing down his throat. He could not deny that the boy's attire was indeed striking. The cleanliness and tenacity he exuded stood in stark contrast to the ostentatious and boisterous atmosphere, rendering him both conspicuous and captivating. His gaze bore an unabashed scrutiny, as if he were admiring a newly acquired treasure. Lin Qinghan lowered his eyes, grasping the teacup before him, and took a delicate sip. The tea was exquisite pre-rain Longjing, fragrant and mellow, a vivid contrast to his present situation. As the banquet commenced, the dancers entered gracefully, their flowing sleeves fluttering, and the melodious music filled the air. Guests exchanged toasts and laughter, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. Yet, Lin Qinghan was acutely aware that this was merely a facade. Each individual present wore a meticulously crafted mask, their words and actions laden with testing and scheming. Indeed, after a few rounds of drinks, the conversation shifted to him. "Your Highness, this young gentleman appears unfamiliar. May I inquire as to which illustrious family he hails from?" A middle-aged official with a goatee inquired with a smile, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Lin Qinghan. Shinjin set down his cup, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "Lordly truly does not recognize him? This is the 7th young master of the Yongning Marquisate, Lin Qinghan." "Oh," Lordly feigned surprise. "So he is a scion of the Yongning Marquisate. No wonder he possesses such exceptional demeanor." However, he swiftly altered his tone. "I have heard that the 7th young master has recently taken residence at the royal palace. May I ask?" His inquiry, seemingly innocuous, was a veiled attempt to probe Lin Qinghan's status at the palace. Was he a guest, a prisoner, or something else entirely? In an instant, all eyes converged on Lin Qinghan. He set down his teacup, poised to respond, but Shinjin interjected with a nonchalant tone. "Qinghan is a guest of mine, staying at the palace for a short time." The mere utterance of the word guest sent a ripple of astonishment throughout the assembly, who was unaware that the Yongning Marquisate had sent their son as a hostage. The prince's words clearly elevated the youth's status. Lordly chuckled awkwardly. "I see. My apologies for my presumptuousness." Yet, Lin Qinghan felt no joy at this elevation. The more Shinjin extolled him in public, the more it signified ulterior motives. The term guest was akin to placing him upon a pyre. Indeed, several officials subsequently attempted to probe subtly, only to be deftly parried by Shinjin. Throughout the encounter, Lin Qinghan remained quietly seated, saying little and moving even less, as if the surrounding events were of no concern to him. However, his tranquility was perceived by some as arrogance. "What airs does a mere hostage have?" sneered a youth in lavish attire at the neighboring table, his voice pitched just right for Lin Qinghan to overhear. Lin Qinghan glanced up, recognizing the speaker as Wang Huan, the notorious son of the Minister of War, infamous for his debauchery. When Wang Huan noticed Lin Qinghan's gaze, he not only failed to temper his tone, but raised it further. "What are you looking at? Did this young master say something erroneous? A cursed individual, unworthy of his father, dares to sit among us?" The words were uttered in a most unpleasant manner, causing an immediate silence to envelop the hall as all eyes turned towards Lin Qinghan, awaiting his reaction. Lin Qinghan's fingers tightened slightly around the teacup, yet his expression remained calm. "Young Master Wang speaks the truth. Qinghan is indeed unworthy to share the same table as you all. I shall take my leave." With that, he rose to depart. "Stop!" Shinjin's voice suddenly broke the stillness, low yet chilling, causing the temperature in the grand hall to plummet. "Did this prince permit you to leave?" Lin Qinghan hesitated in his steps. Shinjin's gaze swept over Wang Huan, icy as frost. "It seems young Master Wang harbors some objections regarding my guest." Wang Huan trembled under that scrutinizing gaze, sobering considerably. He quickly stood up. "Your Highness, forgive me. I merely indulged in a few too many drinks and spoke thoughtlessly. Since you have overindulged, you ought to step outside to clear your head." Shinjin replied in a tone that was devoid of any disputation, yet laced with undeniable authority. "Someone, escort young Master Wang back to his residence." 2 guards promptly entered, unceremoniously ushering the pale Wang Huan out. A profound silence descended upon the assembly. No one had anticipated that the prince would publicly humiliate the Minister of War for the sake of a hostage. Yet Shinjin appeared unfazed, raising his cup with a smile. "A mere minor incident. You need not concern yourselves. Let us continue." The music resumed. The dancers returned to their performances. Yet the atmosphere had shifted markedly. The gazes that once regarded Lin Qinghan now bore a hint of wariness. Lin Qinghan resumed his seat, fully aware of the implications of Shinjin's defense. It was tantamount to declaring to all that this hostage belonged to him, the regent. The banquet continued, but beneath the surface, currents of tension swirled. Lin Qinghan could sense the myriad of eyes upon him, some curious, others envious, and many calculating. A maid approached to refill his cup, her sleeves fluttering slightly as a faint, unfamiliar fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Lin Qinghan frowned slightly. This scent felt oddly familiar. The aroma was subtle, mingling with the fragrance of wine and incense, nearly imperceptible. However, Lin Qinghan's senses, sharper than most, detected a hint of unusual sweetness. Was it a bewitching scent? He raised his gaze to the maid, who kept her head bowed and moved with practiced grace, betraying no sign of abnormality. After pouring the wine, she retreated to the side, indistinguishable from the other attendants. Yet alarm bells rang loudly in Lin Qinghan's mind. He recalled an entry in a medical text regarding a substance known as drunken days, an intoxicant that was colorless and tasteless, with only a specific ingredient used during its preparation, emitting a faintly exotic fragrance, difficult for the average person to detect. Drunken days was not poison, but it could cloud one's mind, rendering them susceptible to manipulation. Typically, such a substance was employed in devious schemes. His gaze flicked sharply towards Shun Jin at the head of the table, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with officials, seemingly oblivious to the brewing danger. Indeed, this drug was likely directed at him, aiming to embarrass the regent in front of all. Lin Qinghan's mind raced. He needed to warn Shun Jin, but without concrete evidence. Given Shun Jin's suspicious nature, he might not heed the words of a mere hostage. Yet, if he remained silent and Shun Jin fell victim to the scheme. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, the maid approached the head table once more, carrying a jug of wine with a light step and a demeanor of utmost deference. "Your Highness, this is a newly brewed plum wine. Do try it," she said sweetly, pouring the wine for Shun Jin. The liquid shimmered with clarity, its aroma intoxicating. Were it not for the faint hint of an unusual fragrance, no one would suspect any issue. Shun Jin appeared to be in good spirits, smiling as he lifted his goblet. "Very well, I shall taste it now." "Your Highness," Lin Qinghan suddenly rose. All eyes instantly turned to him. Shun Jin paused mid-motion, arching an eyebrow in inquiry. "What is it?" Lin Qinghan strode forward, reaching out to seize the goblet from Shun Jin's grasp. Much to the astonishment of the onlookers, this wine possesses a unique fragrance, and I too wish to partake. "Might I request that your Highness share?" His words were exceedingly abrupt, bordering on insolence. A hostage daring to contest a prince for wine? Shun Jin's eyes flickered with surprise, which swiftly morphed into amusement. "Oh? You wish to drink?" He swirled the liquid in the goblet. "Yet this cup has already been touched by me." Lin Qinghan remained undeterred, his hand still outstretched, his gaze resolute. As their eyes met, an almost palpable spark seemed to ignite in the air. The entire assembly held their breath, awaiting the prince's reaction. However, to everyone's astonishment, Shun Jin suddenly laughed. "Since you wish to drink, then I shall grant it." With a slight twist of his wrist, he genuinely prepared to offer the goblet. The maidservant who had poured the wine suddenly glinted with a cold light in her eyes. Her hand, previously steady, flipped over, and a silver projectile shot forth from the bottom of the wine jug, aimed straight for Shun Jin's throat. In that moment of chaos, none anticipated that the seemingly fragile maidservant was, in fact, an assassin. Shun Jin reacted swiftly, dodging to the side, yet the silver flash came too rapidly, poised to strike. "Be careful." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qinghan lunged forward, shoving Shun Jin aside. Simultaneously, he communicated with the system in his mind. "System, activate pain immunity mode." "Understood, host." Activation complete. With a soft thud, the silver needle embedded itself in Lin Qinghan's shoulder. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and he stifled a groan as he staggered backward. It was only as Lin Qinghan reeled back that the guests began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Cries of alarm erupting. "An assassin! Protect the prince!" The guards surged forward, swiftly subduing the maidservant. She bit into a poisoned pouch hidden in her mouth, and in an instant, blood streamed from her 7 orifices as she succumbed to death. Amidst the turmoil, Shun Jin caught Lin Qinghan, who was on the verge of collapsing. "Are you all right?" Lin Qinghan's complexion was ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yet he maintained his composure. "It's nothing, merely a poisoned needle." Shun Jin's expression shifted dramatically as he tore open Lin Qinghan's shoulder garment. revealing that the area around the wound had already turned black, indicating the potency of the toxin. Summoned the imperial physician. Sun Jin commanded sharply, lifting Lin Qinghan into his arms and striding towards the hall's exit. The banquet is hereby concluded. Please return home, everyone. The guests, still in shock, exchanged glances, never expecting the evening's festivities to culminate in such a manner. What was even more astonishing was the sight of the prince himself carrying the injured hostage. As Sun Jin hastened toward the nearest warm hall, he noted how surprisingly light the body in his arms was, carrying a faint, cool fragrance that starkly contrasted with the heavy sense of cosmetics he was usually accustomed to. Hold on, he murmured softly, gazing down at Lin Qinghan's pale face. The physician shall arrive shortly. Lin Qinghan's consciousness began to blur, yet he strained to utter that wine. There was something wrong with it. It was drugged. Sun Jin halted, shock flickering in his eyes. Drugged? He was indeed familiar with such a sedative. Thus, the youth's sudden intrusion was not a mere contest for wine, but rather a heartfelt attempt to alert him, even at the peril of his own safety. An unprecedented wave of emotion surged within, both bittersweet and fervent. At this moment, an electronic voice resonated in Lin Qinghan's mind. Congratulations, host. The trust level of the task object has increased. You have achieved the milestone of profound engagement. Henceforth, please ensure that the task object feels love and hope in your daily interactions. Prevent the unjust slaughter of innocents. And in the coup, meet a tragic end by an arrow, mirroring the original host's demise. Continue your diligent efforts. Within the warm chamber, Sun Jin cautiously laid Lin Qinghan upon the couch. The physician had long awaited at the side and promptly advanced to administer treatment. How is he? Sun Jin inquired, his voice taut with concern as he stood by the couch. The physician meticulously examined the wound and tested for poison, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Rest assured, Your Highness, though the poison is potent, we were fortunate to have sealed the acupoint in time, preventing harm to the heart meridian. I shall proceed to detoxify the seventh young master without delay. Sun Jin felt a slight alleviation of anxiety, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the figure on the couch. Lin Qinghan lay with his eyes tightly shut, long lashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly, his lips pallid from blood loss, yet still breathtakingly beautiful. It was a delicate, fragile beauty, starkly contrasting his usual icy demeanor. Unconsciously, Sun Jin extended his hand to gently brush aside the damp strands of hair from Lin Qinghan's forehead. Why save him? He could have remained uninvolved. Lin Qinghan emitted a faint, unconscious groan, as if beset by unease. Sun Jin withdrew his hand and addressed the physician. Be sure to heal him, and use the finest medicine. Yes, Your Highness. After casting another glance at the one on the couch, Sun Jin turned and exited the warm chamber, his expression darkening instantly. The chaos in the hall had subsided. Guests had dispersed, leaving only Steward Zhao and several guards kneeling on the ground. Have you uncovered the truth? Sun Jin's voice was icy enough to chill. Steward Zhao trembled as he replied. The maidservant was a recent addition to the estate of unblemished background. Who could have anticipated she was an assassin? It is my oversight. I beg your punishment, Your Highness. Sun Jin's lips curled into a cold smile. You indeed deserve punishment. But before that, ascertain who sent her. At once, Sun Jin approached the lifeless female body, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Had it not been for Lin Qinghan today, while he was confident he could have avoided a fatal blow, being truly intoxicated would have led to dire consequences. That seemingly fragile youth possessed remarkable acuity and courage. He suddenly recalled the look in Lin Qinghan's eyes as he lunged forward, clear, resolute, devoid of hesitation. Somewhere deep within, it felt as though a fissure had quietly opened. Your Highness, the seventh young master has awakened. The physician reported upon his emergence. Sun Jin collected his thoughts and swiftly entered the warm chamber. Lin Qinghan had regained consciousness, leaning against the couch while drinking medicine. Upon seeing Sun Jin enter, he set down the medicine bowl and attempted to rise in greeting. No need for excessive formalities. Sun Jin pressed it back down. How do you feel? Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. I am no longer in grave danger, Lin Qinghan replied. Qinghan seated himself beside the couch. Fixing his gaze upon him, "You discerned something amiss with the wine, did you not?" Lin Qinghan paused in silence before nodding. "That fragrance, I have encountered it in medical texts. Is that why you suddenly intervened?" Qinghan probed further, not to contest the wine, but to warn me. Lin Qinghan lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes. His tone was calm. "In a moment of urgency, I acted without much thought." Without much thought? Qinghan pondered these 4 words, suddenly gripping his chin, forcing him to lift his head. His gaze was sharp as a blade. "Do you believe this prince cannot evade danger? Or do you have ulterior motives? Do you not realize that if that needle had strayed just a fraction more, or if the poison had been even slightly more potent, you might have lost your life?" "I understand," Lin Qinghan answered softly. "Yet the prince must not come to harm. And I did not wish for bloodshed at the banquet, which would spoil the mood for everyone." This rationale was so tenuous that even he found it hard to believe. Qinghan laughed in anger, releasing his grip and pacing irritably beside the bed. "Lin Qinghan, remember this. Your life is now in my hands. Without my permission, no one can take it away, not even you. Should you dare recklessly rush forward again, I shall be the one to break your legs." The words were fierce, and the logic was unyieldingly domineering. Lin Qinghan, weary of arguing, closed his eyes and replied softly, "Yes, understood." He bore an expression that suggested he was too fatigued to contest, as if conceding to whatever Qinghan declared. His indifference, despite the reprimands, left Qinghan seething with pent-up frustration, causing a dull ache in his chest. After glaring at the person on the bed for a while, he ultimately relented, tucking in the blankets and advising, "Rest well. From this day forth, you shall reside in the Tingzhu courtyard next to my main courtyard. It is far safer there." This indicated a move from Qingqiu courtyard to a more proximate location. Lin Qinghan opened his mouth, but ultimately only uttered, "Thank you, Your Highness." Qinghan cast a deep glance at him before turning to leave. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly halted, though he did not look back. "This favor today, I shall remember." The door closed gently, and Lin Qinghan slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the intricately embroidered cloud-patterned canopy above, exhaling softly. The pain and numbness remained distinctly palpable. He summoned his consciousness to check the system panel. World 1, Ancient Dynasty. Core mission, rehabilitate the key figure Qinghan. Current progress, 15. Such a significant increase. It seems that while this act of protecting from blades and wine is perilous, its effects are indeed remarkable. Yet, why does this path of rehabilitation feel somewhat askew? Outside the door, Qinghan stroked his fingertips, as if lingering with the sensation of brushing against the other's hair. The panic of fearing loss was an experience he had never encountered before. Why? It is merely a pawn, an intriguing plaything. If it were to perish, what significance would it hold? He turned and approached his writing desk, where intelligence reports concerning the Yongning Marquisate and other factions lay awaiting his attention. He picked up a pen, but found himself unable to write for an extended period. The vision before him remained that pale and tranquil face. Troublesome. He muttered a curse under his breath, hurling the pen forcefully onto the desk. That night, the regent prince, unusually, found himself unable to sleep. Chapter 7. The bastard son the regent prince. The following morning, in the Tingzhu courtyard, Lin Qinghan awakened amidst the fragrance of medicine. Morning light filtered through the intricately carved window, casting mottled shadows at the foot of his bed. As he shifted slightly, a faint pang shot through his shoulder, a reminder of the perilous events of the previous night. Has the young master awakened? A melodious voice resonated as a maid donned in a light green dress entered quietly, introducing herself as Chun Xiao, sent by the prince to attend to the young master. Lin Qinghan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the room. It was far more exquisite than Qinghan, with elegant furnishings, a well-stocked bookshelf, and a piano. Outside the window, several stalks of bamboo swayed, befitting the name Listening to Bamboo. The physician had advised that the young master must take his medicine on schedule. Chun Xiao presented a bowl of dark, viscous medicinal concoction, explaining that the prince had visited earlier and instructed not to disturb the young master if he remained asleep. Has Qinghan come by? Lin Qinghan inquired, somewhat surprised. He accepted the bowl. The bitter taste of the medicine mingled with a hint of fragrance, clearly derived from superior medicinal herbs. "What message does the prince convey?" he asked. Chun Xiao shook her head, stating that the prince only instructed her to take good care of the young master and did not elaborate further. She paused before adding that the prince had also sent some clothing and supplies, all stored in the cabinet. Lin Qinghan drank the concoction, the bitterness lingering on his tongue. Sun Jin's attentiveness only served to heighten his caution. Flattery without cause is often a prelude to deceit. Indeed, within a short span of time, Chief Steward Zhao arrived, accompanied by 2 young attendants carrying ornate boxes. "Is the 7th young master doing well?" Zhao inquired with a warm smile, conveying the prince's concern for the young master's injury and delivering some nourishing supplements. "This is a century-old ginseng. This is blood swallow's nest. And this is—" Lin Qinghan gazed at the lavish supplements with furrowed brows. "Chief Steward Zhao, these are far too extravagant. I cannot accept such gifts." "Young master, such words are unnecessary," Zhao replied with a grin. "The prince has declared that you are his savior. These trifles are nothing in comparison." He further instructed that until the young master recovered, he need not engage in any duties, simply focus on resting and recuperating. "Savior?" Lin Qinghan mused bitterly. He merely acted in accordance with necessity, fulfilling the essential steps of his task. However, Sun Jin appeared to have a different perspective. After Zhao departed, Lin Qinghan addressed Chun Xiao. "Please store these supplements away. I have no need for them." Chun Xiao looked astonished. "But young master, these are exceptional items that would benefit your recovery." "Unnecessary," Lin Qinghan replied calmly. "Do as I say." He did not require such additional favors, as they would only complicate matters further. Yet, Sun Jin's concern extended beyond mere gifts. During lunch, several medicinal dishes, rich in nutrients, adorned the table. In the afternoon, the physician returned to take his pulse, as per the prince's special instructions. By evening, someone even delivered a few rare books, claiming they were to alleviate the young master's boredom. Lin Qinghan regarded the ancient texts he had long sought, his emotions in turmoil. Had Sun Jin discerned his preferences so thoroughly? What unsettled him most was Sun Jin's frequent visits. Sometimes he would linger for a quarter of an hour under the pretext of inquiring about his injury. At other times, he would happen by, standing in the courtyard to exchange a few words. There was even an occasion when Lin Qinghan sensed someone standing at his bedside during his afternoon rest, lingering for an extended period before departing. That pervasive sense of being watched was more intense than during his time in Qingqiuan. That evening, while strolling in the courtyard, Lin Qinghan unexpectedly encountered Sun Jin. "How is your injury faring?" Sun Jin donned a dark ensemble today, exuding a blend of languor that softened the sharpness typically associated with his presence in the court. Nevertheless, his eyes remained keen, as if they could penetrate the very depths of one's soul. "I am well. Thank you for your concern, Lord Xia," Lin Qinghan replied, bowing respectfully. Sun Jin gestured lightly, his fingers brushing inadvertently against Lin Qinghan's wrist. A slight stiffness overtook Lin Qinghan, who quickly withdrew his hand. Sun Jin appeared oblivious to this, settling himself comfortably on a stone bench. "Sit down. Keep me company," he commanded. Lin Qinghan complied, his mind alert. "That day, how did you discern the problem with the wine?" Sun Jin inquired suddenly. "The drunken haze is colorless and tasteless. Few can detect it." Lin Qinghan had already prepared a response. "I have a penchant for reading miscellaneous texts, and once came across a passage in an ancient tome. It mentioned that the concoction known as drunken haze requires the addition of a herb called dream butterfly. When this herb withers, it emits a faint, peculiar fragrance that is difficult for the average person to notice. However, I have been blessed with a more sensitive sense of smell since childhood." This explanation was half-truth. While his olfactory senses were indeed acute, his recognition of drunken haze relied more on the knowledge imparted by the system. Sun Jin pondered for a moment, then remarked, "I see." He paused before suddenly stating, "You have saved my life. Do you have any requests?" Lin Qinghan raised his gaze to meet Sun Jin's eyes. "I seek nothing in return." "Oh." Sun Jin arched an eyebrow. "Wealth? Power? Even freedom? Whatever you desire, just voice it, and I shall grant it." The allure of his words was immense. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely been swayed. Yet Lin Qinghan merely shook his head. Your kindness is acknowledged, Lord. However, my act of saving you was born of necessity, not for recompense. Shinjin regarded him for an extended moment before chuckling softly. You are indeed unique. Rising, he strolled to the bamboo grove beside them. I am known for my clear distinctions between reward and punishment. Since you refuse my bounty, remember this. Should you ever require assistance, you may approach me at any time. Thank you, Lord. Lin Qinghan bowed his head respectfully. A gust of wind rustled the bamboo leaves, creating a soft whispering sound. Shinjin suddenly remarked, with your temperament, life at the Yongning Marquis's residence must have been quite challenging. Lin Qinghan fell silent. Indeed, it had been difficult, but those times were now behind him. In the future, within the royal residence, no one shall dare to wrong you. Shinjin's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable weight. This is my word. Lin Qinghan felt a stirring in his heart as he glanced up. In the twilight glow, Shinjin's profile was sharply defined, his gaze deep as a pool. In that moment, he seemed less a powerful regent and more an ordinary man making a promise. Yet, this illusion dissipated swiftly. Shinjin turned, reverting to his languorous yet perilous demeanor. Very well, focus on your recovery. The physician will visit tomorrow to check your pulse. As he departed, his sleeves brushed against Lin Qinghan's cheek, leaving a fleeting sensation of wind. Lin Qinghan stood rooted to the spot, unmoving for a long while. Chapter 8. The bastard son and the regent days passed, and Lin Qinghan's injuries gradually healed. One morning, Steward Zhao arrived once more with a message, stating that the Lord requested his presence in the study. Lin Qinghan understood that his period of quiet recuperation had come to an end. Shinjin would not indulge an idle individual, especially after he had displayed his worth. The study was a place of significance, reserved for the elite. As Lin Qinghan followed Steward Zhao into the spacious and solemn room, he could feel the weight of numerous unseen eyes observing him. Shinjin was engrossed in reviewing memorials when he heard a sound and lifted his gaze, momentarily resting his eyes upon Lin Qinghan. Is your injury healed? He inquired. It is no longer a cause for concern, Lin Qinghan replied, bowing slightly. Excellent, Shinjin remarked, setting down his vermilion brush. He gestured toward the nearby bookshelf, noting, these volumes have not been organized for quite some time. Since you find yourself with leisure, I would have you assist in their arrangement. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult this prince. Lin Qinghan turned his attention to the towering bookshelf, which was densely populated with books and documents, some of which were evidently untouched, collecting a faint layer of dust. This was not merely an act of organization. It was a test of sorts. Understood, he responded, choosing to say little more. Once Chief Steward Zhao withdrew, the study was left with just the two of them. Shinjin resumed his review of memorials while Lin Qinghan began the task of tidying the bookshelf. For a time, the only sounds that filled the air were the rustling of pages and the soft scratching of the brush against paper. Before long, Lin Qinghan discerned that the books were not haphazardly placed, but rather categorized with great precision. Historical texts, military strategies, local chronicles, and even some rare medical treatises and intricate crafts were present. He was somewhat astonished. He had long heard of the regent's exceptional intellect, and now it was evident that such claims were not mere exaggerations. To possess the capacity to read and comprehend such an extensive array of literature was no trivial feat. As he organized the volumes, he exercised utmost caution, striving not to disrupt Shinjin. Yet, it was sometimes unavoidable to shift heavy boxes or to clear away dust from higher shelves. On one occasion, as he stood on tiptoe to retrieve a tome from the topmost shelf, he felt a hand reach out from behind him, effortlessly plucking the book from its place. Is this what you seek? Shinjin's voice was suddenly close, almost at his ear. Lin Qinghan stepped back half a pace, saying, Thank you, Your Highness. Shinjin handed him the book and surveyed the bookshelf, commenting, You have organized it quite methodically. Lin Qinghan replied in a neutral tone. The prince's bookshelf was already distinctly categorized. I merely made minor adjustments. Shinjin chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying the statement. Instead of returning to his desk, he remained by Lin Qinghan's side, observing his diligent efforts. That sensation of being watched returned, palpable and intense. Lin Qinghan could feel Shun Jin's gaze upon him, burning like a tangible force. He endeavored to ignore the discomfort and focused intently on his task. At that moment, he noticed a military treatise misplaced among the historical texts. Upon extracting it, he discovered several notes filled with annotations tucked within its pages. "Your Highness, this book seems to be in the wrong place," he remarked, offering it to Shun Jin. Shun Jin took the book, glancing at it. "Oh, I must have set it down carelessly during my recent perusal. How did you manage to notice?" he asked. "The binding of this book differs from that of the historical texts, and its content appears to pertain to military discourse," Lin Qinghan explained. Shun Jin's eyes sparkled with appreciation. "It seems you're also familiar with military literature?" "Only a modicum," Lin Qinghan replied modestly. "No need for such modesty," Shun Jin said, thumbing through the book. He could instantly recognize that it contained strategies regarding naval warfare from a previous dynasty, far beyond mere superficial knowledge. Lin Qinghan remained silent, for he indeed had delved into military strategy, a necessity from a previous world-S tasks. Seemingly intrigued, Shun Jin engaged him in discussion about naval warfare, exploring topics from formations to equipment and from military tactics to practical application, each inquiry more challenging than the last. Lin Qinghan navigated the conversation with caution, neither overselling his expertise nor fully concealing it. He discovered that Shun Jin possessed profound insights into military affairs, with many of his ideas even ahead of their time. Engaged in a question-and-answer exchange, they lost track of time, and before they knew it, more than half an hour had passed. Their conversation was interrupted only when Chief Zhao knocked on the door to bring tea and snacks. "It seemed this prince had underestimated you." Shun Jin took a sip of tea, his gaze deep and contemplative. Indeed, the seventh son of the Duke of Yongning was as illustrious as his reputation suggested. Though this remark seemed like a compliment, it carried an undertone of scrutiny. Lin Qinghan lowered his eyes, replying, "Your Highness flatters me. I have merely read a few miscellaneous books." Shun Jin merely smiled, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of the teacup, lost in thought. In the afternoon, Lin Qinghan continued to organize the bookshelf. Among a pile of geographical records, he stumbled upon an atlas concerning the topography of the border, one page of which had a folded corner. On it were hastily written annotations in red ink, likely scrawled in a rush. The notes addressed a defensive flaw at a certain pass and included suggestions for improvement. Upon closer inspection, Lin Qinghan noted that while the suggestions were sound, there was a conspicuous oversight. The impact of seasonal floods had not been taken into account. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up, "Your Highness, this annotation seems somewhat flawed." Shun Jin raised his head, asking, "Where?" Lin Qinghan pointed it out. "If the rainy season brings about mountain floods, the river's course may change, thereby becoming a point of vulnerability." Shun Jin gazed intently at the map, and after a moment, a spark of realization lit his eyes. "Indeed, I had overlooked this detail." He looked at Lin Qinghan, his gaze intense. "How did you know that floods would occur here during the rainy season?" Lin Qinghan replied calmly, "I once read a local chronicle that documented the climatic and hydrological changes in this area over the past century. Every summer, heavy rains are guaranteed, and it is common for floods to redirect the river." This was indeed systematic knowledge, but at this moment, he could only attribute it to the chronicle. Shun Jin regarded him with a profound gaze, not pursuing further inquiries, merely stating, "Well, very well. You have indeed reminded me." He immediately summoned his guards and ordered revisions to the border defense arrangements. After concluding the matter, he seemed in remarkably good spirits, even pouring a cup of tea for Lin Qinghan himself. "It seems I made the right choice in keeping you in the study," Shun Jin said with a smile. "You shall come here often in the future, assisting me with the documents." Lin Qinghan acquiesced, yes. As dusk approached, Lin Qinghan bowed to Shun Jin, saying, "Your Highness, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Shun Jin lifted his head from the pile of official documents, observing the figure before him, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. Tomorrow, he must come early. However, he coldly remarked, "Begone." Lin Qinghan, eager to comply, promptly turned and left. Shun Jin stood by the window, watching his slender silhouette vanish at the corridor's end, his expression contemplative. "How did it turn out?" he suddenly inquired. A shadow emerged from the darkness, reporting to your highness. The seventh son speaks the truth. That chronicle indeed exists, buried among the old papers of the Hamlin Academy, and seldom read. Shinjin raised an eyebrow. Oh, he has even delved into such obscure texts. The seventh son had indeed spent much time in the study of the Duke's residence, often immersing himself in books for an entire day. The shadow replied, "The servants of the Duke's residence say that the seventh son is taciturn, but when he encounters books, he treasures them dearly." Shinjin pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Do you think he is as indifferent as he appears, or does he have ulterior motives?" The dark guard hesitated, stating, "I dare not make rash judgments. However, from my current observations, the seventh young master indeed appears consistent in his words and actions, showing no signs of suspicion." "No signs of suspicion," Shinjin softly repeated, lightly tapping his fingertips against the window frame. Perhaps that was the most suspicious aspect of all. Yet, he chose not to elaborate, merely waving his hand, continue observing, especially any movements from the Yongning Marquisate. Upon the dark guard's departure, Shinjin approached the desk, picking up the military treatise that Lin Qinghan had corrected. His fingers glided over the annotations on the pages. That youth was akin to a seemingly simple tome, yet profoundly intricate, compelling one to delve deeper with each reading. This desire for exploration was unprecedented and perilous for Shinjin, yet he could not suppress his anticipation of their next meeting. From that day forth, Lin Qinghan attended the study daily. Though termed his service, Shinjin rarely required him for menial tasks like fetching tea. Instead, he often tasked him with organizing documents, transcribing memorials, and occasionally engaging him in discussions regarding state affairs and military strategies. On this particular day, Shinjin deliberately left a memorial concerning the reform of grain transport upon the desk as he excused himself to change attire. While tidying up the study, Lin Qinghan naturally noticed the memorial. His gaze swept over it, and he discerned a glaring flaw in one of the proposals. The suggested route traversed an area prone to geological disasters, which, if implemented, could lead to disastrous consequences. His hand hesitated over the pen. To point out this error would undoubtedly reveal more of his capabilities. To feign ignorance could spell calamity. After a moment's hesitation, he took a sheet of paper and succinctly noted the issue along with a recommendation for amendment, placing it beneath the memorial, then nonchalantly resumed organizing the other documents. When Shinjin returned, his eyes immediately fell upon the note. He picked it up for a closer inspection, an inscrutable glimmer flashing in his gaze. "Was this written by you?" he inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. Lin Qinghan set down the book in his hands. "Qinghan has overstepped. I merely found this proposal to be questionable." "You find it questionable?" Shinjin interrupted. "Do you realize that the proposal was made by the Minister of Works, a long-serving elder in the court?" Lin Qinghan lowered his gaze. "Qinghan does not dare to doubt the elder. I speak only to the matter at hand. This area has unique geological conditions. During the rainy summer months, landslides are likely. If a river channel is excavated here, it could pose significant risks." Shinjin scrutinized him for a lengthy moment before saying, "Do you understand the potential consequences of a misjudgment?" "Qinghan is willing to bear all consequences," Lin Qinghan replied calmly. Silence enveloped the study for a while, until Shinjin chuckled lightly. "Very well, I shall trust you this once." He immediately summoned officials from the Ministry of Works, ordering them to reassess the geological conditions. Days later, the report confirmed Lin Qinghan's assertions. The soil in that area was indeed loose and unsuitable for excavation. When the news arrived, Lin Qinghan was in the study transcribing official documents. Shinjin tossed the geological assessment onto the desk, his gaze sharp as a blade. "You were right once again." Lin Qinghan set down his pen. "It was merely luck." "Luck?" Shinjin approached him, looking down from a height. "Once is luck, but twice or thrice. Does that too fall under luck?" "Lin Qinghan, how much more ability do you conceal?" Lin Qinghan felt a chill run through him, yet maintained his composure. "Qinghan has simply read a few more books. I do not dare to show off before the prince." "Oh." Shinjin leaned forward, his hands braced against the table, effectively trapping Lin Qinghan within his chair. I wish to inquire, what books have you read? From whom have you studied? How could a mere son of a marquis comprehend geology, hydrology, and the strategies of warfare? His breath bore down upon Lin Qinghan, imbued with an intense sense of oppression. Lin Qinghan could discern the probing curiosity and skepticism in Sun Jin's gaze. During his grandfather's lifetime, he had often been at his side, absorbing knowledge through close observation. After his grandfather's passing, he had secluded himself to study, gathering knowledge from various fields, much to the amusement of the prince. He deftly sidestepped the more pressing inquiries. Sun Jin's fingers glided lightly over the pages of the books laid before them. Let me pose another question. If you were in my position, how would you address the drought in the north? This query was exceedingly sensitive, touching upon the broader political landscape, a matter far beyond the purview of a mere hostage. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qinghan replied, I would not presume to comment on state affairs. You are permitted to do so. Sun Jin pressed relentlessly. Lin Qinghan raised his gaze to meet his eyes. Since your highness inquires, I shall dare to speak. The immediate concern in times of drought is relief. Yet the long-term solution lies in water management. Although the northern rivers are scarce, there exists an abundance of groundwater that can be accessed through wells, complemented by the construction of cisterns for water storage. Furthermore, the promotion of drought-resistant crops and improvements in farming techniques should be considered. He articulated his thoughts with clarity and depth, presenting both short-term remedies and long-term strategies, even specifying the geographical nuances of certain provinces. As Sun Jin listened, the skepticism in his eyes gradually transformed into astonishment, ultimately giving way to profound contemplation. These are but my humble insights, and I hope they do not amuse your highness. Lin Qinghan concluded, knowing when to refrain from further elaboration. Sun Jin straightened and paced the study for a moment before suddenly asking, Have you shared these thoughts with anyone else? I have not, Lin Qinghan replied. As a mere hostage, my words carry little weight. Little weight? Sun Jin halted, turning to regard him. What if I were to offer you an opportunity to realize these ambitions? Your highness jests, Lin Qinghan said, lowering his gaze. It is a stroke of fortune for one in my position to live without further aspirations. Sun Jin chuckled lightly. What if I were to say that this is not an aspiration? He returned to the table, producing a confidential letter and placing it before Lin Qinghan. Take a look at this. Lin Qinghan hesitated briefly before opening the letter. Inside, he discovered correspondence between the Duke of Yongning and a certain princely figure, the language ambiguous, hinting at collusion. Your esteemed father appears to be quite restless, Sun Jin remarked, his voice calm, yet laced with an icy undertone. What do you suggest I do? Lin Qinghan's hand trembled slightly. This was evidently a final test, a choice between him and the Duke of Yongning's household. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and upon reopening them, clarity filled his gaze. Your Highness, I am now a part of the royal household, and thus, my allegiance lies solely with you. The matters of the Duke of Yongning are irrelevant to me. His words were resolute, akin to an act of betrayal against his family. Yet, Lin Qinghan had no alternative. The Duke of Yongning had shown him no kindness, while Sun Jin, despite the peril, represented the crux of his mission. Sun Jin regarded him for a long moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Excellent. What a declaration of detachment from a duke. He tucked the letter away, his tone softening. I have indeed not misjudged you. He stepped closer to Lin Qinghan, lifting his chin to compel him to meet his gaze. Remember what you have said today. From this moment forth, you are solely Lin Qinghan of my house, with no further ties to the Duke of Yongning. The warmth of fingertips was searing, and Lin Qinghan could distinctly see his own reflection in the other's eyes. It was a declaration, a claim. Yes, he replied softly. Sun Jin, satisfied, released his hand and turned to his desk, stating, That will be all for today. You may return. Lin Qinghan bowed and took his leave, his steps somewhat unsteady. Only upon exiting the study, greeted by the chill of the wind, did he begin to regain his senses. There was little more he could do or say. Trust was in his hands. He accessed the system panel to check his progress. Current progress, 28. A slight increase. It seemed that this unintentional reminder was as effective as directly blocking a blade, with the added benefit of greater safety. Chapter 10. The Bastard Son x the Regent. Since that day of subtle probing in the study, the atmosphere within the Wang residence had undergone a subtle transformation. Lin Qinghan continued to serve daily in the study, where Sun Jin's demeanor remained unchanged, even displaying a gentler disposition than before. One afternoon, while perusing an ancient tome in the corridor, he noticed several unfamiliar guards carrying exquisite pots of rare orchids. These orchids, with their snow-white petals and delicate fragrance, were clearly of significant value. Where are these being taken? He casually inquired of Chunxiao beside him. Chunxiao whispered, "It is the prince's command to deliver them to Tingzhu courtyard." The prince said, "Your demeanor resembles that of these orchids, befitting each other." Lin Qinghan furrowed his brow. What was Sun Jin implying? First books and supplements, and now precious flowers. Such lavish gifts exceeded what a hostage should receive. More discomforting was the change in the way others in the Wang residence regarded him. Once marked by curiosity, disdain, or sympathy, their gazes now bore an air of reverence and caution. In the evening, he visited the study to deliver the transcribed documents, only to encounter several officials exiting. Upon seeing him, they all paused, politely cupping their hands in salute, addressing him as seventh young master. Their respectful demeanor suggested he was an important figure. Lin Qinghan returned the gesture with a hint of detachment. Yet he was acutely aware that this was the result of Sun Jin's influence. Indeed, upon entering the study, Sun Jin casually remarked, "Those gentlemen are officials from the Ministry of Personnel. Should you ever require assistance, you may seek them out." The words were spoken lightly, yet they carried immense weight. It was as if he was being informed that beyond the confines of the Wang residence, he now possessed resources at his disposal. "Your Highness's kindness is overwhelming. I am unworthy," Lin Qinghan replied, lowering his gaze, feeling the burden of being merely a hostage, unfit to engage with court officials. Sun Jin chuckled softly. "This prince permits your interactions. Who would dare speak otherwise?" He set down his vermilion brush, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Qinghan. "In this Wang residence, and indeed in this capital, as long as this prince allows it, you need not bow to anyone's whims." Such overt protection ignited alarm bells within Lin Qinghan. He recalled the system's description of Sun Jin's extreme possessiveness, realizing the potential danger. Indeed, in the following days, Sun Jin's desire for exclusivity became increasingly evident. First, the serving maids in the study were replaced with several plain and taciturn middle-aged women. Then, the guards doubled in number, ostensibly for protection, but in reality, to surveil him. Finally, even when Steward Zhao came to relay messages, he would first ascertain Lin Qinghan's presence, as if he were a figure to be avoided. What troubled Lin Qinghan the most was that Sun Jin began to interfere in his daily life. One day, while he was dining, Sun Jin suddenly approached, glanced at the dishes on the table, and frowned, saying, "These are far too bland, of no benefit to the body. Instruct the kitchen to prepare meals for the seventh young master according to my standards from now on." Lin Qinghan hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, I am accustomed to light meals. There is no need for such changes. I find it necessary," Sun Jin stated with an undeniable tone. "You are too thin and require proper nourishment." Having said that, he personally picked up a piece of braised venison and placed it in Lin Qinghan's bowl, adding, "Try this. The new chef from Jiangnan has quite a skill." Lin Qinghan stared at the meat in his bowl, finding it difficult to swallow. Such excessive concern made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A few days later, the royal residence hosted a small banquet to entertain several military leaders from a border. Lin Qinghan had no desire to attend, but was forcibly summoned by Sun Jin. During the banquet, a young general gazed at Lin Qinghan a few times and jokingly remarked to Sun Jin, "Your Highness, this young guest is truly handsome. I wonder if he's already betrothed?" Although this was meant as jest, Sun Jin's expression instantly turned cold. "General has had too much to drink." Unfazed, the general continued, "I have a younger sister, just 28 years of age, who would be a perfect match for this young master." With a loud bang, Sun Jin slammed his cup onto the table, causing the entire hall to fall silent. "Those within my residence need not trouble General Li," he said icily, his gaze sharp as a blade. "If you dare to utter any more nonsense, do not expect me to show leniency." Only then did the general realize his mistake, his face paling as he repeatedly apologized. The banquet ended on an unhappy note. The next day, Lin Qinghan learned that General Li had been dispatched to the most remote border outpost, ostensibly for training, but in truth, it was a form of exile. As this news reached him, Lin Qinghan was practicing calligraphy in the courtyard, his brush pausing momentarily, leaving a large blot of ink on the rice paper. Chun Xiao whispered beside him, "Young master, you may not be aware, but the prince was quite furious yesterday. It is said he issued an edict that anyone who dares to show disrespect to the young master shall face severe punishment." Lin Qinghan set down his brush, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Shun Jin's actions on the surface seemed to protect him, yet in reality, they declared ownership. "This person belongs to me, Shun Jin. No one shall touch him, nor shall anyone covet him." What troubled him further was that he did not entirely resent this. At the very least, the covert difficulties and contempt had indeed vanished. Those in the royal residence treated him with utmost respect. Even Steward Zhao grew increasingly courteous. That night, Lin Qinghan found it difficult to sleep. He donned his robe and stepped into the courtyard. The moonlight was like water, and the shadows of the bamboo swayed gently. Everything was so tranquil and beautiful it felt unreal. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of someone lurking in the shadows. Not one of the visible guards, but a more concealed entity. "Who goes there?" he asked softly. A shadow emerged from behind the bamboo grove, kneeling to pay his respects. Dark Guard 17, sent by the prince to protect the young master. Lin Qinghan's heart sank. Shun Jin had even dispatched dark guards? What was the difference between protection and surveillance? "Withdraw. I do not require protection here," he said coldly. The dark guard, however, remained unmoved. "The prince has ordered that I must ensure the young master's safety at all times." Lin Qinghan fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "What else did the prince instruct?" The shadow guard hesitated for a moment and murmured, "The prince has commanded that we document the young master's daily activities, the individuals he meets, the conversations he engages in, and particularly, whether he harbors any intentions of departing from the royal residence." Indeed, it was as such. Lin Qinghan closed his eyes, a chill spreading through his heart. Shun Jin's kindness had never been selfless. The intense possessiveness and desire for control had already transcended the bounds of reason. He turned back to his chamber, his steps somewhat unsteady. He must devise a plan to break free from this predicament. Otherwise, he would inevitably be ensnared by this gentle prison. Meanwhile, in the study of the main courtyard, Shun Jin was listening to the shadow guard's report. The seventh young master seemed to sense the presence of his subordinate and inquired about the prince's instructions. The shadow guard knelt and recounted the truth upon hearing it. The young master appeared somewhat displeased. Shun Jin toyed with the jade ring in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Displeased? Let him be. As long as he remains within the royal residence, he cannot escape my grasp." However, the prince's shadow guard hesitated and remarked, "Will such surveillance not sow discord in the young master's heart?" "Discord?" Shun Jin chuckled lightly. "If he wishes for discord, let it be. He must learn who truly holds dominion." He paused, his tone turning cold as he continued, "Especially keep an eye on any movements from the Yongning Marquis's residence. Report immediately if there are any unusual activities." "Understood." Once the shadow guard withdrew, Shun Jin approached the window and gazed towards the direction of the Tingzhu courtyard. Under the moonlight, that courtyard appeared eerily quiet, as if uninhabited. Yet he knew that the cool and graceful youth was inside, perhaps fuming over his control or plotting an escape. Regardless of which, it exhilarated him. It was akin to taming a wild steed. The more it struggled, the more one yearned to conquer it. "Lin Qinghan, you will ultimately belong to me." Chapter 11. The bastard son and the regent Lin Qinghan grew increasingly vigilant, striving to minimize his outings, spending his days in the Tingzhu courtyard, reading and practicing calligraphy, as if reverting to the state he had been in upon first entering the royal residence. However, Shun Jin's attention intensified. Not only were the shadow guards constantly monitoring him, but Shun Jin himself also visited more frequently. Sometimes he came under the pretext of discussing state affairs, at other times bringing curious novelties, and occasionally for no reason at all, simply to sit and watch him read and write. One evening, while Lin Qinghan was copying a calligraphy piece, he felt a gaze upon him from outside the window. Lifting his head, he saw Shun Jin standing in the corridor, peering at him through the window lattice. His expression inscrutable. "Your Highness," he set down his brush and rose to pay his respects. Shun Jin entered, a coolness from the evening dew clinging to him. "What are you writing?" "Just practicing some characters," Lin Qinghan replied, lowering his eyes. Shun Jin approached the writing desk and picked up the calligraphy piece Lin Qinghan had just completed, scrutinizing it. "Your strokes are becoming more vigorous, though they lack a certain strength." With an effortless grace, he took up the brush and inscribed the same character on the paper, stating, "See, it should be like this." His handwriting was robust and powerful, exuding a majestic aura. Lin Qinghan could not help but acknowledge that Shun Jin indeed possessed an arrogance justified by his talent. "Your Highness's calligraphy is beyond my reach," he admitted candidly. Shun Jin set down the brush, his gaze locking onto Lin Qinghan's face. "If you wish to learn, I can teach you." The intimacy of his words made Lin Qinghan instinctively take a step back. "I would not dare trouble your Highness." Shun Jin seemingly did not notice his withdrawal and instead stepped closer. "Why do you always evade me?" His voice was deep, tinged with a hint of displeasure. "But did that shadow guard truly disturb you?" Lin Qinghan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a forthright confrontation on the matter. He dared not respond, lowering his gaze to evade his eyes. "The prince's arrangement of the shadow guard was undoubtedly for reasons of safety. Your words do not align with your heart." Shun Jin chuckled lightly, lifting his chin with a gentle touch. "Those eyes of yours betray your thoughts." The warmth of his fingertips felt almost searing. Lin Qinghan's body stiffened, yet he did not dare to withdraw. "Pray tell, what occupies your mind?" Shun Jin's gaze bore into him, sharp as a blade. "Are you plotting your escape from the royal residence?" A tumult surged within Lin Qinghan, but he feigned composure. "Your Highness jests. Where could Qinghan possibly go?" "Best it remains so." Shun Jin released him, his tone inscrutable. "Remember, to be compliant is to ensure longevity." He turned away, leaving Lin Qinghan alone, his heart in disarray. Shun Jin had evidently sensed his restlessness. This was a warning. In the following days, Lin Qinghan grew increasingly cautious, rarely stepping outside his courtyard. Yet, the sensation of being watched lingered, as if a pair of eyes were perpetually fixed upon him, robbing him of peace. One night, he was abruptly awakened from a dream, his heart racing. He donned a robe and opened the window, observing the swaying bamboo shadows in the courtyard. Nothing seemed amiss. Nonetheless, the feeling of being scrutinized was particularly acute. He quietly ventured out of his room, scanning the surroundings, yet found no one in sight. Was he merely being paranoid? Just as he was about to return, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting past the wall. The figure moved with remarkable speed. Had he not been observant, he would have almost missed it. This was not the agility of a royal guard. A chill ran down Lin Qinghan's spine as he stealthily followed. The shadow possessed extraordinary skills, vanishing into the depths of the royal residence after a few agile leaps. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to pursue it. Although Shun Jin had been monitoring him, he had also been safeguarding him. If an assassin were indeed present, he should be forewarned. Following the shadow, he found it heading toward the main courtyard. Lin Qinghan's curiosity deepened. If this were an assassin, why not strike directly instead of heading towards the main courtyard? The study in the main courtyard was still illuminated. It appeared Shun Jin had not yet retired for the night. The shadow lingered outside the study for a moment, then turned and moved in another direction. Lin Qinghan trailed quietly behind, observing as the shadow arrived at a secluded courtyard. After scanning the area, it slipped through a concealed door. This courtyard seemed to house the royal treasury. Doubt clouded Lin Qinghan's mind as he hesitated, contemplating whether to continue following. Suddenly, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. Startled, he turned sharply to find himself face to face with a pair of penetrating eyes. "What brings you here in the dead of night?" Shun Jin had appeared behind him, his tone calm, yet imbued with an invisible pressure. Lin Qinghan's heart raced. He forced himself to remain composed. Qinghan could not sleep and ventured out for a stroll, inadvertently finding himself here. "Oh." Shen Jin raised an eyebrow. "Did you happen to see anything intriguing?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qinghan decided to speak candidly. "I just witnessed a shadow heading toward the treasury. Its behavior seemed suspicious, prompting me to follow." A flicker of intrigue crossed Shen Jin's eyes before he returned to his usual demeanor. "You must have misinterpreted what you saw. That was my shadow guard, conducting a routine patrol." The statement was impeccably crafted, yet Lin Qinghan distinctly sensed that the figure's movements did not resemble those of the palace inhabitants. "Return," Shen Jin commanded with unwavering authority. "The night wind is fierce. Be careful not to catch a chill." He removed his own cloak and draped it over Lin Qinghan's shoulders without hesitation. The cloak still carried the warmth of the wearer and a faint scent of dragon saliva, making Lin Qinghan feel quite uncomfortable. "Thank you, Your Highness, but I can manage myself." He attempted to refuse, yet Shen Jin held his hand firmly. "Be obedient." Shen Jin's tone was laced with an undeniable gentleness. "I shall escort you back." The journey was silent. Shen Jin personally accompanied Lin Qinghan to Tingzhu courtyard, watching him enter before finally departing. Just before parting, he suddenly remarked, "In the future, do not wander about at night without caution. The palace is not entirely safe." The words seemed to convey concern, yet they bore a stronger resemblance to a warning. Lin Qinghan closed the door behind him and leaned against it, his heart still racing. The coincidence of Shen Jin's arrival was too uncanny, as if he had foreseen Lin Qinghan's intention to follow that shadowy figure. Moreover, the cloak he had draped was still warm from Shen Jin's body, and as his fingers inadvertently brushed against something hard within the lining, he carefully explored and extracted a small jade token. The jade was smooth to the touch, adorned with a coiling dragon motif, which was the emblem of the regent's residence. Had Shen Jin deliberately left this token for him? What was the intention behind it? Lin Qinghan grasped the jade token, his mind a tumultuous whirlpool. Shen Jin's demeanor towards him grew increasingly enigmatic, oscillating between tender concern and icy admonition, as if engaged in a game of cat and mouse. Meanwhile, in the study of the main courtyard, Shen Jin listened to a report from his shadow guard. "Our subordinates failed to detect the seventh young master's pursuit in time." The shadow guard knelt, offering an apology. Shen Jin toyed with the teacup in his hand, his tone inscrutable. "No matter. What did he uncover? It should be nothing. We successfully diverted him and prevented him from entering the secret chamber." "Good." Shen Jin's lips curled slightly. "It seems my little kitten's claws are sharper than anticipated." The shadow guard hesitated. "Your Highness, the seventh young master appears to have grown suspicious. Should we allow him to continue?" Shen Jin interrupted. "I wish to see what he can uncover." He rose and approached the window, gazing in the direction of Tingzhu courtyard, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Chapter 12. The bastard son the regent in the depths of the Duke of Yongning's residence. Madame Wang sat before the mirror, while her trusted maid meticulously arranged her well-maintained tresses. The copper mirror reflected a visage still imbued with charm, albeit marked by a trace of bitterness and calculation around her brows and eyes. "Madam, the Duke has gone again to that wretched woman in the western courtyard," the maid reported in a hushed tone, her demeanor cautious. Madame Wang slammed her jade comb onto the dressing table, shattering it into two. "What an ungrateful fool," she seethed. "Were it not for my Wang family's backing, would the Duke of Yongning's residence be what it is today? And now, he favors a concubine over his wife. Even that little bastard who caused my grandfather's demise." At this juncture, she suddenly halted, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. "Well, that little bastard, Lin Qinghan. How fares he in the regent's residence?" The maid hastily replied. "It is said he has garnered the Duke's favor, not only exempting him from menial tasks, but also granting him access to the study, and even publicly reprimanding the son of the Minister of War on his behalf." "What?" Wang abruptly turned around, her nails nearly digging into her palm. How could that little wretch possess such capabilities? She had initially sent Lin Qinghan to the Wang residence as a hostage, hoping he would suffer and perish, allowing her to enjoy a peace of mind free from his presence. To her astonishment, Not only did the wretch survive, but he also managed to rise in status. If he were to gain power, he would undoubtedly return to seek revenge. However, the prince seemed to keep him around merely for amusement, treating him like a pet, without any intention of taking serious action against him. As long as the deed was executed flawlessly, with no trace leading back to her, Wang's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He must not be allowed to live. But my lady, the maid hesitated. The regent's residence is heavily guarded. Our people may struggle to succeed. Then we shall resort to subtler means, Wang sneered. Do not forget, next month is the birthday of the Dowager Empress, and the Wang residence will host a grand banquet. With so many people around, it will be the perfect opportunity. She beckoned the maid closer and whispered, Go contacting Xia, offer double the price. Ensure that little wretch is dealt with at the banquet. The maid's face turned pale. My lady, Xia's price is exceedingly high, and if we are discovered, a cruel glimmer flashed in Wang's eyes. If we are exposed, we will simply claim that the little wretch brought this upon himself, and it has nothing to do with the Marquis's residence. Besides, what sort of person is the regent to instigate a major conflict over a hostage? The more she contemplated, the more she found this plan feasible. A triumphant smile gracing her features. Go, and see to it that the task is executed cleanly. Understood, the maid replied, trembling as she withdrew. Wang picked up a half-broken jade comb, gazing at her distorted reflection in the mirror, murmuring to herself, Qinghan, do not blame your mother for her cruelty. Blame yourself for being born in the wrong circumstances. At the regent's residence, in the listening bamboo pavilion, Lin Qinghan felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety. The scroll he held nearly slipped from his grasp. Over the past few days, that unsettling feeling had intensified, not merely due to Shun Jin's increasingly evident desire for control, but also from a vague sense of impending danger, as if unseen eyes were constantly watching him, waiting for the right moment to strike. Are you tired, my lord? Chun Xiao inquired with concern. Would you like to take a break? Lin Qinghan shook his head, his gaze falling upon the outside. Several slender bamboos swayed in the wind, casting dappled shadows, seemingly tranquil, yet concealing hidden threats. He recalled the shadow he had seen that night, and Shun's cryptic warning. This residence, appearing as an impenetrable fortress, was in reality rife with undercurrents, with countless eyes observing their every move. It seemed he had become a thorn in the side of certain individuals. Though the system could provide warnings, it forbade him from utilizing his abilities to counteract this world. Playing the role of a frail scholar proved to be exceedingly challenging. Chun Xiao, have there been any unusual occurrences in the residence recently? Lin Qinghan asked casually. Chun Xiao pondered for a moment. Nothing unusual, but I did hear that next month is the Dowager Empress's birthday, and the Wang residence is busy preparing for the banquet. The mention of the Dowager Empress's birthday stirred something within Lin Qinghan. Such an event, bustling with people, would indeed serve as an excellent opportunity for mischief. He dared not dwell on it further, hoping it was merely his overactive imagination. However, that afternoon, his unease was validated. Shenjin suddenly appeared at the listening bamboo pavilion, his expression dark and foreboding. He dismissed all attendants and fixed his gaze on Lin Qinghan for a long moment before slowly speaking. Do you know that someone wishes to take your life? Lin Qinghan's heart trembled violently, yet he feigned composure. I do not know, he replied. Shun Jin retrieved a peculiar dart from his sleeve and tossed it onto the table. The dart bore an enigmatic serpentine design. Do you recognize this? Shen Jin inquired. Lin Qinghan shook his head. I have never seen it before. This is the mark of Xia. Shun Jin's voice turned frigid. The most expensive assassin organization in the martial world, known for never failing. He stepped closer, his gaze sharp as a blade. Tell me, what kind of person have you offended that would compel them to hire Xia at such great expense? Cold sweat trickled down Lin Qinghan's back. He prided himself on his caution, having made no enemies, except for his own mother. I do not know, he murmured, lowering his eyes. Perhaps he had mistaken the target? Mistaken the target? Shun Jin scoffed. Xia never misses, nor do they misidentify their targets. Suddenly, he reached out, lifting Lin Qinghan's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Is your dear stepmother, is it not? Lin Qinghan's pupils constricted. Could Shinjin have guessed? It appears my assumption is correct. Shunjin released his grip, his tone inscrutable. The Duchess of Yongning, such audacity. He paced the room, then abruptly halted, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes. Since she has made the first move, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lin Qinghan's heart sank. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Shinjin's lips curled into a cruel smile. Naturally, it is time to cleanse the ranks. He turned to Lin Qinghan, his voice suddenly softened. In the coming days, you shall remain in the courtyard and refrain from wandering about. I shall increase the guards to protect you. Your Highness, Lin Qinghan began, but was interrupted by Shinjin. There is no need for further words. Shinjin raised his hand to silence him. My people shall not be coveted by others. His words, although domineering, carried an inexplicable sense of security. Lin Qinghan stared into Shun Jin's unwavering gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. After Shinjin departed, Lin Qinghan sat alone by the window, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was not surprised that his stepmother wished to kill him. He had learned of her ruthlessness from the information provided by the system. Yet, he had not anticipated her audacity to act within the regent's estate. Even more astonishing was Shun Jin's unwavering protection of him. Why did that man, who clearly regarded him as a mere pawn, act in such a manner? He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. The most pressing concern was to preserve his life and fulfill his mission. That night, the palace was noticeably more guarded. Shadows in the dark multiplied, and the air was thick with tension. Lin Qinghan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Suddenly, he heard the faintest sound of tiles shifting, as if someone had landed on the roof. They have come. He quietly rose, gripping the short dagger beneath his pillow, holding his breath and focusing intently. The moonlight outside was suddenly obscured by a shadow, followed by the almost imperceptible sound of a window being pried open. The intruder's agility was remarkable. Had Lin Qinghan not been on alert, he would have remained oblivious. Just as the window opened, a flash of silver appeared, followed by a muffled grunt and the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Lin Qinghan tightened his grip on the dagger, his heart pounding like a drum. Outside, low voices murmured, followed by the sound of something being dragged, before silence enveloped the surroundings once more, as if nothing had transpired. Yet the faint scent of blood lingering in the air served as a grim reminder of the recent peril. Moments later, a voice from outside announced, "Young master, you were startled. The assassin has been dealt with." Lin Qinghan inhaled deeply, releasing the dagger from his grip, his palms slick with cold sweat. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Chapter 13. The Bastard and the Regent. The following morning, a palpable heaviness enveloped the royal residence. The servants moved hurriedly, their faces etched with fear, as though calamity were imminent. The guards, on high alert, increased their patrols markedly. Lin Qinghan, having spent a restless night, bore the faint shadow of dark circles beneath his eyes. He had just finished his breakfast and was preparing to head to the study when he was intercepted by Steward Zhao. "It would be best for the young master to remain within the courtyard today," Zhao said, his pallor evident and his tone tense. "There are matters in the palace that require attention." Lin Qinghan understood. It must pertain to the assassin from the previous night. "What, the prince?" he inquired cautiously. Steward Zhao hurriedly replied, "The prince has instructed that you rest well and not concern yourself with other matters." Just then, a piercing scream shattered the morning's tranquility, sending a jolt through Lin Qinghan. "What is happening?" he questioned, anxiety tightening in his chest. Steward Zhao broke into a cold sweat, urging, "Young master, perhaps it would be best to return to your room. Some things are better left unseen." However, Lin Qinghan had already begun to stride towards the front courtyard. Zhao, wishing to intervene, hesitated, fearing to act, and thus followed closely behind. As he approached the courtyard, the scent of blood intensified. Screams of anguish, pleas for mercy, and stern reprimands filled the air, interspersed with the sounds of blades slicing through the air and the dull thud of heavy objects striking flesh. Lin Qinghan's heart sank. He quickened his pace, passing through the moon gate, and the sight before him froze him in place. In the courtyard square knelt dozens of bound individuals, men and women, young and old, each in tattered garments, their faces a mask of terror. Surrounding them were expressionless guards, their steel blades glinting ominously in the morning light. Atop the steps sat Qinghan, clad in a dark dragon robe, his countenance as frigid as frost. He toyed with a jade ring, seemingly entertained by the unfolding spectacle. "Please spare us, Your Highness. We know nothing. It was all the lady's doing." The desperate cries echoed, sharp and heart-wrenching. Qinghan appeared unmoved, merely gesturing with a languid hand. In an instant, a guard's blade fell, severing a head that rolled to the ground, blood splattering forth. The screams ceased abruptly, leaving an oppressive silence in their wake. "Your Highness." Lin Qinghan could no longer contain himself. Qinghan turned at the sound, his brow furrowing slightly upon seeing him. "Who permitted your presence here?" His gaze shifted to Steward Zhao, exuding an icy menace. Zhao fell to his knees, exclaiming, "This servant deserves death. I failed to stop the young master." Qinghan waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Zhao to withdraw, then turned his attention back to Lin Qinghan. "Since you are here, you might as well observe," he said in a tone devoid of emotion, as if remarking on the pleasantness of the day. "Curious?" Lin Qinghan asked. "Your Highness, who are these people?" Qinghan responded, "They are all from the Yongning Marquis, or rather, they're the spies your esteemed stepmother has placed within the palace. She hired assassins to ensure your quiet disappearance." He leaned closer to Lin Qinghan, his heated breath nearly brushing against his ear, voice low and frenzied. "But she has forgotten. You are now under my protection." He fixed his gaze upon Lin Qinghan's slightly trembling eyelashes and, enunciating each word with an air of proclamation, declared, "I have already dispatched individuals to invite your esteemed stepmother and her capable minions to enjoy a visit in the royal dungeon. As for the Yongning Marquis, from tomorrow onward, it shall cease to exist in the capital." Lin Qinghan abruptly lifted his eyes, astonished at his words. To eradicate the entire Yongning Marquis, all because of him? This would certainly stir the political landscape. "Your Highness." He wished to voice his concerns, to inquire whether such actions were excessive, whether they would incite further scrutiny and backlash. "What? Are you feeling pity?" Qinghan interrupted, his gaze abruptly turning frigid. "Do you still believe my methods to be too ruthless?" Lin Qinghan observed the lingering madness and obsession within his eyes, rendering him speechless. He realized that at this moment, Qinghan was impervious to any counsel. His annihilation of the Marquis was not solely for the sake of vengeance. It was also an expression of the overwhelming wrath unleashed by the violation of his possessions. It was a declaration to all. To provoke Lin Qinghan was to provoke Qinghan's most sensitive point, with obliteration as the price. Seeing him silent, merely gazing at himself with those clear, yet trembling eyes, Qinghan felt an odd sense of satisfaction replace the violent rage within him. He reached out, gripping Lin Qinghan's chin, compelling him to raise his head and meet his gaze. "Listen closely, your life is mine. No one but me has the power to touch you or dictate your fate. Should anyone dare reach out, I shall sever their hand. Do you understand?" He rose, pacing before the kneeling crowd, his voice soft yet sending chills through everyone present. "I offer you a chance to reveal the mastermind, and I shall spare your lives." The crowd fell into a profound silence, broken only by muffled sobs. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman raised her head defiantly and declared, "If you wish to kill, then kill. The lady will avenge us." A cruel smile curled upon Qinghan's lips. "Excellent." He gestured lightly, and two guards stepped forward to drag the woman from the crowd. "You belong to Yingsha, do you not?" Qinghan looked down at her, demanding, "Tell me, what are your plans next?" The woman clenched her teeth, remaining silent. "Not speaking?" Qinghan chuckled lightly. "No matter. I have plenty of time to play with you." He signaled to the guards, "Take her away and treat her well." As the woman was dragged off, she unleashed a torrent of venomous curses. "Qinghan, may you meet a terrible fate. The lady will not spare you." And that little bastard. Her voice faded, ultimately disappearing into the depths of the dungeon. Another round of executions commenced, blood staining the bluestone slabs. Lin Qinghan shut his eyes, choosing not to witness the horror. Having grown accustomed to such sights, Lin Qinghan understood that in this world, his role was that of a delicate scholar, and he must play it convincingly. A pair of cool hands covered his eyes. If you cannot bear to watch, then return. Shen Jin's voice resonated softly in his ear, an unusual gentleness in his tone. Leave this to me. Lin Qinghan shuddered slightly, but did not move. Shen Jin's hands lingered on his eyes for a moment before slowly withdrawing. Zhao, escort the young master back. Yes, Zhao promptly stepped forward. Young master, please. Lin Qinghan cast one last glance at the bloody scene before turning to depart. Returning to the listening bamboo courtyard, he sat by the window, unable to find tranquility for a long while. He had long heard of Shen Jin's ruthlessness, but today he witnessed it firsthand. Yet, the hand that covered his eyes bore a gentleness. This contradiction left him perplexed. In the evening, Shen Jin arrived at the listening bamboo courtyard. He had changed into ordinary attire, washing away the scent of blood, yet the fierceness in his eyes had not fully dissipated. Were you frightened? He asked, taking a seat opposite Lin Qinghan, his tone unremarkable. Lin Qinghan remained silent for a moment and inquired, Why must your highness make such a grand display? It was merely an assassin. How could it involve so many people? Shen Jin toyed with the teacup, his gaze profound. To kill the chicken, to scare the monkeys. I want everyone to know the fate of those who dare to touch you. He raised his eyes to Lin Qinghan. What? Are you afraid of me? His tone was inscrutable. Lin Qinghan pressed his lips tightly, offering no reply. Shen Jin suddenly chuckled, a hint of self-mockery in his smile. Indeed, one should be afraid. I am such a person. He released his grip, turning to gaze out the window, his silhouette unexpectedly lonely. Lin Qinghan watched his retreating figure, his heart inexplicably softening. Your Highness, he spoke softly, unsure of what to say. Without turning back, Shen Jin remarked coolly, Rest well. There is a splendid show to witness tomorrow. With that, he strode away. Lin Qinghan sat alone in the dimming room, his thoughts a chaotic tangle. What did he truly feel for Shen Jin? Fear, hatred, or something else entirely? Meanwhile, the Yongning Marquisate had descended into chaos. Madam, it's terrible. The butler rushed into the inner chamber, breathless. The prince's men have arrived. They claim we colluded with the assassin and demand accountability. The teacup in Madame Wang's hand clattered to the ground, her face paling. How dare he? Before she could finish, a group of black-clad guards burst in, the leader brandishing the regent's token, by the order of His Highness. We request the Marquis's wife to come with us for a discussion. Madame Wang's legs weakened, and she collapsed to the floor. She realized that she had underestimated the man's regard for Lin Qinghan, and even more so, his ruthlessness. Chapter 14. The bastard son and the regent, the Yongning Marquisate, fell overnight. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the capital before dawn. In the streets and alleys, tea-houses and taverns, people whispered in shock and disbelief, their faces a mix of fear and incredulity. Such a large marquisate, seized without warning? Male members imprisoned, female relatives confined, and many officials dependent on the marquisate met with misfortune. It was said that the regent himself had led troops to surround the estate, a display so formidable it could frighten a person to death. All this commotion stemmed from the seemingly inconspicuous bastard son, sent as a hostage, who encountered an assassination attempt at the prince's gate. The reason sounded absurd, yet it was indeed true. In an instant, all eyes, both overt and covert, that had been watching the regent's estate shrank back, silenced in fear. No one dared to provoke the wrath of the living Yama. If the fate of an inconsequential hostage could lead to such calamity, what would happen if he were to touch something he truly cherished? No one dared to contemplate further. It seemed that the seventh young master held considerable weight in the prince's heart. From now on, one should take a detour when encountering anyone from the Yongning Marquisate. It is rumored that the prince executed dozens of people on the spot for his sake, turning the ground into a river of blood. Whispers have circulated among the grand residences, and everyone is re-evaluating the seemingly useless hostage. Within the imperial study, the atmosphere was so tense that it seemed one could squeeze water from it. The young emperor hurled a memorial accusing Shen Jin of recklessly slaughtering the nobility and undermining the foundation of the state to the ground, his chest heaving violently, his face ashen. Did he still see himself as the emperor? Did he still acknowledge the law? Even if the Yongning Marquisate were truly guilty, it should be tried by the three departments: How could he simply decree arrests and executions at will? His voice carried the sharpness and undeniable fear characteristic of youth. Li Taifu picked up the memorial, sighed, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Shun Jin's actions, though tyrannical, are cloaked in the guise of avenging the hostage and purging traitors. We cannot find fault with him. Should we just allow him to act with impunity? The young emperor abruptly turned his head, his eyes reddened. After a moment of silence, Li Taifu lowered his voice. Your Majesty, a small impatience may disrupt great plans. After this incident, those factions still hesitating in the court may become even more reluctant to side with us. We need time and a more meticulous strategy. The young emperor slumped back onto the dragon throne, his fingers gripping the cold armrest tightly. He felt a profound sense of helplessness. That man loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating him. Meanwhile, the center of the storm, Tingzhu Courtyard, remained unusually tranquil. Young master, it is time for your medicine. Chun Xiao entered with the medicine bowl, her voice softer than usual, laced with caution. Lin Qinghan accepted the bowl, the dark liquid exuding a bitter aroma. What is happening outside now? He asked softly. Chun Xiao hesitated for a moment before responding quietly. The Marquis's wife is imprisoned in the dungeon, and the prince is personally interrogating her. It is said that torture has been employed. The prince? He hesitated to speak further. Chun Xiao seemed to understand, lowering her voice even more. The prince was in a very foul mood this morning, having executed several guards for their incompetence. When Chief Steward Zhao went to report, he was reprimanded as well. Lin Qinghan fell silent. He had long witnessed Shun Jin's brutality, but this time felt distinctly different. Was it because of him? Young master, do not overthink. Chun Xiao seemed to sense his thoughts and whispered, the prince has his reasons for acting this way. Those people deserve their fate. Who dare to lay hands on the young master? Lin Qinghan lifted his gaze to her. This young maid seemed to have adapted to the survival rules of the Marquisate, becoming numb to the cycle of life and death. He chose not to inquire further and silently consumed the bitter medicine. The acrid taste spread from his tongue to the depths of his heart. In the afternoon, Chief Steward Zhao arrived, bearing signs of fatigue and trepidation. Young master, the prince requests your presence in the study. His tone was respectful, but carried an imperceptible tremor, evidently still haunted by the events of the morning. Lin Qinghan adjusted his robes and followed him to the study. The atmosphere in the Marquisate felt particularly oppressive along the way. The guards wore solemn expressions. The servants hurried past, avoiding him with looks of awe and fear. In the study, Shun Jin was reviewing memorials. Upon seeing Lin Qinghan enter, he set down his brush, his gaze lingering on the young man's face for a moment. His complexion appeared rather poor. Had he not rested well? His tone was devoid of emotion, as if the bloody events of the previous night held no relevance for him. Lin Qinghan lowered his gaze. Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. I am quite well. Shun Jin chuckled lightly and approached him. Are you still pondering yesterday's affairs? Lin Qinghan remained silent. Do you regard this prince as cruel? Shun Jin lifted his chin, compelling him to meet his gaze and speak. Lin Qinghan pressed his lips together and replied softly, Your Highness has his own reasons for his actions. A contradiction lay in his words. Shun Jin released him and turned toward the window. Do you not realize that had this prince not acted first, the casualties last night would have been far greater? He glanced back at Lin Qinghan, his eyes sharp. Your dear stepmother has bribed not only the assassins of the shadow killers, but also the cooks, maids, and even your personal bodyguard. A chill ran through Lin Qinghan's heart. As for Chun Xiao, she is innocent. Shun Jin replied coolly, but do you not wonder why your movements that day were so thoroughly tracked by the assassins? And why were you able to easily discern that shadow? Cold sweat trickled down Lin Qinghan's back. Your Highness means that. What I mean is, some individuals are best kept at bay for the sake of safety. Shun Jin's tone grew frigid. To be lenient with one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. How many times must this prince teach you this lesson? Lin Qinghan found himself at a loss for words. He understood that Shun Jin spoke the truth in this world. Mercy towards adversaries equated to self-destruction. From this day forth, all those in your courtyard will be replaced. Qinghan returned to the desk and tossed him a list. These individuals have been personally selected by this prince. Their backgrounds are impeccable, and you may employ them with confidence. Lin Qinghan accepted the list, densely filled with names and descriptions, detailing each person's lineage, experiences, and even their preferences. It was evident that Qinghan had invested considerable effort into this. "Thank you, Your Highness," he said softly. Qinghan regarded him and suddenly inquired, "Are you still afraid?" Lin Qinghan met his gaze. "I am merely unaccustomed." "Unaccustomed?" Qinghan laughed lightly. "In this predatory world, one must either acclimate or perish. There is no third option." He stepped closer to Lin Qinghan, gently brushing aside the stray hair from his forehead. An unexpectedly tender gesture. This sudden warmth left Lin Qinghan momentarily stunned. Qinghan's hand lingered in his hair for a moment before it fell away. "Return now and rest well. In 3 days, you shall accompany this prince to the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet." Lin Qinghan felt a flutter in his heart. "Your Highness, my status is rather peculiar. Attending the banquet may not be appropriate." "If this prince says you may, then you shall," Qinghan interrupted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "It will serve as a lesson to those with ulterior motives, to witness the fate that befalls those who dare to harm you." The implications of his words tightened Lin Qinghan's chest. Qinghan intended to use the banquet as a means to further intimidate those with nefarious intentions, while he himself would be but a pawn, or perhaps a bait, in this game of power. Very well, he lowered his eyes, concealing the tumult of emotions within. As he exited the study, Lin Qinghan encountered Chief Steward Zhao in the corridor. The man appeared to have been waiting for him, and upon seeing him, hurriedly stepped forward to offer his respects. "Young master," Chief Steward Zhao hesitated before finally whispering, "the prince is in a foul mood today. If he were to utter any harsh words, do not take them to heart." Lin Qinghan was somewhat taken aback. "What brings you to say this, Chief Steward Zhao?" The steward sighed deeply. "Having served the prince for many years, I have never seen him care so deeply for anyone. Today, when dealing with those individuals, he was profoundly enraged. He lowered his voice, especially when he discovered that the Countess had poisoned your tea and snacks. He shattered a teacup in rage, injuring his palm in the process." Lin Qinghan felt a jolt of shock. "Poisoned?" "Indeed, a slow-acting toxin, colorless and tasteless, which can impair one's faculties over time," Zhao added, still shaken. "Fortunately, it was discovered early, otherwise." Lin Qinghan's back broke out in a cold sweat. He had been utterly oblivious. "Is the prince's injury severe?" he instinctively inquired. Zhao shook his head. "The physician has treated it. However, the prince refuses to rest and is still attending to state affairs." He glanced at Lin Qinghan, his expression laden with meaning. "If you have the time, it would be wise to persuade the prince to take a break." Lin Qinghan remained silent for a moment before gently nodding. "I understand." Upon returning to the listening bamboo courtyard, his mind was a tempest. Unbeknownst to him, Qinghan had already deflected so many hidden threats on his behalf. That man, who could have simply and brutally eliminated all dangers, chose instead to orchestrate elaborate plans, probe, and even suffer injury for his sake. In the following 2 days, the prince's residence appeared tranquil on the surface, yet tumultuous beneath. Qinghan executed a swift purge of all individuals within the residence who might be linked to the Yongning Marquisate. The speed and breadth of his actions drew the attention of both court and populace. The influence of the Yongning Marquisate was nearly eradicated, with several officials maintaining close ties to the Marquis being demoted or transferred from the capital. In an instant, the regent's ruthless methods became a hot topic of discussion. Those who previously looked down upon Lin Qinghan now silently rejoiced for not having crossed him. One afternoon, while engrossed in a book in the courtyard, he was suddenly alerted by familiar footsteps outside. Raising his gaze, he saw Qinghan, still clad in court attire, evidently having come directly from the court. "Your Highness." Lin Qinghan rose to pay his respects. Qinghan waved his hand dismissively and sat across from him, weariness etched on his brow. "What are you reading?" "A collection of miscellaneous notes," Lin Qinghan replied, offering the book, which chronicled the customs and cultures of various regions. Qinghan took it, casually flipping through a few pages, before suddenly stating, Prepare for the birthday banquet in 3 days. Lin Qinghan's heart tightened. What must I prepare? Simply accompany me at the banquet, Shun Jin replied, his gaze penetrating. You may need to brace yourself for certain circumstances. The implication was unmistakable. Significant events were bound to unfold at the celebration. After a moment of silence, Lin Qinghan softly asked, Your Highness, there is one matter I do not comprehend. Speak. Why do you go to such lengths for me? He finally voiced the question that had long plagued him. Was he, merely a hostage, truly deserving of such extensive concern? At this, Shun Jin suddenly laughed, a smile tinged with a hint of irony and resignation. Indeed, I too wish to understand why I am so invested in your well-being. He rose and strolled to the bamboo grove, his silhouette elongated by the setting sun, perhaps due to the fact that you are a source of constant concern. Lin Qinghan stared blankly at his retreating figure. Or perhaps it was because Shun Jin turned around, his gaze laden with complexity, that he was unlike anyone else. He returned to Lin Qinghan's side, leaning down to scrutinize him. Tell me, what enchantment do you possess that makes me unable to let go? The proximity allowed Lin Qinghan to discern the bloodshot veins in his eyes, along with a profound confusion that even Shun Jin himself might not have fully recognized. Instinctively, he recoiled, only to be restrained by Shun Jin's hand on his shoulder. Do not shy away. Shun Jin's voice was low and hoarse. Answer me. Lin Qinghan's heart raced like a drum, his mind a blank canvas. What was he to say? That he too was unaware? That they were destined adversaries? Ultimately, he could only lower his gaze and softly reply, Qinghan does not know. Shun Jin gazed at him for long while before suddenly releasing his grip and letting out a soft chuckle. Very well, it is futile to inquire. He turned to leave, but paused, retrieving an object from his sleeve and tossing it to Lin Qinghan. Wear this. Lin Qinghan caught it. It was an exquisite jade pendant shaped like bamboo leaves, the material smooth and warm, unmistakably of exceptional quality. Why does the prince bestow this upon me? A talisman. Shun Jin replied flatly. It conceals a signal flare. Should danger arise, crush it, and my men will arrive at once. Lin Qinghan held the pendant. Still warm from Shun Jin's touch, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. The prince seemed to hesitate, yet Shun Jin waved his hand dismissively. No need for further words. Remember my instruction. No matter what transpires at the birthday banquet, do not stray from my side. With that, he strode away. Lin Qinghan remained standing alone, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the patterns on the jade pendant. It still retained Shun Jin's essence, mingled with a faint scent of dragon saliva and the metallic tang of blood. Suddenly, he recalled Steward Zhao's words and instinctively glanced in the direction Shun Jin had departed. The man's right hand appeared to be clenched slightly, his gait somewhat unnatural. Could his hand injury still not have healed? This thought tightened his chest inexplicably. That night, Lin Qinghan found himself restless and sleepless. He donned a garment and rose, retrieving the jade pendant from beneath his pillow to scrutinize it under the moonlight. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the bamboo leaf shape vividly lifelike, and the reverse bore an intricately carved character, Jin. It was evidently Shun Jin's personal belonging. Why had he given it to him? And what if that question posed during the day? Why exert such effort on him? Lin Qinghan was no fool. Shun Jin's increasingly apparent possessiveness and extraordinary protectiveness had long transcended the bounds of mere strategy. That man seemed to harbor feelings for him that he dared not contemplate further. The night was cool as water, the moonlight like silk, casting a serene and chilling glow upon the courtyard. Outside, the Tingzhu Pavilion, the bamboo grove shimmered with a silvery edge under the moonlight. As the wind rustled through, shadows danced and whispered, evoking a profound tranquility. Upon his arrival, Shun Jin spotted Lin Qinghan from afar, draped in a simple, thin cloak, standing alone on the path beside the bamboo grove, slightly tilting his head upwards, gazing at the resplendent moon hanging in the sky. The moonlight delineated his slender silhouette, as if he were destined to merge into the ethereal night. Enveloped by a sense of untainted solitude, Shun Jin softened his footsteps, approaching from a short distance behind. What captivates you so? He inquired, his voice resonating with remarkable clarity in the tranquil night, yet devoid of the usual oppressive undertone. Lin Qinghan appeared startled, swiftly turning around upon recognizing him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, which quickly returned to calm as he slightly bowed. "Your Highness." "There's no need for that." Shen Jin waved his hand dismissively, moving closer to him, mimicking his posture as he gazed up at the moon. What is so fascinating about it? Year after year, it remains unchanged. After a brief silence, Lin Qinghan replied softly, "Do you not feel, Your Highness, that although it hangs high in the night sky, seemingly illuminating all, it is in truth quite lonely?" At these words, Shen Jin cast a sidelong glance at him. In the moonlight, the youth's striking features appeared exceptionally vivid, and within his typically serene eyes, the moonlight reflected a hint of a profound loneliness that belied his years, as if he had discerned the essence of the world. Loneliness? Shen Jin scoffed inwardly. He wielded power over life and death. How could he possibly be lonely? Yet, for reasons unknown, the derisive thought lodged in his throat as he observed Lin Qinghan's expression. He recalled standing at the pinnacle of power, surrounded by sycophants and schemes, devoid of a single soul to share a genuine conversation. It seemed rather dull. Turning back to the moon, he spoke with self-mockery. "Isn't this what it means to stand at such heights?" Lin Qinghan regarded Shen Jin with unexpected surprise, not anticipating his engagement with the topic. Lowering his eyelashes, he focused on their elongated shadows cast by the moonlight, nearly intertwining on the ground, and murmured, "Perhaps. Yet, at times, I feel that life is akin to stars traversing the night sky. It appears lively, yet ultimately leaves behind nothing but shadows, some bright, some dim." His words carried an air of detachment, more akin to a reflection on his own existence. Shen Jin felt an unaccountable tightening in his chest. He disliked hearing Lin Qinghan express such sentiments, as if he could slip away like the moonlight, elusive and impermanent. With a huff, Shen Jin's tone reverted to its characteristic dominance. "What I choose to retain must be something tangible. Shadows are too insubstantial, too fleeting." Lin Qinghan lifted his gaze to meet Shen Jin's, his eyes appearing particularly profound in the moonlight, enveloping them in an eerily serene atmosphere. Shen Jin observed Lin Qinghan's moonlit visage, noting how the sharp contours seemed to soften slightly. He suddenly thought that standing there, devoid of scheming and bloodshed, was rather pleasant. "Do you believe in fate?" Shen Jin unexpectedly posed a seemingly unrelated question. Lin Qinghan paused, momentarily taken aback, before shaking his head. "I do not." Binding himself to a system and traversing worlds was, in essence, an act of defying fate. How coincidental. Shen Jin's lips curled into the faintest smile, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, locking onto Lin Qinghan. "I do not believe in it either." His expression suggested, "Therefore, since you have fallen into my grasp, do not expect to escape easily through the machinations of destiny." Lin Qinghan comprehended the unspoken words, a tremor passing through him as he averted his gaze. A gust of night wind swept through, causing the bamboo leaves to rustle more urgently, carrying the chill of late autumn. Lin Qinghan instinctively drew his thin cloak closer around him. Shen Jin noticed this subtle gesture, furrowing his brow. "It is late and the wind is strong. You should have dressed more warmly." His tone bore a hint of reproach, yet it was laced with concern. He unfastened the thick satin cloak adorned with gold embroidery and a dragon motif from his shoulders and, rather brusquely, draped it over Lin Qinghan's. The cloak still bore Shen Jin's warmth and a unique scent that mingled pine smoke with a crisp chill, enveloping Lin Qinghan in an instant. The intimacy of the gesture felt invasive, causing Lin Qinghan to stiffen, instinctively wanting to remove it. "Your Highness, this is against propriety." Shen Jin pressed down on his shoulder, forbidding him to move, his gaze commanding. "Wear it. Should you catch a chill and delay your studies, I shall see how I discipline you." Yet another clumsy excuse. Lin Qinghan observed the awkward determination in Shen Jin's demeanor. The words of refusal lingered on his lips, but he ultimately swallowed them. The heavy cloak warded off the cold, yet the unfamiliar warmth and scent stirred unrest within him. Shen Jin regarded Lin Qinghan, now swathed in his ample cloak, appearing all the more slender and delicate. And a peculiar sense of satisfaction surged within him. It felt as though, in this act, he had left his mark upon the young man. "We should return. It is cold outside." Shun Jin's voice softened. Lin Qinghan replied softly, "Yes." Shun Jin watched as Lin Qinghan turned to enter the listening bamboo pavilion. The dark cloak contrasting vividly against his light attire, both striking and pleasing to the eye. It was only when Lin Qinghan's figure disappeared through the door that Shun Jin withdrew his gaze. Alone beneath the moonlight, he lifted his hand to press against his left chest. There, the rhythm of his heartbeat seemed to quicken, accompanied by an unfamiliar, tingling flutter. 3 days later, the Dowager's birthday banquet. In Chapter 16, Lin Qinghan sat beside Shun Jin at the main table, clad in a moon-white brocade robe that accentuated his ethereal presence. He could sense countless gazes upon him, curious, probing, envious, and amid these stares, a hidden malice. Shun Jin appeared in good spirits today, engaging jovially with the guests who came to toast him. Yet Lin Qinghan noted that his eyes remained vigilant, scanning the room. His right hand resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist, poised for action. Nervous? Shun Jin suddenly turned his head, whispering the question to him. Lin Qinghan slightly shook his head. "With your highness present, Qinghan feels no anxiety." These words pleased Shun Jin, who smiled faintly and personally placed a piece of lotus cake onto Lin Qinghan's plate. "Try this. It is a specialty from the Dowager's kitchen." This gesture drew the attention of many. The regent personally serving food was an immense honor. Lin Qinghan felt several gazes sharpen instantly. He lowered his eyes, murmured his thanks. It did not touch the delicacy. As the banquet progressed, the Dowager grew weary and excused herself. The guests relaxed further, exchanging toasts and pleasantries. And the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Lin Qinghan rose to take his leave, intending to change in the side hall. Shun Jin glanced at him, signaling for 2 attendants to follow. As Lin Qinghan traversed the bustling hall and stepped into the corridor, the clamor of voices receded into the distance. Moonlight streamed through the intricately carved window lattice, casting mottled shadows upon the flagstone path. Suddenly, Lin Qinghan came to a halt. An almost imperceptible, exotic fragrance lingered in the air, reminiscent of the intoxicating atmosphere at the recent birthday banquet, yet distinct in its essence. "Young master?" questioned the guard behind him, puzzled. Lin Qinghan discreetly tightened his grip on the jade pendant concealed within his sleeve. "It is nothing," he replied, continuing his forward stride, albeit at a more measured pace. His senses heightened and alert. As he turned the corner of the corridor, a maid approached, gracefully bearing a tea tray. With downcast eyes and a light step, she appeared no different from any ordinary servant. Yet, in the fleeting moment of their passing, Lin Qinghan caught a glint of cold light emanating from her sleeve. Now, he swiftly sidestepped and crushed the jade pendant in his grasp. With a faint hiss, a silver needle whizzed past his neck, embedding itself in a column, the tip shimmering with an eerie blue glow. "Assassin!" the guard bellowed, drawing his sword and advancing. The maid, thwarted in her attempt, retreated sharply, hurling the tea tray, scalding liquid splattering everywhere. In the same motion, she unsheathed a short blade, thrusting it directly at Lin Qinghan's heart. Her movements were as swift as a specter, clearly indicating she was no ordinary assassin. The 2 guards valiantly attempted to impede her, yet they were no match for her prowess. In an instant, blood was shed. Lin Qinghan staggered back, narrowly evading a fatal strike, but felt a sharp pain as a cut was inflicted upon his shoulder. He let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. The assassin's murderous intent was palpable as she prepared for another strike. With a clang of metal, a long sword intercepted the short blade. Shun Jin appeared like a wraith, his dark robe billowing in the moonlight, eyes ablaze with fury. "You seek death," he roared, his swordsmanship relentless and lethal, forcing the assassin to retreat. Yet, she was remarkably skilled, managing to hold her own against Shun Jin for several exchanges. More guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed to encircle the corridor. Realizing her precarious situation, the assassin feigned an attack, abruptly launching 3 throwing darts at Lin Qinghan in a bid to distract Shun Jin. He fell into her trap, turning his sword to block the darts. In that fleeting moment, the assassin executed a deft maneuver, slipping through the encirclement and fleeing toward the estate's exit. After her, Sun Jin commanded fiercely, yet instead of pursuing, he swiftly approached Lin Qinghan. "How severe is your injury?" he inquired. Lin Qinghan pressed his hand against the bleeding shoulder, his complexion pale. "It is merely a superficial wound. It will suffice." Sun Jin examined the injury, confirming it was not poisoned, and felt a slight sense of relief. However, the fire of wrath in his eyes only intensified. "Very well. How dare they strike again within my residence?" He lifted Lin Qinghan effortlessly, striding towards the main courtyard with a chilling voice. "Relay the order. Seal off the palace. Not a single fly is to escape. I shall unearth this assassin, even if I must dig to the very depths of the earth." "Yes," the guards responded, silenced by fear, hastening to fulfill his commands. Upon their return to the main courtyard, the imperial physician awaited them. As he treated Lin Qinghan's wound, Sun Jin stood nearby, his expression dark and foreboding. "My lord, what the assassin?" Lin Qinghan ventured softly. "She will not escape," Sun Jin interjected, his tone icy. "I shall see who is so eager to meet their demise." No sooner had he spoken than a commotion arose outside. A guard rushed in, breathless with urgency. "My lord, we have captured the assassin." "But what?" Sun Jin pressed. "The assassin poisoned herself and took her own life." As the fury surged in Sun Jin's eyes, he slammed his palm onto the table, which shattered with a resounding crack. "Useless." The guards fell to their knees in fear. Yet, Lin Qinghan felt a heavy weight in his heart. The Death Warriors were no ordinary assassins. Sun Jin was evidently aware of this as well. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed his rage and instructed the imperial physician. "Take good care of the seventh young master." With that, he turned to leave. "Your Highness," Lin Qinghan instinctively called out to him. Sun Jin halted, turning back to face him. "Be cautious," Lin Qinghan whispered. "Since they have dispatched Death Warriors, they certainly have further schemes in place." Sun Jin's gaze flickered, and the malice in his eyes softened slightly. "Rest assured, I am well aware." He approached the bedside, gently brushing aside the strands of hair from Lin Qinghan's forehead. "Rest well. No one will disturb you tonight." His touch was tender, a stark contrast to his earlier fury. Lin Qinghan stared blankly at his departing figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. That night, the regent's residence was ablaze with light. Guards scoured the premises, and a palpable unease gripped the air. However, the main courtyard's chamber remained peculiarly tranquil. Lin Qinghan lay on the bed. The pain in his shoulder was a mere whisper compared to the turmoil within. He could hear the faint echoes of footsteps, reprimands, and even the clash of weapons from outside. Clearly, Sun Jin was employing ruthless measures to cleanse the royal residence. He closed his eyes, the image of Sun Jin's furious yet concerned eyes lingering in his mind. That man was surprisingly protective of him. The following morning, the stench of blood still hung heavily in the air at the residence. Sun Jin was evidently enraged, employing ruthless methods to purge anyone potentially connected to the assassins. When Chun Xiao brought breakfast, her face was pale, fingers trembling slightly. "What is happening outside?" Lin Qinghan inquired softly. Chun Xiao shook her head, her voice quivering with unshed tears. "The prince has executed many. Even Aunt Li from the kitchen has been taken away, accused of having ties to the Marquis's household." Lin Qinghan's heart sank. Aunt Li was a kind, elderly woman who often discreetly served him extra portions of his favorite dishes. Could such a person really be implicated? "Where's the prince now?" he asked. "In the dungeon," Chun Xiao replied, her voice dropping lower. "I heard he is personally interrogating the Marquis's wife." Lin Qinghan clenched his fists. The Wang family, having seen their plans thwarted, were now resorting to direct action. Their hatred for him ran deep. He felt a pang of sympathy for the original owner of this body, unloved by both father and mother. After finishing breakfast, Lin Qinghan disregarded Chun Xiao's protests and insisted on going to the dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon was heavily guarded, but upon seeing him, the guards hesitated briefly before allowing him through, clearly having received prior instructions from Sun Jin. As he stepped into the dungeon, the overwhelming stench of blood assaulted his senses, making him feel nauseous. The dimly lit corridors were lined with iron-barred cells, each housing individuals who bore expressions of terror, trembling incessantly. From the innermost torture chamber, piercing screams echoed. Lin Qinghan paused, casting his gaze straight ahead, resolutely moving forward. Inside the chamber, Wang Shi was suspended in the air by iron chains. Her body marred with blood, no longer resembling the elegant figure she once was. A few executioners stood nearby, their instruments dripping with blood. Sun Jin sat expressionlessly in a grand chair, observing the scene before him. The obsidian robe remained immaculate, creating a surreal contrast against the gruesome scene. "Speak. Who else is involved?" His voice was calm, yet it carried a chilling sense of oppression. Wang struggled to raise his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Sun Jin, may you meet a wretched end." Sun Jin chuckled softly, gesturing for the executioner to proceed. The wails of agony echoed once more. "Your Highness." Lin Qinghan spoke softly from the doorway. An immediate silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixed upon him. Sun Jin turned to see him, frowning slightly. "Indeed, you have come." Lin Qinghan stepped into the chamber, the stench of blood intensifying. He suppressed his discomfort and addressed Sun Jin. "Your Highness, may I have a word?" Sun Jin studied him for a moment before rising and exiting the torture chamber. In the corridor, the two stood in silence, the distant groans of prisoners faintly audible. "Are you here to plead for mercy?" Sun Jin broke the silence first, his tone inscrutable. Lin Qinghan shook his head. "She truly deserves her fate. It is simply what? Simply that I believe your Highness need not dirty your hands." Lin Qinghan spoke softly. "These matters can be left to those beneath you. There is no need for your Highness to take action yourself." Sun Jin let out a light laugh. "No, I must do it myself." Suddenly, he called Lin Qinghan by his full name, his voice deep. "Do you understand what would have been your fate had the assassin succeeded yesterday?" Before Lin could respond, Sun Jin continued. "They would have torn you apart and fed you to the dogs. Meanwhile, your dear stepmother would be celebrating at the Duke's residence. I will not spare those who seek to harm you." Sun Jin's tone turned icy. "This is a principle I hope you will forever remember." He turned to return to the torture chamber, but was halted by Lin Qinghan grasping his sleeve. "Your Highness," Lin Qinghan said softly. "Your hand." Sun Jin's right hand was wrapped in bandages, now slightly seeping blood, evidently a result of overexertion. Sun Jin glanced down dismissively. "It matters not." "Still, it would be wise to let the physician attend to it," Lin Qinghan insisted. "An infection could lead to complications." Sun Jin scrutinized him for a prolonged moment before suddenly laughing. "Are you concerned for me?" Lin Qinghan froze, instinctively wanting to deny it. But he was momentarily captivated by the playful yet expectant glint in Sun Jin's eyes. He parted his lips, finally murmuring, "If your Highness were to fall, it is likely I would not survive long in this palace either." Though this statement was half-truth, it amused Sun Jin. He couldn't help but chuckle, the sound reverberating in the dim corridor. "Very well." He ceased his laughter, his gaze piercing as it bore into Lin Qinghan. "In that case, I must not falter." He indeed summoned a physician to tend to his wound and ordered the torture to be suspended. "I will grant you this favor," he said to Lin Qinghan. "Let her live a few more days." Upon returning to Tingzhu courtyard, the afternoon had already waned. Lin Qinghan felt utterly exhausted, a dull ache in his shoulder, and his heart was tumultuous. Sun Jin's ruthlessness instilled fear within him, yet that reckless protection stirred conflicting emotions. This internal turmoil left him feeling lost. As evening descended, Sun Jin arrived once again. He had changed into casual attire, his hand rebandaged, yet his expression was even darker than during the day. "Your Highness?" Lin Qinghan sensed something amiss in his demeanor. Sun Jin seated himself at the table, pouring himself a cup of tea and drinking it in one go. He slammed the teacup down heavily, producing a resounding crash. "How dare they?" His voice was low and laced with suppressed fury. "How dare they act under the very eyes of the king?" Lin Qinghan's heart tightened. What calamity had occurred now? Sun Jin raised his eyes to him, bloodshot and fierce. "Do you know how that assassin infiltrated here?" Lin Qinghan shook his head. "It was through an old maidservant beside the dowager." Sun Jin sneered coldly. That maid had served in the royal household for over 30 years, and though the king had treated her well, she dared to betray him for a mere handful of gold and silver. He suddenly stood up, pacing the room, and then there's that Antley from the kitchen. Her so-called good nephew is not a distant relative from Marquis's house, but a contact for the shadow killers. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Qinghan's back. Even those close to the dowager, how does the prince intend to deal with this? He asked softly. Deal with it? Shinjin halted, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes. Anyone involved will not be spared. The murderous intent in his words sent a chill through Lin Qinghan. But what about the dowager? The dowager has already moved to another residence for recuperation, Shinjin replied indifferently. As for those who dare to betray, they shall pay the price. He stepped closer to Lin Qinghan, leaning down to gaze at him. Remember, in this royal household, the fate of a traitor is singular death. Being so close, Lin Qinghan could clearly see the madness and obsession in Shinjin's eyes. At that moment, the man resembled a furious beast, ready to shred any threat to pieces. He instinctively took a step back, only to have Shinjin grip his shoulder. Shinjin forced a bitter smile. Qinghan, do not fear me. The prince. Lin Qinghan began softly, unsure of what to say. Shinjin adeptly shifted the topic, stating casually, I shall sleep here tonight. Lin Qinghan was taken aback. I said, I will sleep here tonight. Shinjin turned, his gaze profound. What, am I not welcome? But there are no buts. Shinjin interrupted, his tone leaving no room for argument. From this day forth, I shall come here every night. He approached the bed, casually removing his outer robe, to prevent certain individuals from unwittingly disturbing my rest. Lin Qinghan stood frozen, watching the man claim his bed with such nonchalance, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Noticing his inaction, Shinjin raised an eyebrow. What, shall I have to invite you? Lin Qinghan took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Qinghan will go to the side chamber. Sleep here. Shinjin patted the space beside him. I don't mind sharing half the bed with you. The ambiguity of his words made Lin Qinghan's ears warm slightly. This is against propriety. In my royal household, I am the law. Shinjin's tone turned cold. Come here. Lin Qinghan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately walked over. He understood that defying Shinjin's wishes was a consequence he could not bear. The bed was spacious, but Shinjin's commanding presence rendered the space uncomfortably constricted. Lin Qinghan tried to lie down at the edge, his body tense. Relax. Shinjin's voice broke the stillness of the darkness. I will not consume you. Lin Qinghan offered no reply, merely tightening his grip on the dagger hidden in his sleeve. After a while, the sound of steady breathing came from beside him, indicating that Shinjin had likely fallen asleep. Lin Qinghan allowed himself to relax slightly, yet sleep eluded him. The moonlight filtered through the window panes, casting a gentle glow upon Shinjin's face. In slumber, he had shed his usual sharpness, his brows betraying a hint of weariness and fragility. Lin Qinghan gazed at him in a daze, a certain corner of his heart softening unexpectedly. Instinctively, he reached out, yearning to brush aside the stray strands of hair from Shinjin's forehead, but hesitated just before making contact. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, Shinjin suddenly opened his eyes and seized his wrist. Their gazes locked, both momentarily startled. What do you intend to do? Shinjin's voice was low and hoarse from sleep. Lin Qinghan's heart raced, leaving him momentarily speechless. Shinjin scrutinized him for a long while before breaking into a soft laugh, releasing his grip and pulling Lin Qinghan into his embrace. So you wish to draw closer to me? I would not mind holding you while you sleep. Rest now, he whispered into Lin Qinghan's ear, his breath warm. With me here, no one can harm you. Lin Qinghan froze in his arms. Every drop of blood in his body seemed to solidify. The warmth of the man's embrace surpassed his expectations. Chapter 18. The bastard and the regent. The chilling atmosphere of the dungeon seemed to seep into Lin Qinghan's bones. And even after returning to the listening bamboo courtyard, he felt an unshakable coldness. Shinjin's promise of nightly visits was no jest. That night, he indeed arrived as anticipated, donned in a loose black nightgown, still carrying the dampness from his bath, and naturally claimed the outer side of Lin Qinghan's bed. Lin Qinghan lay stiffly on the inner side, pressing himself against the wall, attempting to create as much distance as possible within that confined space. Shun Jin's presence was overwhelmingly potent, his invasive aura permeating the air, mingling with a faint scent of soap and the metallic tang of blood, unsettling Lin Qinghan's mind. In the darkness, their breaths were distinctly audible. Lin Qinghan's tension was palpable. "Are you afraid I might do something while you sleep?" Shun Jin's voice broke the silence, laced with a hint of mockery. Lin Qinghan closed his eyes, feigning slumber. A low chuckle followed. The bed shifted slightly as Shun Jin seemed to turn towards him. "Rest assured, if I truly wished to do something, you would not be able to stop me even if you were awake." This remark caused Lin Qinghan's eyelashes to flutter. Another silence enveloped them. Just when Lin Qinghan thought Shun Jin had succumbed to sleep, the latter's voice emerged again, this time much deeper, bearing a rare, almost weary rasp. "Did you think I resembled a monster when we were in the dungeon?" Lin Qinghan abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils adjusting to the darkness, allowing him to vaguely outline Shun Jin's silhouette. He could not discern his expression, yet he felt the weight of his gaze. Unsure of how to respond, he remained silent. "They all wish to harm you." Shun Jin's voice was low, almost introspective, as if he were explaining something to himself. "With hidden daggers and open arrows, one cannot be too cautious. I must be fiercer than them to protect those I wish to safeguard." The phrase "those I wish to safeguard" made Lin Qinghan's heart skip a beat. Hesitantly, he spoke, "There is no need for your highness to go to such lengths." Shun Jin's tone grew fervent. "If it weren't for that old woman revealing a flaw today, the one lying here would be a cold corpse." "Lin Qinghan, tell me, how should I not? This court, this royal residence, is a place that devours its own. One misstep, and there will be nothing left but bones. As I stand here today, do I not tread upon a carpet of stark white bones? What does it matter if there are a few more?" His words were swift and urgent, laden with long-suppressed ferocity. Lin Qinghan was taken aback. He had never heard Shun Jin speak in such a tone, stripping away his usual facade of cold hardness to reveal the raw vulnerability and obsession beneath. Shun Jin's hand emerged from beneath the blanket, firmly grasping Lin Qinghan's wrist, his palm burning with heat and calluses. "Speak," Shun Jin demanded, his voice trembling. "Do you also believe that I am a cruel and heartless tyrant, deserving of hell?" Pain shot through Lin Qinghan's wrist, yet oddly, he did not feel coerced. Instead, he sensed the hand gripping him quiver slightly. This realization stirred an inexplicable ache within him. "Your Highness," he began, softening his tone in an attempt to withdraw his hand, but it was clasped even tighter. In the darkness, he could hear Shun Jin's heavy, suppressed breaths, akin to a wounded beast. After a prolonged silence, Lin Qinghan sighed gently, surrendering to the grip, even reciprocating with the faintest of squeezes, as if to offer unspoken comfort. "The prince is not a monster. His actions are merely for self-preservation," he murmured, his voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the night. "You are simply weary." The hand that held him suddenly stiffened. Shun Jin appeared entirely unprepared for such a response. The anticipated expressions of fear, disgust, or insincere flattery did not materialize. Only the gentle acknowledgement of weariness remained. This simple phrase pierced through his layers of hardened exterior like a delicate needle, reaching the tender flesh that had never been touched before. An extended silence enveloped them in the darkness. Lin Qinghan felt the grip on his wrist gradually loosen, yet the hand did not withdraw. It merely encircled him loosely, fingertips subconsciously caressing the skin of his wrist, sending a shiver through him. "Weary?" After a long pause, Shun Jin repeated the word, his tone imbued with bewildered fatigue. "Indeed, very weary." He turned onto his back, gazing at the indistinct outline of the tent above, his voice drifting like a dream. "Sometimes, I wish I could cast aside everything, but I cannot. Not a single step backward. To retreat is to plunge into an abyss." This was the first time he had unveiled such fragility before another. Perhaps the night provided the best cover for his disguise, or perhaps the tension of recent days, coupled with his current exhaustion, had lowered his defenses. Or perhaps it was simply because this person beside him was Lin Qinghan. Lin Qinghan listened quietly, turmoil churning within him. The Shunjin, he remembered, was always powerful, commanding all, even ruthless. Yet he had never considered that this strength bore such heavy burdens of pressure and solitude. Fratricide, usurpation, political machinations, and countless enemies. Each step he took was on the edge of blade. Indeed, retreat was not an option. Sleep, Lin Qinghan finally uttered softly, offering only these two words. He did not know how to respond to this sudden vulnerability. Any words at that moment would seem trivial. Unexpectedly, Shunjin fell silent. The hand that encircled his wrist gradually slipped away, yet during its descent, it naturally clasped his fingers, their 10 digits loosely intertwined. Lin Qinghan's body tensed, instinctively wishing to withdraw, but hesitated in the quiet embrace of reliance. Shunjin's breath steadily grew, even and prolonged, as if he had genuinely fallen into slumber. The warmth and dryness of his hand emanated an oddly soothing power. Lin Qinghan remained rigid, scarcely daring to move, attuned to the warmth and the faint pulse transmitted through their fingertips. The dam within his heart quietly fissured that night, revealing a narrow crack. Chapter 19. The Bastard and the Regent. On the following morning, Lin Qinghan awoke in a state of warm confinement. He realized, to his surprise, that he had somehow rolled to the center of the bed, his back pressed against a broad, warm chest. Shunjin's arm lay across his waist, enveloping him entirely, with his chin resting atop Lin Qinghan's head, breath steady. Morning light streamed through the window, illuminating the floating dust motes in the air and casting light upon this overly intimate scene before him. In an instant, Lin Qinghan became fully alert, cautiously attempting to shift the arm from his waist, yet it tightened further around him. A discontented murmur emanated from behind, warm breath brushing against his ear, igniting a wave of delicate shivers. "Don't move." Shunjin's voice, heavy with sleep, was husky and alluring. "Let us sleep a little longer." Lin Qinghan held his breath, frozen in place. He could distinctly feel the vibrations of Shunjin's chest and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, contrasting sharply with the thunderous beating of his own heart. As time trickled by, just when Lin Qinghan believed Shunjin had fallen asleep again, he heard a low chuckle escape from him. "What are you so nervous about?" Shunjin's voice was noticeably more alert, yet his arm showed no intention of loosening its grip. "Weren't you quite bold last night?" Lin Qinghan's ears flushed crimson, and he pressed his lips together in silence. Shunjin seemed to find his reaction amusing, deliberately tightening his embrace, drawing Lin Qinghan closer. Their bodies pressed together, fitting almost seamlessly. "Your Highness," Lin Qinghan finally could no longer restrain himself, his voice flustered. "It's dawn." Shunjin lazily replied, not only refusing to release him, but also audaciously burying his nose in Lin Qinghan's neck, inhaling deeply and murmuring, "So fragrant." Lin Qinghan trembled all over, as if struck by an electric current. With a sudden effort, he broke free from Shunjin's embrace, nearly tumbling off the bed. Staggering a few steps before regaining his balance, his clothes disheveled and his cheeks tinted with a faint blush. Shunjin propped himself up, leisurely observing Lin Qinghan's rare state of disarray, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Why the rush to hide? I want tea bite." However, the flicker of aggression in his eyes belied his words. Lin Qinghan turned away, swiftly straightening his slightly rumpled attire, striving to don his usual cool facade. "Your Highness, it is time to rise. There is court today." Shunjin gazed at his slightly flushed ears for a moment before leisurely getting out of bed. The waiting maidservants outside, having heard the stir, entered in a line with lowered heads to assist him with washing and dressing. Lin Qinghan retreated behind the screen, listening to the bustle outside, his heartbeat slow to calm. Last night, the vulnerable Shunjin and the aggressive Shunjin before him. Which one is the true self? Or perhaps, are they both facets of his being? What unsettles him further is the unexpected stirrings of emotions he feels towards that vulnerability. During breakfast, the atmosphere hangs in a subtly tense silence. Shunjin appears to be in remarkably good spirits, even serving Lin Qinghan a bowl of porridge himself. Lin Qinghan lowers his gaze in gratitude, quietly eating while striving to avoid making eye contact with him. Just as he sets down his chopsticks, Steward Zhao enters with a grave expression, reporting, "Your Highness, we have discovered something. The grandson of that old maid from last night was abducted 3 days ago by a group of unknown individuals. They threatened her with dire consequences if she did not comply." Shun Jin's expression darkens. "Where is he? By the time we found him, he was already gone." Steward Zhao murmurs, "That group operates ruthlessly, and the trail has gone cold." Gone cold? Shun Jin scoffs, "Then continue the search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. I must unearth the puppeteer behind this. I shall see who is so eager to meet their demise." "Yes." Steward Zhao, drenched in cold sweat, retreats. The atmosphere in the hall instantly turns frigid. The previous hint of ambiguity dissipates, replaced by a layer of frost on Shun Jin's face, his eyes brimming with menace. Lin Qinghan gazes at him and suddenly speaks softly, "Your Highness." Shun Jin looks up at him. Perhaps Lin Qinghan is choosing his words carefully, suggesting that their adversary's intentions extend beyond mere assassination. Shun Jin raises an eyebrow, repeatedly sending assassins, fully aware of the low success rate, suggests a reckless pursuit of danger. Lin Qinghan analyzes, "This seems less like simple revenge and more like an attempt to provoke you." Shun Jin's gaze sharpens, clearly absorbing his words. Continue. "If your Highness were to erupt in anger and cleanse the royal house, the realm would tremble," Lin Qinghan states slowly. "Who would then benefit from such turmoil?" Shun Jin falls silent for a moment, then suddenly smiles, though the mirth does not reach his eyes. A clever ploy to use a knife to kill, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He looks at Lin Qinghan, his eyes profound. "You are even more astute than I had imagined." At that moment, a guard outside announces, "Your Highness, His Majesty has sent word for you to come to the palace immediately for a discussion." Shun Jin snorts coldly. "It seems someone can hardly wait to present my case to His Majesty." He rises, adjusting his robe, and instructs Lin Qinghan, "Stay here today. Do not wander." Lin Qinghan instinctively stands. Shun Jin steps before him, raising his hand as if to touch his face, but halts mid-air, instead smoothing out non-existent wrinkles on his collar. "Do not worry," he assures, his tone firm. "They are merely jesters. I do not regard them with any seriousness." He turns and strides away, his dark robes slicing through the morning light with a sharp arc. Lin Qinghan remains rooted in place, his fingertips unconsciously brushing over the collar that had just felt the warmth of Shun Jin's touch. Throughout the day, Lin Qinghan is restless. He stays in the Tingzhu courtyard, attempting to read and practice calligraphy, yet finds himself unable to absorb a single word or steady his hand to write. He cannot help but ponder the challenges Shun Jin might face within the palace, how his political adversaries might exploit the situation. Despite knowing that the man is formidable enough to handle anything, he is still unable to quell his worry. This unfamiliar and perilous emotion leaves him in a state of unease. As evening descended, Shun Jin had yet to return. The eunuch dispatched to gather intelligence reported that the prince was still in the palace, engaged in discussions with His Majesty and several senior ministers, and the atmosphere appeared rather grim. Lin Qinghan's unease intensified. He stepped into the courtyard, gazing in the direction of the imperial palace. The twilight enveloped the surroundings, and the last rays of sunset were about to be consumed by the encroaching night. Suddenly, the familiar sound of footsteps reached him from outside, tinged with a subtle fatigue. Lin Qinghan turned abruptly, and there he saw Shun Jin approaching alone, still in his formal attire, his complexion appearing somewhat obscure in the dim light. "Your Highness?" Lin Qinghan hastily moved to greet him. Shun Jin halted, looking at him, and unexpectedly offered a faint smile. "What is this? Waiting for me?" Lin Qinghan did not respond, but scrutinized him closely. "Is everything well in the palace? Is there anything to be concerned about?" Shun Jin replied lightly, though he could not mask the weariness lurking in his eyes. "Just the same old complaints, claiming that my methods are too severe and disturb the balance of heaven." He spoke with nonchalance, but Lin Qinghan could envision the fierce confrontation that had unfolded. The two of them entered the room side by side. A maid lit the lamps and then quietly withdrew. Shun Jin sat down at the table, rubbing his temples. Under the lamplight, The contours of his profile appeared somewhat weary yet soft. Lin Qinghan silently poured a cup of hot tea and pushed it toward him. Sun Jin lifted his gaze, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes, which soon transformed into a gentle smile. What a thoughtful gesture today. Lin Qinghan averted his eyes. Your Highness, you must be tired. Please drink some hot tea to warm yourself. Sun Jin grasped the teacup, the steam obscuring his expression. He sipped the tea slowly and said, They wanted to hand you over. Lin Qinghan's heart jolted. They claim you're a source of calamity, causing my actions to falter and leading to the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Sun Jin's tone remained calm, as if he were recounting someone else's tale, suggesting that Lin Qinghan be returned to the marquisate or even face execution. Lin Qinghan clenched his fists, his fingertips digging into his palms. What did the prince say? His voice was hoarse. I rebuked them, Sun Jin replied, setting down the teacup with a clear sound. When did it become their place to dictate matters concerning my household? He turned his gaze to Lin Qinghan, his eyes deep as night. Unless I choose otherwise, no one shall lay a finger on you. Such words, though domineering, surged into Lin Qinghan's heart like a warm current, unexpectedly breaking through his final defenses. He gazed at Sun Jin's features, and the frozen lake within him shattered entirely, releasing a torrent of warmth. Your Highness, he spoke softly, his voice trembling unbeknownst to him. Thank you. Sun Jin seemed taken aback by the gratitude, pausing for a moment before chuckling lightly. What is there to thank? Lin Qinghan raised his eyes to meet his gaze. The flickering light cast fragmented shadows in the clarity of his eyes. Their gazes intertwined, and an unspoken, tacit tension filled the air. Chapter 20. The illegitimate son, the regent, prince. The turmoil within the palace seemed to have temporarily subsided, yet the atmosphere within the prince's residence remained taut. Sun Jin was busier than usual, often staying in his study until the late hours, engaged in hushed consultations with his advisors, while the mountain of documents awaiting his review continued to swell. In the deep of night, Lin Qinghan had already succumbed to slumber when he was abruptly roused by a commotion outside the courtyard. He faintly discerned the anxious admonitions of Steward Zhao and the hurried footfalls of the guards. Donning his garments, he opened the door to find several guards supporting a staggering figure. Under the moonlight, the figure, clad in a dark python robe, appeared disheveled. It was Sun Jin. The potent scent of alcohol wafted towards him. Your Highness? Lin Qinghan approached hastily, having never witnessed Sun Jin in such a state of disarray. Upon hearing his voice, Sun Jin lifted his gaze, his eyes unfocused, but upon spotting Lin Qinghan, they suddenly sharpened. He forcefully shrugged off the supporting guards and staggered forward, nearly collapsing. Instinctively, Lin Qinghan reached out to steady him, and Sun Jin leaned heavily against him, his feverish forehead resting against Lin Qinghan's neck, his breath labored and reeking of alcohol. How could the prince drink so much? Lin Qinghan thought, struggling to support him as he glanced at Steward Zhao, who wore a pained expression and whispered. The prince faced some grievances in the palace today and returned. Before he could finish, Sun Jin abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Steward Zhao. Get out. All of you get out. His voice was hoarse, laced with an unsettling fury. The guards and Steward Zhao, frightened, quickly retreated, not daring to linger a moment longer. In an instant, only the two of them remained in the courtyard. Sun Jin seemed to have exhausted all his strength, slumping back against Lin Qinghan, his heavy head resting on his shoulder as he mumbled incoherently. Lin Qinghan toiled to guide him back inside. Sun Jin, though slender, was surprisingly weighty, compounded by his intense inebriation, and his unsteady steps nearly toppled Lin Qinghan. After considerable effort, they reached the edge of the bed, but Sun Jin refused to lie down, gripping Lin Qinghan's wrist tightly, looking up at him with bleary yet stubborn eyes. Are you? He began, his voice gravelly. Are you also going to leave? Lin Qinghan paused, taken aback. Your Highness, you are intoxicated. I am not drunk. Sun Jin's voice rose sharply, as if a nerve had been struck, his emotions surging. Answer me. Do you also believe me to be cruel and unkind, wanting to depart? His fingers tightened almost painfully around Lin Qinghan's wrist, his eyes swirling with drunkenness that could not mask the panic and obsession within. Lin Qinghan winced at the pain, but found himself inexplicably softened by Shun Jin's state. He lowered his voice, attempting to soothe him. Qinghan will not leave. Liars! Shun Jin interrupted fiercely, yet his gaze resembled that of a wounded beast. They all deceived me. Each one vowed loyalty, yet they would betray me for profit in an instant. There is no sincerity in this world. None. His voice crescendoed, imbued with a long-suppressed fury and despair. My royal brother once promised to share the empire with me. What became of that? The throne has but one seat, and the one who occupies it is destined to be alone. These words crashed like thunder in Lin Qinghan's ears. Fratricide and usurpation. This was Shun Jin's greatest taboo, one that none dared to mention. Yet in this moment of intoxicated haze, he had torn open this gory wound himself. Your Highness. Lin Qinghan was at a loss for words. Shun Jin seemed to be lost in his own turmoil, his grip on Lin Qinghan's hand trembling slightly, his voice subsiding into a heavy weariness and fragility. I am utterly exhausted, Qinghan. His fervent breath mingled with an indescribable sorrow as he abruptly pulled Lin Qinghan closer, their foreheads touching. Do not leave me, he murmured, a plea steeped in vulnerability, yet tinged with an obsessive command. Stay by my side. Do not go anywhere, please. Lin Qinghan stood frozen, acutely aware of the despair laced within those words, his heart aching with a bittersweet pang, compelled by an inexplicable force. He lifted his other hand and gently patted Shun Jin's back. This subtle gesture sent a shiver through Shun Jin's entire being. He abruptly lifted his head, his bleary eyes fixated on Lin Qinghan, as if attempting to discern the truth within his gaze. After a prolonged moment, it seemed he had confirmed something, suddenly relaxing and leaning heavily against Lin Qinghan, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Resting his chin on Lin Qinghan's shoulder, his voice was muffled, thick with sleepiness and a barely perceptible tremor as he whispered, You are all that remains. Do not deceive me. His voice gradually faded, and his heavy breaths became steady. Thus, he held Lin Qinghan, succumbing to slumber. Lin Qinghan found himself ensnared in this warm, alcohol-laden embrace, unable to move. As he felt the even rhythm of Shun Jin's breathing against his neck, the words, You are all that remains, echoed in his mind, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart. Was he truly a symbol of purity in Shun Jin's eyes? The sole essence he yearned to clutch tightly in this murky mire? Yet, had he not also approached him under the guise of duty, deceiving him like everyone else, destined to depart once the task was fulfilled? He attempted to break free, but Shun Jin, even in slumber, refused to loosen his grip, his arms akin to iron clamps. After several futile struggles, Lin Qinghan ultimately succumbed to resignation, maintaining that awkward posture against the bedpost, allowing Shun Jin to hold him. Moonlight streamed through the window, softly illuminating the two intertwined figures. In that moment, devoid of political machinations or bloody conflicts, there existed only the mingling of breaths and a heavy, yet fragile reliance. Lin Qinghan lowered his gaze, observing the furrowed brow of the slumbering Shun Jin, etched with weariness and solitude. Memories of the bloodshed in the dungeon, the power struggles in the court, and the phrase, a solitary existence, flooded his mind. The final bastion within his heart crumbled under the weight of the night and the intoxicating haze. With a gentle sigh, he finally lifted his hand, tenderly brushing aside the damp strands of hair from Shun Jin's forehead. Chapter 21. The bastard and the regent Lin Qinghan could not recall when he had succumbed to sleep. He remained rigid, with his wrist firmly grasped by Shun Jin, their foreheads touching, as though he were welded to the edge of the bed. It was not until the latter part of the night, utterly unable to endure any longer, that he drowsily toppled over, surprisingly falling asleep in that awkward position. He was awakened by the piercing sunlight streaming through the window and the sudden release of pressure from his wrist. Blinking awake, he found himself gazing into a pair of profound, complex eyes, bloodshot from the previous night's revelry, yet regaining their usual sharpness. Shun Jin had awakened at some point. Propping himself up, his brows knitted as he regarded Lin Qinghan, or rather, the wrist he had just relinquished. On the inner side of his wrist, A distinct ring of bluish-purple fingerprints remained, remnants of the force he had unleashed in a moment of lost control the previous night. Sun Jin's gaze shifted from those marks to Lin Qinghan's drowsy and somewhat bewildered face, then to his crumpled nightclothes, and finally rested on the disheveled bed. His brow furrowed even tighter, a flicker of vexation flashing through his eyes. Fragments of last night's events surged through his mind. The burning intoxication, the uncontrollable steps, the clean sensation of grasping that cold wrist, and the hushed plea of "don't go." How could he have revealed such vulnerability before this young man? A wave of mixed anger and embarrassment surged within him, darkening his expression ominously. Under his piercing gaze, Lin Qinghan fully awakened, instinctively retracting his wrist into his sleeve, lowering his eyes to avoid Sun Jin's stare, and softly murmuring, "Your Highness is awake." His voice was dry, tinged with the raspiness of recent slumber. Sun Jin did not respond. Instead, he abruptly threw off the covers and leapt out of bed, his movements creating a gust of air. The headache from his hangover throbbed painfully at his temples, rendering his complexion even grimmer. Turning his back to Lin Qinghan, he attempted to straighten his disheveled robe, striving to reclaim his usual air of control, yet his slightly stiff posture betrayed his discomfort. With a hoarse voice laced with forced composure, he finally spoke. "I had too much to drink." It felt like an explanation, yet also a reminder to himself. Lin Qinghan remained with his head bowed, responding simply yes, without uttering an unnecessary word. This excessive understanding only fueled Sun Jin's unnameable frustration. He would have preferred the young man to say or do something, anything, rather than maintaining silence, as if the vulnerable and dependent version of himself from the night before was merely a mocking illusion. He tied his robe and turned to face Lin Qinghan once more, his gaze now restored to its usual cold scrutiny, though deep within his eyes lingered the remnants of unresolved turmoil. "Why are you still here?" he asked sharply, his tone laden with misplaced ire. Lin Qinghan met his gaze with clarity, as if able to see through Sun Jin's facade. Calmly, he replied, "This is Qinghan's chamber." Sun Jin was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening further. Irritated, he rubbed his aching forehead and, avoiding Lin Qinghan's gaze, strode purposefully toward the door, nearly fleeing the scene. After washing and dressing in his own quarters, Sun Jin emerged with a stern countenance, intending to return to the main courtyard to attend to affairs. However, as he passed through the corridor, he caught sight of wisps of smoke curling from the small kitchen. For reasons unknown, he altered his course and headed toward the kitchen. Before he could enter, he overheard faint sounds and whispers within. "Is this sufficient?" Lin Qinghan's cool voice carried a hint of uncertainty. "Yes, yes. Let it simmer for another quarter of an hour," replied the cook, her voice laced with warmth. "Young master is truly considerate. The hangover soup will surely please the prince." Sun Jin paused outside the door, taken aback. Through the half-open door, he beheld Lin Qinghan standing before the stove, clad in a pale moon-white robe, over which hung an ill-fitting coarse cloth apron. His expression was one of unwavering concentration as he gazed into the soup simmering within the clay pot, beads of perspiration forming delicately on his forehead, while the flickering flames cast a faint blush upon his cheeks. This scene, so incongruous with his usual ethereal demeanor, inexplicably radiated a warmth that felt almost tangible. Sun Jin's heart fluttered as if gently nudged by some unseen force. The irritation born of his earlier discomposure quietly dissipated, replaced by an unusual warmth that enveloped him. He chose not to enter, instead remaining a silent observer. He watched as Lin Qinghan cautiously sampled the broth, a slight frown forming on his brow from the heat, saw him use a cloth to cushion his grip as he poured the well-cooked soup into a porcelain bowl. Observe him meticulously wipe away the drips from the bowl's edge, his movements clumsy yet earnest. Was he truly preparing a hangover soup for himself? This realization swelled within Sun Jin's chest, an unfamiliar, bittersweet emotion blossoming softly within him. He retreated quietly, returning to the main study, as if he had never ventured into the small kitchen. Before long, Lin Qinghan indeed appeared, carrying a tray upon which rested a steaming bowl of hangover soup. His demeanor remained composed, still exuding that cool detachment, though a faint blush at his ears betrayed something deeper. "Your Highness," he said, placing the tray upon the desk. "Please have some soup. It may alleviate your headache." Qinghan raised his gaze to meet his stare profound. "You made this?" Lin Qinghan lowered his eyes, avoiding his gaze. "I had some idle time, so I made it casually. If your Highness does not find it to your liking, it can be discarded." His tone was flat, as if he truly regarded it as a mere trifling task. Yet, Qinghan did not overlook the subtle curling of his fingertips. He lifted the seemingly unremarkable bowl of hangover soup, taking a spoonful and savoring its warmth. The flavor was not particularly exquisite, perhaps even a tad too salty. It warmed his stomach and heart more than any delicacy could. As he slowly consumed the soup, Lin Qinghan stood quietly beside him, his gaze fixed out the window, appearing casual, yet his body was tense with anticipation. As the bowl neared emptiness, Qinghan set it down and suddenly said, "Come here." Lin Qinghan hesitated for a moment before approaching the desk. Qinghan grasped his hand, his fingertips brushing over a faint red mark on his index finger. "Did you burn yourself?" Lin Qinghan instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, but found it held more firmly. The mark was indeed from the pot's edge. A minor injury he had scarcely acknowledged, yet Qinghan had noticed it. "It's nothing," he murmured softly. Qinghan retrieved an exquisite little porcelain box from a drawer, opening it to reveal a vibrant green ointment. He dipped his fingertip into it, carefully applying it to the red mark. The ointment was cool, instantly alleviating the minor sting. "In the future, let the servants handle such matters." Qinghan's voice bore no discernible emotion. "Yes," Lin Qinghan replied, his fingertips trembling slightly within Qinghan's grasp. Having applied the ointment, Qinghan did not immediately release his hold. Instead, he maintained the position, unconsciously stroking the back of Lin Qinghan's hand with his thumb. His gaze fixed upon his face, filled with curiosity. The study fell into a profound silence, only the sound of their intermingled breaths echoing in the stillness. After a lengthy pause, Qinghan finally released his hand, his tone returning to its usual neutrality. "Today is uneventful. Accompany me for a game of chess." Lin Qinghan, somewhat taken aback, nonetheless acquiesced. The chessboard lay upon the couch by the window, the black and white pieces interwoven in a fierce confrontation. Qinghan's style was aggressive and imposing, pressing forward at every turn. Lin Qinghan, in contrast, exhibited a calm and meticulous demeanor, adopting a defensive stance that was itself an offense. As they reached the mid-game, Qinghan spoke, seemingly casually. "Your Majesty has not been well of late, and there's talk of allowing the King of Jing to assist in governance." Lin Qinghan paused, his hand halting over the pieces. The King of Jing was the emperor's younger brother, merely 15 years of age, yet his maternal lineage held considerable power, posing a latent threat to Qinghan. The emperor's maneuver was evidently aimed at establishing a balance of power. "What are your thoughts, Your Highness?" Lin Qinghan inquired softly as he placed a piece on the board. "I find it unwise," Qinghan replied nonchalantly. "The King of Jing is still young and should focus on his studies." However, the Duke of Anbei, having guarded the frontier for many years and earned great merit, could be summoned back to the capital to enjoy his twilight years, with his duties temporarily delegated to a deputy. Lin Qinghan understood the implications. The Duke of Anbei was the maternal grandfather of the King of Jing and his strongest ally within the military. Qinghan's intention was to subtly undermine his position while elevating one of his own. "Your Highness has considered this thoroughly," Lin Qinghan acknowledged. The move was both ruthless and precise. Qinghan raised his gaze to him. "Do you believe I am too merciless?" Lin Qinghan remained silent for a moment before placing a piece that captured one of Qinghan's. The chessboard is akin to a battlefield. Showing mercy to one's adversary is cruelty to oneself. "You have taught me this, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Qinghan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Excellent. Well said." His gaze towards Lin Qinghan now held a newfound admiration. "It appears my pupil has graduated." The game continued, yet the atmosphere had shifted. Qinghan no longer regarded him as a fragile being in need of protection. Instead, He began to engage Lin Qinghan in discussions regarding court politics and the art of governance, clearly valuing his insights. Lin Qinghan responded with caution, neither overly revealing his brilliance nor concealing his capabilities entirely. He discovered that Sun Jin possessed unique insights into political matters, demonstrating more than a mere thirst for power. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the game concluded with a slight advantage for Sun Jin. "Let us end here for today," he declared with apparent satisfaction. "Join me for dinner before you depart." Dinner was once again laid out in the study, the dishes more exquisite than usual, tailored to Lin Qinghan's preferences. As they dined, Sun Jin remarked, "In a few days, during the autumn hunt, you shall accompany me." Lin Qinghan hesitated momentarily. "The autumn hunt? I fear it may not be convenient for me." "Nonsense," Sun Jin interrupted. "Beside me, no one dares speak out of turn." He paused, adding with significant weight, "The hunting grounds are expansive. Perhaps we shall catch some of those hidden mice lurking in the shadows." Lin Qinghan understood the implications. The autumn hunt would draw a mixed crowd, making it an opportune moment to flush out hidden dangers. Sun Jin intended to use himself as bait to eliminate threats entirely. A surge of concern gripped Lin Qinghan. "Your Highness, is this not too perilous?" "Risk and opportunity coexist," Sun Jin replied, his gaze piercing. "It is far better to initiate an offensive than to remain in passive defense. Do you not wish to know who seeks your life time and again?" Lin Qinghan fell silent, for he indeed wished to know. However, the thought of Sun Jin potentially placing himself in danger caused him unease. Sun Jin seemed to perceive his worry, a slight smile gracing his lips. "My arrows never miss their mark." After dinner, Lin Qinghan took his leave. As Lin Qinghan approached the doorway, Sun Jin suddenly called out to him, "Qinghan." Lin Qinghan turned back. Sun Jin stood beneath the light, shadows casting an intricate play of light and dark across his face, his gaze profound and inscrutable. "What did this king say last night?" Lin Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. Yet his expression remained impassive. "Your Highness was quite intoxicated and uttered some incoherent murmurs that I couldn't comprehend." Sun Jin scrutinized him for a moment before breaking into a sudden smile. "Is that so? Then all is well." He turned and walked towards the desk, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 22. The bastard son and the regent prince. The day of the autumn hunt swiftly approached. The royal hunting grounds lay at the foot of Kanglan Mountain, 100 miles from the capital, dense with trees and teeming with wildlife. Banners fluttered in the wind, and the sound of horns echoed through the air as nobles and officials gathered, creating an unprecedented spectacle. Upon arriving with Sun Jin's entourage, Lin Qinghan immediately felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, curious, scrutinizing, reverent, and, inevitably, tinged with malice lurking beneath the surface. Dressed in a neat yet understated riding outfit of pale moonlight hue, he appeared particularly gaunt and conspicuous beside the imposing Sun Jin, who donned dark armor and a sword. Seemingly oblivious or indifferent to the stares, Sun Jin personally selected a gentle white horse for Lin Qinghan, checking the equipment with a natural ease that suggested he had performed the task innumerable times before. "Stay close to this king," he instructed, mounting his sleek black steed and leaning down to whisper to Lin Qinghan, his tone brooking no argument. "No matter what occurs, do not stray from my sight." "Yes," Lin Qinghan replied, tightening his grip on the reins as he felt the weight of further scrutiny from the shadows. With a long blast of the horn, the hunt commenced. The offspring of nobility spurred their horses into the woods, their shouts, the barking of hounds, and the whistling of arrows creating a cacophony. However, Sun Jin remained unhurried, guiding Lin Qinghan and a retinue of guards along a quieter forest path, resembling a leisurely inspection of his domain. "Are you afraid?" Sun Jin suddenly inquired, his gaze scanning the dense woods. "No," Lin Qinghan replied, "with your Highness present, I fear nothing." Sun Jin seemed to take pleasure in this affirmation, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Today, this king shall procure a white fox for you to fashion into a collar." His tone was light, as if they were merely out for a scenic excursion. Yet, Lin Qinghan could sense the underlying tension. Beneath Sun Jin's relaxed demeanor lay taut muscles. his eyes sharp and vigilant, missing no sign of movement in the surrounding foliage. The guards, while appearing casual, formed a tight protective formation, enveloping the two men in a secure circle. As they reached a valley where the trees grew denser, Sun Jin raised his hand, signaling the party to halt. "Let us take a brief respite here," he commanded, though his gaze drifted to a particular spot above in the valley, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Lin Qinghan followed his line of sight, but saw nothing amiss among the swaying branches. Yet he understood that traps had already been set, awaiting their prey. The guards dismounted to rest, retrieving water skins and provisions. Sun Jin too dismounted and approached Lin Qinghan's horse, offering him a water skin. Just as Lin Qinghan leaned down to accept it, a crossbow bolt whistled through the air, aimed directly at his back with astonishing speed and a treacherous angle. "Be careful!" Sun Jin reacted with lightning speed, yanking Lin Qinghan down from the saddle. The two figures fell heavily to the ground, a crossbow bolt brushing past Lin Qinghan's temple before embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk, the arrow's tail trembling from the speed of its flight. "Assassins! Protect the prince!" The captain of the guards shouted fiercely, drawing his sword to shield Sun Jin. In an instant, countless shadows surged from the forest, blades flashing, as they clashed with the guards in a fierce melee. These assassins displayed remarkable skills, moving in perfect harmony, each strike lethal, clearly not ordinary bandits. Sun Jin positioned Lin Qinghan behind him, unsheathing his long sword. The blade glimmered like a dragon, swiftly slicing through several incoming steel blades. With a deft motion, he pierced an assassin's throat, his actions both clean and ruthless. "Stay close to me," he hissed, one hand wielding the sword against their foes, while the other firmly grasped Lin Qinghan's wrist, retreating toward a defensible stone wall. Protected by Sun Jin, Lin Qinghan could scarcely observe the chaos outside. He could only hear the clashing of weapons, the cries of the wounded, and the steady yet menacing breaths of Sun Jin beside him. He felt the strong grip on his wrist, the thumb, calloused yet gentle, unconsciously stroking his skin as if to reassure himself of Lin Qinghan's presence. The number of assassins was overwhelming, their skills formidable. Despite the guards' desperate resistance, more fell to the ground. The battlefield was gradually being constricted. Suddenly, one assassin feigned an attack on Sun Jin's face, while another silently advanced from the side, aiming for Lin Qinghan's legs with a particularly insidious angle, intent on incapacitating him. Sun Jin was preoccupied with the frontal assault, and there was no time to save him. Lin Qinghan's pupils dilated in instinctive alarm, ready to evade, but was abruptly yanked back by Sun Jin. In that moment, Sun Jin shockingly did not dodge, but instead took the blow on his own calf. A muffled grunt escaped his lips as blood poured from a wound. "Your Highness!" Lin Qinghan cried out in horror, witnessing the dark fabric of Sun Jin's trousers swiftly becoming soaked with blood. The assassin, momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events, had not anticipated that Sun Jin would shield another from harm. That fleeting hesitation cost him his life. Sun Jin's eyes flared with rage, seemingly impervious to pain. The sword's tip, like a venomous serpent, darted forward, accurately piercing the assassin's heart. With a twist of his wrist, the blade shredded the enemy's heart. Simultaneously, he hurled a dagger from his waist, pinning another approaching assassin to a tree. His movements were fluid and decisive, instilling dread among the remaining assailants. Who else wishes to die? Sun Jin stood resolute, blood streaming from his calf, yet his gaze was as cold as ancient ice, sweeping over the battlefield. The terrifying aura that emerged from the sea of corpses forced the assassins to recoil in unison. Just then, a louder clamor of battle cries and the thunder of hooves echoed from the periphery. Reinforcements had arrived. "Kill!" the captain of the guards exclaimed, invigorated. It turned out that Sun Jin had strategically positioned hidden troops who now encircled the assassins, leaving them caught between foes. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Yet, Sun Jin no longer regarded the fray. He cast aside his sword and seized Lin Qinghan's shoulders, scrutinizing him closely. "Are you injured?" Lin Qinghan gazed at his leg, which was gushing blood, and shook his head, his voice wavering. "I am fine." "How is your leg?" It's merely a flesh wound. I won't perish, Qinghan replied nonchalantly. Only after confirming that he was truly unharmed did he seem to register the pain, his brow furrowing slightly as his body swayed. Instinctively, Lin Qinghan reached out to steady him, his hand meeting the warm, sticky embrace of blood. Your Highness! His voice trembled with alarm. Qinghan used Lin Qinghan's support to regain his balance, lowering his gaze to inspect his injury before looking back at Lin Qinghan's worried expression. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper in a tone that was almost cheerful. It was worth it. Chapter 23. The bastard son and the regent, the assassins, were entirely eradicated, leaving a few alive to be interrogated rigorously. The hunting grounds were thoroughly sealed off, and all the nobles and officials who participated in the autumn hunt were summoned back to their tents, anxiety pervading the air. No one could predict the extent of the wrath that this assassination attempt on the regent would incite. Within the main tent, the imperial physician trembled as he tended to Sun Jin's wounds. The cut was deep enough to expose bone. Fortunately, it had not inflicted any critical damage, but he had lost a considerable amount of blood. Yet, Sun Jin remained seemingly oblivious, listening impassively to his subordinate's report on the interrogation's progress, his brow only occasionally betraying his pain. Lin Qinghan stood to the side, his complexion pale and fingertips cold as he observed the gruesome wound and the basin filled with blood. The image of Sun Jin shielding him from the blade replayed incessantly in his mind. The arms that had firmly protected him, the muffled groan of discomfort, and the blood-stained words, "It was worth it," each frame seared into his consciousness. They are elite assassins. Their resolve is strong, but we managed to extract a lead. The captain of the Imperial Guards hesitated after casting a glance at Lin Qinghan. "Speak," Sun Jin commanded in a flat tone. "It points to His Highness, the Prince of Jing, and the Liu family from the maternal side." The atmosphere within the tent froze instantly. The Prince of Jing, the youngest brother of the emperor and the son of the favored Liu Guofei, had a maternal grandfather who had been subtly recalled to the capital by Qinghan. A glint of cold light flashed in Sun Jin's eyes, yet he displayed no surprise, merely stating, "Understood. Continue the interrogation. Pry the truth from everyone's lips." "Yes." The captain of the Imperial Guards withdrew. After the physician finished bandaging the wounds, he also bowed and exited, leaving only Qinghan and Lin Qinghan within the tent. Reclining against the soft pillow, Sun Jin's pallor from blood loss accentuated the striking darkness of his eyes. He patted the edge of the bed. "Come closer." Lin Qinghan complied. Stepping nearer, Qinghan grasped his hand, noting its chill, and enveloped it in his warm palm, gently rubbing it to restore warmth. "Are you frightened?" His tone was unusually gentle. Lin Qinghan shook his head, his gaze landing on his bandaged leg. "Your Highness, why must you shield me from harm?" Qinghan chuckled lightly. "It brings me joy." He squeezed Lin Qinghan's fingertips, his gaze a blend of jest and earnestness. "Such a life-saving grace merits a promise of devotion." "When do you intend to marry me?" What? Marry whom?" Lin Qinghan stammered, momentarily taken aback, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Qinghan observed Lin Qinghan's flustered demeanor and couldn't suppress a laugh, remarking, "Look at you," startled again. "Never mind, I was merely teasing." He tightened his grip on Lin Qinghan's hand, stating, "Having saved you, you cannot simply walk away without proper gratitude. Furthermore, there is no need to address me as Your Highness in the future. Simply call me by my name. After all, we have both faced life and death together, and calling me Your Highness would feel overly distant." It was astonishing that the regent, Sun Jin, who wielded immense power, allowed me to address him so informally. Others would face dire consequences for such audacity. Lin Qinghan felt his ears flush with warmth as he lowered his head and murmured, "I will heed your wishes." Jin's eyes brightened, and a smile graced his lips. "Good, but remember, you cannot go back on your word." He released Lin Qinghan's hand and gestured to his wound. "First, please examine this injury. We must ensure it does not become infected." Lin Qinghan approached cautiously, gently lifting the bandage on Sun Jin's leg to inspect the wound. As Qinghan observed the focused profile of Lin Qinghan, his heart raced inexplicably. "Is it worth it?" he asked softly, contemplating the consequences of opposing the crown prince and even the emperor for Lin Qinghan's sake. "It is worth it," Sun Jin replied without hesitation, taking Lin Qinghan's hand and guiding him to sit at the edge of the bed, meeting his gaze directly. "Moreover, even without you, this confrontation was inevitable. They have coveted my power for far too long. This is merely a pretext." His fingertips brushed against Lin Qinghan's slightly furrowed brow. "Do not wear that expression. I'm not so easily defeated. Trust me, and I will ensure your safety for the rest of your life." Yet, despite his reassurances, Lin Qinghan's unease grew stronger. The crown prince had the backing of the emperor and the Lu faction, a web of power intricately entangled. Although Sun Jin held significant influence, he had made many enemies, and this incident had provided them with leverage against him. "What are your plans moving forward, Your Highness?" Lin Qinghan inquired. Sun Jin smirked coldly. "Naturally, I intend to eliminate the threat entirely." His tone was calm, yet it carried an ominous intent. "Since they have made the first move, they cannot blame me for my lack of mercy." Lin Qinghan's heart raced in alarm. Was Sun Jin truly prepared to purge the court completely? As for the emperor, Sun Jin scoffed. "The emperor is ailing and likely lacks the strength to intervene. Even if he could, I am unafraid." He turned his intense gaze toward Lin Qinghan. "This battle is one I am destined to win. In the future, there will be no one capable of thwarting my ambitions, nor will anyone dare to lay a finger on you." His fingertips traced Lin Qinghan's cheek with an almost burning certainty. "When that time comes, I will provide you with anything you desire." That night, Sun Jin succumbed to sleep early due to his injuries and exhaustion. In contrast, Lin Qinghan found himself wide awake, sitting outside the tent, gazing at the distant flickering campfires and the silhouettes of patrolling soldiers, his sense of unease intensifying. The crown prince and the Lu faction were formidable adversaries, and having dared to act, they would undoubtedly have further schemes in motion. Although Sun Jin was strong, a direct attack is easily evaded, while hidden threats are far more challenging to counter. He caught sight of a shadow stealthily entering the tent of the vice commander, which belonged to General Lu, the crown prince's uncle. Lin Qinghan's heart raced, and he held his breath as he moved closer. The tent had poor soundproofing, and he could faintly hear hushed voices inside. "Did we fail?" "Useless," one voice hissed. "Shun is far too vigilant, even taking a blow for that hostage." "No matter. The plan remains unchanged. Tomorrow's ambush will ensure he does not return. Eliminate that hostage as well." The fragmented conversation sent chills down Lin Qinghan's spine. They still had a plan. The objective is not solely Sun Jin, but also oneself. He quietly retreated, hastening back to the main tent, his heart pounding like a drum. Sun Jin was deeply asleep, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he were dreaming of something unsettling. The bandage on his leg faintly oozed with blood. Lin Qinghan stood at the bedside, observing the man whose fierce brows and eyes remained undiminished even in slumber, his heart waging a war within. Should he inform him? Yet, without any concrete evidence, merely relying on snippets of overheard conversation, would Sun Jin believe him? Even if he did, given his current state and temperament, he would likely seize his sword and rush to slay General Lu and Prince Jing, perfectly falling into the adversary's trap, thus solidifying the accusation of violent murder against him. But what awaited them if he refrained from telling him about the ambush tomorrow? He recalled the moment when Sun Jin had selflessly shielded him from harm, his unwavering silhouette. The blood-soaked figure who smiled and declared it was worth it, and his fervent yet obsessive protection. A sharp pang pierced his heart. No, he must not allow any harm to befall him. Lin Qinghan inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He gently tucked the blanket around Sun Jin, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the man's fevered skin. Sun Jin instinctively groaned, grasping Lin Qinghan's wrist, murmuring in his sleep, "Don't go." Lin Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, yet he allowed Sun Jin to hold his hand until his breathing steadied, cautiously extracting his hand afterward. He approached the writing desk and swiftly penned a note. The ink hasty and scrawled, containing only a few words. "There is treachery at the hunting grounds tomorrow. Proceed with caution." He folded the note, and tucked it into Shun Jin's riding gloves that he would wear the next day. This was the only warning he could offer, one that would neither alarm the enemy nor leave Shun Jin unprepared. Chapter 24. The Bastard Son and the Regent King on the second day of the autumn hunt. Before dawn, the camp had already awakened. Lin Qinghan had scarcely slept through the night, listening to Shun Jin's steady, yet occasionally labored breaths, burdened by pain, keeping his own tension taut like a bowstring. The note nestled within the gloves burned like a branding iron, rendering him restless. He both hoped for Shun Jin to discover it and feared the wrath and uncontrollable actions that would ensue upon such a revelation. Outside the tent, the low commands of the royal guards and the muted sounds of armor clashing echoed. Everything proceeded in order, as if yesterday's bloody assassination had merely been a fleeting dream. Yet, the faint scent of blood lingering in the air and the glaring bandage on Shun Jin's leg served as stark reminders to Lin Qinghan of the impending crisis. When Shun Jin awoke, the sky had begun to brighten. He opened his eyes, momentarily dazed before regaining his usual clarity and sharpness. Instinctively looking toward Lin Qinghan by his side. "What time is it?" His voice was hoarse from sleep as he attempted to rise, only to furrow his brow in response to the pain in his leg. Just past the hour of the hare, Lin Qinghan gently supported him. "Your leg is not yet healed. It's nothing. A mere scratch. It will not hinder me," Shun Jin replied, his gaze falling upon the faint shadows beneath Lin Qinghan's eyes, pausing momentarily. "Did you not sleep well? I am somewhat unaccustomed to this bedding." Lin Qinghan lowered his gaze, averting Shun Jin's probing stare. After a moment of scrutiny, Shun Jin did not press further and called for attendants to assist with washing and dressing. The guards brought forth the riding attire and gloves he was to wear that day. Lin Qinghan's heart leapt into his throat, his eyes fixated on the leather gloves. Shun Jin extended his arms, allowing the attendant to assist him in changing clothes, his hand instinctively reaching for the gloves. Lin Qinghan found himself nearly holding his breath. Just as Shun Jin's fingertips were about to brush against the gloves, hurried footsteps and the anxious voice of Chief Zhao pierced through the tent. "Your Highness." An urgent military report from the capital. Shun Jin halted his movements, turning without hesitation. Present it. The gloves were momentarily set aside. Lin Qinghan gazed at the note within arm's reach, his palms damp with cold sweat. The opportunity was fleeting. A weary courier rushed into the tent, kneeling on one knee to present a letter adorned with feathers. The atmosphere inside the tent grew instantly grave. Such a rapid dispatch would only be warranted for matters of utmost urgency. Shun Jin tore open the wax seal, scanning the contents swiftly, his expression darkening at a visible pace, the pressure in the air around him plummeting. "Ah, what a cunning distraction." He let out a cold laugh, his knuckles whitening as he contemplated the sudden incursion of the northern tribes, which had coincidentally breached 2 cities. Lin Qinghan felt a jolt of shock. The northern region had long been under the influence of the Marquis of Anbei, and now that the Marquis had just been reassigned, the tribes were launching a large-scale invasion. This was no mere coincidence. The faces of the prince and Chief Zhao turned pale. "Where are the Prince Jing and General Lu now?" Shun Jin's voice was frostbitten. Prince Jing was eager to go to the Xishan hunting ground to hunt bears this morning, accompanied by General Lu and several dignitaries. They even invited numerous members of the royal family and military officials. The Xishan hunting ground. Lin Qinghan's pupils constricted. It was precisely the location mentioned in his note. A storm gathered in Shun Jin's eyes, as if he had also come to a realization. He abruptly glanced at the set-aside gloves, then sharply at Lin Qinghan. Their eyes locked, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Lin Qinghan's heart raced, nearly convinced that Shun Jin would erupt on the spot. Yet, Shun Jin merely fixed his gaze on him, his eyes sharp as blades, as if he intended to dissect him from the inside out. The air within the tent became stifling, with Chief Zhao and the attendants too frightened to breathe. After a long pause, the tempest in Shun Jin's eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a profound, almost terrifying calmness. Suddenly, he curled his lips into a disquieting smile. "Hunting bears? Very well, I shall join them." He no longer regarded the gloves, as if he had never sensed anything amiss, and addressed Chief Zhao. "Relay the orders, assemble the troops." I will personally head to the Xishan hunting ground to ensure the safety of Prince Jing. Your Highness, your leg injury, Chief Xiao exclaimed urgently. I will not perish, Shen Jin replied nonchalantly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lin Qinghan, for the most thrilling events were still to come. He approached Lin Qinghan, raising his hand as if to touch his face, but instead, mid-motion, he adjusted the already orderly strands of hair, the gesture slow and laden with pressure. Qinghan, his voice was deep, carrying an undeniable command. Stay within the camp. Do not step outside without my orders. I will assign someone to guard you. Take care of yourself. His intent was clear, to isolate and protect him. However, Lin Qinghan lifted his gaze, meeting his eyes directly. Shen Jin, I wish to accompany you. Shen Jin narrowed his eyes. It is perilous there. It is precisely because of the danger that I must go. Lin Qinghan's tone was calm, yet remarkably resolute. Shen Jin, I cannot merely stand by and watch you toil and struggle outside while I can offer my assistance. I wish to help you. Shen Jin gazed at him, as if attempting to reevaluate him. The youth before him remained slender and pale, yet within those eyes there was no longer a mere detachment and indifference, but rather a complex emotion that he could not comprehend, concern, determination, and even a shared courage to bear the risks together. This transformation stirred an inexplicable restlessness within him. He suddenly chuckled softly, his fingertips finally brushing against Lin Qinghan's cheek, a gentle caress that was cool and delicate. Very well, he replied decisively, a dangerous and exhilarating glimmer flickering in his eyes. Let's proceed together. I shall show you how I hunt. He turned on his heel and strode purposefully outward, his leg injury seemingly having no bearing on his movements, the dark cloak billowing behind him. Prepare the horses. To the Xishan hunting grounds. Chapter 25. The Bastard and the Regent, the Xishan hunting grounds, with its deep ravines and treacherous terrain, is a most perilous and thrilling area within the Kanglin mountain hunting grounds, typically reserved for those of royal blood skilled in equestrianism and archery. As Shen Jin and his personal guard arrived, they could hear the distant shouts and roars of beasts, along with the whoosh of arrows slicing through the air, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. The King Jing and his entourage had evidently already entered the arena. The entrance to the hunting grounds was guarded by the personal soldiers of King Jing. Upon seeing Shen Jin's entourage, the commanding officer's expression shifted slightly, and he steeled himself to step forward and block their path. This subordinate pays respect to your highness. His Highness King Jing has issued orders that new formations are to be practiced here today, and no outsiders are permitted entry. Impudent. Shen Jin did not even spare him a glance, as his chief guard barked sternly. Dare to obstruct the regent? Stand aside. The iron hooves pressed forward without hesitation, the aura of bloodshed and death forcing the guards to retreat, unwilling to confront them directly. The procession advanced unimpeded. The scene within the hunting grounds unfolded before their eyes. There stood King Jing, clad in golden armor, amidst a throng of martial generals and nobles, drawing his bow and aiming at a massive bear that had been driven into a frenzy. General Lu and others surrounded him, cheering and urging him on, the atmosphere vibrant, as if it were merely an ordinary hunt. However, Lin Qinghan keenly observed that the encouraging generals had their hands casually resting on their sword hilts, their positions subtly forming a perimeter. In the depths of the surrounding woods, a glint of metal flashed momentarily. The threat of violence loomed. The arrival of Shen Jin's entourage instantly shattered the harmonious ambience. All sounds ceased abruptly. Seizing the moment, the enormous bear roared and bolted deeper into the thicket. King Jing lowered his bow and turned, a fleeting look of panic crossing his youthful face, soon masked by a forced smile of composure. Why has your royal uncle come? He rode forth, his tone warm, yet his gaze dared not meet Shen Jin's. I was just about to hunt that bear and present its gallbladder to you for your health. General Lu and the others also stepped forward to pay their respects. Their expressions varied, eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Shen Jin sat atop his horse, his gaze sweeping indifferently across the gathering before finally settling on King Jing. A cryptic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Upon hearing that your highness was practicing a new formation, I have come to observe. It seems the arrangement is quite substantial. His tone was unassuming, yet it sent a shiver through the hearts of those present. Prince Jing let out a dry chuckle. Your highness jest, it is merely the folly of the young. With your leg injury still unhealed, it would be wise to refrain from exertion. Perhaps you should rest instead. That is of no concern. Shenjin urged his steed forward slowly. Since I am here, how could I leave empty-handed? I too shall stretch my muscles. His gaze shifted toward the dense forest where the giant bear had vanished. That creature has disrupted your enjoyment. Allow me to retrieve it for you. With that, he urged his horse forward into the most perilous area, his personal guards immediately following in his wake. Lin Qinghan's heart tightened in an instant. Deep within that forest lay the very core of the trap. Shenjin, he instinctively spurred his horse to follow. Shenjin glanced back at him, his eyes profound, conveying both a sense of undeniable authority and reassurance, signaling him to remain where he was. Lin Qinghan reined in his horse, watching as Shenjin's figure decisively disappeared into the shadowy woods, feeling as though he could scarcely breathe. Prince Jing exchanged a knowing look with General Liu before leading his men toward the same direction, appearing as protectors yet effectively monitoring and encircling. Only Lin Qinghan, a few remaining personal guards, and several officials and young nobles from Prince Jing's faction were left in the clearing. Time passed agonizingly slowly, the distant roars of beasts and faint human voices echoing from the depths of the forest, yet they remained indistinct. Every second felt unbearably torturous. Lin Qinghan gripped the reins tightly, his fingers turning pale, every ounce of his focus tethered to the forest that had swallowed Shenjin. He steadied himself, meticulously observing his surroundings. He noticed that one of General Liu's subordinates had a flicker of unease in his eyes, frequently glancing toward a certain direction in the woods, his fingers unconsciously tapping a rhythm on the saddle. In that direction, there was a notably elevated cliff offering an excellent vantage point. The cold arrows from the previous day had originated from that very spot. Shenjin, in his pursuit of the bear, would undoubtedly appear in the relatively open valley. A cold sweat instantly drenched Lin Qinghan's back. He could no longer afford to wait. With a sudden jerk of the reins, his white horse neighed and charged toward the cliff. "Young master, where are you going?" The chief of the remaining guards was alarmed, remembering the prince's strict orders to ensure Lin Qinghan's safety. "Block him!" Those from Prince Jing's camp shouted sternly. Several cavalrymen hastily rode forward to obstruct him. "Stand aside!" Lin Qinghan shouted, drawing forth the short blade that Shenjin had given him earlier that morning, fearlessly rushing forward. His agility shone through. His equestrian skills were surprisingly adept, and he deftly maneuvered past the obstructions. "Follow him. Protect the young master." The chief of the guards, flustered and furious, quickly rallied his men to pursue, resulting in a chaotic clash with Prince Jing's personal soldiers. Lin Qinghan disregarded everything as he galloped toward the cliff, the wind howling past his ears, his heart racing nearly out of his chest. He had never felt such panic before, nor had he ever been so acutely aware that he could not afford to lose Shenjin. That domineering, obsessive, and ruthless man, who would shield him from harm and reveal his vulnerabilities for his sake, had, unbeknownst to him, taken root in his heart. Faster, even faster, the precipice loomed before him, and he could even perceive a few clusters of shrubs at the edge of the cliff swaying unnaturally. Lin Qinghan abruptly leaped from his horse, utilizing his agile skills to dart towards the cliff's edge. Almost simultaneously, a specially crafted heavy crossbow bolt shot forth from the depths of the thicket below, aimed directly at the dark figure in the valley pursuing the bare shadow on horseback. On the cliff, a concealed crossbowman contentedly stowed his weapon. "No!" Lin Qinghan's eyes widened in fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the dagger in his hand with all his might towards the crossbowman. The crossbowman sensed the rush of wind and hastily dodged, the dagger embedding itself deep into the tree trunk beside him. In that fleeting moment of distraction, it was sufficient. In the valley, Shenjin seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. Just as the bolt was about to strike, he suddenly ducked, the arrow grazing past his saddle and plunging into the ground. "Assassin, protect his highness!" The shouts of the guards erupted in alarm, and a fierce battle ensued. Meanwhile, on the cliff, Lin Qinghan was already engaged in a fierce struggle with the crossbowman, who was no slouch himself. Yet in his frenzied state, Lin Qinghan pressed him so fiercely that the crossbowman was momentarily thrown into disarray. "You seek death," the crossbowman sneered, drawing a dagger from his waist. At that moment, a dark figure, like a specter, swept up the cliff, and a flash of sword light appeared. The crossbowman's arm holding the dagger was severed at the shoulder. Blood sprang forth. Sun Jin returned, his dark robe splattered with droplets of blood, his gaze as frigid as ancient ice, an aura of murderous intent nearly palpable around him. He paid no heed to the wailing crossbowman and stepped directly before Lin Qinghan, seizing his shoulders and scrutinizing him, his voice taut with tension. "Who permitted you to come here? Did I not instruct you to stay put? Are you intent on throwing your life away?" Lin Qinghan, still shaken, gazed at him standing unharmed before him, his legs weak, nearly collapsing. Sun Jin swiftly pulled him into his embrace, his arms constricting tightly, allowing Lin Qinghan to distinctly feel the frantic beating of his heart and the slight tremors of his body. He was overcome with dread. This realization struck Lin Qinghan profoundly, momentarily rendering him motionless. "Now you dare to disregard my words." Sun Jin's low growl resonated in his ears, laced with the fury of survival and an unmistakable fear. If that arrow had struck you, if you had been injured, he could not continue, tightening his grip around Lin Qinghan. The sounds of battle below began to subside. The guards had evidently regained control of the situation. The Duke of Jing, General Liu, and others were escorted up, their faces ashen. They had never anticipated that their meticulously crafted plan would unravel at the hands of a seemingly frail hostage. Sun Jin slowly released Lin Qinghan, but kept one hand firmly grasping him, their fingers interlocked as if fearing that loosening his hold would cause Lin Qinghan to vanish. He turned his gaze towards the Duke of Jing and the others, his eyes akin to those surveying a graveyard. "Well, very well." His voice was calm, yet more chilling than any roar. "My dear nephew has truly gifted me a remarkable present." The Duke of Jing trembled in fear, stammering, "Your Highness." "No, it wasn't he, it was General Liu." General Liu, ashen-faced, awaited his fate with closed eyes. Yet Sun Jin suddenly laughed, a smile both cruel and icy. "Rest assured, I shall not kill you. For now." His gaze swept over the pallid faces of the crowd, and he articulated each word with deliberate precision. "This performance has only just begun. I shall ensure that you witness, with your own eyes, how you and those who stand behind you march inevitably towards your own demise." He grasped Lin Qinghan's hand and turned to descend the precipice. The setting sun elongated their shadows, entwining them so tightly that they seemed inseparable. Chapter 26. The bastard and the regent. The acrid scent of blood from the autumn hunting grounds had yet to dissipate when an even greater tempest quietly engulfed the capital. The regent was attacked, and the Jing prince, along with his accomplices, were apprehended on the spot. Reports from the north surged forth, one after another, spreading through the court and the populace with astonishing speed, distorting the truth as they unfolded. With thunderous resolve, Sun Jin seized control of the hunting grounds turmoil, secretly imprisoning the Jing prince, General Liu, and other principal offenders. He led an elite force, hastening back to the capital with Lin Qinghan through the night. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was stifling. Sun Jin's injury on his leg had been treated only superficially, blood seeping through, yet he appeared oblivious. His fingertips unconsciously tapping against the window frame, his gaze fixed coldly on the swiftly passing night outside, clearly engaged in rapid calculations. Lin Qinghan sat quietly opposite him, acutely aware of the almost tangible aura of lethal intent. He understood that their return to the capital heralded the true commencement of war. "Are you afraid?" Sun Jin suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse from fatigue. Lin Qinghan lifted his gaze to meet his, shaking his head. After their brush with death on the cliff, he seemed to fear nothing anymore. Sun Jin turned back, regarding him deeply, and unexpectedly reached out, gently brushing away an indiscernible smudge of dirt from Lin Qinghan's cheek with his fingertip, his touch tender. "Once we return home, stay in the Tingzhu courtyard. You are not to wander off again, Regardless of what sounds you may hear, do not come out. This was an attempt to completely isolate him from the brewing storm. Lin Qinghan frowned. Shunjin, listen, Shunjin interrupted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. I must win this battle. There could be no distractions. Your well-being is my only solace. Your task is to remain safe and await my return. A tightness gripped Lin Qinghan's heart, and before he could respond, Shunjin had leaned forward, closing the distance between them. Their warm breaths intertwined as Shunjin's lips gently covered Lin Qinghan's, filled with longing and urgency. The carriage swayed, the sounds of the wind and hooves outside becoming the backdrop to their kiss. After a long moment, Shunjin slowly released him, resting his forehead against Lin Qinghan's and rasping, "Qinghan, wait for me." As the carriage entered the capital, the sky had yet to brighten. Yet the entire city was shrouded in an eerie silence. The streets were desolate, with an evident increase in patrolling soldiers. The air thick with the oppressive sense of an impending storm. Before the royal mansion, Steward Zhao awaited anxiously, his face as pale as parchment. "My lord, you have finally returned." He nearly lunged toward the carriage, his voice trembling. "There is trouble at the palace." His Majesty suddenly fell into an unresponsive state last night. The imperial physicians are at a loss. Now the palace gates are tightly closed, guarded by the Yuan army, and our men cannot enter. Several senior officials have been barred from the palace. Shunjin's expression hardened into an icy glare. Unresponsive? When did this occur? Shortly after the news of the prince's assassination circulated, Chief Steward Zhao was drenched in cold sweat. Currently, the court was under the governance of imperial concubine Lu and several cabinet ministers, who claimed they were awaiting the return of His Highness, the Prince of Jing. Awaiting the prince? Shunjin let out a cold laugh, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. What a cunning ploy to lure the tiger from its den and cut off the fuel from the fire. He immediately realized that this was a meticulously devised trap. The unrest in the northern territories was meant to draw him away from the capital. The assassination during the autumn hunt was merely the first step. Should that fail, a coup would swiftly ensue in the capital, taking control of the emperor, sealing off the palace, and by the time he returned, the situation would be irrevocably settled, even to the extent of framing him for treason and regicide. What a vicious scheme. What a thorough plan. Your Highness, Chief Steward Zhao is currently in a state of confusion. Shunjin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging rage within him, his mind racing with thoughts. The situation in the palace remained unclear, and the emperor's fate was unknown. He could not act impulsively. Lu and those old foxes dared to proceed in such a manner, undoubtedly with some form of backing. Issue the command. All shadow guards are to mobilize and investigate. Uncover the current circumstances within the palace. Ascertain who commands the imperial guards, and determine what other schemes they may have. Yes. Chief Steward Zhao hurriedly accepted the order and departed. Shunjin turned to Lin Qinghan and instructed, "You must return to Tingzhou courtyard immediately." Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of urgent hoofbeats and commotion erupted from the street corner. A troop of cavalry surged forward, led by a stranger clad in the attire of the imperial guards, brandishing a golden plaque, by order of His Majesty. Regent Prince Shunjin, during the autumn hunt, has acted improperly, allowing his subordinates to disturb the emperor, and is suspected of colluding with foreign powers to conspire against the throne. Surrender your seal and enter the palace for examination. Those who defy this order shall be treated as traitors. The voice rang out clearly, echoing through the silent street. The guards of the prince's residence immediately drew their weapons, encircling the carriage, and the atmosphere turned tense. Shunjin slowly dismounted, his dark python robe glinting with a cold, hard sheen in the morning light. He surveyed the golden plaque, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. With His Majesty in a state of unconsciousness, from whom does this decree originate? The leader of the guards stiffened, struggling to maintain composure. This is the decree issued by His Majesty before his incapacitation. The imperial concubine and the cabinet ministers can corroborate. Do you intend to defy the decree? Shunjin asked. Defy the decree? Shunjin chuckled softly, though the laughter was chilling to the bone. I believe someone is impersonating the emperor's command with treasonous intentions. He raised his voice sharply, his inner strength resonating throughout the street. All soldiers, heed my command. Capture these treacherous rebels. Yes, the prince's personal guards, already seething with anger, pounced like ferocious tigers at the order. The imperial guards, caught off guard by Sun Jin's resolute response, scrambled to defend themselves and were swiftly thrown into disarray. The battle erupted swiftly and concluded even more rapidly. In mere moments, the troop lay scattered, some dead, others captured. Sun Jin paid no heed to the bodies on the ground as he approached the captured leader of the guards. Towering over him, "Speak. Who is in charge of the palace now? What is the condition of his majesty?" The leader gritted his teeth, remaining silent. A flicker of rage flashed in Sun Jin's eyes as he abruptly lifted his foot and stomped down hard on the wounded arm of the guard leader. The sound of shattering bones was excruciating, and the leader let out a wretched scream. "Speak." Sun Jin's voice was icily cold, akin to the wrath of a hellish demon. The noble consort and Lu Xiang, along with the commander of the Yulin Guard, Zhang Huan, were in such despair that tears streamed down their faces, unable to maintain their composure any longer. "Your Majesty has been deeply poisoned. It seems he cannot endure," they lamented. They aimed to usurp the palace, awaiting the return of the Jing prince to ascend the throne. Though he had anticipated this turn of events, hearing it confirmed with his own ears ignited a tempest within Sun Jin. In a fit of rage, he kicked the commander into unconsciousness. "What shall we do now, my prince?" inquired the anxious chief guard. The adversaries had torn away their masks, and an imminent siege upon the residence was certain. Sun Jin stood still, the morning light casting an elongated shadow of him, his presence enveloped in an unsettling calm. Slowly, he raised his gaze toward the palace, his eyes betraying unmasked ambition and murderous intent. "Since they wish to play," he declared, each word deliberate but clear to all, "I shall accompany them to the bitter end. Dispatch orders. Secure the gates. All guards steadfastly defend as planned. Signal. Summon the 3 main camps outside the city to march into the capital and quell the rebellion. Inform our allies to act according to the strategy." Commands were issued with precision. Only then did Sun Jin turn, approaching Lin Qinghan, who had been standing beside the carriage. He swiftly grasped Lin's wrist, his tenderness revealing an underlying strength. "Listen," he said, locking eyes with Lin Qinghan, his gaze intense and almost obsessively fervent from this moment on. "Stay close to me. Do not stray even a step." Lin Qinghan reciprocated, firmly clasping Sun Jin's icy fingers, responding with clarity and calm. "Understood." Chapter 27. The bastard son and the regent prince. The regent's residence transformed into an imposing fortress in an instant. The high walls bristled with crossbowmen, the gates barricaded with heavy objects, while the guards vigilantly monitored every crucial pathway, bracing for the impending storm. Sun Jin established his command post atop a watchtower with a broad view. He stood at the edge, coldly surveying the silent capital. Lin Qinghan stood beside him, acutely aware of the suffocating pressure emanating from him. "Are you afraid?" Sun Jin inquired again, his voice deeper than before, not turning to face him. Lin Qinghan slowly shook his head. "With you here, I'm not afraid." Sun Jin chuckled softly. "Excellent. Remember, no matter what you see, do not be afraid. I am here." His words seemed to signal an impending event. In the next moment, the deafening sounds of battle cries erupted from the street corner. A throng of soldiers surged forth, bearing the banners of the Yulin Guard and the Jingzhou Prefecture's patrol, launching a frenzied assault on the gates of the royal residence. "Loose arrows," Sun Jin commanded coldly. The arrows rained down like a storm, and those at the forefront fell in droves. Yet the ranks behind them surged forward, relentlessly battering the heavy gates. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding impacts reverberated like a drumbeat against the heart, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Sun Jin, however, remained unperturbed, continuing to issue commands. "Prepare the fire arrows." Flaming arrows, drenched in oil, whistled through the air, igniting a sea of flames and eliciting cries of agony, momentarily stalling the assault. Yet, with their numerical superiority, The attackers quickly regrouped for another wave of onslaught. Arrows shot in from outside the walls, and guards fell to the ground, blood mingling with the air as the battle escalated to a fever pitch from the very outset. Suddenly, a flying arrow soared over the city wall, aimed directly at Sun Jin's heart. "Be careful," Lin Qinghan instinctively exclaimed, reaching out to pull him back without a moment's hesitation. Sun Jin seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. He effortlessly sidestepped, deftly catching the arrow in his hand with a swift motion, as quick as lightning. He glanced back at Lin Qinghan, noticing the lingering panic in his eyes, and a smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. "Worried about me?" Before Lin Qinghan could respond, his expression abruptly hardened, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent the arrow hurtling back at an even greater speed. A piercing scream erupted from outside the wall. "Do not fret. I am not so easily dispatched." His tone was calm, yet imbued with absolute confidence and disdain. Just then, a violent explosion and cries of battle erupted from the rear of the Wang residence. "Report. A blood-soaked bodyguard stumbled into the watchtower, my lord. They have blasted a breach in the side courtyard wall with gunpowder. General Liu's private troops have breached in." The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. The loss of the side courtyard meant the defense line was broken, and close combat was imminent. Yet, excitement and a cruel light ignited in Sun Jin's eyes. They had finally arrived. He had been waiting for them to enter. He seized Lin Qinghan's wrist, urging, "Stay close to me." With that, he wielded his sword and strode purposefully toward the most intense sounds of battle in the side courtyard. "My lord, it's dangerous." The bodyguard were taken aback and hurried to follow. The side courtyard was already a chaotic melee. Soldiers from both sides clashed violently, blades flashing, blood and flesh flying, as bodies fell one after another amidst the relentless cacophony of screams and clashing weapons. Sun Jin descended like a god of death, his sword becoming a harbinger of cold light. Wherever he passed, severed limbs flew and blood sprayed. With one hand, he battled enemies, while the other remained firmly grasping Lin Qinghan's wrist, protecting him steadfastly behind him. Lin Qinghan was dragged along the bloody battlefield. Confronted with the sight of fallen corpses and the splatter of warm blood, the nauseating stench of blood overwhelming his senses, he watched Sun Jin's imposing figure as he slaughtered. Witnessing him deflect every visible threat, and the shock in his heart was profound. This man truly held him dear, shielding him with his very life. Suddenly, an enemy general recognized Lin Qinghan, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Feigning an attack on Sun Jin, he deftly thrust his spear towards Lin Qinghan's throat, the angle vicious and lethal. Sun Jin was engaged in a frontal assault, and there was no time to save him. Seeking death, he did not flinch, but instead forcefully shoved Lin Qinghan further behind him, simultaneously colliding his left shoulder against the deadly spear's tip. With a sickening thrust, the spear pierced flesh. Sun Jin, Lin Qinghan gasped in horror, watching helplessly as the spearhead plunged into Sun Jin's shoulder, blood pouring forth instantly. The enemy general was momentarily stunned, not expecting Sun Jin to be so fearless. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Sun Jin's sword had already struck. With a flash of steel, a head soared into the air, the expression of bewilderment still etched on the enemy general's face as his headless body crashed to the ground. Sun Jin did not even glance at his injury as he yanked the spearhead from his shoulder, blood spraying forth without a hint of discomfort. He turned, grasping Lin Qinghan, whose face had turned pale, and fixed him with a piercing gaze. "Are you hurt?" Lin Qinghan gazed at the blood gushing from his shoulder. Her heart clenched as if gripped by an iron fist, rendering her speechless. She could only shake her head. "It's nothing serious." Sun Jin exhaled a sigh of relief, managing to muster a smile tinged with the scent of blood. Just a minor wound. He tore a strip from an enemy's flag and hastily wrapped it around the injury. Gripping his long sword once more, his eyes sweeping over the disordered enemy ranks, a chilling command escaping his lips. "Kill them all, leave none alive." The prince's fierce bravery ignited the bloodlust of his personal guards, who roared in defiance, launching a countercharge that forced the infiltrating enemy back. The battle momentarily subsided. The breach sealed once again. The air was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. On the watchtower, Sun Jin allowed the military doctor to tend to his more severe shoulder wound, his complexion pale from blood loss, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's. He unfurled the defense map of the capital, his finger tracing several critical points. Their main force was delayed here. The 3 major camps outside should be nearing. He analyzed the situation with a calmness that belied the bloodshed he had just endured. Next, they will act out of desperation. Before he could finish, a brilliant signal flare erupted from the direction of the palace. Shortly after, a resounding crash echoed from the city gates, as if a larger army were assaulting them. A shadowy figure emerged, urgently reporting, "Your Highness, there's unusual activity from the palace." A large ambush appears to have surged forth, heading directly for the East-Hua Gate. The gatekeeper has turned traitor. They're opening the city gates. Panic gripped everyone's hearts. Sun Jin's grip on the map tightened, a genuine gravity flickering in his eyes. Should the East-Hua Gate fall, the rebel forces would pour in unchecked, and the consequences would be dire. He had to stabilize the situation personally. Suddenly, he looked up, his gaze piercing Lin Qinghan like a blade, his tone more urgent than ever. "Listen, I must go to the East-Hua Gate now. You must stay behind. There is a secret chamber in the deepest part of the dungeon. Chief Steward Zhao knows its location. Hide there. No matter what occurs outside, you must not emerge." This was his plan to ensure her safety, preparing for the worst. The stakes were high. As Sun Jin turned to leave, Lin Qinghan abruptly reached out. Grasping his uninjured hand, Sun Jin halted in surprise, turning back to her. Meeting his astonished gaze, Lin Qinghan stepped forward, her voice clear and urgent. "The deputy commander at the East-Hua Gate, Zhou Huai, is the son of Lu Guifei's wet nurse. However, he harbors a grudge against the Lu family. His brother was crippled last year due to an incident with Prince Jing. It may be worth a try." This information, which he had stumbled upon in Sun Jin's study among countless documents, now surfaced in her mind with serendipitous clarity. Sun Jin's pupils constricted as he stared at her, seemingly seeing her for the first time. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. The next moment, he grasped Lin Qinghan's hand tightly, the strength of his grip astonishing. "Qinghan," he rasped, "come with me." He pulled her along as they hurried towards the war horses that had been prepared below. To the East-Hua Gate. Chapter 28. The bastard son and the regent. The neighing of war horses shattered the silence of the long street. Sun Jin held Lin Qinghan firmly before him, the dark cloak billowing fiercely in the rush, resembling the wings of death unfurling. Behind them, dozens of iron cavalry surged forward like daggers, piercing through the chaos of the East-Hua men. As they drew closer to the East-Hua men, the cacophony of battle grew deafening. Flames soared into the sky, arrows rained down like locusts, and the city gate had devolved into a gruesome slaughterhouse. The loyal guards of the prince engaged in a fierce struggle against the rebels. Explosions echoed intermittently, walls crumbled, and the city gate trembled precariously. "The prince is here." The beleaguered guards of the royal residence erupted in cheers upon spotting the familiar dark royal banner, their morale soaring. Sun Jin reined in his steed, his gaze sharp as lightning, swiftly assessing the battlefield. The city gate tower had been partially seized by the rebels, who rained arrows down and hurled incendiary oil, suppressing the defenders attempting to reclaim the gate. Outside the walls, a dull, thudding noise persisted, indicating that the main force of the rebels was assaulting the city with fervor. The control of the city gate tower must be regained immediately. "Archers, draw," Sun Jin commanded with authority. The loyal guards promptly presented sturdy bows and heavy arrows. Sun Jin notched an arrow, muscles taut, ignoring the blood seeping from his shoulder wound, his gaze locking onto the rebel lieutenant, directing the archers atop the gate tower. The bowstring sang like a crescent moon. The arrow shot forth like a shooting star. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the lieutenant's throat. He fell without a sound, plummeting from the battlements. Cheers erupted from the defenders. Sun Jin's expression remained icy as he drew again, releasing a volley of arrows. With each twang of the bowstring, a rebel officer fell, precise and merciless, as if the Grim Reaper had called their names. The rebel command was thrown into disarray, their assault faltering. "Retake the city gate tower." Sun Jin cast aside his bow and drew his sword, pointing it skyward, dismounting first, and charging like a ferocious tiger towards the ramparts. Lin Qinghan was shielded closely at his side, and the loyal guards roared as they followed, clashing violently with the oncoming rebels in a bloody melee. With sword in hand, Sun Jin carved a path through the chaotic enemy ranks, surging forward with relentless determination. Lin Qinghan followed closely behind, gripping the short blade Sun Jin had given him, deftly evading sporadic attacks, yet his entire focus remained on the figure before him, the one forging a path to safety. Finally reaching the city gate tower, a vista of clarity opened up before them, revealing a sea of rebels outside, pressing against the city gates, ladders brimming with foes. Hold the parapets, throw the logs. Bulzu molten metal, Sun Jin commanded with authority, his voice amplified by his inner strength, invigorating the surviving defenders who rallied to counterattack. The tide of battle seemed to stabilize for a moment. Sun Jin's gaze swept across the battlements and suddenly fixed on a general attempting to slip away unnoticed, the very traitorous commander of the East Huamen. Where do you think you're going? Sun Jin's figure flickered, pursuing him like a wraith, the tip of his sword aimed at the general's back. The commander, gripped by terror, hastily raised his blade to block, only to be sent sprawling to the ground by a kick from Sun Jin, the sword's point pressed to his throat. Where is Zhou Huai? Sun Jin demanded sharply, recalling Lin Qinghan's words that the deputy commander of the East Huamen, Zhou Huai, might be persuaded to their side. The sentinel's face turned ashen, trembling as he pointed towards a corner. Over there, they have him bound. Indeed, upon a swift glance, Sun Jin discerned a general securely tied up and silenced. It was none other than Zhou Huai. Nearby were several loyal guards, slain while defending their master. It appeared that Zhou Huai had not succumbed to treachery. With a swift stroke of his sword, Sun Jin ended the traitorous general's life and hurried to Zhou Huai, severing the ropes that bound him. Zhou Huai tore the rag from his mouth and collapsed to his knees, his voice hoarse and tinged with despair. My lord, I am incompetent. I failed to defend the city gates. They have captured my mother. This is not the time for such lamentations. Sun Jin interrupted, his gaze piercing. I ask you only this. Can you command the remaining forces? Zhou Huai glanced at the surging rebel army outside and the grim state of the battlements. Gritting his teeth, I am willing to give my all. I implore you, my lord, to save my mother. Very well. Sun Jin grasped him firmly. If you can hold the gates, the glory will be yours. I shall rescue you, mother. He turned, resuming command with a steady and powerful voice, swiftly reorganizing the defense. Zhou Huai struggled to rise, rallying his former comrades to resist with all their might. Lin Qinghan watched Sun Jin's upright figure amidst the smoke and flames, witnessing his unwavering will and strength as he stabilized the crumbling front lines, leaving her profoundly shaken. Just as the tide of battle seemed to shift, an unforeseen calamity arose. From the shadows of the battlements, a previously abandoned, seemingly broken crossbow lay nearby, and suddenly, a feigning crossbowman sprang to life, his face twisted with rage. The crossbow, silently reloaded, was aimed directly at Sun Jin, the poisoned arrow glimmering with a ghostly blue light in the fire's glow. The distance was too short, the speed too swift, and the angle was insidiously precise. All attention was diverted towards the enemy outside and the reformed defense, leaving no one aware of the lethal strike approaching from behind. My lord, be careful. Zhou Huai turned just in time, his eyes wide with horror. At the sound of his warning, Sun Jin pivoted sharply, his pupils widening as he saw the poisoned arrow almost upon him. No matter how skilled he was, old wounds unhealed and weary from battle, he could not evade in time. In a flash, a slender figure lunged from the side, using every ounce of strength to push him away. It was Lin Qinghan. She had been watching over Sun Jin, and in that moment of peril, her body reacted before her mind could catch up. The dull thud of the poisoned arrow piercing flesh filled the air. Time seemed to freeze. Sun Jin staggered back, astonished, as he beheld Lin Qinghan standing in his place. The crossbow bolt deeply embedded in her chest, its shaft trembling. Blood instantly stained her pale robe, blooming like red plums in the snow, strikingly vivid. Lin Qinghan swayed, glancing down at the arrow in her chest, then lifting her gaze to Sun Jin. A fleeting look of bewilderment crossed her icy eyes, swiftly morphing into a faint, almost relieved smile. Her lips moved silently, and she fell backward. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. You are about to be transported to the next world. No. Sun Jin let out a heart-wrenching scream. He lunged forward, catching Lin Qinghan tightly in his embrace before she could hit the ground. The tentacle was warm and sticky, the blood searing to the point of scorching his skin. Qinghan! Qinghan! Sun Jin's voice trembled uncontrollably as he futilely pressed his hand against the wound from which blood gushed forth, attempting to halt the flow of life. Look at me. Do not sleep. Do you hear me? Lin Qinghan lay in his embrace, his complexion fading visibly, breath weak, long eyelashes fluttering as if striving to see him, only to finally close helplessly. The imperial physician. Summon the physician. Sun Jin suddenly lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes sweeping over the astonished crowd, roaring like a wounded beast. Save him. Bring him back to life. If he dies, I shall bury you all with him. The madness and despair in his voice instilled fear in everyone present. Zhou Huai was the first to react, roaring as he charged at the stunned crossbowman, instantly reducing him to a pulp. Meanwhile, Sun Jin held tightly onto the rapidly cooling body in his arms, repeatedly calling out Lin Qinghan's name, as if he wished to transfer his own life to him. The world around him had lost all color, leaving only the blinding red in his embrace. Chapter 29. The bastard son and the regent. The chaotic city gate tower seemed to be frozen in time. The sounds of battle, the cries, and the impacts of the rebels outside felt distant, leaving only Sun Jin's desperate roars echoing in everyone's ears, akin to a dying beast. Qinghan! Qinghan! Wake up and look at me. Sun Jin knelt on the ground, tightly holding Lin Qinghan, trying to stem the ever-flowing blood from the wound. Yet the warm blood continued to pour through his fingers, staining his hands, his robes, and his eyes filled with madness and despair. Lin Qinghan's face was as pale as paper, his breath so faint it was barely perceptible, with only the slightest rise and fall of his chest indicating he was still alive. The poisoned arrow remained lodged in his chest, the eerie blue arrowhead strikingly visible. Your Highness, the military doctor. The doctor is here. The guards dragged a trembling old military doctor forward. Upon seeing Lin Qinghan's injury and the color of the arrowhead, the old physician's face turned ashen. Your Highness, this arrow is poisoned. It may be beyond salvation. Save him. Sun Jin suddenly looked up, his crimson eyes fixed on the physician, his gaze so intense it seemed it could tear him apart. I care not what method you employ. Bring it back to life. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire clan. In a moment of desperation, he even used the term I in the imperial sense. The physician, terrified, collapsed to the ground, bowing his head repeatedly. Your Highness, spare my life. Spare me. This poison, it is said to be incurable, akin to the realms of the dead. The mention of the realms of the dead drew gasps from those who understood. It was rumored to be one of the most venomous poisons, sealing the throat upon contact with blood, with no possibility of survival. Sun Jin's body trembled imperceptibly, his complexion turning gray as if all strength had been drained from him. He looked down at the increasingly faint figure in his arms, a tidal wave of panic and despair engulfing him completely. In his life, he had never feared anything. Yet at this moment, he was afraid. Afraid to the point of trembling, afraid that his heart might cease to beat. He would rather that arrow pierce his own body, would prefer to endure 1,000 cuts than to watch Lin Qinghan lose his warmth in his embrace. You won't die, you can't die, he said, futilely wiping away the black blood trickling from Lin Qinghan's lips, his voice hoarse and shattered, imbued with an unprecedented humility and desperation. You promised you wouldn't leave me. You lied to me. Lin Qinghan, you deceived me. Scalding tears fell unbidden, splattering on Lin Qinghan's cold cheek, creating small, blurred stains. Perhaps it was the searing touch or the call of despair, but Lin Qinghan's eyelashes trembled faintly, slowly opening a narrow slit. His gaze, once sharp and clear, had now become unfocused, shrouded in a veil of death's grayness. He seemed to struggle to concentrate, attempting to discern the figure before him. Qinghan, Sun Jin exclaimed joyfully, tightening his embrace, his voice trembling uncontrollably. You're awake? Look at me. Hold on. The physician will be here soon. I won't let you die. I will save you. Don't be afraid, please. With great difficulty, Lin Qinghan's gaze fell upon his face, taking in the tears and the madness and despair reflected in Sun Jin's eyes. His pale lips moved ever so slightly, producing an almost inaudible whisper, "Don't cry." Sun Jin's heart felt as though it had been violently stabbed, the pain nearly suffocating. He clutched Lin Qinghan's icy hand, pressing it against his own face. "All right, I won't cry. Hold on, Qinghan. I promise I won't cry. Stay with me." Lin Qinghan weakly shook his head, his gaze drifting as if he were peering into the distance. Gathering the last remnants of his strength, he spoke in a strained whisper, "I must go. Everything is over." Sun Jin was taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning of those words. Lin Qinghan's eyes refocused on his face, filled with a complex array of emotions, relief, reluctance, and a gentle warmth that Sun Jin could not decipher. "You are the first," he gasped, each word seeming to drain his life force, "who has made me want to live." Before he could finish, a torrent of black blood surged from his mouth. "Qinghan!" Sun Jin cried in terror, desperately trying to wipe away the seemingly endless flow of blood. Lin Qinghan's body began to convulse violently, his pupils dilating. He clutched Sun Jin's hand tightly, summoning his final consciousness to utter his last syllables. "Unfortunately, I must break my promise. Forget me." With that, Lin Qinghan's grip on Sun Jin's hand slackened abruptly, falling lifelessly. Those once cool eyes lost all glimmer, staring blankly at the dim sky, devoid of life. The world, at that moment, fell into an utter silence. Sun Jin stood frozen, immobile as if transformed into a statue. He gazed in disbelief at the lifeless form in his arms, at the pale yet exquisitely delicate features, at the chest that no longer rose and fell. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly, cautiously extended a finger to check for Lin Qinghan's breath. There was none. Nothing remained. That faint, fragile breath he had fought so desperately to preserve had vanished completely. A piercing wail, more akin to a beast's cry than a human's, erupted from the depths of Sun Jin's throat, suffused with boundless agony, despair, and a madness intent on obliterating all. He clutched the gradually cooling body with a fierce grip, as if seeking to meld it into his very bones and blood. The overwhelming sorrow rendered him tremulous, tears mingling with the blood smeared across his face, yet he remained utterly oblivious. Upon the city gate tower, all were rendered speechless by the harrowing lament, halting their actions and staring blankly at the man who appeared to have lost his sanity. Zhou Huai, with reddened eyes, attempted to approach. "Your Highness, take heart. Lin Gongzi, get away." Sun Jin suddenly lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes brimming only with frenzied, murderous intent and a desire for annihilation. "All of you, get away. No one touch him. No one dares to take him away." Like a malevolent dragon guarding a precious treasure, he held Lin Qinghan tightly in his embrace, forbidding anyone from approaching. At that moment, a thunderous clamor of battle cries and resounding horns erupted from outside the city, distinct from the voices of the rebels. It was the royal reinforcements. "Your Highness, our aid has arrived. The 3 battalions are here," a soldier shouted joyfully. Indeed, chaos erupted among the rebel ranks outside the city, the cacophony of battle shaking the ground. While the massive siege hammer was abandoned, the scales of victory began to tilt at last. Yet, Sun Jin remained oblivious to it all. His world had crumbled entirely at the moment Lin Qinghan's breath ceased. He had lost. He had lost the only light he wished to cling to. Thoroughly and irrevocably lost. Chapter 30. The illegitimate son and the regent. And the arrival of reinforcements swept through the enemy like a tempest, swiftly dismantling the rebels outside the city. As the siege at Donghua Gate was lifted, the remaining insurgents within the city, recognizing the tide had turned, surrendered or fled in haste. The signal fireworks from the direction of the palace also changed, indicating that the battle there was nearing its conclusion. This meticulously orchestrated coup had utterly failed in the face of the regent's overwhelming power and the timely arrival of reinforcements. The capital gradually returned to tranquility, Yet the air was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder, and the remnants of shattered walls bore testament to the recent carnage. However, atop the Donghua Gate, time seemed to have frozen. Sun Jin remained kneeling on the ground, holding tightly to Lin Qinghan's completely cold body, motionless. He forbade anyone from approaching, from retrieving the body, or even from draping a garment over it. He held on, as if attempting to warm the icy shell with his own body heat, stubborn to a fault. His once keen eyes now appeared hollow and devoid of life, filled only with bloodshot veins and unshed tears, fixed ahead, yet seemingly seeing nothing. After attending to military affairs, Zhou Huai approached once more, his eyes red-rimmed and voice hoarse. The rebel leader has been captured. The situation is settled. You must take heart. Let Lin Gongzi rest in peace. Rest? Sun Jin slowly lifted his head, his voice raspy like sandpaper, imbued with an eerie calm. Where's the peace? He lowered his gaze, gently brushing aside the blood-matted hair from Lin Qinghan's forehead, his touch heartbreakingly tender. It's so cold beneath the ground. How can he find peace? Zhou Huai felt a pang in his heart, nearly brought to tears. The surrounding soldiers also lowered their heads, unable to bear the sight any longer. It is evident to all that the regent has succumbed to madness, driven by the demise of the young man. Steward Zhao stumbled up the city tower, tears streaming down his face at the sight before him. My lord, please do not despair. If young Master Lin were to behold you like this from the heavens, he would surely be heartbroken. From the heavens, indeed? Sun Jin murmured, an eerie glint suddenly igniting in his eyes. Was he to depart for some distant realm? He seized Lin Qinghan's cold shoulders, urgently imploring, Qinghan, are you about to go somewhere? Tell me. If you share, I shall seek you out. From the heavens to the earth, I will find you. Yet no reply came. The light in Sun Jin's eyes quickly dimmed, reverting to a lifeless gray. He embraced the lifeless form once more, his cheek pressed against that frigid visage, like two weary beasts entwined, forever unable to warm one another. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, a faint, almost imperceptible soft, white light flickered at the fatal wound on Lin Qinghan's chest. The radiance was fleeting, vanishing as swiftly as an illusion. Simultaneously, Lin Qinghan's body seemed to lighten, as though some invisible force was withdrawing from him. Sun Jin jolted, as if sensing something, and incredulously looked down. The body in his arms remained cold and devoid of life. Yet in that fleeting moment, he distinctly felt it. Suddenly, Lin Qinghan's form radiated a gentle, soft white light, becoming increasingly transparent, as if on the verge of dissolving into the air. No, do not leave. Sun Jin cried out in terror, desperately attempting to grasp the fading apparition, but futilely reaching through it. Do not abandon me. Qinghan, return. However, those surrounding them were oblivious to this extraordinary spectacle, believing only that the regent was unable to bear the loss of the youth. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Lin Qinghan's body dissolved entirely into delicate particles of soft light, akin to fireflies, beginning to ascend. No! Sun Jin emitted a desperate howl, futilely grasping at the motes of light, yet unable to seize anything. Those particles circled around him, as if bidding a final farewell, before resolutely drifting toward the dim sky, growing fainter on the verge of complete disappearance. At the very moment the last glimmer of light was about to extinguish, Sun Jin, fueled by an unknown strength, lunged forward and astonishingly managed to grasp something. It was an ethereal sensation, almost transparent, akin to the touch of a wrist, cold, yet undeniably real. The vanishing light momentarily hesitated, seemingly astonished. Sun Jin clutched that ephemeral wrist with all his might, his nails nearly digging into the intangible flesh. He raised his gaze, his crimson eyes fixated on the core of the vanishing light, as if through it he could perceive another soul withdrawing. His expression was one of madness, obsession, and despair, yet intertwined with a sense of bewildering certainty, transcending the boundaries of time and space. Each word, squeezed from bloodied teeth, bore an undeniable, curse-like vow. I, indeed, have encountered you somewhere. Lin Qinghan, I shall find you. Await my return. As the final three words fell, The last flicker of light dissipated entirely, leaving no trace behind. Only Qinghan remained, futilely extending his hand, frozen in mid-air, as if still grasping something that did not exist. An oppressive silence enveloped the city tower. All present were rendered speechless and paralyzed by the regent's frenzied demeanor. Qinghan slowly withdrew his hand, casting a glance at his empty palm, which seemed to linger with a faint chill and an almost inaudible essence reminiscent of melting snow. He gradually clenched his fist, as though striving to capture that last vestige of void. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his head once more. In his hollow eyes, a spark reignited, not the sharp and tyrannical gaze of yore, but a profound, nearly mad obsession, coupled with a bewilderment and conviction that transcended the bounds of time and space. Rising to his feet, his dark robe, stained with blood, it billowed in the wind. His gaze swept over the kneeling soldiers and ministers. His voice eerily calm, yet imbued with a chilling authority. Clear the battlefield. Account for the casualties. Tomorrow at dawn, the court shall convene. He did not cast a final glance at the empty space, instead turning away, step by step, descending the tower with unwavering poise, yet shrouded in an inescapable solitude and a disquieting fixation. Steward Zhao hastily rose, stumbling to keep pace, trembling as he inquired, "What of Lord Lin's final arrangements?" Qinghan's footsteps did not falter, his voice carried by the wind, clear and resolute, as if stating an inevitable truth. "He has not perished. He has simply gone to a place I cannot yet find. I shall seek him out, no matter the duration, no matter the distance." Chapter 31. The Bastard Son x the Regent Prince. An epilogue. What if Lin Qinghan had not died? Once again, it was the depth of winter. The heavy snow finally beginning to lift. Within the listening bamboo courtyard of the regent's estate, the warm stove crackled vigorously, and the air was infused with the faint, cold fragrance of plum blossoms and the scent of ink from scrolls. Outside, several green bamboos were draped in a blanket of pristine white snow, occasionally yielding to the weight of accumulated snow, producing a soft crackling sound. Qinghan set down the vermilion brush, massaging his slightly strained brow. The mountain of memorials on his desk remained formidable, yet, compared to years prior, the court had stabilized considerably. Although the new emperor was still young, he was wise and benevolent, aided by Qinghan as regent and a cadre of reformed old ministers, ensuring peace throughout the realm. Nonetheless, the trifles of year-end affairs were always particularly numerous. A dark cloak, still radiating warmth, was gently draped over his shoulders. Qinghan did not need to turn around to accurately seize the cool hand that was about to retract, enveloping it in his palm to warm it. "Qinghan, why are you still awake?" His tone bore the usual tenderness reserved for a singular person, his fingertips gently stroking the delicate bones of her wrist. "Your hands are so cold. Did you venture outside to admire the plums?" Lin Qinghan allowed him to hold her. Her cool brows and eyes softened to an incredible degree in the glow of the warm air and the fire. "Yes, the green bud in the western corner has blossomed its first flower." His voice was calm, yet naturally imbued with a sense of sharing. 7 years ago, following the cataclysmic upheaval at Donghua Gate, he was gravely injured and on the brink of death. It was only through Qinghan's relentless efforts, nearly exhausting the resources of the entire nation, that he was pulled back from the brink of the underworld. After 3 years of recuperation, he finally emerged fully healed. Since that time, while Qinghan's tension and obsession had not entirely dissipated, they had transformed into a more intricate and meticulous form of protection, allowing Lin Qinghan to gradually shed the last vestiges of his emotional distance. "Do you like it? I shall have it relocated to the corridor tomorrow, where you can view it from your window." Qinghan drew him closer, guiding him to sit on the soft cushion beside him, still holding his hand firmly. "There's no need to trouble everyone. It thrives just fine in its place." Lin Qinghan gently shook his head, his gaze falling upon the faint bluish hue beneath Qinghan's eyes. "You stayed up so late again today?" "I am nearing the end of my work," Qinghan replied, wishing to alleviate his concerns. He then added, "The emperor inquired about you today. He mentioned acquiring a painting from the previous dynasty, seemingly a true work of Gu Kaiji, and wishes to invite you for appraisal tomorrow. A flicker of light danced in Lin Qinghan's eyes. The new emperor was astute and eager to learn, particularly resonating with him in the realm of literature and art, often addressing him as teacher rather than prince. This was also the outcome of Sun Jin's years of effort, completely turning the tide. The Duke of Yongning's house had long since dwindled in influence. Now, the people of the capital only recognized Lin, the esteemed scholar of the regent's estate, as a figure worthy of national respect. Very well, he acquiesced. Sun Jin gazed upon his serene profile, his heart softening. He set down his brush, completely postponing his official duties, and enfolded Lin Qinghan in his embrace, resting his chin lightly atop his fragrant hair. Are you weary? Lin Qinghan quietly leaned into his arms, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. This was the most reassuring sound he had heard in 7 years. A mere embrace will suffice to rid you of your fatigue. Sun Jin murmured lazily, eyes closed, his voice laced with a languorous contentment. It was only in moments like this that the formidable regent, who wielded immense power and commanded awe, revealed such a childlike vulnerability. Lin Qinghan's lips curled slightly, a subtle smile forming as he chose to remain silent, allowing Sun Jin to hold him close. Outside, the snowlight illuminated the scene, and the room was suffused with warmth, punctuated only by the soft ticking of the clock and their intertwined breaths. Time flowed serenely. There was no greater bliss. After a prolonged silence, Sun Jin suddenly spoke in a low voice. Qinghan. Yes. During the morning court session today, the Ministry of Rights submitted another selection proposal. Sun Jin's tone was neutral, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Lin Qinghan's body tensed imperceptibly, though he knew Sun Jin would never acquiesce. Each mention of such matters stirred the undercurrents of unease rooted in societal conventions within him. Sensing the subtle shift in his demeanor, Sun Jin tightened his embrace, chuckling softly, his warm breath brushing against Lin Qinghan's ear. I instructed Chief Steward Zhao to dismiss the proposal, telling those antiquated officials that I have a penchant for cleanliness and find crowds quite bothersome. The analogy was rather crude, yet effectively rendered Lin Qinghan speechless. His ears flushed slightly, and he couldn't help but respond, "That's absurd." "How is that absurd?" Sun Jin lifted his head, cradling Lin Qinghan's face with a fervent gaze. "You're all I need. This empire, this estate, even my heart have long been filled to the brim, leaving no room for anything else." His fingertips gently traced Lin Qinghan's slightly furrowed brow. "You need not concern yourself with those idle whispers. Should the sky fall, I will bear it for you." Lin Qinghan gazed into the depths of his companion's eyes, where he saw a reflection of himself, imbued with an unwavering focus and affection that time had failed to diminish. Even in the face of life and death, he softly uttered a gentle sound and instinctively leaned his forehead against Sun Jin's shoulder, embodying a profound dependence and trust. Sun Jin's heart quivered, swiftly filled with overwhelming joy and satisfaction. His Qinghan had finally opened his heart completely to him. When spring arrives, and the affairs of state are less demanding, I shall take you to the picturesque Jiangnan, Sun Jin declared, planting a kiss on the crown of his head as he envisioned their future. You mentioned your fondness for the Longjing tea at Westlake. We shall stay there for a month, drifting on the water and brewing tea each day. How does that sound? Very well. Lin Qinghan's voice carried a hint of drowsiness. In Sun Jin's embrace, he found it all too easy to surrender to slumber. Noticing this, Sun Jin carefully lifted him into his arms and carried him towards the inner chamber, treating him as if he were a rare treasure. Sleep now, he murmured, tucking Lin Qinghan into the warmth of the blankets before lying down beside him, still enveloping him in his embrace. I shall guard you. Lin Qinghan nestled comfortably within his arms, his breathing gradually evening out. The candlelight dimmed, and only the soft glow of the snow outside filtered through the window, gently illuminating the two as they slept entwined. Listening to Lin Qinghan's tranquil and steady breaths, Sun Jin felt a sense of completeness in life, wanting for nothing more. The power and dominion of the world paled in comparison to the warmth he held in his arms. As time passed, fleeting as a galloping steed, Decades slipped away in the blink of an eye. The aged regent, Sun Jin, ultimately relinquished all authority upon the ascension of the new emperor, retaining only a nominal title. He departed from the political center of the capital with his beloved Mr. Lin, settling in a lakeside residence in Jiangnan, surrounded by lush bamboo and plum blossoms. Reminiscent of their past abode, Tingshuiwan. On this particular afternoon, amidst a gentle spring rain, the elderly Sun Jin rested on a soft couch by the window, draped in a light blanket with a book loosely held in his hands. Though time had weathered his features, the sharp contours of his brow still hinted at his former vigor. In this moment, he appeared serene, much like an ordinary elder. Lin Qinghan approached with a bowl of freshly brewed medicine, his steps steady despite the gray at his temples. He gently placed the bowl on a nearby table, refraining from waking Sun Jin immediately. Instead, he delicately readjusted the fallen blanket over him. In this act, Sun Jin stirred, opening his slightly clouded yet still keen eyes. Upon seeing Lin Qinghan, a reassuring and slightly mischievous smile graced his lips. "Did I fall asleep, Qinghan?" "Indeed," Lin Qinghan replied softly. "The sound of the rain is quite soothing. You ought to rest a while longer." He then retrieved the bowl of medicine, its warmth just right. "Drink this and then sleep again." Sun Jin scrunched his brows, resembling a reluctant child facing medicine. "It's bitter." Lin Qinghan did not rush him, but simply watched in silence. After a moment of shared gazes, Sun Jin ultimately surrendered, obediently accepting the bowl and gulping down the contents in one go. Lin Qinghan promptly offered a sweet treat, skillfully placing it in his mouth, savoring the sweetness. Sun Jin smiled contentedly, reaching for Lin Qinghan's hand to pull him closer. "Stay with me a while longer, Qinghan." Outside, the rain tapped against the bamboo leaves, creating a gentle rustle, while inside, the mingling aromas of medicine and tea filled the air, bringing a tranquil serenity to the room. In the gentle embrace of a rainy day, Qinghan held tightly to Sun Jin's hand, which, though no longer smooth, remained warm. Gazing out at the curtain of rain, he suddenly spoke, "In this lifetime, I have taken many lives, committed numerous cruel deeds, and at times almost lost you." Lin Qinghan tightened his grip and gently shook his head. "It is all in the past. Indeed, it is behind us." Sun Jin sighed, his gaze drifting far away, sometimes haunted by dreams in the midnight hour, feeling as if the time spent together was stolen. If only the past had not been, he mused. Lin Qinghan interrupted him, his tone calm, yet resolute. "There is only now." Sun Jin turned to look at him, studying his face for a long while before breaking into a smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes softening. "Yes, there's only now." He paused, his voice low and tender. "In this life, to grow old with you is my greatest fortune." Lin Qinghan offered no reply, but leaned forward, gently pressing his aged, wrinkled forehead against Sun Jin's. This silent gesture spoke volumes more than words ever could. Sun Jin closed his eyes, savoring the warmth that transcended life and death, the mundane and the passage of time. His heart enveloped in a serene completeness. As the rain began to wane, a ray of sunset pierced through the clouds, bathing the two entwined figures in golden hues, transforming their white hair into strands of gold. "Rest a little longer if you're tired," Lin Qinghan whispered. "I am here." "All right," Sun Jin mumbled in response, holding his hand, and once again drifting into peaceful slumber. Outside, the bamboo, washed by the rain, glistened with vibrant green, while the droplets falling from the eaves tapped against the stone steps, producing a crisp sound that seemed to softly sing a timeless melody. A life of tranquility, where the years pass in quietude. Chapter 32. The Transfer Student x the School Bully. Trigger warning. In this world, the protagonist possesses a rather harsh disposition, characterized by a temperamental and proud nature, having been raised in a manner that skewed his sense of morality. He acts on impulse and personal preference, only reflecting and changing after encountering the love interest. If you do not favor this, feel free to skip to the next narrative. The love interest will face bullying from other supporting characters early on, and for the sake of his character, he will not resist feeling stifled. Expect all the satisfying moments of retribution in the backdrop of a historical setting. Do not condemn the protagonist. His character is inherently malevolent, a true villain, who only shows restraint in front of the love interest. Super melodramatic, with a plot that oscillates between extremes. I implore you, spare me the harsh critiques. All right, this is the repository of thoughts. In the September sky, traces of late summer's heat lingered. The early self-study session in Class 7 of the second year was never genuinely quiet. Some were copying homework, others gossiping, and a few secretly enjoying breakfast, creating a buzz akin to a bustling market. That was until the homeroom teacher, Old Zhao, entered with someone in tow and rapped on the podium. Silence. Everyone quiet down. He commanded, "Let me introduce our new transfer student, Lin Qinghan." The room fell silent for a brief second, then erupted into suppressed gasps and whispers. Wow, this transfer student is extraordinarily handsome. The youth standing at the podium wore a slightly worn blue and white uniform, yet his posture was as upright as a bamboo shoot. His skin was fair, and his features were strikingly elegant, reminiscent of a traditional ink painting, with a high nose and pale lips forming a cool, straight line. What captivated everyone most were his eyes, dark and devoid of emotion, resembling an icy lake in winter, exuding an air of aloofness that made it clear he was not to be approached lightly. He stood there, incongruous amidst the cacophony of his surroundings, as if he possessed a chilling aura of his own. "Greetings, I am Lin Qinghan." His voice, much like his persona, was crisp and steady, devoid of any fluctuations. Upon finishing his introduction, he sealed his lips without uttering another word. Old Zhao cleared his throat awkwardly. This student, Lin Qinghan, has fallen behind in some courses due to familial circumstances. Let's extend our assistance to our new classmate. Old Zhao's gaze scanned the classroom before finally resting on an empty seat by the window in the last row. "Please take a seat there, next to Shunjin." A murmur rippled through the crowd below. Many faces bore expressions of sympathy or anticipation of amusement. Sitting beside Shunjin, the newcomer might be in for a rough time. He averted his gaze and settled into the vacant seat, retrieving his books with unhurried motions. The adjacent seat was empty, the surface pristine, devoid of any books, save for a bold inscription of the character Jean scrawled with a marker on the corner of the desk. This was the target of his existence in this world. Shunjin. According to the records, he was the campus tyrant, privileged background, handsome appearance, fierce in brawls and ill-tempered, an individual of renown, as well as a key subject for reform. Lin Qinghan sighed inwardly. If one must be here, one might as well make oneself comfortable. As the early self-study session approached its conclusion, the back door was abruptly kicked open with a loud bang. A figure, radiating the warmth and audacity of the outside, strode in, tall and broad-shouldered. He donned the same blue and white school uniform, but exuded a certain rebellious charm. His hair was cropped short, with sharp features, a prominent nose, and a mouth that habitually curved in a hint of impatience. His gaze swept across the classroom, emanating an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. It was Shunjin. He yawned, sauntering toward his seat with nonchalance. Midway, he halted abruptly. The seat beside him, which had been vacant for a semester, was now occupied. He squinted, scrutinizing the back of his new desk mate. Slim, pale, clad in a loosely fitting uniform that revealed a patch of fair neck. Sitting straight, absorbed in reading, his profile exuded clean and crisp lines. Shunjin frowned. Who was this delicate face? He found the sight rather irksome. Approaching the desk, he did not immediately sit, but instead nudged Lin Qinghan's chair leg with his foot, not too lightly. "Hey!" Lin Qinghan lifted his gaze to meet his. Those excessively clear and tranquil eyes inexplicably irked Shunjin further. "What are you pretending for? Who allowed you to sit here?" Shunjin's tone was brusque, looking down upon him with a sense of superiority. Lin Qinghan responded calmly, "The teacher. No one sits beside me. Go elsewhere." Shunjin waved dismissively, as though shooing away a fly. The classroom fell into an instant hush, all breaths held in anticipation of the unfolding drama. Lin Qinghan regarded him with an expressionless face, merely reiterating a calm tone. It was the teacher's arrangement. His gaze and demeanor were so composed that it seemed as if Shunjin's provocation was mere air. Shunjin was momentarily taken aback by this attitude, his temper flaring. He detested individuals who appeared aloof and indifferent, as if nothing mattered to them. He suddenly leaned forward, his arms bracing against the edges of Lin Qinghan's desk, encircling him between himself and the desk, drawing closer while lowering his voice, laced with menace. "Newcomer, do you understand the rules? In this class, my word carries more weight than the teacheress. Now immediately get lost." They were uncomfortably close. Shinjin could even catch a faint scent emanating from Lin, reminiscent of laundry detergent mingled with sunlight. He gazed into Lin Qinghan's eyes, searching for any hint of fear or panic. Yet there was none. Lin merely furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly displeased by the proximity, leaning back to create some distance. His voice still steady. "Class is starting." Just then, the sharp sound of the class bell rang out. Shinjin felt a tightness in his chest, unable to breathe freely. He shot Lin Qinghan a fierce glare, watching as Lin turned away, retrieving his textbook, completely disregarding Shun's presence, as if his earlier outburst had been nothing more than the antics of a petty fool. "Damn it!" Shin cursed under his breath, abruptly straightening up, pulling out his chair with a loud scrape before sitting down heavily, creating a thunderous noise. He was determined to see how long this pretentious pretty boy could sit beside him. During the first class, Shunjin hardly paid attention. He crossed his arms, leaning back against the chair, occasionally casting sidelong glances at the person beside him. That individual was attentively engaged in the lesson, sitting upright, occasionally bowing his head to take notes, his fingers long and impeccably clean. In the morning light, his profile appeared almost ethereal. The more Shinjin observed, the more irksome he found him, particularly that air of indifference, treating Shun as though he were invisible, stirred a restless and vexatious feeling within him, accompanied by an inexplicable urge to shatter Lin's composed facade. He kicked the chair of a subordinate in front of him, lowering his voice. "Go. Find out what's the story behind this transfer student." The underling nodded eagerly. Shunjin reclined against the chair once more, fixating on Lin Qinghan's slender profile, a malicious smirk curling at his lips. No matter his background, if he fell into Shun's hands, he would be out of luck. At last, this mundane high school life had presented an intriguing new toy. In the first class, Lin Qinghan was diligent, taking meticulous notes. As the bell rang to signal the end of class and the teacher exited the classroom, the cacophony of chatter immediately reclaimed the space. Lin closed his textbook, preparing to organize his notes when a tall figure cast a shadow beside him. Wang Shuo slammed his palm down onto Lin Qinghan's desk, causing the books to jump slightly. "Hey, newcomer, do you understand the rules?" Lin paused his movements, slowly lifting his head to meet Wang's gaze with a calm demeanor. Wang Shuo felt an inexplicable tremor within under the weight of those two calm eyes, but recalling Shun Jin's attitude, he quickly steeled himself, raising his voice deliberately. "What are you staring at?" Brother Jean said newcomers need to show their respect. After school, at the convenience store, you know what to do, right? Surrounding classmates turned to look, some with gleeful anticipation, others with sympathetic expressions, yet none dared to speak. Lin Qinghan's gaze drifted past Wang Shuo, landing on Shinjin, who still appeared to be slumped over, seemingly asleep. He then returned his gaze, his voice remaining flat and undisturbed. "I'm not aware. Is there a regulation regarding this at the school?" Wang Shuo choked, taken aback by the unexpected response. Neither a plea for mercy nor an expression of anger and defiance, but rather a matter-of-fact inquiry. This left the threats he had meticulously prepared lodged in his throat. "You." Wang Shuo seethed with indignation. Jin Ji's words were the law. "Oh," Lin Qinghan replied, lowering his head to continue organizing his notes, as if the previous exchange were merely an inconsequential episode. "I understand." Such utter disregard was far more humiliating than a confrontation. Wang Shuo's face flushed crimson. He yearned to retort. But from the back row came Shun Jin's impatient voice. "What are you making a fuss about? Get back here." Instantly obedient, like a dog responding to a command, Wang Shuo shot Lin Qinghan a glare and sulkily returned to his seat. Shinjin remained propped up, unnoticed by anyone, the corners of his mouth curving into the faintest of smiles. How intriguing. Not a blubbering softy, nor a blustering fool. This frigid demeanor, seemingly impervious to any disturbance. only heightened the curiosity about his eventual unraveling. Lin Qinghan sensed Shun Jin's gaze, sharpening in focus and intent, yet he remained unresponsive. He merely caressed the pen in his hand, calmly assessing internally. Subject exhibits strong aggression. Probing behavior has commenced. Maintain distance and observe movements. Chapter 33. The transfer student and the school bully. The morning classes concluded amidst a subtle atmosphere. Lin Qinghan's reputation soared following the morning's incident, and his striking appearance quickly spread throughout the grade. During the break, students from other classes would feign passing by the entrance of Class 7, peering in with curiosity. Inside Class 7, however, due to Shun Jin's evident interest, most students adopted a watchful and distant attitude toward him. No one dared to provoke someone under Shun Jin's scrutiny, even if that person appeared quite charming. Lin Qinghan relished the tranquility. He ventured alone to the cafeteria for lunch, savoring the ordinary fare at a leisurely pace. Upon returning to the classroom, he took out his mathematics notes from the morning to review them once more. The second period was physical education. After gathering, warming up, and jogging laps, the PE teacher announced free activity. The boys largely rushed towards the basketball and soccer fields, while the girls clustered in small groups to chat, stroll, or play badminton. Lin Qinghan felt no inclination for group activities. He informed the teacher of slight discomfort, which was not entirely a falsehood. This body did indeed feel somewhat frail. Once granted permission, he made his way to the relatively quiet teaching building beside the gym, intending to use the restroom on the first floor. As he stepped into a stall and had yet to close the door, 3 or 4 individuals burst in, led by a girl with chestnut-colored hair. Her makeup contravening school regulations, arms crossed, and casting sidelong glances at him, followed by a few similarly adorned lackeys. Lin Qinghan recognized her as Zhang Qian, a well-known figure in both his class and grade, reputedly one of Shun Jin's many admirers. Oh, a transfer student? Zhang Qian scrutinized Lin Qinghan from head to toe, her gaze brimming with jealousy and disdain. Not bad-looking. No wonder you dare to sidle up to Jingu right away. Try and catch his attention. Huh? Lin Qinghan gazed at her with an impassive expression, uttering not a word. Such base provocation elicited no desire for response from him. His complete disregard ignited Zhang Wei's fury. She stepped forward, reaching out to push Lin Qinghan's shoulder. "I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf?" Lin Qinghan evaded her advance, his gaze chilling slightly. "Is there something you need?" Zhang Wei, incensed by his retreat, motioned to her followers, signaling them to teach him a lesson, to make him understand that not every position is one to be taken lightly. "Oh, the transfer student, quite the neat freak, aren't we?" Zhang Qian remarked sarcastically as she approached him, arms crossed. "How can someone who looks so decent be so ignorant of the rules?" Lin Qinghan turned to face them, leaning against the sink, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the trio. "What rules? Still playing dumb?" Another girl stepped forward, nearly poking Lin Qinghan in the nose. "Have you forgotten what Wang Shuo told you this morning? How dare you disrespect Brother Jin?" Lin Qinghan subtly tilted his head, avoiding the finger that nearly brushed against him, his tone remaining flat. "I do not believe respect must be demanded in such a manner." His calm demeanor and the sarcasm laced within his words only served to infuriate Zhang Qian further. She despised individuals who appeared aloof, as if looking down upon them. "What are you so proud of?" Zhang Qian suddenly shoved Lin Qinghan's shoulder. "You're just a transfer student, dressed like a rag picker. I warn you, keep your distance from Brother Jin." Lin Qinghan stumbled backward, his back colliding with the cold tiled wall. He frowned, not out of fear, but due to the filth in her words and the abrupt physical contact. Straightening himself, he adjusted his rumpled collar, his expression growing even colder, yet devoid of panic, merely observing them as one would a circus clown. "Have you finished? May I leave now?" This utter disregard and disdain ignited Zhang Qian's wrath. "Leave? You wish?" She signaled her companions, who immediately advanced, attempting to seize Lin Qinghan's arms, one on each side. "If we don't teach you a lesson today, you want to know your place." Just as their hands were about to grasp him, Lin Qinghan deftly sidestepped, evading their grasp with agile restraint. "This is a school. What do you intend to do?" His voice lowered, imbued with a warning. Resorting to violence may not yield the outcome you anticipate. As he spoke, he quickly surveyed his surroundings, searching for an escape route. Confrontation was unwise, yet he would not allow himself to be humiliated. Who do you think you're scaring? One girl lunged at him again, this time aiming to grab his hair. Lin Qinghan raised his hand to deflect her, his gaze sharp as ice. Try it. His eyes were so cold, so composed, that the three girls found themselves momentarily taken aback, their movements stilled. They had bullied many, most of whom either cried for mercy or retaliated in anger. They had never encountered someone who seemed to calmly assess the situation, even with a hint of pity. At that moment, the restroom door swung open, kicked from the outside. "It's so noisy in here." A voice, impatient and laced with hostility, echoed through the air. The movements of everyone present halted, their gazes converging upon the entrance. Shenjin stood there, draped in his uniform jacket, a yet-to-be-lit cigarette clenched between his lips. His brows furrowed in annoyance as he surveyed the scene. A few followers, including Wang Shuo, trailed behind him. His gaze swept over Zhang Qian and her companions with evident irritation before settling on Lin Qinghan, who was cornered against the sink. Lin Qinghan's uniform collar was slightly askew from the earlier scuffle, and a few strands of soft black hair fell across his forehead, accentuating his pale complexion and dark eyes. His expression remained largely impassive, though a trace of mild annoyance flickered in his usually tranquil gaze, stirred by the unexpected altercation. Shunjin's attention lingered for half a second on Lin Qinghan's disheveled collar and that rare hint of emotion. Despite the disadvantage he found himself in, Lin Qinghan stood tall, his eyes devoid of fear, radiating a chilling detachment, as if observing a farcical spectacle. This demeanor deviated strikingly from any reaction Shenjin had anticipated. Intriguing, much more so than he had imagined. A peculiar shift occurred within Shenjin. His irritation was supplanted by a burgeoning curiosity. He scoffed lightly, turning his gaze to Zhang Qian, his tone harsh. "If you're going to make a scene, do it somewhere else. You're an eyesore." Zhang Qian's face drained of color, a mixture of grievance and fear washing over her. Jingu, we were just leave," Shunjin interjected coldly. Zhang Qian and her companions, as if granted a reprieve, cast a resentful glare at Lin Qinghan before hastily retreating. Wang Shuo and the others lingered at the doorway, hesitant to enter, observing the unfolding scenario. The restroom was suddenly left with only Shenjin and Lin Qinghan, the atmosphere thickening with an unsettling silence. Shenjin stepped closer, approaching Lin Qinghan until they were nearly within reach of each other's breath. Slightly taller, he cast a formidable shadow as he scrutinized Lin Qinghan. The latter did not flinch. Instead, he raised his gaze, meeting Shunjin's with a calm resolve. Their eyes locked, one brimming with malice and curiosity, the other cold and unwavering. Shenjin suddenly produced a smile devoid of warmth, his voice lowered, tinged with mockery. "Quite resilient, aren't you, transfer student? Almost stripped by the girls?" The sarcasm and malice in his words were unmistakable. Lin Qinghan's expression remained unchanged. He simply replied, his voice cool, "It's none of your business." Shenjin raised an eyebrow, finding amusement rather than anger in Lin Qinghan's defiance. He leaned in closer, almost whispering against Lin Qinghan's ear, the warmth of his breath brushing against him. "How is it none of my concern? I was enjoying the show until you interrupted." Lin Qinghan subtly furrowed his brow, finally turning his head to escape the oppressive proximity. This small gesture pleased Shenjin. He had finally glimpsed a crack in the icy facade that Lin Qinghan maintained. Standing upright, Shenjin adopted an almost commanding tone, his gaze firmly locked onto Lin Qinghan. "Your performance is for my eyes only. Do you understand?" Upon finishing his statement, he no longer regarded Lin Qinghan's reaction as if merely announcing an established fact. He turned away, a cigarette perched between his lips, exuding an air of arrogance as he beckoned his followers at the door to depart. The restroom fell silent once more, the lingering scent of tobacco mingling with an elusive, oppressive aura that belonged to Shenjin. Lin Qinghan stood rooted in place, slowly raising his hand to adjust his collar. He gazed into the mirror at his own expression, which remained tranquil, save for the faintest tightening of his lips that betrayed a hint of coldness. Target: Shunjin, with a notably high danger level, unpredictable behavior, and an emerging possessiveness. A mad dog indeed. He turned on the faucet, splashing cold water onto his hands in an attempt to wash away the discomfort brought on by their earlier proximity. Chapter 34. Transfer student ex-school bully. As physical education class concluded, students gradually returned to the classroom. Lin Qinghan was the last to enter, his demeanor unchanged from when he left, still exuding an air of icy indifference. Yet, the observant might notice that his uniform jacket was fastened more securely than usual. Zhang Qian and her two lackeys sat at their desks, their expressions somewhat unnatural. Upon seeing Lin Qinghan enter, their gazes flickered, revealing a mix of reluctance and defiance. Yet they ultimately dared not act further. In the back row, Shunjin had returned, lounging in his chair with his long legs sprawled across the aisle, engrossed in a game on his phone. His fingers danced across the screen with rapid precision, the light illuminating his impassive face. Even as he heard Lin Qinghan's entrance, he did not lift his eyelids, as if the earlier events in the restroom were merely a trivial interlude. Yet, he alone knew that his game character had met its demise several times. His attention was not truly on the screen. Rather, his mind replayed the image of Lin Qinghan at the sink, his slightly tousled collar, the frosty gaze, the barely perceptible furrow of his brow. And that emotionless declaration of it has nothing to do with you. How exhilarating. Shunjin clicked his tongue in frustration, swiping his finger, resulting in yet another valiant sacrifice of his game character. He decided to quit the game entirely, tossing his phone into the drawer, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards the upright figure in front of him. Lin Qinghan was immersed in a book, his profile sharp and refined, the length of his neck fair and elongated. He appeared utterly absorbed, as though everything around him was but an illusion. Shunjin fixated on the pale nape of his neck, an inexplicable urge to disrupt surging within him. What lay beneath that icy exterior? Fear? Anger? Or perhaps something else? He nudged the chair of Wang Shuo seated in front of him. Wang Shuo immediately turned around, flashing a sycophantic smile. "What is up, Jinge?" Shunjin tilted his chin towards Lin Qinghan's direction, his voice low yet audible enough for those nearby to hear. "Keep an eye on him. Don't let just anyone bother him." Wang Shuo paused, then quickly displayed an understanding expression. "Got it, Jinge. I'll make sure those girls don't trouble him again." He interpreted Shunjin's intent as a desire to personally handle the transfer student, ensuring no one else interfered. Shunjin refrained from elaborating, tacitly agreeing with Wang Shuo's interpretation. He truly wished to be undisturbed, to indulge in his personal observation of this intriguing toy. In the subsequent English class, Shunjin unprecedentedly refrained from dozing off or fiddling with his phone. Leaning against the wall, one hand propping up his chin, his gaze unabashedly fixed upon Lin Qinghan's silhouette. He was observing the angle at which Lin Qinghan slightly bowed his head during the lesson, the delicate way his fingers grasped the pen while taking notes, and the vacant yet seemingly contemplative expression in his eyes whenever he glanced out the window. It seemed this individual was genuinely out of sync with the clamor of the world around him, not merely putting on an act. This realization intensified Shunjin's curiosity. He even began to idly speculate about what this person had for lunch, his favorite color, and the reason behind his transfer. Such inquiries surfaced, leaving him bemused by their absurdity. Lin Qinghan could distinctly sense the weight of a gaze behind him, palpable and intense, tinged with a hint of unmasked aggressiveness. This was far more difficult to overlook than the previous malice he had encountered. Nevertheless, he maintained an exterior calmness, concentrating on the lesson and diligently taking notes. Only when that gaze lingered a tad too long did he subtly adjust his posture or tuck a stray lock of hair behind his ear, these minuscule movements nearly imperceptible. However, Shunjin noticed. Like a discoverer of a new continent, he seized upon Lin Qinghan's barely perceptible discomfort, which inexplicably elevated his spirits. It was evident that Lin Qinghan was not entirely indifferent. When the class bell rang, Lin Qinghan closed his book and prepared to fetch some water. Just as he grasped his cup and stood up, a male student rushed past, seemingly tripping slightly and inadvertently colliding with him. Caught off guard, Lin Qinghan stumbled backward, the cup slipping from his grasp. With a sharp crack, the ceramic vessel shattered upon the floor, water spilling everywhere. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," the boy exclaimed, his face paling, though his gaze instinctively darted towards Shunjin in the back row. Lin Qinghan steadied himself, glanced at the scattered shards, then regarded the clearly anxious boy, ultimately shifting his calm gaze to the rear. Shunjin, tilting his head, wore a malevolent smile, a glimmer of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. Upon meeting Lin Qinghan's eyes, he even raised an eyebrow in a provocation. It was his doing. In an instant, Lin Qinghan comprehended. Was it to observe his reaction? To see if he would become angry or lose his composure? Lin Qinghan said nothing. He averted his gaze, crouched down, and quietly began to gather the larger pieces of debris. His movements were unhurried, even cautious, as if the shattered cup were not his own, but he merely a bystander tasked with the cleanup. There was no blame, no anger, not even a hint of grievance or sorrow. The entire class watched this scene in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. The boy who had caused the incident stood frozen, unsure whether to apologize or remain silent, caught in an unbearable awkwardness. Gradually, the smile faded from Shunjin's face. He observed Lin Qinghan silently gathering the scattered fragments, the pale nape of her neck exposed by her lowered head, appearing exceptionally fragile, yet stubbornly resolute. The anticipated amusing reaction failed to materialize. Instead, a more intense, inexplicable agitation and disappointment surged within Shunjin. "How tiresome," he muttered under his breath, abruptly rising from his seat, the legs of the chair screeching against the floor in a jarring manner. He strode towards the boy who had caused the incident, his gaze dark and intimidating. "Are you blind?" The boy trembled in fear. "Jinji, I'll go get a broom to clean it up," Shunjin impatiently barked. Then, without sparing a glance at Lin Qinghan on the ground, he turned and returned to his seat, exuding an unmistakable aura of "don't mess with me." Everyone was bewildered by Shunjin's sudden outburst. Clearly, he had instigated it. Why was he now in fury? Only Lin Qinghan continued to calmly pick up the shards, as if this turmoil, ignited by him, bore no relevance to his being. Yet beneath his lowered eyelashes, his eyes flickered slightly. The behavior of the target was contradictory and elusive, malice intertwined with an odd sense of protectiveness. Conclusion: the target was troubled. No wonder he was called Shunjin. Truly neurotic. As the school bell rang, the students hastily packed their belongings to leave. Lin Qinghan tossed the last piece of porcelain into the trash bin, picked up his backpack, and prepared to return to his temporary, makeshift rental apartment. He remained oblivious to the fact that behind him, Shunjin watched his departing figure, his gaze flickering with complexity before he quietly rose and followed from a distance. Chapter 35. Transfer student ex-school bully for Shunjin no longer brazenly commanded others to trouble Lin Qinghan as he had before. The previously palpable, intensely aggressive gaze he directed in class had diminished somewhat. He mostly slumped over his desk, either napping or engrossed in his phone, adopting an air of indifference toward his surroundings. Yet he was acutely aware that the sense of irritation had not dissipated. Rather, it proliferated like a vine in the depths of his heart, tightening its grip. Lin Qinghan's complete, unyielding indifference, leaving no room for a response, was far more unsettling than any vehement resistance. It felt like a punch landing on cotton, followed by an overwhelming desire for destruction. He needed to see a reaction, any reaction at all. Thus, he tacitly permitted those around him to engage in petty antics. On a Monday morning, Lin Qinghan opened his drawer to find it stuffed with crumpled waste paper and snack wrappers, emanating a sickly sweet and decayed odor. His books had been shoved to the back, their edges smeared with sticky grime. Some classmates pretended not to see, while others cast curious yet sympathetic glances. Bullying is unacceptable. Please do not imitate. Lin Qinghan paused momentarily in his actions. His face bore no expression, neither anger nor grievance. He calmly extracted the trash piece by piece, discarding it into the bin at the back of the classroom, then meticulously wiped down the drawer and the soiled areas of his books with a wet tissue he always carried. The entire process was eerily quiet, as if he were merely engaged in an ordinary daily cleaning ritual. In the back row, Shunjin, who appeared to be asleep, opened his eyes slightly. Coldly observing Lin Qinghan's meticulous movements, his fingers unconsciously tightening. During physical education class, while practicing basketball in groups, there were always those who inadvertently hurled the ball heavily in Lin Qinghan's direction. He was not an athletic prodigy, occasionally caught off guard. The basketball would strike his arm or back, producing a dull thud. Each time he was hit, he merely furrowed his brow slightly, rubbed the sore spot, and continued to reposition himself, as if it were nothing more than an accidental collision. He did not glance at the source of the thrown ball, nor did he voice any complaints. His dark eyes remained tranquil, devoid of any ripples. Shunjin watched from the sidelines. Sometimes he would casually pick up a ball, dribbling it absent-mindedly, then with a flick of his wrist, send it flying with apparent randomness. Yet it always grazed Lin Qinghan's body with precision, the wind from its passage brushing past his ear. Still, Lin Qinghan did not so much as flutter an eyelash, as if the hurtling basketball were merely an inconsequential falling leaf. This complete, unreserved disregard only fueled the flames of frustration within Shunjin. He began to question whether this person possessed any emotions at all. Was he perhaps a robot? Yet he distinctly recalled the moment in the restroom when he approached, and Lin Qinghan's barely perceptible frown and averted gaze. He was not unresponsive. He simply deemed it beneath him to react. This realization pierced Shunjin's proud yet twisted heart like a needle. What vexed Shunjin further was his uncontrollable fixation on every detail of Lin Qinghan. He noted what t-shirt Lin Qinghan wore that day. Although it was a school uniform, the color of the inner collar was slightly different. He observed the brand of pen he used, a fine black gel pen, producing clear and austere handwriting. Even the frequency of his Adam's apple's subtle movement as he drank water. These observations were involuntary, akin to a morbid obsession. He loathed this inexplicable behavior, yet found himself unable to cease. After school, he saw Lin Qinghan packing his bag. The black gel pen he often used slipped from his pencil case, rolling beneath the desk. Lin Qinghan seemed oblivious, zipping up his bag and rising to leave. Shunjin's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He waited for most of the classroom to empty before, as if possessed, he approached, bent down, and retrieved the pen. The pen's cold metallic surface still bore a hint of its owner's warmth. Almost instinctively, he grasped the pen tightly in his palm and swiftly stuffed it into his pocket. His actions quick, as if he were a thief. His heart pounded within his chest, a strange blend of delight and guilt washing over him. He did not understand why he stole this pen, just as he could not fathom why he remembered so many trivial details about Lin Qinghan. All he knew was that holding this pen felt akin to grasping a fragment of that cold youth, oddly calming his restless heart, if only slightly. The following day, he noticed a brand new pen that was identical to the one he had lost, nestled within Lin Qinghan's pencil case. The pen felt just as comfortable in his hand as the old one had, and he seemed oblivious to the fact that he had misplaced a writing instrument the previous day. The pen that Shunjin had pilfered now felt absurdly hot and ridiculous in his pocket. His expression darkened, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped him throughout the day, rendering Wang Shuo and the others too intimidated to approach him. Lin Qinghan sensed the increasingly frigid and oppressive aura behind him, yet he chose to disregard it. His mission was not to soothe Shunjin's emotions, but to reform him. The current scenario of unilateral bullying and harassment clearly fell outside the boundaries of reform. He needed to bide his time or create an opportunity. However, he was not entirely devoid of feelings. The troubles brought by those petty actions and the occasional physical pain were indeed real. He merely regarded these as necessary sacrifices in the course of his mission, suppressing them with formidable rationality, especially since the system would shield him from pain. Yet, in a secluded corner where no one could see, as he rubbed his bruised arm from being struck by a basketball, a fleeting glimmer of fatigue crossed his eyes. This weariness was well concealed, yet did not escape the gaze of someone who had been quietly observing him intently. Shunjin caught sight of that brief flicker of fatigue. In that moment, Rather than the anticipated satisfaction, he felt a sudden pang, an inexplicable mix of annoyance and concern. He was startled by the word that erupted in his mind, which only fueled his anger further. Concern? How could he possibly feel concern for this ungrateful transfer student, who perpetually wore a morose expression? Damn it! Had this person placed a curse upon him? It must be a mere illusion. He needed to be more ruthless, to tear away that false facade. Thus, once the physical exercise session ended and the crowd surged up the stairs, Sun Jin signaled to Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo understood and, seizing the chaos, deliberately shoved Lin Qinghan from behind with considerable force. Lin Qinghan, caught off guard while traversing the staircase, stumbled forward as his footing gave way. Gasps of surprise echoed around him. Just as he was about to tumble down the stairs, Lin Qinghan's pupils constricted in a moment of peril. He instinctively grasped the nearby railing. The immense inertia propelled him against the railing with a dull thud, twisting his wrist painfully. But he managed to steady himself and avoided falling. Leaning against the railing, he took a moment to catch his breath, his face paling from the shock and impact, though he quickly regained his composure. Danger detected for the host. The system is about to activate pain perception shielding. Lin Qinghan replied, "Yemifine." No need for pain shielding. This minor scuffle is inconsequential. Acknowledged. Anomalies in the emotional state of the task target have been detected, indicating feelings of concern and guilt. The narrative deviation has been corrected by 55, and the reform progress stands at 46. Please continue your efforts, host. Lin Qinghan turned his gaze coldly towards Wang Shuo, who was standing at the top of the stairs wearing a look of amusement, and then to Sun Jin, who stood behind him with a blank expression that betrayed no emotion. His gaze resembled a blade tempered in ice, even from a distance. It sent a chill through Wang Shuo's heart, causing him to instinctively shrink his neck. Lin Qinghan said nothing, merely fixing them with a cold stare for a few seconds before turning away, straightening his disheveled school uniform, and continuing his steady ascent step by step. His back remained perfectly erect, as if the person who had narrowly escaped a grave misfortune moments earlier was not him. Sun Jin stood rooted to the spot, watching Lin Qinghan's indifferent departure, observing the slight reddening of the hand that clutched the railing. A surge of unnamed fury ignited within him, reaching a fever pitch. Yet it was intermingled with a trace of fear and regret he hadn't even recognized in himself. He had nearly. What if he had truly fallen? Wang Shuo leaned closer, grinning as if to claim credit. Did I scare him to death? Look at how pale he is. Shut up. Sun Jin suddenly barked, his expression dark and menacing. Who told you to use so much force? Wang Shuo, taken aback by the outburst, wore a face of confusion and grievance. No, it wasn't me, Jinji. Frustrated, Sun Jin ran a hand through his hair and kicked the wall beside him with a forceful thud, then stormed off without a backward glance, leaving Wang Shuo and the other followers bewildered, utterly perplexed by their volatile leader's thoughts. Sun Jin himself was equally uncertain of his own feelings. His heart felt chaotic, as if it were stuffed with a tangle of wild grass. He both craved to witness Lin Qinghan's unraveling, yet feared the irreversible harm that might ensue. This conflicting emotion tore at him, rendering him more anxious and irritable than ever before. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghan, upon entering the classroom and settling into his seat, discreetly opened his palm. The forceful grip on the railing had left deep red marks on his hand, even breaking the skin slightly. He glanced at it expressionlessly, then closed his palm, as if nothing had transpired. Such trivial gestures were hardly worthy of concern. The final bell for the last study period rang, akin to a decree of pardon, instantly invigorating the atmosphere within the classroom. Students hastily packed their bags, the cacophony of chatter and the clattering of desks merging into a symphony of relief and liberation at the end of a day of academia. Lin Qinghan remained unhurried, methodically stowing his last exercise book into his bag, checking his pencil case, and then zipping it up before shouldering it and walking out with the throng. His stride was steady, his figure slender and upright, standing out in the bustling crowd like a silent, solitary shadow, naturally creating an invisible barrier around him. From the back row, Sun Jin almost instantly rose to his feet. He snatched his bag from the drawer, neglecting to zip it properly, his gaze locked intently on the figure about to vanish through the doorway. Ji, are we going? To the internet cafe. For some gaming? Wang Shuo called out. Not going. Shun Jin waved him off impatiently, as if swatting away a fly. You all go away. Stop bothering me. Huh? Jin Ji, do you have something on? Another follower inquired. Nothing, just get lost. Shun Jin's tone grew increasingly abrasive, his entire focus having already followed Lin Qinghan's departure. A few followers, noticing his displeasure, dared not inquire further. They exchanged glances, murmuring about how irritable Junge had been these days, and then departed together. Shun Jin hastily exited the classroom, only to find that Lin Qinghan had vanished from the corridor. An inexplicable tension tightened within him, a sense of impending loss seizing his heart. He nearly sprinted down the staircase, pushing through the crowded throng, his gaze desperately searching. At last, amidst the bustling stream of students at the school gate, he caught sight of that familiar, ethereal silhouette once more. Lin Qinghan walked alone along the sidewalk outside the school. The setting sun elongated his shadow, enhancing the air of solitude. Shun Jin abruptly halted, his heart racing from the recent exertion and an unnameable anxiety. He stood still, watching Lin Qinghan grow more distant, when a preposterous yet intense thought surged into his mind: to follow him, to discern his destination, to uncover what he did upon returning home, to understand what he became once he left the school and slipped from his view. Once this notion took root, it spread wildly, overwhelming all reason like rampant weeds. Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Jin lowered the brim of his baseball cap and stealthily followed at a distance of several meters. This was his first experience of trailing Lin Qinghan. His heart raced, mingled with a thrill of mischief and an indescribable excitement. His gaze, akin to the most precise radar, remained fixated on that figure ahead, while everything around him blurred into obscurity. Lin Qinghan appeared entirely oblivious. He walked at a leisurely pace, occasionally stopping at red lights to wait in silence. His profile softened in the golden glow of the sunset, yet his expression remained composed as he gazed at the flowing traffic, lost in thought. Shun Jin concealed himself behind a utility pole beside a newsstand, or feigned interest in his phone, his heart pounding with the fear of being discovered, yet utterly captivated by this clandestine observation. He followed Lin Qinghan into a relatively quiet, old street. The buildings here were no longer resplendent. Rather, they bore the marks of time, with weathered walls and narrow streets lined with unremarkable little shops. Lin Qinghan's steps did not falter as he ventured deeper. Shun Jin's brow began to furrow. He had not anticipated that Lin Qinghan would reside in such a place. The dilapidation and chaos of the surroundings starkly contrasted with his own cool and pristine demeanor. After traversing 2 more alleys, the surrounding residential buildings grew even older. Lin Qinghan finally paused before a drab 6-story apartment building, its paint peeling and walls crumbling. The rusted security door below bore the scars of neglect. With a pile of debris nearby, he produced a key, unlocking the seemingly flimsy door, and vanished into the darkness beyond. Shun Jin stood at the alley's entrance, gazing at the rundown edifice, a tumult of complex emotions swelling within him. Surprise, confusion, and a tinge of bitterness and heartache he was reluctant to acknowledge. The Lin Qinghan, who is as cold as ice and as proud as a snow lotus within the confines of the school, resides in such a place. He cannot fathom the life that unfolds behind that door. By some twist of fate, Shun Jin did not leave. He glanced at an old locust tree nearby, nimbly hiding in its shadow, and resolved to wait a little longer. He wished to witness what would transpire next. As time ticked by, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, and the street lights flickered to life, bathing the surroundings in a soft, yellow glow. The security door remained eerily still. Just as Shun Jin began to feel restless and contemplated departing, the door creaked open once more. Lin Qinghan emerged again, having changed out of his school uniform into a simple white cotton t-shirt and gray trousers, appearing even more slender and at ease. He held a small white plastic bag in his hand. Shun Jin instinctively held his breath, retreating deeper into the shadows. To his surprise, Lin Qinghan did not wander far, but turned into a small corner beside the building where an abandoned, dilapidated flower bed lay. What unfolded next took Qinghan completely off guard. From the shadow of the flower bed, two scrawny stray cats cautiously emerged, one orange, the other tortoiseshell. They seemed familiar with Lin Qinghan, affectionately rubbing against his pant legs and emitting soft mews. Lin Qinghan crouched down, the icy indifference on his face melting away like spring ice meeting warmth. The dim light from the street lamp illuminated the gentle contours of his profile, and his gaze transformed from hollow and distant to one imbued with a subtle yet genuine tenderness. He opened the small plastic bag, revealing some cat food and a few bits of chopped ham. Carefully, he poured the food onto the clean ground and watched as the two little cats approached, nibbling delicately. He even extended his hand, gently stroking the head of the little orange cat. The cat squinted its eyes in pleasure, nuzzling against his fingers. In that moment, Lin Qinghan, crouched beneath the dim streetlight, was enveloped in a soft halo of light, appearing utterly transformed from his usual cold demeanor. The unguarded display of tenderness and fragility was overwhelmingly poignant. Hidden behind the tree, Qinghan was utterly stunned. His heart felt as though it had been struck by something, abruptly contracting and then racing wildly. Blood surged to his head, and a buzzing filled his ears. He had never seen this side of Lin Qinghan before. No longer the indifferent, invulnerable transfer student, but a gentle youth who could express warmth toward stray cats. This stark contrast struck Qinghan like a bullet, penetrating the most secret and defenseless corners of his heart. An unprecedented surge of possessiveness, mingled with an indescribable fluttering, swept over him like a tsunami. This softness, this vulnerable aspect, how could it be seen by anyone else? It was meant solely for him, to belong only to him. Qinghan instinctively pulled out his phone from his pocket, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement as he swiftly activated the camera, aiming it at the gentle, smiling youth illuminated by the dim yellow light. Click! The faint sound of the shutter was swallowed by the whispers of the night breeze. On the phone screen, a moment captured that had never been witnessed by anyone, one that could send Qinghan's heart racing with fervor. Lin Qinghan seemed to sense something, pausing momentarily in his caress of the kitten, raising his head to gaze curiously towards the entrance of the alley. Qinghan immediately retreated behind a tree, clutching his phone tightly, holding his breath as his heart threatened to leap from his throat. Fortunately, Lin Qinghan merely glanced briefly, unaware of anything amiss, perhaps attributing it to the rustle of the wind. He soon lowered his head again, watching the kitten finish the last morsel of food before gathering the plastic bag, gently patting the kitten's head and standing up to return to the old building. The security door closed once more, sealing off all softness and warmth. The alley returned to silence, leaving only the dim street lights and the occasional whisper of the evening breeze. Leaning against the coarse bark of the tree, Qinghan slowly sank to the ground, tightly gripping his warm phone. He looked down, the screen illuminating as the candid photograph came into focus. In the image, Lin Qinghan appeared astonishingly gentle. Qinghan extended his finger, cautiously caressing the face on the screen, his eyes swirling with a tumult of complex emotions, obsession, possessiveness, madness, and a clumsy sense of cherishment that he hadn't even realized he possessed. He stared at the photograph for what felt like an eternity before carefully setting it to a hidden album, encrypting it. After completing this, he inhaled the cool night air deeply and rose from the ground. We glanced back at the old building. His gaze had entirely transformed. The earlier thoughts of destruction and the desire to witness his collapse seemed to have been replaced by a far more intense and obsessive emotion. Lin Qinghan. He whispered the name, his voice hoarse, laced with an undeniable fervor. He turned, his silhouette blending into the night, the vague notion within him crystallizing with remarkable clarity. This person, this visage inside and out, could only belong to him. No one else was permitted to touch. No one else was allowed to take away. Chapter 37. Transfer student, ex-school bully. The atmosphere within the campus seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. The petty and malicious acts directed at Lin Qinghan appeared to vanish overnight. His drawer was no longer stuffed with trash. Basketballs no longer unexpectedly soared towards him during gym class. and even while ascending or descending the stairs, a small circle of safety distance inexplicably formed around him. Initially, Lin Qinghan was oblivious to the change. He had always been somewhat indifferent to his surroundings, dedicating most of his energy to adapting to his studies and observing his target, Shunjin. It was only after 2 days of tranquility that he belatedly recognized the absence of that pervasive sense of harassment. During a break, as he went to fetch water, the boys who previously would deliberately bump into him or attempt to splash water on him, upon seeing him approach, unexpectedly exchanged glances and willingly parted to clear a path. During the midday break, he sat in his seat, nibbling on a piece of bread. Zhang Qian, the girl who had once led the charge against him, passed by with her entourage, merely casting a fleeting glance in his direction, her eyes a complex mixture of reluctance, apprehension, and a hint of fear. They hurried away as if fleeing from a plague. Lin Qinghan's hand, holding the bread, faltered slightly. This was unusual. When circumstances deviate from the norm, something sinister is afoot, he mused calmly. Was it a new trick from Shunjin? A strategy of feigned indifference? Or was there a larger conspiracy brewing? Instinctively, his gaze drifted to the back of the classroom. Shunjin maintained his usual nonchalant and arrogant demeanor, reclining in his chair, headphones on, engrossed in a game, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. Yet, Lin Qinghan keenly observed that Wang Shuo and his companions were unusually subdued today. They did not engage in their customary raucous behavior around Shunjin, but appeared restless, exchanging furtive glances that hinted at lingering trepidation. Just yesterday afternoon, in a secluded alley behind the school, Zhang Qian and her 2 female companions found themselves cornered by Shunjin. He did not lay a finger on them. In fact, he did not even glance at the 3 frightened girls, merely leaning against the wall, idly playing with a lighter, the soft click of the flame flickering blue, then extinguishing. Wang Shuo and 2 other tall boys surrounded the girls with menacing expressions. Jin Ji, we haven't caused him any trouble. Zhang Qian's voice trembled, tinged with desperation. She could not comprehend why. Despite her efforts to steer clear of the transfer student, she still found herself trapped in this situation. Finally, Shunjin lifted his eyelids, his gaze devoid of warmth, sweeping over them with the disdain one might reserve for refuse. Is that so? Yet I have heard whispers of discontent lingering in someone's heart, and their lips are far from silent. His voice was low, lacking in inflection, yet it struck Zhang Qian and her companions like a chill from the abyss. No, absolutely not. Another girl hastily waved her hands. We 1T dare. We truly 1T dare? He warned. I suggest you keep your distance from him. Do not let me catch you lingering in his presence again, nor hear another word about him. His troubles. He paused, the flame extinguishing. Only I am permitted to seek him out. Do you understand? The madness and desire for destruction in his eyes were unmistakable, as if they would be utterly shattered should they dare utter a word of dissent. Understood. Understood. Ji, we understand. Then go. Do not make me repeat myself. The 3 girls scrambled away, as if pursued by a vengeful spirit. Shunjin watched their panicked retreat, his gaze dark and brooding. He could not fathom why he had acted in such a manner. After all, he had previously tolerated and even encouraged others to trouble Lin Qinghan. Yet, the mere thought that someone might conspire against Lin Qinghan, even in secret, sent him into a frenzy, a desire to obliterate everything in his path. This overwhelming urge for possession and protection arose inexplicably, but surged fiercely within him, leaving him unable to resist. To outsiders, he was ever ruthless and unyielding, employing threats, intimidation, and even more extreme measures as a matter of routine. He relished the sensation of wielding power over others' fears. However, this time, the feeling seemed somewhat different. What drove him was not amusement, but an anxious, violent urge to protect what he considered his own from being tainted by others. This matter soon spread discreetly within a small circle, and soon everyone was aware that the transfer student was under Shunjin's protection. Although the nature of this protection was bizarre and unfathomable, no one dared to test Shunjin's limits any longer. The rumors of Shungu shielding the transfer student began to circulate quietly throughout the campus, each version differing in detail, yet all conveying the same core message. Lin Qinghan was Shunjin's possession, untouchable by others. Though Lin Qinghan was unclear about the specifics of what transpired, he pieced together a general understanding from the subtle shifts in the attitudes of those around him and the fragments of rumors. It was Shun Jin who had put an end to the harassment. But why? He recalled Shun Jin's previously contradictory actions, ordering others to trouble him, yet intervening in the restroom, intimidating him with basketballs, yet scolding his followers for nearly causing him to fall down the stairs. The behavioral patterns of this task's objective were even more chaotic and unpredictable than he had anticipated. This protection was not born of kindness, but rather resembled a primal instinct of a beast marking its territory. Lin Qinghan rationally assessed that this might serve as a breakthrough, indicating that Shun Jin had developed a particular concern for him, albeit one currently manifested as a twisted possessiveness. Perhaps the task of reforming him could commence from this point. He needed to maintain the status quo, continue to observe, and attempt some low-risk, gentle interactions to gauge Shun Jin's reactions. Thus, the following morning, when Shun Jin entered the classroom as usual, just as the bell rang, and collapsed into his seat with a palpable air of tension, he noticed that Lin Qinghan seemed to glance in his direction. The look was fleeting and subtle, almost as if it were an accidental sweep, yet he caught it. Moreover, on Lin Qinghan's desk lay an unopened bottle of mineral water, whereas he distinctly remembered that Lin Qinghan usually drank from his own cup. Shun Jin's heart inexplicably raced. Chapter 38. Transfer Student X School Bully. The surface calm did not last long. As Lin Qinghan had anticipated, Shun Jin's protection did not signify the end of trouble, but rather the beginning of another form of entanglement. While external disturbances ceased, the suffocating attention from Shun Jin himself escalated abruptly. This attention bore a fierce aggression and possessiveness, silent yet omnipresent. In class, Shun Jin no longer slept or played games. Instead, he fixated intently on Lin Qinghan's back, his gaze scorching enough to seem as if it could burn holes into that slender spine. Unabashed and unrestrained, when the teacher directed questions at Lin Qinghan, Shun Jin would emit a cryptic chuckle from below, or in a tone only audible to those nearby. He would lowly and teasingly repeat Lin Qinghan's answers, elongating the final syllables with an unclear mixture of mockery and ambiguity. Lin Qinghan could keenly feel that gaze, like a thorn embedded in his back. He endeavored to maintain a posture of focused attentiveness, yet his fingers, gripping the pen, would subtly tighten, requiring a greater exertion than usual to concentrate. Occasionally, when his gaze lingered too long and too openly, the frequency with which he imperceptibly furrowed his brow indeed increased. This subtle reaction was invariably captured by Shun Jin, becoming the sole source of mental solace and exhilaration in his monotonous existence. Look, he was not entirely indifferent. Physical education class transformed into yet another stage for Shun Jin. During free activities, he grew dissatisfied with merely intimidating Lin Qinghan with a basketball and began to encroach more directly upon his space. Lin Qinghan, who detested sports, would typically seek a quiet corner to read or daydream after securing the teacher's permission. Shun Jin would approach him, clutching the basketball, his body glistening with sweat and warmth, and sit down beside him in silence, so close that they could almost feel each other's body heat. Lin Qinghan would immediately tense up, shifting slightly away. Shun Jin would follow suit, inching closer time after time, until Lin Qinghan could no longer endure it, closing his book and preparing to rise. At this moment, Shun Jin would finally speak, his voice gravelly from exertion and tinged with a hint of mischief. So averse to activity, fragile as a flower. As he spoke, he would suddenly extend his hand, flicking the page of the book in Lin Qinghan's grasp or swiftly brushing against the exposed skin of his arm beneath his short-sleeved uniform. His movements were quick, filled with both provocation and a sense of testing the waters, fleeting yet impactful. Lin Qinghan would jerk his hand back, as if scalded, finally unable to contain himself, turning to glare at Shun Jin. In those usually calm, dark eyes, a flicker of clear anger and annoyance emerged. "Stay away from me." His voice was low, laced with a chilling warning, and this was precisely what Shun Jin delighted in witnessing. He would break into a grin, revealing his sharp canines. his expression brimming with a sense of triumph and deeper obsession. "Is the playground yours? I can sit wherever I please." He would even audaciously draw closer, inhaling deeply as if savoring the fresh, clean scent of Lin Qinghan, then whispering in an almost deranged tone, "What shower gel do you use? It smells rather pleasant." Lin Qinghan's expression would instantly chill. He would spring to his feet, not looking back as he hastily departed, leaving Shun Jin sitting alone, watching his almost panicked retreat with a gleeful chuckle. This game of cat and mouse was one Shun Jin relished endlessly. His antics grew increasingly brazen and obsessive. Aside from the pilfered pen, Lin Qinghan occasionally found himself missing inconspicuous small items, half-used erasers, crumpled scrap paper, even a stray hair he suspected Shun Jin had deliberately taken. He had serious doubts about where these items ultimately ended up. They were meticulously hoarded by Shun Jin, as if collecting trophies, hidden away in a locked box. In the stillness of night, he would unlock the box, gazing at those belongings of Lin Qinghan, running his fingers over them, as if through these cold objects. He could touch the cold person himself. In his mobile gallery, there existed no longer merely that photograph of feeding a cat. He commenced a fervent spree of surreptitiously capturing Lin Qinghan. The silhouette during lectures, the delicate curve of his neck as he bent to scribble notes, the translucent contours of his ears under the sunlight, and even the mere presence of his backpack and water bottle perched on the edge of the desk. Each image was taken with exquisite clarity and cunning angles, imbued with an insatiable voyeuristic desire. He meticulously encrypted these photographs, employing a labyrinthine password, and revisited them repeatedly, his gaze entranced. This distorted fascination infiltrated every crevice of Lin Qinghan's life. Following him after class became a daily ritual for Shun Jin. No longer content with merely trailing at a distance, he endeavored to decipher Lin Qinghan's more intricate daily patterns, his frequent haunts in bookstores, the corners where he paused at red lights, and even the approximate time he ventured out to dispose of the trash. Lin Qinghan, ever vigilant, occasionally seemed to sense a presence, abruptly turning around or altering his path, sending Shun Jin's heart racing with a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. On one occasion, Lin Qinghan seemingly sought to confirm whether he was being followed, entering a convenience store and weaving through the aisles. Shun Jin, almost instinctively, followed suit, feigning interest in merchandise while his gaze fixated on the figure ahead. Lin Qinghan selected a bottle of water and approached the checkout. Shun Jin casually grabbed a pack of cigarettes, falling in line behind him. The proximity was palpable. Shun Jin could detect the faint, pleasant scent emanating from Lin Qinghan. He could observe the fine hairs at the nape of Lin Qinghan's neck and the slight protrusion of his cervical vertebrae beneath the pale skin. His gaze deepened, and his breath involuntarily quickened. Lin Qinghan appeared to sense the searing intensity of the stare behind him. His body momentarily stiffened before he completed his purchase and departed without hesitation. Shun Jin watched his hurried retreat, gripping the cigarette pack tightly, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew Lin Qinghan was beginning to feel discomfort and distress. This was precisely his intent. He aimed to permeate Lin Qinghan's life with his presence, rendering escape impossible. He longed for that icy gaze to finally reflect his own shadow, be it disdain or fury. Anything was preferable to that accursed indifference. Indeed, Lin Qinghan experienced an unprecedented strain. Shun Jin's relentless and obsessive scrutiny proved far more challenging than the previous minor acts of bullying. Bullying could be ignored or managed with composure. Yet this sensation of being ensnared, like prey in a venomous serpent's gaze, wrapped in an invisible web, birthed a chilling suffocation deep within him. His rational mind informed him that this was an indication of emotional deviation from his target, a potential opportunity for reformation. However, his instincts vehemently rejected this twisted intimacy. He maintained an exterior of calm, yet in solitude, the duration of his furrowed brows lengthened. He urgently needed to discover a way to resolve this predicament. Otherwise, he feared he would inevitably be driven to madness by the omnipresent scrutiny. Between them, a more peculiar and taut equilibrium established itself, one relentlessly closing in, reveling in the pursuit, while the other steadfastly defended his boundaries, navigating with measured composure. Chapter 39. The transfer student and the school bully Qinghan felt as though he was afflicted by an incurable ailment, one that bore the name Lin Qinghan. This desire to draw nearer, to possess, to tear away the frigid exterior and glimpse the interior, had not waned with the daily acts of observation and harassment. Instead, it gnawed at his reason like a parasite, burrowing ever deeper. The clandestine photographs he had taken filled the hidden space of his phone. Yet even the quiet hours spent reviewing them could not satiate his ever-expanding greed. He craved something more tangible, something that truly belonged to Lin Qinghan. The pilfered pen had long ceased to quench his parched heart. He sought fresher treasures, infused with Lin Qinghan's current essence. Opportunity arrived on an unremarkable afternoon during a break between classes. The bell rang, and the physics teacher, having lingered to complete the last problem, reluctantly announced the end of class. The students, unable to contain their excitement, surged out of the classroom the moment the teacher stepped outside, eager to release their energy on the playground. Lin Qinghan appeared somewhat fatigued. He did not rise immediately, but instead slightly turned his head to gaze out the window. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass, casting small shadows on his long eyelashes and nose, softening the harsh contours of his profile. He seemed lost in thought, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the open physics notebook before him. The notebook was of ordinary design, with a blue cover and a certain thickness, filled with meticulously written notes and formulas. He still used that extremely fine black gel pen. Qinghan's heartbeat began to race uncontrollably. His gaze was magnetically drawn to that notebook, fixated upon it. This was it. He recalled how Lin Qinghan always focused intently on this very notebook during class, his slender fingers gripping the pen, pausing occasionally to ponder. This notebook bore the essence of Lin Qinghan, his concentration, his contemplation, even the warmth of his fingertips. A wild and exhilarating thought seized Qinghan in that moment. He had to obtain it. Without a second thought, he signaled to Wang Shuo beside him and whispered a few instructions. Although Wang Shuo looked bewildered, he nodded immediately, calling over two other accomplices, deliberately raising a ruckus to divert the attention of the remaining students in the classroom. "Let us go. Time for basketball. Hurry up. Ouch, who stepped on my foot? Look over there. What's that outside?" Seizing the brief chaos in the cover of obscured vision, Qinghan sprang up from the back row like a silent predator, swiftly making his way to Lin Qinghan's seat. His movements were astonishingly quick, imbued with a thief's guilt and an uncontrollable thrill. His heart pounded violently in his chest, the rush of blood reverberating in his ears. He extended his hand, his fingertips trembling with excitement as they brushed against the cool surface of the blue-covered notebook. Though the cover was frigid, he felt as though he had been scorched, a shuddering pleasure coursing from his spine to his brain. This was the sensation he craved. He swiftly extracted the notebook from Lin Qinghan's drawer, daring not to linger his gaze upon it, and hastily concealed it within the ample folds of his school uniform jacket, securing it tightly with his arm. Bowing his head, he exited the classroom at a brisk pace, as if it were merely a routine departure. The entire episode transpired within mere seconds, seamless and flawless. It was not until he stepped out of the classroom and reached the deserted stairwell corner that Qinghan leaned against the cold wall, gasping for breath. A chill sweat dampened his back, yet an overwhelming surge of exhilaration and satisfaction engulfed him. He had succeeded. Cautiously, he retrieved the notebook from his bosom, cradling it as though it were a rare treasure. The blue cover seemed to still retain the crisp, refreshing essence of Lin Qinghan's desk. Eagerly, he flipped to the first page. What met his eyes was an exquisitely beautiful and meticulously neat script, each stroke clear and austere, reminiscent of Lin Qinghan himself. Formulas, diagrams, and highlighted key points were presented with clarity and precision. Qinghan could almost envision Lin Qinghan, head bowed, diligently writing, with his slightly trembling eyelashes and softly pressed lips. His fingers greedily traced the ink marks, as if he could reach through the paper and touch that elusive figure. He even bent down, almost obsessively inhaling the scent of the pages. A faint fragrance of ink mingled with a subtle, cold aroma unique to Lin Qinghan. He emitted a near moan of satisfaction. His gaze glazed with an almost frenzied obsession. For the remainder of the afternoon, Shun existed in a state of heightened exhilaration, yet underlying anxiety. He was eager to peruse every word within the notebook, yet fearful of being discovered, so he occasionally felt the rigid notebook through his clothing, relishing its presence. His eyes frequently darted towards Lin Qinghan's vacant desk, imbued with a secretive, twisted sense of triumph. Look, your belongings have ultimately found their way into my possession. However, the reaction he had anticipated did not materialize. In the first class of the afternoon, Lin Qinghan returned to his seat. Habitually, he reached into his desk for his textbook, but paused momentarily. Shunjin's heart leapt to his throat as he anxiously observed every subtle shift in Lin Qinghan's expression. Lin Qinghan merely furrowed his brows slightly, peering into the drawer with scrutiny, scanning his surroundings as if to ascertain whether he had misplaced it. Yet, his demeanor quickly returned to serenity, devoid of any signs of panic, and he did not vocally inquire about the whereabouts of his notebook. Unlike most, he did not instinctively cast a suspicious glance toward Shunjin, the prime suspect. He remained silent for a few seconds before retrieving another pristine notebook, also adorned with a blue cover, from his backpack. He opened it, took out a pen, and inscribed the subject, class, and name anew on the title page. His movements were calm and unhurried, exhibiting no hesitation, as if he had merely misplaced an inconsequential eraser and was replacing it with a new one. That utter indifference, that complete lack of concern, poured over Shunjin like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing all his excitement and pride. Why was he not angry? Why was he not anxious? Within those pages lay half a semester's worth of notes. Did he truly care so little? A profound sense of loss and frustration struck Shunjin with brutal intensity. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. What he had stolen was not a trophy, but a mere jest, an indication of his utter insignificance in Lin Qinghan's heart, so trivial that it failed to elicit even the slightest emotional response from her. The notebook he had meticulously concealed within his garments now felt unbearably hot and ironic. When the class bell rang, Lin Qinghan gathered her belongings and departed, never once casting a glance back at the lost notebook. Shunjin remained frozen in his seat until the classroom was vacant. Only then did he slowly retrieve the notebook, its blue cover glaringly vivid. As he gazed upon it, his expression shifted unpredictably from obsession to fury, and then to a deeper, almost consuming fixation. It matters not. He gritted his teeth, seething internally. You may not care now, but one day I shall compel you to care. I will make you panic over the loss of something that pertains to me. He clutched the notebook tightly to his chest, as if it were his only lifeline, his gaze darkly fixed on the direction Lin Qinghan had departed. Chapter 40. The transfer student x the school bully. The incident of the stolen notebook pricked Shunjin's heart like a thorn, rendering him increasingly restless and irritable. Lin Qinghan's complete indifference was far more intolerable than any act of defiance. He felt an urgent need for an outlet, a desperate need to assert that his claim over Lin Qinghan was both real and unassailable. At that moment, Zhang Qian, who had received a warning from Shunjin, yet remained undeterred in her malicious intent, fortuitously crossed paths with him. Although she dared not confront Lin Qinghan directly, the venom of jealousy burned fiercely within her. Witnessing Shunjin's peculiar and focused protectiveness over Lin Qinghan drove her to the brink of madness. Unable to direct her hatred towards Shunjin, she redirected all her resentment towards Lin Qinghan. Thus, she covertly reached out to some local delinquents she knew outside of school. These individuals, slightly older and having long since dropped out of school, roamed the streets without care, willing to undertake any task for a fee. The plan was simple: teach that transfer student a lesson, enough to instill a sense of caution, but without escalating the situation into something severe. Zhang Qian approached the leader of the gang, a young man with a scarred face known as Scar, and slipped him a few hundred yuan, her voice laced with both malice and trepidation. Scar examined the money in his hand, grinning to reveal a mouth full of yellowed teeth. "Don't worry, little sister. We know our limits. We'll make sure you get your revenge." They devised a plan to ambush Lin Qinghan in a secluded alley he would inevitably pass through after school on Friday. However, Zhang Xian underestimated Shun Jin's near-obsessive desire for control over Lin Qinghan. The news of her clandestine dealings with the local thugs swiftly reached Shun Jin through various channels. At that moment, he was kicking the railing by the playground in a fit of discontent when Wang Shuo rushed over, panting and lowering his voice to inform him, "Brother Jin, bad news. I heard that Zhang Xian hasn't given up and has contacted Scar S gang to ambush that transfer student on the way home." Shun Jin's foot abruptly halted mid-kick. In an instant, all the irritation, anger, and frustration seemed to find a release, transforming into a tempest of wrath and murderous intent. The scarred leader? He slowly turned his head, his gaze chillingly fierce, while a cruel smile twisted at the corners of his mouth. "Who dares to emerge from the shadows? Who dares to touch my people?" Just after school, in that desolate alley behind the old library, Wang Shuo trembled at his glance and hurriedly added, "Call for backup." Shun Jin's voice was eerily calm, yet it carried an ominous aura of a storm brewing. "Let's go now." The school bell echoed throughout the campus. Lin Qinghan, as usual, packed his bag and walked out of the school gate alone, turning towards the familiar path leading to the old residential area, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Meanwhile, several dozen meters behind him, another storm was brewing. Shun Jin, accompanied by Wang Shuo and 5 or 6 other boys, equally formidable in their own right, did not follow Lin Qinghan, but instead took a shortcut, arriving early at the secluded alley. The alley was deep, flanked by towering old walls, littered with discarded construction materials and debris, rarely traversed by anyone. Shortly after their arrival, they heard a raucous laughter echoing from the alley's entrance. Leading the group of 7 or 8 thugs was the scarred one, cigarettes dangling from their lips, wielding clubs and chains as they swaggered in, clearly waiting for their prey to stumble into their trap. The two groups collided in the middle of the alley. The scarred leader paused, recognizing the opposing group as merely a cluster of students in uniforms, and immediately scoffed. "Where did these little brats come from? Get lost. Don't get in the way." Shun Jin stood at the forefront, his blazer casually draped over his shoulder, clad in a black t-shirt beneath, his gaze sharp as a dagger, coldly surveying the thugs. "Who sent you here?" he inquired, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. The scarred thug felt a shiver creep down his spine under Shun Jin's icy stare, but emboldened by his age, he puffed out his chest and retorted, "None of your business. Kid, you'd best scram while you can, or we'll take you down too." Shun Jin smiled, a smile devoid of warmth, chilling to the bone. "Take him down?" He stepped forward, flexing his wrist, a light crack echoing from his neck, an aura of ferocity emanating from him that instinctively made the thugs take a half step back. "You think you're worthy?" The scarred thug, enraged by Shun Jin's demeanor, spat. "You're asking for it. Get them. Teach these ignorant kids a lesson." The thugs charged forward with a roar. The battle erupted in an instant. Though outnumbered, Shun Jin's group was composed of seasoned fighters, and with Shun Jin leading the charge, their strikes were ruthless. More importantly, Shun Jin himself resembled a frenzied beast, indifferent to their numbers or weaponry. His singular focus was on the scarred leader. A thug swung a club toward Shun Jin, who neither dodged nor flinched, instead bracing himself with his arm, the sound of bone colliding echoing through the air. He appeared impervious to pain as he swiftly seized the thug's weapon, yanking it with force while driving his knee into the thug's abdomen. The thug let out a pained scream, curling up on the ground, clutching his stomach. Shun Jin did not spare him a glance. He snatched the club and charged directly at Scarface, his eyes ablaze with an unadulterated, frenzied desire for destruction. Each strike, be it with the club, his fists, or his feet, was aimed with ruthless precision, unrelenting in its ferocity. The air was filled with cries of agony, curses, and the sounds of flesh meeting flesh, reverberating through the narrow alleyway. Wang Shuo and the others were equally swept up in their leader's madness, exerting every ounce of strength to grapple with the remaining thugs. Scarface was taken aback by the fighting prowess of these students, particularly by the reckless bravery of their leader. He was unnerved by Shun Jin's willingness to engage in mutual destruction, receiving a heavy punch to the face that sent blood gushing from his nose. "Damn it! You're insane. You're a complete lunatic," Scarface shouted in a mix of panic and desperation as he clumsily tried to evade Sun Jin's onslaught. Sun Jin seized Scarface's blonde hair, forcefully smashing his head against the adjacent wall with a resounding thud. Scarface's vision darkened momentarily, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Gripping his hair, Sun Jin compelled Scarface to meet his gaze, which was stained with a ferocity and murderous intent. His voice was low and hoarse, reminiscent of a demon's whisper. "Listen closely. Scum. Lin Qinghan. The mere thought of hearing his name from the likes of you disgusts me. His troubles are mine to address, and his life is mine to command. What are you even worth? How dare you lay a hand on him? Should I ever catch you near him again, or hear you utter his name?" Sun Jin's voice dropped to a chilling whisper, laced with a menacing threat. "I shall no longer be so courteous. I will make you regret every moment of your existence. Do you understand?" Scarface was utterly cowed by the madness and ruthlessness reflected in Sun Jin's eyes, trembling uncontrollably. He had no doubt that this youth would follow through on his words. "I understand. I swear. Big brother. We won't dare again. We won't," Scarface pleaded, his voice cracking with fear. Sun Jin, disgusted, released his grasp, discarding him to the ground like refuse. Surveying the scene, he noted that the other thugs lay defeated at the hands of Wang Shuo and his companions, moaning in agony. Dust and specks of blood adorned Sun Jin's school uniform jacket, a fresh abrasion on his forehead oozing droplets of blood, further enhancing the wildness of his already fierce expression. He panted heavily, his chest rising and falling, the madness in his eyes still simmering. Stepping over the wreckage, he approached Scarface, towering over him. "Return and inform the woman who sent you to disappear completely from my sight. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear." With that, he disregarded the pitiful figures of the thugs on the ground and gestured to Wang Shuo and the others. "Let us go." He stepped decisively toward the alley's exit, his silhouette resolute and fierce. Wang Shuo and the others hurried to follow, their eyes filled with awe and trepidation as they beheld Sun Jin's formidable back. Today, he was more terrifying than ever before. As they were about to exit the alley, Sun Jin's footsteps suddenly halted. In the distance, at the corner of the alley, a slender figure seemed to have just passed by, the corner of a blue school uniform flashing momentarily. It was Lin Qinghan. He had likely just turned off the main road and was about to pass through the alley. Sun Jin's heart leaped. Did he see? How much did he see? In an instant, a flicker of panic surged within him. It was not the fear of being caught fighting, but rather the dread of letting Lin Qinghan witness his violent and frenzied side. Instinctively, he raised a hand to wipe the blood from his brow, attempting to present a facade that was less disheveled and terrifying. Yet, that figure did not linger, nor did it cast a glance into the alley. As if oblivious to the commotion, continuing to walk leisurely until it vanished on the other side of the street. Sun Jin stood frozen, gazing at the empty mouth of the alley, the ferocity he had just unleashed gradually settling into a deeper, ineffable complexity of emotions. He had protected him, employing the very violence he was most adept at. Yet, that person might not even have known what had transpired moments ago, nor the trouble he had narrowly escaped. As always, indifferent, Sun Jin slowly clenched his fists, the wound on his brow throbbing faintly. It was fine. It was better that he remained unaware. Such sordid, bloody matters should never tarnish his vision. His world needed to remain coldly pristine. As for the vermin lurking in the shadows, he would handle that. With one last glance at the groaning ruffians sprawled across the alley, his gaze was frigid and devoid of emotion. "Clean this up," he tossed a remark to Wang Shuo, then zipped up his school jacket to conceal the bloodstains underneath, lowering his head as he briskly departed from the place steeped in the scent of violence and blood. He needed to fade back into the shadows before Lin Qinghan arrived home, continuing his silent and obsessive guardianship. Chapter 41. Transfer Student Ex-School Bully. 10 the days following the alley incident, campus life descended into a peculiar calm. The rumors surrounding Sun Jin's altercation on behalf of Lin Qinghan circulated only in hushed whispers, stifled by the extreme indifference and ferocity exhibited by both parties, failing to incite any significant uproar. Zhang Qian had taken sick leave and had not returned to school. It was said that her family was in the process of transferring her. However, Lin Qinghan was not entirely oblivious. That day at the alley, although he did not deliberately look around, the faint scent of blood that lingered in the air, coupled with the muffled groans and the bruises that marred Wang Shuo and others' faces, along with the strange mix of reverence and oddity in their gazes, led him to piece together the truth. Once again, Shun Jin had resorted to his extreme measures to eliminate potential threats. This twisted form of protection left Lin Qinghan with a profound sense of suffocation. It felt as though he was ensnared in an invisible net, woven by a person who was watching him with a relentless and obsessive gaze. The loss of the notebook was no coincidence. He was acutely aware of that. In light of the previously misplaced trifles and Shun Jin's increasingly blatant gaze, he could almost ascertain that it was Shun Jin who had taken them. This pathological, boundary-violating behavior had surpassed the threshold of Lin Qinghan's tolerance. He could no longer passively wait and observe. He required an opportunity for a candid and thorough confrontation. That opportunity arrived on a Friday afternoon. After school, the classroom emptied swiftly, leaving only the duty student tidying up. Uncharacteristically, Shun Jin did not leave immediately. Instead, he languidly leaned against the back row of desks, his fingers carelessly tapping on his phone screen while his gaze occasionally flicked towards the figure in the front row who was methodically packing their bag. He was waiting for everyone to depart, perhaps hoping for another chance encounter or to continue his relentless game of stalking. Lin Qinghan zipped up his bag, but, unlike his usual routine, did not leave right away. He stood up, hesitating for a moment as if he had made a resolution, then turned and walked directly toward the back row. Shun Jin's fingers abruptly halted on the screen, his heart skipping a beat. He watched as Lin Qinghan approached step by step, his dark eyes calm, yet imbued with an unprecedented determination. Just then, the duty student completed their task, took the trash out, and thoughtfully closed the door behind them. Instantly, the classroom was left with just the two of them. The sunlight filtered through the window, slicing the air into interwoven fragments of light and shadow, with dust motes dancing silently in the beams. Lin Qinghan stood before Shun Jin, a desk separating them. "Shun Jin," he began, his voice as cold as ever, yet now resonating with a clarity that brooked no contradiction. Shun Jin instinctively straightened. A wave of inexplicable anxiety mingled with intense anticipation washing over him. He feigned calmness, even forcing a habitual smirk, tinged with a hint of malice. "What's this? The transfer student finally deigns to speak to me?" Lin Qinghan disregarded his taunt, fixing his gaze upon him and getting straight to the point. "The trash in my drawer has vanished. There are no more mishaps during gym class. Zhang Qian has transferred. And the incident in the alley a few days ago. All of these were your doing, weren't they?" His tone was declarative, not interrogative. Shun Jin's smile faltered momentarily before turning cold. "And so what? What difference does it make to you?" He habitually masked his true intentions, now laid bare, with defensive retorts and aggression. Furthermore, Lin Qinghan continued, lowering his voice yet sharpening its resonance. "Is it you who took my notebook?" Shun Jin's heart clenched sharply, as if gripped by an icy hand. He anticipated Lin Qinghan would confront him so directly. The act of thievery being exposed before him filled him with a rush of acute embarrassment and disarray. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He leapt to his feet, the imposing stature he possessed casting a shadow of pressure over Lin Qinghan as he attempted to intimidate him. "Who took your worthless notebook? Don't flatter yourself." Lin Qinghan, undeterred by his aggression, leaned slightly forward, meeting Shun Jin's furious gaze head-on, the distance between them narrowing significantly. His gaze was as sharp as an icicle, seemingly capable of piercing through all facades. "Since my transfer to this institution, every action of yours, the initial provocations, the subsequent efforts to prevent others from troubling me, the incessant scrutiny during class, the deliberate proximity during physical education, and the stalking after school," Lin Qinghan enumerated each point with clarity and composure, every word striking Shun Jin's heart like a whip, laying bare his hidden, twisted thoughts under the sunlight. Lin Qinghan's gaze ultimately settled on Shun Jin's slightly paling face as he posed the pivotal question, "What exactly do you wish to achieve with all these contradictory and extreme actions?" This question, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, stirred violent ripples in Sun Jin's chaotic heart. What did he wish to accomplish? Even he could not articulate it. Those surging, uncontrollable emotions and behaviors stemmed from an attraction he could neither comprehend nor govern. He yearned to tear apart his indifference, to make him see only himself. He desired to understand him, to know the essence of his being. He wished to keep him close, hidden from the eyes of anyone else. These thoughts, frenzied and chaotic, defied articulation. Under such blunt interrogation, Sun Jin felt an unprecedented sense of panic and loss of control. He abruptly raised his hand, seemingly intending to seize Lin Qinghan's collar, but his fingers froze mid-air. Enraged and humiliated, he shouted indiscriminately, attempting to mask his insecurity with fury. "What do I want? I find you obnoxious. Is that not enough? I'm just tired of your condescending, disdainful demeanor. I just want to see what lies beneath your cold facade. Is that too much to ask?" His voice reverberated loudly in the empty classroom, yet it carried an air of hollow bravado. However, in the throes of extreme anger and confusion, one's subconscious often reveals the most authentic thoughts. Sun Jin's gaze fixated on Lin Qinghan, uncontrollably sweeping across his attire, a light gray cotton t-shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing the distinct lines of his collarbone. In stark contrast to the blurred image he had previously glimpsed, an unbidden thought escaped his lips, intermingled with his furious outburst, yet oddly softened. Laced with a hint of obsession, "That white shirt you wore yesterday was far more pleasing to the eye than this one." The moment the words left his mouth, an oppressive silence enveloped the classroom. Sun Jin abruptly realized what he had said, the color draining from his face, leaving behind a stark pallor and overwhelming terror. How could he have uttered such a thing? How could he remember so vividly what Lin Qinghan wore yesterday? Lin Qinghan's pupils contracted slightly, despite his prior suspicions. Hearing Sun Jin acknowledge that he remembered his daily attire so clearly sent a chilling wave through him, a sensation of being scrutinized from all angles. The air became thick with tension. The light of the setting sun seemed to halt its flow. Chapter 42. Transfer Student Ex-School Bully 11. An oppressive silence pervaded the classroom. Sun Jin stood frozen in place, his mind a blank canvas, with only that phrase buzzing in his ears, each word ringing like a public execution. It laid bare his most secret, shameful, and pathological infatuation before the very person he longed to conceal it from. It was over. This singular thought echoed in his mind. All his facades, all his bluster, shattered in an instant, leaving no trace behind. He felt like a captured criminal, with nowhere to hide. An overwhelming sense of shame and panic engulfed him like a tsunami. He could feel his cheeks and ears burning furiously, and without looking, he knew they must be an alarming shade of crimson. He even dared not raise his gaze to meet Lin Qinghan's expression at that moment. Was it shock, disgust, or utter disdain? Any of these would drive him to madness. He would prefer Lin Qinghan to resume the earlier physical assaults than endure the current silence, the cold scrutiny. This silence was far more lethal than any accusation. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Each second felt like a slow torment. Sun Jin's fingers twitched involuntarily, desperately seeking an action to shatter this despairing silence, to salvage a shred of dignity that had long since evaporated. Across from him, Lin Qinghan, after the initial shock and revulsion, swiftly regained his composure. Sun Jin's reaction had revealed everything. That expression of panic and utter humiliation confirmed his suspicions more powerfully than any defense could. Gazing at the youth before him, who had just moments ago been arrogant and overbearing, now resembling someone with a shattered spine, Lin Qinghan felt not fear, but an intense absurdity and a cold derision rising within him. So this was the mindset he had harbored. The cruel bullying, the contradictory protection, the pervasive scrutiny, all stem from this twisted, sordid desire to pry and possess. Lin Qinghan inhaled sharply, suppressing a flicker of discomfort. He observed Sun Jin's ears, reddened to the point of nearly bleeding, and his frantic, averted gaze. His cold voice sliced through the stagnant air like a frigid scalpel. precisely unveiling the last remnants of his shame. So it is. Those 4 words, light yet laden with gravity, struck Qinghan like a jolt of electricity. He trembled, as if scalded. Lin Qinghan's gaze settled on Qinghan's hand, still suspended in midair, trembling slightly, the derision and chill in his eyes almost palpable. Following, he articulated each word clearly yet cruelly. Following, spying, even stealing from me. Qinghan, you truly are. He paused, seemingly searching for the most fitting word, and ultimately, that extremely derogatory, yet remarkably precise, term slipped coldly from his pale lips. Perverted. Perverted. These 2 words pierced Qinghan's heart like 2 icy bullets. In an instant, all the blood surged to his head, only to recede, leaving behind a chilling void. After the utmost shame and panic came an unbearable rage, striking at his most vulnerable point. Lin Qinghan, what did you just say? Qinghan abruptly lifted his head, his eyes instantly bloodshot and crimson, resembling a beast thoroughly provoked. He stepped forward in a frenzied manner, seizing Lin Qinghan's wrist with a fierce grip. The force was so intense that Lin Qinghan was caught off guard, wincing in pain as a red mark swiftly appeared around his wrist. Try saying that again. Qinghan grasped his wrist tightly, pulling him dangerously close, the space between them becoming suffocating. He ground his teeth and growled, his warm breath, laced with fury, fanning against Lin Qinghan's face, his gaze wild and wounded, as though Lin Qinghan's words had dealt him a devastating blow. Am I the pervert? Who do you think you are? It was as if he sought to prove something, or perhaps to conceal something, as his grip tightened further. Lin Qinghan did not struggle. He merely endured the pain, coldly meeting Qinghan's gaze. In his dark, piercing eyes, there was no hint of fear, only a deeper chill and disdain, as if he were observing something utterly repulsive. This look inflicted another profound wound upon Qinghan. The 2 remained locked in a tense standoff, their chests heaving with the intensity of their emotions. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and an imminent, volatile tension. Qinghan's gaze was fixed on Lin Qinghan's face, mere inches away, scrutinizing his cold, translucent eyes and the delicate, pale lips pressed together in a slight frown. A more frenzied, audacious thought surged uncontrollably into his mind, to silence this mouth that spewed cruel words in a most direct and brutal manner. This notion shocked and terrified him. His fingers, gripping Lin Qinghan's wrist, trembled slightly from the inner turmoil. He could feel the delicate warmth of the skin beneath his grasp, the fragility of the bone beneath. Ultimately, that burgeoning fury and the overwhelming, dark desire were doused like a sudden splash of ice water upon meeting Lin Qinghan's fearless, purely disdainful gaze. He could not bring himself to do it. He could be ruthless to anyone else, yet he could never truly harm the person before him, no matter the humiliation or contempt he faced. The initial confrontation that marked their first meeting had led to the current dynamic they shared, one entirely of their own making. The madness and crimson hue in Qinghan's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a profound, near-desperate sense of defeat and disarray. It was as if all his strength had been drained. He slowly released his grip on Lin Qinghan's wrist, finger by finger. Lin Qinghan swiftly withdrew his hand, stepping back while rubbing his aching wrist, his gaze still brimming with wariness and coldness. Qinghan watched as the distance between them widened, his heart feeling as though it had been brutally carved out, sharp pain coursing through him. He opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of saying something. An apology? An explanation? But ultimately, no words escaped his lips. All language felt pale and absurd in that moment. He abruptly turned, almost fleeing in desperation, grasping the bag from the table and stumbling out of the classroom, lacking even the courage to glance back. Bang! The classroom door was forcefully slammed shut by him, producing a resounding echo that reverberated through the empty corridor before plunging everything back into silence. Lin Qinghan stood alone in place, the setting sun casting an elongated shadow of his figure. He gazed down at the glaring red mark encircling his wrist, which seemed to still bear the lingering warmth of Qinghan's trembling fingertips. He slowly clenched his fist, then gradually released it. A boundary appeared to have been drawn. Yet, the nearly shattered, desperate gaze of Qinghan as he fled left an imperceptible ripple of unease in Lin Qinghan's heart. A nuance so faint that he scarcely recognized it himself. That fervently obsessive youth did not seem to be entirely beyond redemption, a mere cold stone. Meanwhile, Qinghan bolted from the classroom, racing away until he was completely distanced from the academic building, finally collapsing against the frigid wall, sliding down to the ground, burying his burning face deeply into his knees. His ears continued to buzz, replaying the two words that pierced his heart: pervert. He curled up, his shoulders trembling slightly. No, that was not the case. It was not like that. He simply could not control himself. In the darkness, he held himself tightly, like a helpless child. Chapter 43. The transfer student and the school bully. After that nearly catastrophic confrontation, Qinghan vanished for 2 days. He did not attend school. Initially, his classmates paid little attention. Skipping classes was a common occurrence for Qinghan. However, as time passed, particularly with the absence of that formidable figure for 2 consecutive days, the emptiness in the back row of the classroom began to feel unsettling to some, creating an atmosphere of unease. Lin Qinghan's life appeared to revert to a semblance of normalcy. The suffocating, omnipresent gazes had dissipated. In class, he no longer had to consciously disregard the searing stares from the back. During breaks, no one approached him unexpectedly, imposing an uncomfortable pressure. On the way home, the sensation of being followed had vanished. The very air seemed to have become considerably fresher. He could quietly attend lectures, focus intently on his notes, dine alone in the cafeteria, and return home on time to feed the 2 familiar stray cats. Everything seemed to have reverted to that state of strangeness that, while unfamiliar, was at least tranquil, reminiscent of his early days after transferring. However, this normalcy bore an eerie calmness, akin to the stillness of the sea after a storm, concealing unknown undercurrents. Lin Qinghan did not let his guard down. His understanding of Qinghan's obsessive nature led him to believe that the latter would not simply relinquish his pursuits after one confrontation. This sudden disappearance felt more like a dormant phase, perhaps brewing something ominous. Indeed, on the 3rd day, Qinghan returned. He maintained his usual brazen and languid demeanor, kicking the classroom door open and carelessly tossing his backpack onto the desk, creating a considerable commotion that drew the attention of the entire class. Yet, something about him seemed altered. He no longer fixed his gaze relentlessly on Lin Qinghan's back upon entering the classroom. In fact, he deliberately avoided any eye contact with Lin Qinghan. During class, he either slumped asleep, stared blankly out the window, or lowered his head to play on his phone, seemingly losing all interest in the person seated in front of him. The deliberate facade of indifference was almost comical in its rigidity. Yet, Lin Qinghan could sense that beneath this seemingly tranquil exterior, something had grown sharper and tenser. Qinghan's harassing behavior had indeed ceased. He no longer instructed others to engage in petty antics, no longer deliberately approached during physical education classes, nor did he stealthily steal Lin Qinghan's belongings anymore. However, another form of attention had quietly intensified, becoming more insidious and unsettling. Lin Qinghan felt as though he had become ensnared in a silent, omnipresent surveillance. Occasionally, when he lifted his gaze, he would abruptly encounter Qinghan's complex and fleeting stare, filled with obsession, resentment, anger, and a hint of timidness, the latter of which even the owner himself seemed unaware. Yet upon locking eyes with him, Qinghan would swiftly avert his gaze as if scalded by fire, often masking his reaction with a deliberately impatient expression. When he visited the library, weaving through the shelves, he would catch a glimpse of a familiar tall figure darting past from behind another row of books. While purchasing items at the convenience store, he could feel a piercing gaze on the nape of his neck, but when he turned around, he was met only with a throng of people or a swiftly retreating silhouette. Walking home after school, that sensation of being followed returned. Yet the nature of it had shifted entirely. The previous stalking had been brazenly provocative, while now, the pursuer had become more cunning, maintaining a greater distance and better concealment. At times, he would deliberately halt or veer into a convenience store, yet he could no longer catch the offender in the act. Instead, he He could only rely on a gut feeling, sensing that gaze clinging to him like a parasite, never truly departing. Qinghan seemed to be engaging him in a more patient and obsessive game of cat and mouse. He no longer rushed to witness a reaction, but rather found satisfaction in this silent, all-encompassing scrutiny and control. As long as Lin Qinghan remained within his line of sight, it seemed to quell the restless turmoil within him. Lin Qinghan attempted to ignore it as he once had, but this pervasive, ghostly surveillance was far more chilling than direct harassment. It silently eroded his sense of security, reminding him that he had never truly escaped the clutches of that obsessive youth. The atmosphere in the class also became subtly charged. Speculations regarding what had transpired between Qinghan and Lin Qinghan multiplied, yet no one dared to verify them. Wang Shuo and others, observing Qinghan's sullen and oppressive demeanor, scarcely dared to breathe, striving to diminish their presence. During a physics lab session, by a twist of fate, Lin Qinghan and Qinghan found themselves assigned to the same lab table. The air instantly thickened. Lin Qinghan approached with an impassive expression, beginning to arrange the instruments. Qinghan stood frozen in place for several seconds before sluggishly walking over, deliberately positioning himself in the farthest corner, his head bowed low, avoiding Lin Qinghan's gaze entirely, let alone approaching him as he had in the past to intentionally provoke a reaction. During the experiment, as equipment had to be passed, Lin Qinghan handed him a power strip. When Qinghan reached out to take it, their fingertips inevitably brushed against one another for a fleeting moment. Startled, Qinghan recoiled as if electrocuted, causing the power strip to clatter to the ground. His ears flushed a vivid red, and the faint hue crept up to his neck. Clumsy and awkward, he muttered a curse under his breath, the target of his ire unclear, and hastily bent down to retrieve the power strip without once lifting his gaze. Observing his crimson ears and the facade of bravado he wore, Lin Qinghan felt an absurd sensation welling up within him. This fierce and ruthless youth, feared by all, was rendered flustered by a mere accidental brush of fingertips before him. The stark contrast stirred a subtle ripple of emotion within Lin Qinghan's typically icy vigilance. A nuance so delicate he had not fully contemplated it. Perhaps his earlier judgments had been somewhat flawed? It appeared that within Qinghan's obstinacy lay something more intricate and complex. However, this fleeting ripple was swiftly suppressed. The task of reforming Qinghan was a daunting one, and his current behavior remained significantly overstepped. He could not afford to lower his guard due to a mere anomaly in the other's reactions. After school, Lin Qinghan once again sensed that distant yet ever-present gaze. He did not turn around or attempt to seek it out. He merely quickened his pace. He was aware that Qinghan was trailing behind, like a beast ensnared in darkness, suppressing his instincts, cautiously maintaining distance, yet resolutely refusing to truly depart. Chapter 44. Transfer student ex-school bully. The unpredictable weather of late autumn brought about a sharp drop in temperature following several autumn rains. Perhaps the change of seasons made one more susceptible to illness. Perhaps the prolonged mental strain had drained too much energy. Or perhaps this body was simply not in the best of health. In any case, Lin Qinghan ultimately succumbed. Initially, he merely experienced a dry scratchiness in his throat, which he dismissed as he continued attending school. However, upon awakening on Thursday morning, he was besieged by a powerful dizziness. His muscles ached with weakness, and his throat felt as though it had been rasped by sandpaper, causing him significant pain. He touched his forehead, feeling an alarming heat radiate from it. He had a fever. Supporting himself on his arms, he sat up, the surroundings swirling slightly before his eyes. Taking a few deep breaths in an attempt to quell the wave of weakness, he found little relief. It was clear that attending school today was out of the question. Summoning what strength he had left, he rose from the bed, retrieved his phone, and sent a succinct message to his homeroom teacher, Ms. Lee, explaining that he was unwell with a fever and needed to take a leave of absence. Afterward, he rummaged through the drawer for some spare antipyretics, swallowing them with a sip of cold water. Having accomplished this, he was utterly drained, collapsing back onto the bed, pulling the covers tightly around him, curling up within their warmth. His body felt a chill that coursed through him in waves, and despite cocooning himself in the blankets, he trembled slightly, his forehead burning alarmingly hot, as consciousness becomes somewhat hazy in the sweltering heat. All that remains is the sound of his own labored breathing and the gentle patter of rain outside. The solitude in the rental room is terrifyingly profound, with the sense of illness amplifying his loneliness infinitely. Yet, he has long grown accustomed to this isolation. He simply closes his eyes, silently enduring the discomfort in his body, waiting for the medicine to take effect. Meanwhile, in the classroom of the second year, Class 7, the bell for morning self-study has already rung, and most students have arrived. Shunjin enters the classroom just on time, appearing somewhat distracted, with faint dark circles under his eyes, as if he had not slept well the previous night. Habitually, he makes his way to his seat, yet his gaze inexplicably darts towards the adjacent spot. It is empty. Shunjin's footsteps come to an abrupt halt, his heart tightening as if gripped by an unseen force. Lin Qinghan's seat is vacant. His backpack is absent, and the desk is impeccably clean. An inexplicable wave of panic seizes Shunjin instantly. That spot, regardless of his deliberate attempts to ignore it, has always been the focal point of his vision. Its sudden emptiness evokes a profound sense of unease and loss of control within him. He swiftly glances out the window. The rain continues to fall, not heavily, but persistently, showing no signs of abating. Could he be late due to this weather? Or has something happened on the way? A torrent of negative thoughts invades his mind, and his expression darkens. The first class is Chinese literature, and the teacher has already begun the lesson, that seat still unoccupied. Shunjin can no longer remain seated. He is completely unable to focus on the teacher's words, his fingers nervously twirling a pen, his gaze frequently darting toward the classroom door and that glaring empty seat. The anxiety in his heart swelling like a snowball. He is not one to endure grievances silently. After half a lesson, he abruptly kicks the chair of Wang Shuo in front of him. Wang Shuo jumps in surprise, cautiously turning around. In a hushed tone, Shunjin, unable to suppress his agitation, inquires, "Where is he?" He need not utter a name. Wang Shuo immediately comprehends whom he refers to. "Ah, Lin Qinghan?" Wang Shuo replies. Looking bewildered, "I don't know, maybe he's sick?" It is merely a guess. Sick? The mere mention of that word pricks Shunjin like a needle. He suddenly recalls that Lin Qinghan had appeared excessively pale yesterday after school, walking with a quicker pace, seemingly afraid of the cold. Was it because he got caught in the rain yesterday? Or perhaps it was due to the burdensome matters he had previously caused, leading to his illness? A tumultuous blend of worry and guilt surges within him, rendering him increasingly restless. He must ascertain the truth. Shunjin abruptly stands, the screeching of chair legs against the floor interrupting both the teacher's lecture and the attention of the entire class. The Chinese teacher furrows her brow. "Shunjin, what do you intend to do?" "To the restroom." Shunjin replies curtly, not waiting for a response, and strides out of the classroom, leaving behind a room full of bewildered students and a teacher wearing a look of helplessness. As soon as he exited the classroom, Shunjin quickened his pace, not towards the restroom, but directly to the teacher's office. Unconcerned with protocol, he rapped on the door and pushed it open slightly. Fortunately, Teacher Li was present. "Teacher Li," Shunjin endeavored to sound composed, though his urgency was unmistakable. "Why hasn't Lin Qinghan come?" Taken aback by Shunjin's sudden appearance, Teacher Li adjusted his glasses. "Lin Qinghan texted this morning to inform us he was unwell with a fever," he replied. "Shunjin, why have you come here instead of attending class?" "Unwell with a fever. Really sick?" The confirmation tightened Shunjin's heart. Images of Lin Qinghan's frail figure and pale complexion flooded his mind. Alone in that cold, dilapidated rental, suffering from a high fever without care, potentially without even a cup of hot water, such a vision constricted his chest painfully. Was his address? Teacher Li immediately became wary. "What do you need his address for?" "Shunjin, I must insist you refrain from harassing your classmates." It was apparent that Teacher Li was aware of Shunjin's previous misdeeds. "I'm not harassing him," Shunjin exclaimed, his voice involuntarily rising, laced with a desperation he was unaware of. "I just want to check on him. He lives alone. What if he is sick and no one is looking out for him? His reaction was excessively intense and unusual. The concern and anxiety in his eyes threatened to spill over, starkly contrasting with his typical aloof and arrogant demeanor. Teacher Li was somewhat taken aback by this display, but remained steadfast. No, I cannot provide you with a student's address. Return to class at once. Lin Qinghan will take care of himself. Take care of himself, Shen Jin retorted vehemently, his voice low yet seething, his eyes reddening. He shot a glare at the teacher, knowing further inquiries would yield no results, and abruptly turned, slamming the door behind him. What should he do? What should he do? Shen Jin paced the empty corridor like a restless, caged beast. The sound of rain against the glass windows mirrored the agitation in his heart. He could not simply wait idly. He needed to know how Lin Qinghan was faring. Suddenly, he recalled someone, the class monitor, a seemingly kind student who had shown goodwill towards Lin Qinghan. He had been responsible for the emergency contact form during the last class registration, hadn't he? Seizing this thought as though it were a lifeline, Shen Jin disregarded the ongoing class and rushed back to the doorway of the classroom, rudely pushing the door open. Zhao Feng, come out, he commanded, pointing at the bespectacled student, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The entire class was once again stirred. Zhao Feng, his complexion paling in fear, stepped out trembling under the gaze of the teacher and his classmates. Shen Jin yanked him to the corner of the staircase. His eyes fierce, as if ready to strike, and in a hushed yet threatening tone demanded, the address of Lin Qinghan's home. It's on the registration form. Tell me quickly. I can't, Zhao Feng stuttered, trembling. Speak. Shen Jin slammed his fist against the wall beside Zhao Feng, producing a terrifying sound. He is sick and alone at home. What if something happens? Will you take responsibility? Perhaps it was the madness glinting in Shen Jin's eyes, coupled with a genuine concern that felt authentic, or perhaps it was a true fear of being beaten. Zhao Feng trembled and ultimately managed to stammer out an address. Shen Jin etched it into his memory, confirming it twice, before abruptly shoving Zhao Feng aside and dashing down the stairs like a gust of wind, leaving his backpack behind. He couldn't even wait for the school day to conclude. He had to verify it now. He needed to see him at once. The rain continued to fall, and as Shen Jin burst out of the school building, the icy droplets instantly soaked his hair and uniform. Yet he remained oblivious, his mind consumed by a singular thought, to meet him, immediately, without delay. Chapter 45. The transfer student X the school bully 14. The autumn rain showed no signs of relenting. Instead, it intensified. The relentless downpour pelted the ground and rooftops, creating a cacophony that wove a gray curtain of rain, enveloping the world in a shroud of dampness and chill. Shen Jin plunged through the school gates, resolutely stepping into the rain. The cold water drenched him instantly, his hair clinging wetly to his forehead, the fabric of his uniform heavy with moisture, turning icy and sticky. Yet he remained indifferent, his thoughts ablaze with a singular, burning concern. Lin Qinghan was unwell. Alone in that cold, dilapidated house, guided solely by the stuttering address provided by Zhao Feng in his memory, he sprinted through the labyrinthine alleys of the old district. The rain blurred his vision, and he splashed through puddles, sending murky water flying. He ran, breathless, his heart racing wildly in his chest, unsure whether it was from the exertion or the rising tide of anxiety and panic. At last, the familiar sight of the six-story tenement, its paint peeling, came into view. It appeared more dilapidated than when he last spied on it, looming like a silent, gray behemoth through the dreary rain. Shen Jin abruptly halted beneath the eaves of the building, resting his hands on his knees as he gasped for air, raindrops cascading down his sharply defined cheeks. He lifted his gaze, desperately scanning the windows, trying to discern which belonged to Lin Qinghan. However, he was unaware of the specific apartment number. In his haste to inquire about the address, he had forgotten to ask for the exact room. A wave of impotence and agitation washed over him. Did he really have to knock on every door to inquire? Just as he was about to be driven mad by this anxiety, the owner of a nearby convenience store poked her head out, curiously observing the drenched boy, who appeared both fierce and disheveled. "Young man, who are you looking for? Drenched like that?" Seizing the opportunity as if it were a lifeline, Shun Jin turned sharply, his voice hoarse from running and urgency. "Auntie, could you tell me which room Lin Qinghan lives in?" He is a student, slender, very fair, about this tall. He gestured with his hand, speaking in a rush. The shopkeeper was taken aback by his fervor, hesitating for a moment before seemingly recognizing the person he described. "Oh, you mean that quiet, handsome boy? He seems to live alone on the 4th floor, the one on the left." Before she could finish her sentence, Shun Jin had already darted into the staircase like an arrow, leaving behind a vague thank you. The dimly lit corridor of the old building had light sensors that flickered sporadically, casting shadows in the gloom. The air was thick with a complex medley of damp mildew and the aroma of food. Shun Jin leapt up 3 or 4 steps at a time, his heart pounding like a thunderous drum, reverberating loudly in the silence of the corridor. The 4th floor to the left. He halted before a dark, somewhat aged security door adorned with a faded character for good fortune, the doorknob bearing traces of rust. He had found it. The fervor and impulsiveness ignited by his frantic run were doused like a fire by cold rainwater as he stood before the door, leaving only a sense of helplessness and anxiety. How should he initiate the conversation? Should he confess that he had followed him to discover his residence? Should he admit he had obtained the address by threatening a classmate? Should he reveal that he had braved the rain like a lunatic merely to ascertain whether he was alive? Shun Jin stood at the threshold, drenched to the skin, droplets cascading from his hair and the edges of his clothing, forming a small puddle at his feet. He raised his hand, intending to knock, but his fingers halted in midair, stiffened just before making contact with the cold door. A sudden realization struck him. His hands were empty. When visiting someone who is ill, should one not bring something? Medicine? Fruit? Or at the very least, a warm beverage? A feeling of clumsiness, unfamiliar and overwhelming, seized him, accustomed to plundering and intimidation. He had never learned how to express concern genuinely and kindly. Cursing under his breath, he abruptly turned and dashed back down the stairs. The rain continued to pour. Like a restless, caged beast, he scanned the surroundings until he finally spotted a small pharmacy at the street corner, still illuminated. He rushed inside, disregarding the water dripping from his body, gesticulating incoherently to the clerk. "Fever. Cold. What medicine is best? The finest." The clerk, startled by his disheveled and fierce demeanor, hurriedly recommended several common cold and fever medications. Without a glance, Shun Jin snatched them up, tossed a few sodden bills onto the counter, and bolted back into the rain. Upon returning to that door, he clutched a white plastic bag containing several boxes of medicine. Though he had procured the medication, his inner turmoil remained unabated. He glanced down at himself. Soaked to the skin, his school uniform clung awkwardly to his form. Hair tousled, he looked utterly disheveled. The plastic bag in his hand was also dampened by the rain, appearing cheap and pitiable. How would he face him? Would Lin Qinghan, who always exuded an air of cleanliness and coolness akin to moonlight, look upon him in his drenched state with even greater disdain and contempt? Shun Jin's courage deflated like a punctured balloon, dissipating rapidly. He paced back and forth at the door, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor, jarringly out of place. The cold, wet clothing clung to his skin, sending shivers through him. What if he simply hung the medicine on the doorknob and slipped away quietly? That thought emerged, only to be swiftly extinguished. No, he must see with his own eyes that he was well. What if he were gravely ill, unconscious even? What if he never even noticed the medicine? A myriad of dreadful imaginings once more invaded his mind. Ultimately, concern and fear overwhelmed all traces of shame and hesitation. Shun Jin took a deep breath, as if he had made a monumental decision, and abruptly raised his hand, striking the door with all his might. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking resonated through the quiet corridor, startlingly loud and somewhat harsh, entirely revealing his inner tension and unease. Once he finished, he instinctively withdrew his hand as if scalded, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. He held his breath, straining to listen, anxiously awaiting a response from within. Seconds ticked by painfully slowly. There was no reply from inside, only the gentle patter of rain outside and the sound of his own heavy heartbeat. Fear coiled around his heart like a frigid vine, tightening its grip. Could he truly be gravely ill? Had he fainted? Was he unable to hear? Shun Jin's complexion turned ashen, and he pounded on the door with renewed vigor. His voice hoarse with panic. Lin Qinghan. Lin Qinghan. Open the door. Can you hear me? His knocking was almost a battering, echoing faintly in the stillness of the residential building, just as despair was about to consume him, and he contemplated whether to force his way through the door. A faint and hesitant sound of footsteps finally emerged from within, slow and soft, as if the occupant were enduring great discomfort. All movement from Shun Jin came to a halt, his entire being frozen in place, his heart suspended in anticipation. With a soft click, the door lock was turned, and a narrow crack appeared. The gap widened gradually, revealing a face so pale it was nearly translucent. Lin Qinghan, clad in a simple white loungewear, appeared even more slender than usual, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. His hair was disheveled, a few dark strands clinging to his damp forehead. His cheeks bore an abnormal flush, while his lips were parched and peeling. Those typically cool and composed obsidian eyes now shimmered with a watery haze due to fever, reflecting a rare vulnerability and confusion. He had evidently just risen from bed, startled by the abrupt knocking. Upon recognizing the figure standing at the door, a flicker of clarity crossed his hazy gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by a thick veil of wariness and uncertainty. Shun Jin? His voice was raspy, almost a mere whisper, laden with fatigue from illness. What are you? The sentence was abruptly interrupted by an uncontrollable fit of coughing. He raised a frail hand to cover his mouth, coughing so violently that his shoulders trembled, a deeper flush spreading across his pale face, revealing his profound discomfort. Shun Jin stood at the threshold, resembling a statue, softened by rain, gazing blankly at the person inside. All his restlessness, anxiety, and unease strangely subsided at the moment he truly beheld Lin Qinghan. Yet, what followed was an overwhelming surge of heartache and a nearly suffocating thrill. He had never seen Lin Qinghan in such a state, stripped of all icy defenses and aloofness, fragile and soft, standing before him unguarded, like a meticulously crafted, delicate glass doll that had inadvertently been shattered. That intense sense of fragility struck deeply at Shun Jin's heart, rendering his breaths cautious and tentative. Especially upon witnessing Lin Qinghan's distressing cough, his subordinate instinctively tightened his grip, wishing he could bear this suffering on his behalf. Shun Jin. Lin Qinghan finally managed to stifle his cough, though his breathing remained somewhat labored. Leaning against the doorframe, he appeared devoid of strength even to stand upright. Gazing at Shun Jin with fever-drenched, misty eyes, reiterating his earlier question, "How did you come to be here?" His eyes swept over Shun Jin, who was drenched and disheveled, and the plastic bag in his hand, equally soaked, containing medicine. The confusion in his gaze deepened. Shun Jin felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment engulfing him. Abruptly, he shoved the plastic bag into Lin Qinghan's arms, his actions rough and stiff, as if he were handing over some unsavory contraband rather than displaying concern. "Cut the nonsense." He deliberately raised his voice, attempting to cloak his inner turmoil and clumsiness with a fierce tone, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted elsewhere, unable to meet Lin Qinghan's eyes. "I was worried you might have perished at home and caused me trouble." His words were still harsh, imbued with Shun Jin's characteristic awkwardness and malice. However, Lin Qinghan, glancing at the rain-soaked medicine boxes in his arms, cold medicine, fever patches, and even a box of throat lozenges, recognized that these were precisely what he needed at this moment. Observing the boy before him, drenched from head to toe, hair dripping, expensive sneakers muddied, clearly having rushed over, yet feigning a fierce demeanor as if merely passing by, an intricate blend of emotions quietly swept over Lin Qinghan's heart. It was neither disdain nor fear, but rather an ineffable sense of absurdity mingled with a faint stir of emotion. This man, who had stalked him, stolen from him, hurled insults at him, and nearly resorted to violence, now resembled a large dog that had erred and sought to appease its master, delivering medicine in the most clumsy and awkward manner. Still stubborn, Lin Qinghan lowered his gaze to the medicine in his arms, his long eyelashes casting delicate shadows on his pallid skin, obscuring the emotions beneath. And he refrained from speaking immediately. Shunjin, sensing his silence, felt increasingly lost, a strong urge to flee surging within him. He felt like an utter fool, standing there drenched, engaged in this inexplicable act. The medicine is delivered. I'm leaving. He stiffly threw down the statement and turned to escape back into the cold rain. As if doing so could conceal all his awkwardness and the uncontrollable thrum of his heartbeat. Yet, just as he turned and took a step, a gust of cold wind mixed with rain swept into the corridor, causing him to shiver uncontrollably, followed by a loud sneeze that echoed distinctly in the silence of the corridor. Shunjin's actions froze momentarily, his back reflecting embarrassment and frustration. He had sneezed at such a moment. Truly, the epitome of humiliation. He heard a faint, nearly imperceptible chuckle behind him. The laughter was soft, yet it gently tickled Shunjin's heart like a feather. He stood rigidly in place, unable to walk away or linger. Then, he heard Lin Qinghan's hoarse and feeble voice echo once more, seemingly softened by a trace of resignation. Come in and dry off. Shunjin abruptly turned, nearly doubting his own hearing. He glanced at Lin Qinghan, who had turned slightly to grant him entry, his expression still devoid of emotion, save for a slight furrow of his brow, as if he could not bear to see Shunjin, drenched like a drowned rat, blocking the doorway. Or perhaps it was merely a gesture of basic courtesy. Yet that open door and those light, airy words were akin to celestial music to Shunjin. A wave of immense, unfathomable elation surged through him, dispelling all awkwardness and chill. He wanted to come in? Lin Qinghan is inviting me into his home? Shunjin stood rooted, unsure of where to place his limbs, his heart racing as though it might burst. He struggled to suppress the uncontrollable upward curve of his lips, attempting to maintain an air of calmness, but his sparkling eyes and slightly flushed ears betrayed him. With an almost comical awkwardness, he cautiously crossed the threshold he had previously only dared to gaze upon from afar. A faint, clean, and crisp scent enveloped him, instantly wrapping him in its embrace. This was Lin Qinghan's essence. For the first time, he truly stepped into his world. Upon his entrance, Lin Qinghan released his grip on the doorframe and turned somewhat unsteadily towards the interior, casually remarking, "Close the door." Shunjin hastily turned and gently closed the door, producing a soft click. The sounds of the tempest outside and the damp chill of the corridor were effectively sealed away, leaving the room enveloped in an unusual quietude. Only the slightly hurried breaths of the two and the patter of rainwater dripping from Shunjin onto the floor broke the silence. He felt like a creature thrust into unfamiliar territory, anxiously standing in the narrow entrance, hesitant to advance further, fearful that his soaked clothing and drenched form might tarnish this immaculate, albeit modestly impoverished, space. The house was small, easily viewed in its entirety at a glance. A compact living and dining area contained an old wooden table and 2 chairs, adjacent to a petite open kitchen, its countertop gleaming, nearly devoid of grease. Beyond lay what must be the bedroom and bathroom. The furnishings were sparse, yet everything was meticulously arranged, spotlessly clean, cold, and lacking in warmth, much like Lin Qinghan himself. Nevertheless, every corner bore traces of Lin Qinghan, causing Shunjin to unconsciously soften his breathing. It felt as if he were cradled in Lin Qinghan's embrace. Lin Qinghan emerged from the bathroom with a fresh white towel, approached him, and handed it over, his voice still devoid of inflection. "Wipe yourself." His gaze swept over the small puddle of water accumulating at Shunjin's feet, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he uttered no further comment. Shunjin, taken aback by this unexpected kindness, accepted the towel. It was clean, imbued with the fragrance of laundry detergent, reminiscent of the scent he had previously caught whiff of on Lin Qinghan. He clumsily rubbed his hair and face, his movements somewhat rough, attempting to mask the tumultuous emotions within and the awkwardness of not knowing where to place his hands and feet. Stealing a glance, he raised his eyelids slightly and surveyed Lin Qinghan in a hurried manner. Being so close, he could discern the pallid hue of Lin Qinghan's complexion and the chapped lips. even sensing the abnormal, feverish heat radiating from him. The oversized white loungewear accentuated his frail figure, his collarbones starkly visible, as if they might snap with the slightest pressure. An overwhelming urge to protect him and a pang of compassion surged within Qinghan, overshadowing any prior exhilaration or unease. "Have you taken your medicine?" he managed to utter, his voice hoarse. Lin Qinghan, seemingly disinterested in answering such an obvious question, merely gestured towards the dining table where a thermos and cup were placed. "The hot water is there." He then disregarded Qinghan, making his way to the bed, where he sat down weakly, breathing heavily and shutting his eyes, clearly in great discomfort. Following his indication, Qinghan turned his gaze to the table, where indeed lay the packet of medicine he had earlier given Lin Qinghan. One box already opened, accompanied by half a cup of water. He had taken the medication, yet its effects were evidently yet to manifest. Or perhaps he was simply too ill. Qinghan tightened his grip on the towel in his hand, a knot forming in his stomach. Approaching the dining table, he picked up the thermos, discovering it full and warm. He poured a cup of water and then glanced at the array of medicines, scrutinizing the instructions, eager to ascertain if anything required immediate consumption. However, he was utterly clueless, his fingers awkwardly fumbling through the pill boxes, appearing somewhat lost. The white ones, 2 pills. Lin Qinghan, eyes still closed, suddenly spoke, his voice faint yet clear. Qinghan paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing he was being guided to administer the medicine. Hastily, he located the box of white coal medicine, extracted 2 pills, and, with the water cup in hand, approached the bedside with the nervousness and care of a soldier on a critical mission. "Here you go." He offered the water and pills, his fingers trembling slightly. Lin Qinghan opened his eyes, casting a glance at him. Though his expression remained stoic, he reached out to take the pills and the cup, tilting his head back to swallow them. As he drank, his Adam's apple bobbed gently with each swallow, and Qinghan found himself entranced, his heart pounding thunderously. After consuming the medicine, Lin Qinghan returned the empty cup to him and closed his eyes once more, a slight furrow of discomfort etched on his brow. Qinghan stood there, holding the empty cup, caught in a dilemma of whether to stay or leave. Water continued to drip from his clothes, soaking a small patch of the floor beneath him. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke softly, with an unprecedented caution. "Shall I clean the floor?" Lin Qinghan did not open his eyes, but responded with a faint granting tacit approval. Qinghan felt as if granted a reprieve, promptly setting down the cup and quietly locating the mop, waiting in the bathroom before wringing it out and diligently beginning to wipe the damp floor. Having never performed such chores throughout his life, his movements were awkward and unfamiliar. Yet he undertook the task with an extraordinary attentiveness, as if engaged in a sacred ritual. After mopping the floor, he thoroughly dried his hair and face with a towel. Hesitating for a moment, he removed his soaked school uniform jacket and draped it over the back of a chair. The black t-shirt underneath clung to his skin, damp and uncomfortable. Yet he dared not remove it any further. Having completed these tasks, he stood awkwardly in the center of the room, uncertain of what he could or should do next. The rain pattered against the window, while the dim light within cast an eerie atmosphere, thick with an indescribable tension. Time flowed slowly in the silence. Qinghan resembled a schoolboy being reprimanded, rigidly positioned in the living room. Yet his gaze uncontrollably traced the outline of the figure lying on the bed over and over again. Lin Qinghan appeared to be responding to the medication, his breathing gradually becoming more stable and prolonged, though his brow remained slightly furrowed and an unusual flush colored his cheeks. Occasionally, he would shift slightly due to discomfort, or emit faint, unconscious murmurs. Each subtle sound tightened Qinghan's heart. He scarcely dared to breathe, fearing that he might disturb the other's rest. This was how Lin Qinghan appeared when he was ill. Stripped of his usual icy facade, he seemed so fragile, so in need of care. This realization stirred an odd, tender ache within Qinghan, mingled with intense compassion and a nearly reverent desire to protect. He had never felt such a way before. He wished to cradle this person delicately in his hands, to bear all his suffering, to eternally preserve this moment of vulnerability that felt so genuine. Time slipped by, though he could not tell how long, until Lin Qinghan's eyelashes fluttered a few times and he slowly opened his eyes. The medication seemed to have taken effect. Although his gaze still bore the weariness of illness, it was clearer than before. He slightly turned his head and, upon seeing Shunjin standing like a pillar, seemed momentarily taken aback, surprised that Shunjin was still there, looking rather foolish. His eyes swept across the freshly cleaned floor and the damp school uniform jacket draped over the chair, finally landing on Shunjin's half-wet black t-shirt. "Change your clothes." Lin Qinghan's voice remained hoarse, yet carried a hint of strength. "Wearing wet clothes can lead to a cold." Shunjin was taken aback that the first words upon awakening were of concern for him. His heart raced, and he quickly waved his hands. "No, I'm fine. I'm healthy, not afraid." To prove his point, he puffed out his chest. Lin Qinghan said nothing further but propped himself up, attempting to sit up. Shunjin instinctively reached out to assist him, but halfway through, he abruptly withdrew his hand, fearing that his touch might provoke resentment or wariness. Lin Qinghan managed to sit upright against the headboard, taking a slight breath. The fever had left him parched, and his gaze drifted to the water cup on the dining table. Shunjin immediately caught this subtle look, reacting almost instantaneously. He dashed over, poured a cup of warm water, and returned swiftly, presenting it before him. The motion was so swift that it stirred a breeze. Lin Qinghan looked at the cup of water offered to him, observing Shunjin's anxious yet expectant expression, akin to a large dog awaiting praise. After a moment of silence, he finally picked up the conversation, softly uttering a single word, "Thank you." Though his voice was barely audible, Shunjin managed to catch it. Those two words, sweet as honey, instantaneously infused his heart, rendering him almost dizzy with delight. His ears flushed uncontrollably, and he awkwardly replied, "You're welcome." Lin Qinghan sipped water with delicate grace, while Shunjin stood at the bedside, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Chapter 48. The transfer student x the school bully. The atmosphere in the room seemed to have shifted from its previous tension and awkwardness, now imbued with an indescribable sense of tranquility. This was their first encounter, untainted by hostility, harassment, or confrontation, sharing the same space. There were no quarrels, no conflicts, just the gentle patter of rain outside and the soft rhythm of their breaths. Shunjin savored this stolen moment of fleeting serenity, wishing the rain would never cease. Wishing time could freeze in that very instant. Once Lin Qinghan finished her drink, she placed the cup on the small stool beside the bed, appearing somewhat revitalized. Her gaze returned to Shunjin, scrutinizing and inquisitive. "How did you find this place?" The question had lingered since he entered, his tone calm, devoid of discernible emotion. In that instant, Shunjin felt a pang of guilt wash over him. His eyes flickered, avoiding Lin Qinghan's gaze as he stammered, "I just asked. I can't say it was the threat to the class monitor that got me the address." Observing his guilty demeanor, Lin Qinghan already understood. She did not press further, merely stating, "Don't do that again." The words struck Shunjin like a delicate needle, prompting him to look up at her, his eyes reflecting urgency and a hint of unspoken grievance. "I was just worried about you. What would happen if you fell ill and no one was there to care for you?" His tone was assertive, yet imbued with a clumsy sincerity. Lin Qinghan regarded him in silence. Shunjin's gaze was too transparent, brimming with concern and care, devoid of pretense. This revelation starkly contrasted with her prior perception of him as merely obsessive and violent. "I'm used to it," she replied, averting her gaze, her voice remaining flat, as though stating an objective truth one can manage alone. To Shunjin's ears, those words tasted bitter. Used to it? Alone? He could hardly fathom how Lin Qinghan had grown up in such a cold and lonely environment. He wished to say more, but Lin Qinghan seemed to have exhausted her strength, lying back down, turning away from him, her voice laced with fatigue. "The medication is taking effect. I want to sleep for a while. Feel free to do as you wish. Just close the door when you leave." With that, she fell silent, her breathing gradually evening out. All of Shunjin's words lodged in his throat. He watched her frail silhouette turn away from him, feeling as though a tempest of emotions had been unleashed within him. He stood there, gazing for what felt like an eternity. Only when he was certain that she had indeed drifted off to sleep did he quietly approach, gently tucking the slipped blanket around her. His movements tender, as if he were handling a priceless treasure. He retreated to the living room, yet did not depart. He settled into the old chair, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the figure nestled beneath the covers on the bed. The rain outside continued to patter, while the dim light within the room cast a melancholic glow. As the rain ceased, the morning sun filtered through the beaded window pane, casting dappled shadows across the floor of the cramped rental. Qinghan had scarcely slept throughout the night. He remained in that chair, his eyes seldom straying from the sleeping figure. In the latter half of the night, Lin Qinghan's fever seemed to subside somewhat, his breathing becoming steadier, and his slumber deepening noticeably. Only then did Qinghan's anxious heart gradually find some solace, though his body remained tense, like a vigilant guardian. When the first light of dawn crept into the sky, he rose quietly, leaning over to gently brush Lin Qinghan's forehead with the back of his hand. The temperature had indeed dropped significantly. While still warm to the touch, it was no longer alarmingly hot as it had been the previous night. This revelation brought a profound sense of relief. He could no longer linger. Lin Qinghan was on the verge of waking, and Qinghan felt unprepared to face him, unsure of what to say. The fleeting and fragile peace from the previous night was like dew under the sun, poised to evaporate at any moment. He picked up his somewhat damp school jacket from the chair and cast one last deep glance at Lin Qinghan's serene sleeping face, as if to etch the moment into his memory. Then, like he had arrived, he silently opened the door, gently closed it behind him, and blended into the crisp morning air. Leaving Lin Qinghan's home, Qinghan did not head directly to school. The fatigue from a sleepless night and the discomfort of his damp clothes made him appear somewhat disheveled, yet within his eyes burned an unprecedented and exceptionally bright flame. A tumultuous blend of compassion, possessiveness, and fierce protectiveness surged within his chest. He could not shake the memory of Lin Qinghan's frail state during his illness. Nor could he forget the cold, tidy yet hauntingly empty rental apartment, or the calm indifference with which he spoke of his accustomed solitude. Why should he be accustomed to such a life? How could he endure alone? A nearly obstinate thought consumed his mind. Lin Qinghan ought to be cradled in his hands, tenderly cherished, not suffering alone in such an environment, grappling with illness and isolation. This intense emotion propelled him forward, even eclipsing his exhaustion from the night. He took out his phone and dialed a number, not that of Wang Shuo, but of someone he seldom contacted, a person who dealt with matters of a more dubious nature. "Assist me in uncovering personal details." Qinghan's voice was hoarse, yet imbued with an undeniable commanding tone. Lin Qinghan, transferred in his second year. "I wish to know everything about his family circumstances, what his parents do, and why he resides there alone. The more detailed, the better." The voice on the other end responded with respect. After hanging up, a chill swept over him, the damp t-shirt clinging uncomfortably to his skin. He took a taxi home, quickly showered with hot water, changed into clean clothes, and, disregarding breakfast, hurried off to school. Chapter 49. The transfer student and the school bully. When he arrived at the classroom, the morning self-study had yet to commence. His gaze instinctively darted towards Lin Qinghan's seat, which was unoccupied. A heavy sensation gripped Qinghan's heart. Could it be that the fever had not subsided, or had his condition relapsed? A torrent of concerns surged within him, rendering him restless. He nearly rushed back to the rented apartment to check on him. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared at the classroom door. Lin Qinghan had arrived. He donned a fresh school uniform, his complexion still somewhat pallid, his lips devoid of color. He walked more slowly than usual, exuding a sense of weakness, yet his eyes had regained their customary coldness and tranquility. He walked straight to his seat, took out his textbook, as if the frail, feverish person from the previous day was not him. Qinghan's eyes were fixated on him, his heart racing like a roller coaster, gradually settling back into place. However, this was soon eclipsed by a deeper sense of heartache. He had only just begun to recover, yet he had returned to school. Why not rest for another day? Throughout the entire morning, Qinghan found himself in a state of extreme agitation, yet unusual silence. No longer brazenly staring at Lin Qinghan, he observed him with a more subtle yet intense scrutiny. He noticed Lin Qinghan occasionally cough lightly due to his weakness, supporting his forehead with his hand as if dizzy, and during breaks he did not go out for water or move about as usual, but quietly rested his head on the desk. Each time, Shun Jin's brow furrowed deeply, his fingers unconsciously tightening, yearning to rush over and insist he return to bed. Yet, he refrained, fearing to startle him, to disrupt the fragile balance they had achieved the previous night. He needed to do something his own way. After the second period, during the lengthy break, students surged out of the classroom toward the playground for exercises. Lin Qinghan, citing his discomfort, requested leave from the teacher and remained alone in the empty classroom. Shun Jin initially followed the crowd out, but halfway, he suddenly clutched his stomach. Grimacing in pain as he informed the class monitor, "I have a stomachache. I need to use the restroom." Without waiting for a response, he hunched over and slipped back into the teaching building. He did not head to the restroom. Instead, he made a beeline for the school's convenience store. The store was sparsely populated. Shun Jin stood before the myriad of goods, suddenly at a loss. He typically only bought cigarettes and water, occasionally snacks, never paying attention to breakfast or nutritional items. What did Lin Qinghan enjoy eating? Now that he was ill, what light and nutritious food should he consume? Furrowing his brow, he paced before the shelves as if confronted with a formidable puzzle. Ultimately, relying on his meager knowledge, he selected a bottle of warm milk and the softest-looking bread he could find, remembering how Lin Qinghan had taken his medicine the night before. He also grabbed a bottle of mineral water. As he paid, the shopkeeper teasingly remarked, "Oh, Shun Jin, today you're opting for milk instead of spicy strips?" Shun Jin felt a flush of heat rise to his ears, casting her an irritated glance before swiftly departing with his purchases. He stealthily returned to the classroom door, the music for physical exercises still echoing on the playground. Indeed, only Lin Qinghan was present, quietly resting his head on the desk, seemingly asleep. Shun Jin treaded lightly, slipping in as if he were a thief. Approaching Lin Qinghan's desk, he gazed at the pale profile and the slightly trembling eyelashes, his heart racing. After a brief hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and swiftly placed the milk and bread on Lin Qinghan's desk. The abrupt movement produced a slight sound, somewhat rough and hurried. Lin Qinghan stirred, lifting his head with a bewildered look, glancing at Shun Jin and then at the items on the desk. Shun Jin immediately averted his gaze, unable to meet his eyes, feigning an extremely disdainful and impatient tone, as if merely discarding trash. "It's inedible, not to my taste at all. Seeing you so miserable, I'm gifting it to you." Without waiting for Lin Qinghan's response, he turned and dashed out of the classroom, his heart pounding wildly, his cheeks and ears burning fiercely. Lin Qinghan stared blankly at the warm bottle of milk and the soft bread on the desk, then glanced at Shun Jin's almost frantic retreating figure, momentarily at a loss. "Inedible? Gifting it to me? What does this mean? A new approach? An apology? Or perhaps concern?" He picked up the bottle of milk, its warmth seeping through his palm, gradually alleviating some of his discomfort and chill. This clumsy, awkward, even somewhat brusque gesture of goodwill felt utterly incongruous with his perception of Shun Jin, yet strangely, he couldn't summon much aversion. After a moment of silence, he eventually tore open the bread's packaging and began to eat it in small bites. The bread was soft, the milk warm, just right for his current weakened state. During the subsequent physical education class, Shun Jin's tenderness manifested in a more violent manner. During free play, several boys were engaged in a basketball game. One of them was Wang Sha, a subordinate of the boy who had previously been instructed by Shun Jin to push Lin Qinghan down the stairs. As he dribbled the ball near where Lin Qinghan sat resting, perhaps to show off or perhaps absent-mindedly, the basketball slipped from his grasp and hurtled towards Lin Qinghan at high speed. Lin Qinghan, lost in thought, was completely oblivious to the impending danger. Just as the basketball was about to collide with him, a figure darted in like lightning, not to block the ball, but to deliver a fierce kick to the boy's calf. "Ah!" the boy screamed, clutching his leg as he fell to the ground. The basketball thudded against the nearby ground and bounced away. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Shun Jin stood there, his gaze terrifyingly sinister, exuding an aura of menace as he pointed at the boy on the ground and erupted in a furious tirade. "Are your eyes on your backside? Were you throwing the ball? Want to die or something?" His demeanor was so intimidating that it seemed he might tear the boy apart at any moment. The other boys were too frightened to breathe, instinctively retreating. The boy on the ground, in pain and fear, began to cry, "Jingu, I'm sorry, Jingu. I didn't mean it. Truly didn't mean it." "Didn't he mean it?" Shinjin stepped forward, planting his foot firmly beside the boy, leaning down with a voice as cold as ice. "Should I ever see your ball within 10 meters of him again, I shall render that hand of yours useless. Now, leave." The boy scrambled away, rolling in his haste, too frightened even to retrieve the ball. Only then did Shunjin straighten up, his chest heaving slightly with anger. He instinctively glanced at Lin Qinghan, seeking to confirm whether he had been frightened. Lin Qinghan was also looking at him, his expression revealing distinct surprise mingled with curiosity. Their gazes locked, and Shinjin suddenly realized he had lost control once more. He quickly suppressed the ferocity on his face, his eyes flashing with a hint of panic, as if fearful that his fierce demeanor might intimidate Lin Qinghan. He opened his mouth, intent on offering an explanation, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he said nothing, merely shooting a fierce glare at the onlookers before lowering his head and hastily making his way to the distant horizontal bar, where he sat alone in silence, an oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. Everyone assumed Shinjin was furious because the boy had nearly hit Lin Qinghan. Only he understood that the surge of rage and fear stemmed from his dread of the ball actually striking Lin Qinghan, of his already fragile body, suffering harm once more. His tenderness lay wrapped beneath a shell of brutality, clumsy, distorted, yet profoundly genuine. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghan observed Shunjin's solitary figure from afar, appearing somewhat reclusive and agitated, before glancing at the basketball that had rolled away. That peculiar feeling resurfaced within him. Shinjin seemed truly different from before. Chapter 50. Transfer Student X School Tyrant. The early autumn breeze carried a hint of chill, rustling through the yellowing leaves of the sycamore trees in front of the academic building. Shinjin's unusual behavior cast ripples across the tranquil surface of the school, far more extensive and turbulent than he had anticipated. The campus was never a fortress impervious to sound. During the break, the corridors and classrooms buzzed as usual. Yet Lin Qinghan keenly sensed that the gazes upon him were notably different. No longer merely disdainful, curious, or fearful, they now bore an intricate blend of inexplicable inquiry, astonishment, and even a whisper of ambiguous intrigue. "Hey, did you see? This morning, Shunjin seemed to have given something to that transfer student. Not to mention, during gym class, because the ball nearly hit Lin Qinghan, Shunjin actually kicked that boy who threw it. It was terrifying. Is that true? Shinjin has always had it out for him, constantly causing trouble. Who knows? Something has fell off for a while. Haven't you noticed that no one dares to provoke Lin Qinghan anymore? They say Zhang Qian transferred because. Could it be that Shunjin really likes that transfer student? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want to get us killed? But now that you mention it, it does seem like he is receiving special treatment. Wow, how thrilling. The tyrant and the iceberg? Shoo, quiet. We can't let anyone hear. The content of the rumors evolved from initial surprise and confusion into speculation laced with curiosity and ambiguity. Although most dared only to whisper in private, the unspoken understanding and atmosphere permeated everywhere. The speculation surrounding whether Shunjin harbors feelings for the transfer student spread through the classroom like a silent tide. Lin Qinghan naturally sensed this. As he walked along the corridor, he felt the complexity of the gazes directed towards him. Curiosity, scrutiny, and perhaps even a hint of sympathy or envy. During breaks, the girls who had been chatting and laughing together would suddenly fall silent, only to erupt into fervent discussions once he had moved away. He even inadvertently overheard two boys in the back row whispering. Brother Jean is clearly protective of his territory. Who could argue otherwise? He won't even let anyone touch him. The term protective caused Lin Qinghan to frown slightly. He detested being labeled, becoming fodder for others' conversations. It made him feel like a rare animal kept in captivity, on display for others to observe and discuss. However, what troubled him more than the trivial gossip itself was Shun Jin's reaction. It was evident that Shun Jin had also heard these rumors. Given his usual temperament, one would expect him to vehemently deny such absurd claims, perhaps even resorting to more severe measures to punish the disseminators, thus proving his innocence and disdain for Lin Qinghan. Yet this time, he remained silent. His demeanor grew increasingly withdrawn, the air around him heavier, and his gaze more inscrutable. When someone inadvertently broached the subject in his presence, he would fix them with an icy stare, compelling them into fearful silence, yet he never uttered a denial. This silence, to all observers, was almost tantamount to acquiescence. Lin Qinghan's fingers tightened around his pen. He recalled that morning when Shun Jin inexplicably tossed warm milk and bread onto his desk, his tone sharp, as if bestowing a meager gift or provoking a quarrel. "Disgusting for you." Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away, his ears betraying a hint of unnatural redness. Then there was the incident during physical education, involving the boy who had been reprimanded. These actions, clumsy and abrupt, still bore the hallmark of Shun Jin's domineering nature, yet they differed significantly from his previous malicious teasing. Lin Qinghan was not oblivious. He simply could not comprehend it, nor could he easily equate this newfound kindness with his mission to reform the antagonist. The progress of his task seemed to be advancing, as Shun Jin's aggression towards him indeed diminished, while his protective instincts grew. Yet this process left Lin Qinghan with an inexplicable irritation. Shun Jin's kindness resembled an unrestrained tempest, fierce and unyielding, leaving no room for refusal or contemplation. More concerning was that these rumors and Shun Jin's unusual attention evidently stirred discontent among certain individuals once more. Zhang Qian, who had been warned by Shun Jin and ultimately forced to transfer, may have left, but the embers of jealousy had never been extinguished. Through her former friends, she remained ever vigilant of the school's happenings. When the rumor of Shun Jin's affection for Lin Qinghan reached her ears, she became utterly unhinged. Brother Jin must just be momentarily infatuated, momentarily bewitched, one of her friends remarked. Suli let out a cold sneer, her voice barely above a whisper, yet laced with malice. Infatuated? I perceive that some enchantment has been cast upon Jin Go. This cannot continue. Why? What is so special about that transfer student? What grants him such favor and protection from Shun Jin? Meanwhile, I merely expressed a hint of dissatisfaction and was met with such ruthless treatment, even driven away. Extreme jealousy and resentment gnawed at her heart like a venomous serpent. She felt as though she had become a colossal joke, and all of this was due to Lin Qinghan, concealed behind the veil of the internet. She reached out once more to the notorious leader of the thugs, Scar. Scar. Her voice, laced with resentment, emerged sharp and distorted. Are we just going to let last time slide? Are you content to be bullied by a mere student? Scar, on the other end of the line, evidently still harbored grievances from their previous encounter, feeling humiliated to have been intimidated by a high school student. Yet, he also feared Shun Jin's ruthless nature. That kid was a madman, and he had clearly stated that his words held no weight. Zhang Qian interrupted him with a scream, completely captivated by that man. He had no time for other matters. This was the perfect opportunity. This time, you need not exert yourselves too much. Just block Lin Qinghan on his way home from school. Intimidate him a little. Capture some striking photographs or videos to ruin his reputation. Let us see if Shun Jin will continue to favor a tarnished wretch. After the deed is done, I shall double your payment. Enough for you to enjoy a carefree time elsewhere. The allure of money and the bitterness of past humiliation ultimately triumphed over fear. Scar fell silent for a moment on the phone, then exhaled a cloud of smoke with a fierce expression. All right, damn it, let's do it. Send me the time and place. This time, we will ensure that kid receives an unforgettable lesson. As the class bell rang, Shun Jin entered the classroom, the last to do so, as flamboyant and unruly as ever. He strode directly to his seat, and as he passed by Lin Qinghan, his steps seemed to falter imperceptibly, his gaze swiftly sweeping over her lowered lashes before he nonchalantly took his seat. Shunjin gazed at the pale nape of her neck, and her unwaveringly indifferent demeanor stirred an inexplicable itch in his heart, leaving him both unsettled and stifled. He could not comprehend his own feelings, nor could he fathom Lin Qinghan. Why did his kindness seem to elicit her coldness? Had she consumed the food he offered? This restless emotion lingered until class dismissed. He noticed Lin Qinghan rising from her seat, seemingly heading to the office to submit her homework, and immediately felt the urge to follow her. However, as soon as he stood, he was encircled by a few rowdy friends. "Brother Jean, where are we partying tonight? I heard a new pool hall has opened. Shall we take a look?" Shunjin distractedly responded, his eyes continually drifting toward the direction Lin Qinghan had departed. Only when her figure vanished at the end of the corridor did he impatiently shrug off the hand that clung to his shoulder. "I'm busy, get lost." His mind was consumed by thoughts of that frigid individual and the swirling rumors of affection. Strangely, upon hearing such discussions, a flicker of secret agitation, which even he was reluctant to delve into, emerged within him, alongside his usual irritability. Chapter 51. The transfer student the school bully Lin Qinghan was not oblivious to the potential dangers surrounding him. The rampant rumors heightened his vigilance. He was acutely aware that, as a focal point of Shunjin's unique attention, he could easily become a target for envy, revenge, or other ulterior motives. Although Zhang Qian had transferred schools, Lin Qinghan had first-hand experience of her previous vindictiveness and grudges. He never believed that matters would conclude so easily. On another front, Shunjin's behavioral patterns had undergone a marked transformation, prompting Lin Qinghan to reassess the current situation. It appeared that Shunjin had entirely abandoned his childish harassment and provocation, opting for a more direct yet clumsy manner of expressing his concern. Each morning, inexplicably, a breakfast would appear on Lin Qinghan's desk. Occasionally, it was buns with soy milk, other times sandwiches with milk. The variety was endless, yet invariably warm and fresh. There were no notes or signatures, but it was clear that no one else could be responsible except Shunjin. Initially, Lin Qinghan chose to ignore it or simply discard the offerings. However, each time he disposed of the breakfast, the following day would bring an even more exquisite, seemingly more expensive meal, as if Shunjin was resolutely intent on changing the offerings until Lin Qinghan relented. Gazing at the breakfast, Lin Qinghan felt a complex swirl of emotions. Rationality told him to reject such ambiguous gifts, particularly those from Shunjin, as they would only entangle their relationship further. Yet, looking at the steaming food and recalling Shunjin's awkward yet earnest demeanor, he occasionally, albeit rarely, found himself discreetly taking a warm custard bun and savoring it in solitude. To his surprise, it was quite palatable. During physical education classes, Shunjin no longer approached him, but instead sat on the bleachers at a distance, his gaze fixated on Lin Qinghan like a radar. Whenever there was a ball game, Shunjin's attention sharpened, and any ball flying in Lin Qinghan's direction, regardless of its threat level, would draw his vigilant scrutiny, as if he were poised to rush down and confront the thrower. This overprotectiveness created a safety vacuum around Lin Qinghan, rendering him a center of caution that deterred others from directing the ball his way, which, while somewhat uncomfortable, indeed alleviated many troubles. What surprised him most was one day after school, he suddenly recalled an important reference book he had left in the classroom. Upon returning to retrieve it, he happened upon Shunjin standing beside his desk, holding a beautifully packaged box. His expression a mix of conflict as he attempted to stuff it into Lin Qinghan's drawer. Upon seeing Lin Qinghan's unexpected return, Shunjin reacted as if he had stepped on a cat's tail, hastily concealing the box behind him, his face flushing crimson, his eyes betraying a flustered confusion tinged with a hint of guilt and embarrassment. "Why you reback?" His voice wavered. Lin Qinghan's gaze fell upon the hand he concealed behind his back, and then glanced at his flushed face, his heart already comprehending the situation. He chose not to confront it directly, merely stating calmly, "Take something." He then returned to his seat, extracting a reference book, not sparing another glance at Shunjin, as if he were merely air. As he exited the classroom, he could feel Shunjin's intense gaze, so fervent it seemed it could burn through his retreating figure, along with the palpable sense of frustration and embarrassment that hung in the air. That box ultimately did not find its way into his drawer. These myriad details made it increasingly difficult for Lin Qinghan to define Shun Jin's actions solely through the lens of twisted possessiveness. It seemed to be interwoven with a greater depth of clumsy, cautious, and even somewhat humble attempts at probing and caring. This unfamiliar sensation stirred a subtle disturbance in Lin Qinghan's typically composed heart. His task was to reform the antagonist. Now, Shun Jin appeared to be evolving towards that very transformation, albeit in an odd and extreme manner. Should he offer some form of response, however minuscule and procedural, to further guide this change? Yet, rational analysis clashed slightly with instinctive feelings. Reason dictated that it was a necessity of the mission, but instinct remained wary and dismissive of Shun Jin's assertive and clingy approach. He endeavored to engage in some exceedingly low-risk, gentle interactions. For instance, after Shun Jin accidentally tossed a bottle of water onto his desk once more, Lin Qinghan did not ignore it as usual. Instead, upon leaving class, he quickly scanned Shun Jin with his gaze, twisted the cap off the bottle, and took a sip while stealing a glance at him. Due to Shun Jin's unwavering attention, Lin Qinghan caught the lingering look that Shun Jin had yet to retract, their eyes locking. He observed Shun Jin's body stiffen abruptly, his ears turning a visible shade of red, even his neck blushing faintly. He lowered his head, his throat unconsciously bobbing, fingers gripping the edge of the desk, attempting to feign ignorance. Yet the almost bashful awkwardness that could not be concealed betrayed him entirely. This reaction confirmed certain suspicions for Lin Qinghan. Shun Jin seemed to have developed feelings for him that transcended mere initial interest and possessiveness. Shun Jin liked him. It appeared that he himself was still unaware of this. Foolishly endearing, with a hint of unexpected charm. This realization softened Lin Qinghan's demeanor slightly in the following days, as he encountered Shun Jin's clumsy goodwill. He no longer discarded his breakfast and occasionally accepted the bottle of water tossed his way. This subtle shift in attitude undoubtedly encouraged Shun Jin, making him more insistent, while also more anxious and protective. He shadowed Lin Qinghan closely, like a dog guarding a bone, refusing to allow any potential danger to approach even a fraction of an inch. Lin Qinghan could even faintly sense that Shun Jin seemed to be in a state of inexplicable anxiety and vigilance, as if waiting for something or perhaps guarding against something. Chapter 52. The Transfer Student and the School Bully on Friday. As the school day drew to a close, the sky took on a somber hue, with dark clouds hanging low, creating a suffocating atmosphere, as if a torrential downpour could commence at any moment. The students surged forth from the school gates like birds released from their cages, chattering excitedly as they dispersed in various directions. Lin Qinghan packed his bag and followed the throng out of the classroom building. Instinctively, he cast a glance over his shoulder. Indeed, amidst the bustling crowd, that tall, familiar figure trailed him at a distance, his gaze, palpable and unwavering, firmly fixed upon Lin Qinghan. In recent days, Shun Jin's shadowing had escalated to an almost brazen level. No longer the cautious surveillance of before, it had transformed into an overt, declarative escort, akin to a persistent specter. He seemed utterly indifferent to the gazes of others, or whether Lin Qinghan was aware of his presence, stubbornly following in step, ensuring that Lin Qinghan remained within his line of sight. Lin Qinghan averted his gaze, a growing sense of unease settling in his heart. Shun Jin's behavior was decidedly abnormal, as if he were on high alert for some impending threat. Coupled with the rumors he had heard previously and the potential retaliation from Zhang Qian, Lin Qinghan was nearly certain that something was amiss. He did not alter his route home, instead opting for the relatively secluded Old Street, a path that was both the quickest and most familiar. He needed to draw out the hidden danger to ascertain its nature, thus enabling a more effective response. Simultaneously, he trusted that Shun Jin, given his heightened vigilance, must be prepared for whatever lay ahead. His calmness was a product of years of experience. Fear would not resolve the issue. Only a composed analysis could grant him control of the situation. In stark contrast, Shun Jin, trailing behind, was the embodiment of tension, like a wary beast. Every nerve in his body was taut. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the surrounding environment and crowd, alert to the slightest disturbance that might provoke his scrutiny. Wang Shuo walked closely beside him, suppressing his breath, acutely aware of his leader's unusual agitation and fury, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Jingo. Wang Shuo ventured quietly, "What's our plan?" "Be silent," Shun Jin interrupted, his voice low and frigid. "Stay vigilant, especially regarding those who do not seem like students or appear suspicious." Wang Shuo immediately fell silent, nervously surveying his surroundings. Shun Jin's instincts were notoriously accurate. He had received vague reports indicating that Scar's gang had recently been active in the vicinity and seemed to harbor ill intentions toward Lin Qinghan. Although he was unclear about their specific plans, he refused to allow even the slightest harm to come to Lin Qinghan. His gaze remained fixed on the slender, upright figure ahead, his heart ablaze with a mixture of anxiety, concern, and an undeniable thrill, the exhilaration of potentially neutralizing the looming threat and reaffirming his role as Lin Qinghan's protector. He craved this confrontation, longing to assert his claim in the most direct and forceful manner, to crush any covetous ambitions and threats. Lin Qinghan turned into the well-known path leading to the old residential area. The pedestrians here have noticeably dwindled, with towering walls and some dilapidated buildings lining the roads, creating a desolate and tranquil atmosphere. The ambience has abruptly grown more oppressive. Shun Jin quickened his pace, reducing the distance between himself and Lin Qinghan, while discreetly signaling Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo understood immediately, pulling out his phone to quietly send a prearranged signal. Lin Qinghan's steps remained steady, yet his senses were heightened to their utmost. He could hear the clarity of his own footsteps, the distant murmur of traffic, and the deliberate low-footed steps and lewd laughter emanating from a nearby alley. They were coming. His gaze sharpened, yet he did not falter in his stride, proceeding forward as if oblivious. Just as he was about to pass the alley's mouth, a voice called out, "Hey there, pretty boy, just got out of school?" A few unruly figures stumbled out from the alley, blocking Lin Qinghan's path. The leader was a scar-faced man, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His face twisted into a malicious grin, eyes leering at Lin Qinghan. Behind him trailed 5 or 6 similarly clad ruffians, wielding clubs, their expressions fierce. "We've been waiting for you, pretty boy," the scar-faced man sneered, exhaling a puff of smoke as he advanced menacingly. "Why don't you come with us? We have something fun for you to try." Lin Qinghan halted, his expression impassive as he regarded them, his gaze as frigid as frost, devoid of any alarm. He even took a moment to swiftly scan his surroundings, assessing their numbers and weaponry. "Step aside." "Oh, quite the fire," the scar-faced man scoffed, reaching out to grab Lin Qinghan's arm. "I like your spirit. Let us see if you can keep it up." Just as his filthy hand was about to make contact with Lin Qinghan, a thunderous roar erupted from behind. "Get your filthy hands off him." Shun Jin charged forward like a furious wolfhound, his eyes ablaze with wrath and a desire for destruction. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick to the scar-faced man's side. "Ah!" Caught off guard, the scar-faced man cried out and stumbled against the nearby wall. "Yin Ye!" Wang Shuo and the others immediately surged forth from behind, clashing with the gangsters in an instant. The fight erupted without warning, the narrow street descending into chaos. Shun Jin disregarded everyone else. His sole focus was on the scar-faced man. He seized the man's hair, forcefully slamming his head against the wall. Thud! Thud! The dull thuds were painful to hear. "Didn't I warn you?" Shun Jin's eyes burned crimson, his voice hoarse and distorted with rage. "Dare to touch him? I'll kill you." He was consumed by a frenzied state, delivering blows with unrelenting ferocity, every punch and kick aimed to incapacitate. The scar-faced man was powerless to retaliate, only able to emit pitiful wails. Other thugs attempted to assist, but were fiercely held back by Wang Shuo and his companions, a cacophony of clashing clubs, curses, and cries filling the air. Lin Qinghan was sheltered from the fray, observing the scene before him, a brutal spectacle reminiscent of beasts in combat. He watched as Shun Jin spiraled into a state of utter chaos and violent fury, his brow furrowed in deep concern. This was the conflict he had anticipated. This was Shun Jin's method of resolving issues. Simple, crude, effective, yet fraught with peril and unpredictability. Chapter 53. Transfer Student X School Bully 22. The Scar incident served as a watershed moment, shattering the fragile barrier between Shun Jin and Lin Qinghan. On the surface, campus life seemed to have resumed its usual rhythm. Yet beneath the surface, the undercurrents grew increasingly tumultuous and intricate. Shun Jin had come to regard Lin Qinghan as his possession. Any attempt to approach him would be perceived as provocation and intrusion. For Lin Qinghan, having endured the violence in the alley, it became impossible to view Shun Jin solely through the lens of a mere task or obsession. The boy's extreme contradictions, his ruthless demeanor towards the outside world juxtaposed with his clumsy concern for him, his domineering nature alongside the inadvertent vulnerability he displayed, entangled Lin Qinghan's typically composed heart like a ball of chaotic yarn. He began to endeavor to analyze and respond to Shun Jin's actions from a more rational and humane perspective. The task of reform no longer represented a cold objective, but rather focused on this complex and tangible individual named Shun Jin. He ceased to entirely reject the breakfasts Shun Jin placed on his desk each day, occasionally accepting them. Regarding Shun Jin's omnipresent, possessive gaze, he chose to acquiesce and grow accustomed to it, as long as it did not overstep boundaries. On one occasion, noticing Shun Jin's wrist appeared injured while he was playing basketball, Lin Qinghan casually placed an unopened bottle of mineral water atop Shun Jin's jacket as he passed by. This seemingly minor, almost instinctive gesture unleashed a tempest within Shun Jin's heart, akin to a bomb dropped into deep waters. At that moment, while bending to retrieve the ball, he froze upon seeing the bottle gently resting on his clothing. He abruptly looked up, only to catch a glimpse of Lin Qinghan's indifferent retreat. In that instant, the game, the stakes, everything else faded into insignificance. He rushed forward, trembling as he picked up the bottle, cradling it as if it were a rare treasure. His lips curving into an uncontrollable smile, even the pain from his injured wrist forgotten. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to drink from that bottle. He took it home as a prized possession. However, Lin Qinghan's exceedingly limited, programmatic expressions of warmth, while immensely satisfying Shun Jin's cravings, also unleashed the beast of possessiveness lurking deep within him. He became more voracious, more sensitive, and less tolerant of any potential threats. This threat soon manifested in an intolerable manner. The class representative, a boy named Chen Su, characterized by his gentle disposition and exemplary academic performance, embodied the quintessential model student. Perhaps out of sympathy for Lin Qinghan's solitary nature, or perhaps due to admiration for his cool demeanor and excellent grades, Chen Su approached Lin Qinghan's seat after a mathematics group discussion. Lin, with a friendly tone, adjusted his glasses and said, "I have a slightly different perspective on the last extension question the teacher presented. I would like to discuss it with you, if you have time after school." As he spoke, he naturally handed over his meticulously organized notebook, inadvertently brushing against the page of the book Lin Qinghan was reading. This was a perfectly ordinary academic exchange request. Lin Qinghan paused momentarily. Accustomed to solitude and being overlooked, he rarely encountered such a genuine approach marked by kindness. He glanced at the notebook that Chen Su had offered. The problem-solving methods inscribed within were indeed clear and ingenious. Out of respect for knowledge and a faint attempt at normal social interaction, he nodded. His voice, though still soft, lost some of its usual chill. "Sure, now is fine." He accepted the notebook, lowered his head to examine it, occasionally pointing to a section to voice his queries. Chen Su bent closer, whispering as they engaged in discussion. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the two earnest and handsome youths, creating a scene that was remarkably harmonious, even aesthetically pleasing. However, to Shun Jin, who had just rushed back to the classroom, drenched in sweat after a soccer match, eager to see Lin Qinghan, this tableau was akin to the most glaring provocation and an excruciating torment. His smile instantly froze, replaced by a tempest of fury. Sweat dripped down his jawline, and his eyes turned cold and menacing, his chest heaving violently, fingers gripping the door handle so tightly that his knuckles turned white. How dare that boy stand so close to him? How dare he touch his book? Lin Qinghan actually didn't push him away. He was speaking with him. Lin Qinghan even nodded at him. Hadn't Lin Qinghan just smiled at him earlier? He had never smiled at me. Why? A surge of rage, akin to an invasion of his territory, and a sharp jealousy ignited like toxic fire, instantly consuming all his rationality. Bang! The classroom door was violently kicked open, producing a thunderous noise that shattered the harmonious scene. All the students jumped in shock, turning their fearful gazes toward the entrance where Shun Jin stood, resembling an avenging deity. Chen Su, trembling in fright, instinctively straightened up and moved away from Lin Qinghan. Lin Qinghan also lifted his head, frowning as he regarded the evidently furious Shun Jin. Ignoring everyone else, Shun Jin's gaze, sharp as a poison blade, was fixated on Chen Su as he approached with an oppressive aura with every step. "What are you doing?" He nearly spat out through clenched teeth, his voice low and hoarse, brimming with undisguised malice. Chen Su's face turned pale as he stammered, "Jin, we were just discussing the questions." "Discussing questions?" Shen Jin scoffed, his gaze growing even colder. He suddenly reached out, snatching the notebook from Lin Qinghan's hands, the one belonging to Chen Su, and without a glance, he hurled it violently to the ground. "Who allowed you to touch his belongings? Who permitted you to speak with him?" He suddenly seized Chen Su by the collar, nearly lifting the shorter boy off the ground, his gaze menacing and fearsome. Yes, I'm sorry. Brother Jin, I was wrong. I won't dare again." Chen Su, terrified, was on the verge of tears, pleading for mercy. The surrounding classmates, gripped by fear, dared not make a sound, lowering their heads in dread of being caught in the crossfire. Lin Qinghan observed the chaotic scene before him, watching as Shun Jin appeared as though he might devour Chen Su whole. The mood, which had slightly eased during their discussion, plummeted into a profound sense of repulsion and helplessness. "Shun Jin," he rose, his voice as cold as ice. "Release him." Shun Jin abruptly turned to face him, the madness and fury in his eyes still palpable, yet intermingled with a trace of incredulous grievance and hurt. "Are you helping him? Are you scolding me for his sake?" His reasoning was twisted and obsessive, as if Lin Qinghan's intervention stemmed not from principle, but from a defense of an outsider, a betrayal of him. "It has nothing to do with me." Lin Qinghan suppressed his anger, attempting to reason with him, aware that it might be in vain. "He was merely discussing a problem with me. You needn't react this way." "Needn't?" Shun Jin was utterly enraged by this statement, abruptly releasing the petrified Chen Su and seizing Lin Qinghan's wrist with astonishing force, his gaze dark and possessive, as though he might consume him. "What do you mean, needn't? Who allows others to approach you? Who permits you to speak with anyone else?" His possessiveness was laid bare, wild and domineering, indifferent to their surroundings or the multitude of onlookers. Lin Qinghan felt pain radiate from his wrist as he met Shun Jin's eyes, aflame with jealousy and rage. The faint flicker of softness that had begun to blossom in his heart was instantly frozen. Indeed, it was always the same. He would never learn respect or restraint. He struggled to free himself from Shun Jin's grip, but it was futile. "Are you going to leave me?" Shun Jin stared at him intently, his eyes reddening, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor and panic, as if Lin Qinghan's ordinary conversation with another was a harbinger of the apocalypse. "Do you think he is better than me?" "Huh?" The question, devoid of logic, revealed a childlike, desperate stubbornness, reminiscent of a puppy fearing abandonment by its master. Lin Qinghan looked at him, momentarily unsure whether to feel anger or amusement. "You are utterly unreasonable," he finally uttered coldly, surrendering to the situation, directing his icy, disappointed gaze at Shun Jin. This look pierced Shun Jin more deeply than any struggle or rebuttal could have done. As if scalded, he abruptly released his grip. Lin Qinghan turned away, no longer regarding the trembling Chen Su or the terrified classmates around him. He bent to gather his books and swiftly exited the classroom, his silhouette resolute and frigid. Shun Jin stood frozen, staring at his empty hand, then at Lin Qinghan's unyielding, retreating figure, his heart feeling as though it had been brutally carved out, sharp with pain. Once the overwhelming rage and jealousy subsided, Only endless panic and regret remained. He had once again ruined everything. He simply could not endure the proximity of others. "Get lost," he bellowed at Shin-Su, who lay crumpled on the floor, and at his classmates, who were rendered speechless by his fury. Like a wounded beast, he struck the nearby desk with a fierce blow, producing a thunderous sound. Before storming out of the classroom, "Shunjin, all those who dare approach my beloved, step away. I couldn't secure my place near him. What give you the right?" Lin Qinghan elegantly rolled his eyes. Neurotic. Chapter 54. Transfer student ex-school bully. The relationship between Shunjin and Lin Qinghan seemed to regress to a frigid epic, even more rigid and tense than before. They ceased all forms of communication, avoiding even the briefest exchange of glances. Shunjin grew increasingly sullen and irritable, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. The slightest inconvenience would trigger an explosion of anger, leaving Wang Shuo and the others in a constant state of apprehension, as if walking on thin ice. He continued his daily ritual of bringing breakfast to Lin Qinghan, but no longer dared to place it directly on his desk. Instead, he stealthily slipped it into his drawer when no one was watching. His guardianship became more discreet and cautious, fearing that even his presence might provoke Lin Qinghan's disdain. The uncontrolled outburst from that day left him filled with regret, yet he remained at a loss as to how to make amends, resorting to this clumsy and extreme method to stubbornly assert his territory. In contrast, Lin Qinghan fortified himself with an even more profound coldness and silence. He discarded the breakfast Shunjin had left in his drawer, treating the ever-watchful gaze as if it were non-existent, immersing himself in his studies with heightened vigilance. The scar-faced gang, having suffered a significant setback, would undoubtedly seek retribution. Shunjin's reckless behavior had undeniably exacerbated the conflict. He sensed a foreboding pressure, akin to an impending storm, through the faint signals from the system and his own intuition. Danger lurked like a hidden serpent, silently tightening its grip. He attempted to warn Shunjin. One day after school, as Shunjin trailed him from a distance, Lin Qinghan deliberately slowed his pace and paused at a relatively secluded corner, speaking coldly to the air before him without turning around. "Be cautious lately. They may not relent." This was the utmost extent of his proactive approach and warning. The footsteps behind him came to a halt. Shunjin seemed taken aback by Lin Qinghan's initiative to address him, even in the form of this icy caution. After a brief silence, a slightly hoarse yet suppressed voice responded, tinged with excitement. "Are you concerned for me?" Like a chastised dog receiving a bone. One could imagine his tail wagging furiously if he had one. Lin Qinghan thought to himself, unbelievable. He instantly dismissed any notion of further communication and quickened his pace to depart. There was no way to engage in a normal exchange. However, Shunjin's spirits soared at that expression of concern, dispelling the gloom that had enveloped him for days, his eyes brightening perceptibly. He knew it. Lin Qinghan still cared for him. He was indeed worried for his safety. He truly liked him. He loved him. This distorted interpretation only solidified his resolve to eradicate all threats entirely. He aimed to extinguish any potential danger in its infancy, ensuring Lin Qinghan's peace of mind. Consequently, rather than exercising increased caution, he resorted to every possible means, obsessively pursuing the whereabouts and plans of Scar's gang. He sought to uncover their intentions, the timing of their actions, and ultimately to ensnare them all in one fell swoop, eliminating future risks. The misunderstandings and disparate responses from both sides were silently pushing the situation toward a more perilous brink. On the eve of the impending storm, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. It was Friday, during the last period of the afternoon. The sky loomed ominously dark, with heavy clouds hanging low, and the air was thick with the scent of impending rain and damp earth. The students in the classroom fidgeted restlessly, eager to escape to the comfort of home. Lin Qinghan's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, an unsettling sense of anxiety lingering. He instinctively glanced outside at the overcast sky and quickly surveyed the back row of the classroom. Shunjin's demeanor was unusually peculiar today. He was neither sleeping nor absorbed in his phone. Instead, he sat upright, occasionally exchanging glances with Wang Shuo and others outside the classroom, as if silently conveying some urgent message. Lin Qinghan's heart sank. He realized that Sun Jin must know something, and he was preparing to act. Finally, the school bell rang, signaling liberation. Students surged out in a chaotic rush. Lin Qinghan deliberately slowed his pace while packing his belongings. Keenly observing the crowd, he noticed Sun Jin was the first to burst from the classroom, whispering hurriedly with Wang Shuo at the door. Wang Shuo's expression was grave as he nodded, swiftly leading several others in a particular direction. The wind swept through the street, rustling the fallen leaves and adding an eerie sense of desolation and unease. As Lin Qinghan approached the entrance of a secluded old street, his steps faltered imperceptibly. It was too quiet. Typically, at this hour, although few in number, there would be occasional pedestrians or vehicles. Now, however, an unsettling stillness reigned. The old buildings lining the street had darkened windows, resembling silent, watchful eyes. He caught sight of movement in the shadows of nearby alleys and abandoned doorways. There were not just one, but several figures. In this taut and volatile silence, Lin Qinghan's gaze inadvertently swept past the roadside. There, a small, filthy stray cat huddled beside a tattered cardboard box, trembling with fear from the oppressive weather and the palpable tension in the air. Its amber eyes were filled with terror, instantly reminding him of the two cats he fed each night. A rare, delicate softness from the depths of Lin Qinghan's heart inexplicably surfaced at that moment. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he distinctly caught a glimmer of cold, metallic light reflecting from the second-floor window of an abandoned building nearby. It was not an ordinary stick. It resembled a cleaver or a steel pipe instead. The adversary had evidently come prepared and with a fierce resolve. Lin Qinghan's heart sank heavily. Almost simultaneously, he heard Sun Jin's breath behind him, suddenly more rapid and infused with a murderous intent, clearly indicating that Sun Jin had also realized the imminent danger. Conflict was unavoidable. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qinghan made a decision that he would later reflect upon as somewhat impulsive. He could not stand idly by while Sun Jin, unarmed, charged toward a desperate foe wielding a deadly weapon. Even if Sun Jin were exceptionally skilled, two fists could hardly prevail against multiple assailants, especially when the opponents were evidently intent on inflicting harm. He needed to intervene, if only to buy some time. Just as Sun Jin's muscles tensed, ready to pounce like a ferocious tiger toward the window and initiate the attack, Lin Qinghan suddenly halted. He turned to face Sun Jin. This unexpected action left Sun Jin, who had been fully immersed in a battle-ready state, momentarily stunned. His poised attack faltered, and he gazed at Lin Qinghan in astonishment. Lin Qinghan then retrieved a bottle of unopened mineral water from the side pocket of his backpack, which he had placed there that very morning. In the midst of Sun Jin's bewilderment, he extended his hand, offering the water bottle to him. His expression remained largely unchanged, even somewhat frigid. Yet within his usually tranquil, dark eyes, a flicker of complex emotion seemed to glimmer. His voice, though soft, cut through the oppressive air and reached Sun Jin's ears with clarity. "Didn't you injure your hand while playing ball earlier?" This statement struck like a gentle thunderbolt, leaving Sun Jin completely frozen, his mind blank, staring vacantly at the water bottle being offered, and into Lin Qinghan's eyes that appeared to harbor a multitude of unspoken words. Was he concerned for me? Had he noticed my injury? Yes, he must have been watching me closely. Otherwise, how could he have known I was hurt? An overwhelming, incredulous joy surged through Sun Jin, akin to a tidal wave, washing away all his previous anxieties, doubts, and insecurities in an instant. He even became aware of the minutest wound on his hand. The profound impact of this realization sent his heart racing, blood surging through his veins, eliciting a dizzying sense of elation. The ferocity and bloodlust that had once filled his gaze dissipated in an instant, replaced by a foolish, astonished joy and a sense of being utterly unmoored. Trembling, he cautiously reached out to accept the water bottle as if it were a fragile, priceless treasure, his fingertips quivering. I am fine," he stammered, his voice hoarse and disjointed, his ears burning as if they might bleed, his focus solely on Lin Qinghan. entirely oblivious to the lurking dangers around them and the intentions he had just moments before. It doesn't he hurt at all, truly. All of his attention and senses were completely captivated by Lin Qinghan's sudden and almost tender gesture, leaving no room for distraction. However, this brief moment of distraction, caused by a misinterpretation of signals, granted an opportunity for the lurking enemy. At the very instant, Shinjin was immersed in overwhelming joy and caught off guard. It was now or never. A sharp whistle pierced the air from the abandoned building. In an instant, 7 or 8 thugs wielding clubs and even knives burst forth from the shadows surrounding him, emerging from alleys and derelict doorways. The leader, a scarred-faced man with a fierce gaze and a bruise from a previous altercation, grinned maliciously as he charged toward Shinjin, whose defenses were lowered due to his momentary lapse. Shinjin, be careful. Lin Qinghan's expression shifted dramatically, urgency lacing his voice. But it was too late. Shinjin, alerted by the commotion, snapped back to reality, yet the optimal moment for reaction had slipped away. He hastily raised his arm to block. Bang! A hefty wooden club struck his arm with a painful thud, evoking a grimace of agony. Shinjin gasped, sharp pain radiating through his arm, threatening to fracture it. More assailants closed in, and the glint of knives and blades quickly engulfed him. Brother Jin, fight back! Wang Shuo and others emerged from their hiding spots, eyes ablaze as they clashed with the thugs, attempting to rescue the beleaguered Shinjin. The scene erupted into a chaotic and bloody melee. Shinjin, hampered by his earlier miscalculation and injury, found himself in a precarious position, forced to dodge and block in a desperate and disheveled manner. He was struck multiple times, blood swiftly staining his school uniform. Lin Qinghan stood outside the fray, his heart racing as he observed the perilous situation spiraling out of control due to his earlier action. Watching Shinjin face the onslaught with such grave danger, his pallor deepened, and the calm waters of his mind were thoroughly disturbed. He had not anticipated this outcome. Chaos. Utter chaos. The whoosh of swinging clubs, the dull thuds of bodies colliding, the enraged roars, and the cries of pain intertwined to form a bloody and violent symphony in the narrow street. Shinjin resembled a wounded beast caught in a trap, his eyes ablaze with fury. Drawing on his innate tenacity and reckless fighting style, he barely held his ground against the assault of 7 or 8 opponents. Yet the excruciating pain in his left arm severely hampered his movements. Each block elicited a tearing agony, blood trickling down his arm and pooling on the ground. A chilling sight. Despite Wang Shuo and the others fighting valiantly to assist him, the adversaries, outnumbering them and armed, soon inflicted injuries on them as well, allowing only a tenuous hold against a portion of the attackers. The scarred leader, reveling in vindictive glee, struck mercilessly, targeting Shinjin's wounded arm and vital points. Damn it! Rabid dog! Today's your day. Beat him to a pulp. Lin Qinghan stood at the periphery of the chaos, his heart clenched tightly. He watched Shinjin, bloodied and fighting fiercely, realizing that his desire to protect had led to such dire consequences. An unprecedented wave of emotion surged through his usually composed mind. Was it panic? Was it guilt? Yet there were more things he could not discern. He could no longer stand idly by. He attempted to rush in to assist, even if it meant drawing some of the fire, but immediately a thug brandishing a stick forced him back, exclaiming, "Get lost. Kid, wait until we deal with this mad dog before handling you." In that critical moment, Shinjin forcefully shoved aside an approaching thug, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the one attempting to close in on Lin Qinghan, unleashing a hoarse roar. "Do not touch him. Come at me." His attention was once again diverted by Lin Qinghan, creating a brief lapse in his defenses. The scarred-faced thug seized the opportunity, a malevolent glint flickering across his face as he swiftly drew a glimmering dagger from his waist, not aimed at Shinjin, but instead, taking advantage of Shinjin's distraction to thrust it viciously toward him. The attack was swift and ruthless, angled with precision, leaving Shinjin no time to defend himself. "Watch out!" Lin Qinghan's pupils dilated in horror, a scream escaping her lips, her mind blank as her body instinctively surged forward. In that moment of imminent peril, Qinghan seemed to sense the lethal threat behind him with an instinct akin to that of a beast. Yet, rather than evade entirely, he abruptly sidestepped and forcefully yanked a thug lunging at Wang Shuo, using him as a shield against the impending danger. With a sickening sound, the dagger's sharp blade pierced effortlessly into the shoulder blade of the thug used as a meat shield, sinking in a full inch. The anguished scream sliced through the air, leaving everyone stunned by the sudden and brutally bloody scene. Even the scarred-faced thug momentarily froze, taken aback by Qinghan's ruthless decisiveness in using his own man to block the blade. However, this fleeting moment of shock granted Qinghan the chance to retaliate. Despite the jarring pain from his own wound, evident by the veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes burned with ferocity. Seizing the moment of the thug's astonishment, he clamped his intact right hand like a vice onto the thug's wrist, twisting it savagely. The sound of a bone snapping echoed painfully. The scarred thug emitted a wretched howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig as the dagger clattered to the ground. Qinghan showed no mercy, delivering a powerful kick to the thug's abdomen, sending him flying against the wall, collapsing in a heap, lifeless or unconscious. With their leader incapacitated in an instant, the remaining thugs were thrown into disarray, their morale shattered. Witnessing this, Wang Shuo and his companions were invigorated, roaring as they launched their counterattack. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Qinghan, panting heavily, stood amidst the chaos, his left arm hanging limply, drenched in blood, while his right fingertips dripped with crimson. His uniform was torn in multiple places, soiled with dirt and blood, though his face bore bruises and his lips were split. The madness and ferocity in his eyes reached a fever pitch, resembling a demon returned from the depths of hell, surveying the remaining trembling thugs. Is there anyone left? Chapter 56. Transfer Student X School Bully 25. The thugs, terrified to their core, let out a cry, abandoning their weapons. Scrambling to assist their moaning comrade and the incapacitated scarred thug, hastily fleeing in disarray, scattering like birds frightened from a storm. The battle concluded in a profoundly tragic manner. The street lay in utter disarray, strewn with remnants of chaos, mottled bloodstains, and the heavy sounds of labored breathing. Wang Shuo and the others bore varying degrees of injuries, supporting each other as they gazed in awe and trepidation at Qinghan, who stood like a figure painted in blood. Yet, Qinghan seemed impervious to pain. His gaze transcended the group, fixating on Lin Qinghan, who remained rooted in place, pale as a ghost. Their eyes met, and the air felt as though it had solidified. Qinghan approached Lin Qinghan with faltering steps, his injuries causing him to stumble. Yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness and focus. Gone were the previous frenzies and ferocity, replaced by a near-pure intensity, a fervor born from surviving an ordeal, and a profound emotion that could no longer be suppressed or denied. He halted before Lin Qinghan, his towering figure exuding a potent mix of blood and an eerie vulnerability. He raised his uninjured right hand, seemingly intending to brush Lin Qinghan's face, but upon seeing the blood staining his palm, he froze mid-motion. He stared into Lin Qinghan's still trembling, obsidian eyes, his voice hoarse from exhaustion and emotion, yet imbued with an unprecedented clarity and seriousness. "You were worried about me, just now, weren't you?" This was not an interrogation, but rather a tentative affirmation, a humble quest for validation. Lin Qinghan gazed at the wounded youth before him, whose eyes sparkled with life at the sound of his instinctive exclamation. He offered no reply, yet silence can often serve as an answer in itself. Qinghan's eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, as if all the stars had fallen into them. Waves of intense pain and dizziness from blood loss surged through him. Yet he smiled like a child who had just received the world. He no longer sought any answers. He took a staggering step forward, his body swaying as if on the verge of collapse. Yet he remained resolutely focused on Lin Qinghan, summoning his last ounce of strength to declare, with utmost clarity and solemnity, both to Lin Qinghan and to himself, "Lin Qinghan, it seems I have truly fallen." As the words escaped his lips, he could no longer maintain his balance and collapsed forward. Lin Qinghan instinctively reached out, catching his heavy, feverish form. Shun Jin's head fell weakly against his neck, his scorching breath mingling with the scent of blood and a peculiar sense of dependence. Lin Qinghan heard Shun Jin whisper in his ear, in an almost inaudible yet unmistakably clear voice, "I am yours." Then he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Qinghan held the bloodied youth in his arms, feeling the weight and warmth of his body, his heart racing wildly within his chest, overwhelmed by an unprecedented torrent of intense and chaotic emotions, like a tsunami that engulfed him entirely. The cold mask he had worn for so long shattered completely. He had lost. Perhaps, from a moment he had softened and opened the door that rain-soaked night, it was destined that he would lose. And the question that had long troubled him, what did Shun Jin truly wish to achieve, finally found a clear and shocking answer in that moment. He no longer denied it. Shun Jin regained consciousness amidst the acrid scent of disinfectant and the excruciating pain radiating from various parts of his body. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his vision remaining blurred for a while before gradually sharpening. Above him loomed the stark white ceiling of a hospital ward, his left arm encased in a thick cast, immobilized against his chest, sending sharp pangs of agony with the slightest movement. Other injuries on his body had been properly bandaged, yet the ache remained unbearable. After a brief moment of confusion, memories from before his unconsciousness surged back like a tidal wave. The dimly lit street, the ferocious assault, the splatter of blood. Lin Qinghan's pale face and the searing warmth of his touch as he leaned against Lin's neck, whispering a near dreamlike declaration. Lin Qinghan. Shun Jin abruptly struggled to sit up, but a warm hand gently pressed down on his uninjured shoulder. "Do not move," a slightly weary yet still gentle voice cautioned from beside him. "You have a fractured left arm, multiple soft tissue contusions, and a mild concussion. You need a rest." Shun Jin swiftly turned his head, only to find his mother seated by the bedside, her eyes reddened, her face etched with worry and fear. His father stood nearby, brow furrowed, his expression far from pleasant. "Mom, Dad," Shun Jin croaked, his voice raspy. "How did you find out? The school notified you?" His father replied in a low, restrained tone, laced with suppressed anger. "Shun Jin, can you not cause more trouble? What was this about? Fighting with delinquents again? If it weren't for the bystanders calling the police, would you have been beaten to death in the street?" Shun Jin pressed his lips tightly together, offering no response. His gaze anxiously darted toward the door of the ward, searching for the one figure he longed to see. "What are you looking at?" Shun Jin's father, increasingly agitated by his son's distracted demeanor, continued. "This incident has escalated significantly. Someone was seriously injured. The police are still investigating." Old Shun, his mother gently tugged at her husband's sleeve, signaling him to temper his words. Turning her sorrowful gaze to her son, she asked, "Xiao Jin, what truly happened? Tell me, did those people provoke you first?" Shun Jin remained silent, his thoughts consumed elsewhere. What about Lin Qinghan? How was he? Was he hurt? Did he manage to catch him in the end? Just then, a soft knock echoed at the door of the ward. Chapter 57. Transfer student ex-school bully. All eyes turned to the entrance. A nurse pushed the door open, her tone matter-of-fact. "Shun Jin's family. The police have come to take a statement." Two uniformed officers entered the room. Shun Jin's heart sank, not because of their presence, but because the person he yearned to see was absent from the doorway. He cooperated with the officers' inquiries, succinctly characterizing the altercation as an act of provocation and retaliation, asserting that he had acted in self-defense. He concealed Lin Qinghan's existence, claiming he had merely been cornered on his way home from school. Shun Jin's parents listened, simultaneously feeling anger and heartache. Once the police completed their statement and offered a few words of advice, they departed, leaving the three of them alone once more in the ward. Shun Jin's father seemed poised to reprimand him further, but his mother silenced him with a look. "Xiao Jin, you should rest well and not overthink things. Your father and I will handle it." Shun's mother gently comforted him, tucking the quilt around him. However, Shun Jin suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible urgency and hoarseness. "Mom, where's my phone?" Shun's mother retrieved his phone from the drawer of the bedside table. Its screen shattered and stained with blood. "Here it is, but it seems to be broken." Jin snatched the phone, attempting to turn it on, but the screen remained pitch black. A wave of overwhelming panic seized him in an instant. He could no longer reach Lin Qinghan. He had no idea how he was doing. Would he, out of fear or for some other reason, choose to ignore him forever? Mom, give me your phone. Jin abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with terror and urgency. What do you need the phone for? You need a rest. Shin's father frowned. Give it to me. Jin almost shouted, his emotions surging, causing pain to radiate from his wound and beads of sweat to form on his forehead. But he disregarded it entirely, his eyes even tinged with red veins. Please, Mom, give it to me. Shin's mother was taken aback by her son's near madness. Fearing he might injure himself further, and hastily handed her phone to him. All right, here you go. Just calm down and be careful of your injury. Jin trembled as he unlocked the phone, eager to dial Lin Qinghan's number, only to suddenly realize he didn't have it. All his previous spying and stalking had ironically left him without any means to directly contact him. He abruptly remembered Wang Shuo. Yes, Wang Shuo would surely know. He immediately searched through his contacts and dialed Wang Shuo's number. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered, and Wang Shuo's cautious, tearful voice came through. Annie? Jin go, it's me. Jin hoarsely interrupted him. Wang Shuo, where's Lin Qinghan? How is he? Is he all right? Wang Shuo on the other end paused for a moment, seemingly surprised that the first thing Jin asked upon waking was this, and hurriedly replied, Jingo, you're awake? That's wonderful. Lin Qinghan is fine. He didn't get hurt at all. After the police asked him a few questions, they just let him go home. Upon hearing the words he's fine, Jin's heart, which had been suspended high in the air, dropped back down with a heavy sense of relief that nearly left him faint. He leaned against the headboard, gasping for air, his hospital gown soaked with cold sweat. It's good that he's fine. It's good that he's fine. But immediately afterward, a deeper unease washed over him. He went home. He just went home like that. Did he not come to see me? Jin's voice trembled with an unrecognized vulnerability as he asked, Did he not inquire about me? There was a moment of silence on the other end, and Wang Shuo's voice became hesitant and halting. Well, it seems he didn't. After the police finished questioning, he just left, looking quite calm. Quite calm. Left. Did not inquire. These words pierced Jin's heart like ice picks. All the relief and joy froze in an instant, leaving only a dull ache and an overwhelming sense of panic. He truly did not care about me at all, despite enduring such severe injuries to Lin Qinghan. It might have merely been an inconvenient farce. He even seemed too indifferent to ask a single question. A profound sense of loss and despair engulfed Jin like a cold tide, drowning him in an instant. He abruptly hung up the phone, tossing the device back to his mother, his entire being drained of energy, collapsing onto the hospital bed. With a vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling, he appeared to have lost all vitality. Shout, Jin, what's wrong? Don't frighten your mother, his mother implored. Jin shut his eyes, his throat constricted with pain, rendering him speechless. It dawned on him that everything had been a product of his own misguided sentiment. That expression of concern, the gesture of offering water, even the final embrace that had caught him, perhaps they were merely acts of courtesy or pity. He felt like a complete farce. The door to the hospital room was gently pushed open again. A young nurse entered. Jin, a classmate has come to see you, named Lin Qinghan. Should I let him in? Jin's eyes shot open, the emptiness within them suddenly igniting with disbelief. He nearly sprang from the bed, disregarding the painful wounds and the plastered arm, his voice quivering with excitement. Let him in. Quickly, let him in. His reaction startled both his parents and the nurse. His mother hastily supported him. Jin, take it easy. Be careful of your wounds. Yet, Jin paid no heed, his gaze fixated on the doorway, his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest. All the despair and chill were instantaneously replaced by a fervent anticipation and longing. He was coming. He had indeed come. I knew he still cared for me. Under Jin's nearly desperate gaze, the door swung open once more. Lin Qinghan's figure appeared in the doorway. He had changed into a clean school uniform, his hair neatly combed, yet his complexion remained somewhat pale, his expression as perpetually calm and detached as ever. Carrying a basket of fruit, he seemed to fulfill a routine hospital visit. As he entered the room, his gaze swept over Shunjin's parents with a tranquil acknowledgement before finally settling on the trembling Shunjin. "Are you feeling better?" he inquired, placing the fruit basket on the bedside table. His voice was subdued, betraying little emotion. "I came to visit you." Shunjin stared intently at him, eagerly searching for any hint of concern or care in his expression. However, all he discerned was a serene, almost polite detachment. The stark contrast sent Shunjin's heart plummeting from the euphoric heights to the depths of disappointment. Yet, he remained unwilling to surrender. Clinging to the last shred of hope, his voice hoarse and urgent. "You. Are you all right? Did they scare you?" He cared not for his own injuries, only for Lin Qinghan's well-being. Lin Qinghan appeared taken aback by the question, pausing momentarily before shaking his head. "I'm fine." Then, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Shunjin's parents observed the two boys, so different in demeanor, their expressions complex, as if they sensed an unspoken tension, yet remained silent. All of Shunjin's courage seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon when confronted by Lin Qinghan's placid, unwavering gaze. He lowered his head, gazing at his arm encased in plaster, a profound ache swelling within him. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Perhaps he was merely being polite, or perhaps he felt compelled to make an appearance because his injury was a result of his actions. After this fleeting visit, he would likely take his leave. It mattered not. The mere fact that Lin Qinghan had come to see him was enough solace for Shunjin. Just as disappointment threatened to engulf Shunjin's heart once more, Lin Qinghan unexpectedly stepped forward to the bedside. He extended his hand, not towards Shunjin, but gently brushed against the glass water jug on the bedside table. The water had grown cool. He uttered a soft remark before picking up the jug and turning to the water dispenser in the ward to fetch hot water. This gesture was so natural, so uncharacteristic of one who merely came to fulfill a duty of visiting the sick. Shunjin abruptly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Qinghan's retreating figure. The sound of water filling the jug resonated with clarity in the quiet hospital room. With his back turned to them, Lin Qinghan slightly bowed his head, the line of his neck appearing delicate. His shoulders seemed to relax ever so slightly, shedding the tension that had previously maintained his complete indifference. After filling the jug, he returned it to its place, his gaze lingering on Shunjin's arm, heavily bandaged and suspended before him for several seconds. Shunjin's heart raced uncontrollably once more. He noticed Lin Qinghan's brow, which seemed to furrow ever so slightly, a barely perceptible expression that flickered by so quickly it could have been mistaken for an illusion. Yet, Shunjin caught it. Almost immediately, he heard Lin Qinghan's voice, still cool but tinged with a faint softness, carrying an almost imperceptible hint of reproach. "Next time, do not let it come to this." This statement landed like a stone cast into the still waters of Shunjin's heart, sending tumultuous ripples through the silence. Next time? There would be next time? He cared. He did not wish for me to be hurt again. An overwhelming, ineffable joy surged through Shunjin once more, this time more intense and more tangible than before. For he had witnessed that subtle furrow of the brow and heard the deeply concealed concern. All the grievances, anxieties, and fears dissipated in that moment. He nodded vigorously, like a child who had just received a promise, his eyes shining with remarkable brightness, his voice choked with emotion. "Yes, I want to do it again. I promise. From now on, I will listen to you." Lin Qinghan regarded him, his demeanor shifting from stormy to sunny in an instant. Resembling a large dog on the verge of wagging its tail, he appeared somewhat helpless, the corners of his cool lips barely twitching. Yet he said nothing, merely averting his gaze. However, the icy, awkward atmosphere in the ward gradually softened. Shunjin's parents exchanged a knowing glance and quietly exited the room, leaving space for the two young men. The door closed gently behind them. Only the two of them remained in the hospital room. Chapter 58. The transfer student X. The school bully 27 sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon the pristine white sheets and illuminating Lin Qinghan's slightly pale profile. Shunjin gazed at him with insatiable greed, his eyes unblinking as if he could never gaze enough. The tranquility of the hospital room did not last long. Shun Jin's avid stare was fixed upon Lin Qinghan, as if he wished to etch this moment of serenity and the rare, subtle softness of the other into his very bones. He scarcely dared to breathe loudly, fearing that he might disturb this stolen moment in time. Lin Qinghan seemed somewhat unaccustomed to such an overtly fervent gaze, slightly turning his head to glance out the window. The contours of his profile appeared somewhat cold in the sunlight, yet a faint, barely perceptible blush crept to his ears, just as the atmosphere became delicately charged. The door to the hospital room was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. The cacophony shattered the serenity. Both Shinjin and Lin Qinghan jerked in surprise, their eyes darting to the entrance, where the scarred-faced man had returned. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and the wound on his shoulder appeared to have been crudely bandaged, still seeping blood and staining his clothing a deep crimson. His eyes were wild with fury and resentment, and he clutched a glinting switchblade, its blade catching the light ominously. "Shinjin, damn you!" the scarred man roared hoarsely, his voice resembling that of a dying beast, filled with a madness that sought mutual destruction. "I will ruin you." Clearly, the previous defeat and severe injuries had driven him completely mad as he dragged his battered body, eluding the notice of the police and hospital staff, back to the room seeking vengeance. The events unfolded too swiftly and unexpectedly. The scarred man gave no one time to react. Lunging toward Shinjin on the hospital bed with staggering speed, the knife aimed directly at his heart. Shinjin's expression changed drastically. With his left arm immobilized in a cast and his right arm injured, his body was weakened from blood loss and anesthesia, leaving him incapable of evading or retaliating effectively. As the deadly tip of the blade descended, Lin Qinghan cried out in alarm, his mind a blank, yet his body reacted more swiftly than thought. Instinctively, he lunged forward, attempting to push the knife from the scarred man's grasp, but his strength seemed utterly insignificant against the man's frenzied state. The scar man merely swatted him aside with brutal force. Lin Qinghan stumbled against the nightstand, pain shooting through his waist as the water jug and fruit basket crashed to the floor, shattering with a deafening clatter. Meanwhile, the knife's tip pressed perilously close to Shun Jin's chest. Shun Jin's pupils constricted, the shadow of death looming over him, yet beyond the terror. His eyes burned with an intense rage, not for himself, but for Lin Qinghan, who had been cast aside. In that critical moment, Shinjin fiercely grasped the scarred man's wrist with his functioning right arm, summoning every ounce of strength to resist the descending blade. The edge of the knife was mere centimeters from his chest. Shinjin's forehead was lined with veins, his wound tearing anew as blood rapidly soaked his hospital gown. Yet he gritted his teeth, his eyes radiating unyielding defiance. Shinjin, Lin Qinghan, who had just been thrown aside, witnessed this heart-stopping scene, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. He disregarded the pain in his lower back, struggling to surge forward once more. "Stay back," Shinjin rasped, his voice contorted from exertion. "It's dangerous." The scarred-faced man, enraged by his initial failure, grew increasingly frantic, wielding a knife in both hands, channeling all his weight and malice downwards. Shinjin, with one arm compromised, felt the blade inch closer. The scarred man bellowed, his visage twisted in fury. Just as the tip of the knife was poised to pierce Shun Jin's flesh, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Unnoticed by anyone, Lin Qinghan, cast into the corner, flickered a resolute glint in his eyes. He seized a sharp shard from the shattered glass water jug on the ground, and without a moment's hesitation, leapt silently like a leopard, targeting not the man's knife-wielding hand, but the wounded shoulder instead. With a piercing thrust, the glass shard sunk deeply into the scarred man's already injured shoulder seam, precise and fierce. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from his throat, the excruciating agony causing his strength to dissipate instantaneously. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Shinjin summoned the last vestiges of his strength in his right arm, thrusting upwards with fervor. Clang! The spring knife flew from the assailant's grasp, clattering to the ground at a distance. Simultaneously, Shinjin raised his foot, exerting every ounce of force to deliver a harsh kick to the scarred man's abdomen. The man was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall. The glass shard embedded deeper into his shoulder. Darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed, a pool of blood rapidly spreading beneath him. From a moment the scar man burst in until his complete collapse. Scarcely a dozen seconds had elapsed. The ward lay in disarray, thick with the scent of blood. Shunjin slumped weakly onto the hospital bed, his right arm trembling violently, the torn wound staining the sheets crimson. He gasped for breath, his complexion as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghan remained in his throwing stance, breath coming in shallow gasps. His hand, clutching the glass fragment, was cut, blood dripping from his fingertips, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. His face was equally pallid, but his gaze was chillingly fierce, fixated on the scarred man, exuding an unprecedented, icy malevolence. Only when he was certain the threat had been completely neutralized did the frost in his eyes gradually recede, replaced by a flicker of dread and confusion. He abruptly discarded the glass shard and hurried to the bedside. "Shunjin, are you all right?" His voice trembled notably, the calm demeanor he usually maintained slipping away. Anxiously inspecting Shunjin's wounds, he noted the blood seeping forth, his fingers trembling slightly. Shunjin laboriously lifted his uninjured right hand, grasping Lin Qinghan's cold, bloodied hand tightly, as if to confirm the other's safety through this tangible connection. "I'm fine." He managed a faint smile, his eyes shimmering with a startling brightness, fixed intently on Lin Qinghan. "I'm just relieved you're unharmed. You scared me back there." He was on the verge, so close, to witnessing Lin Qinghan injure himself while attempting to save him. The fear stemming from that possibility was far more intense than the peril he faced moments ago against the blade. Lin Qinghan gazed at his pale, smiling face, and those eyes filled with both dread and relief, observing the wounds inflicted upon himself in his effort to protect him. And recalling his own reckless attack moments earlier, the taut nerves seemed to snap in an instant. A torrent of powerful emotions overwhelmed all reason and pretense. He suddenly bowed his head, resting his forehead gently against Shunjin's uninjured right shoulder, his body trembling ever so slightly, his voice hoarse and choked. "You madman. You absolute madman." Shunjin felt the subtle tremors and the cold touch of the forehead against his shoulder, rendering him entirely still. Then an immense, indescribable joy and bittersweet sensation surged within him, instantly filling every part of his being. "He's afraid for me. In fact, he has drawn closer to me." The excruciating pain in his right arm seemed to vanish as Shunjin summoned all his strength to raise his trembling right hand, cautiously encircling Lin Qinghan's slender back, gently pulling him close. Through the thin hospital gown, he could feel the slight quiver and warmth of Lin Qinghan's body, the faint scent of cold mingling with a hint of blood lingering at the tip of his nose. Shunjin's heart ached with a tightness that was both painful and utterly soft. "I'm sorry," he murmured softly, his voice hoarse yet sincere. "I frightened you. It will never happen again. I promise. I will never let you fall into danger again, never let you worry or fear for me." Lin Qinghan did not push him away, nor did he speak, simply allowing him to hold him, his forehead still resting against Shunjin's shoulder. It was a brief moment of closeness, an embrace of sorts, until the hurried footsteps and commotion from outside signaled the arrival of doctors and security drawn by the disturbance. Lin Qinghan seemed to suddenly awaken, straightening up abruptly, creating distance between them, his face returning to its usual icy demeanor, though the corners of his eyes still bore a hint of redness, and his gaze flickered uncertainly. The emptiness in Shunjin's embrace left him with a profound sense of loss. Yet observing Lin Qinghan's attempt to maintain composure amidst his evident fluster made him feel an overwhelming fondness. The doctors and security burst into the room, gasping at the scene before them, and immediately set to work. They examined Shunjin's injuries, attended to the unconscious scarred man, and called the police. Once again, the ward returned to tranquility, though the atmosphere was distinctly altered. The scar man was taken away, and the police returned to take statements. Shunjin's wounds were redressed. Although he had lost a considerable amount of blood, fortunately, no vital areas were harmed. The doctors sternly instructed him to rest absolutely and refrain from any vigorous movement. Sun Jin's parents rushed back upon hearing the news, filled with both fear and concern, yet their attitude towards Lin Qinghan had subtly softened. They recognized that had it not been for this composed young man's swift reaction and decisive actions, the consequences could have been dire. After a long day of turmoil, night fell deeper. Under Sun Jin's insistence, his parents were eventually persuaded to return home for rest, leaving a nurse waiting outside the door. The hospital room was once again left with just the two of them. The air was permeated with the scent of disinfectant and freshly changed bed linens, masking the earlier stench of blood. The soft glow of the bedside lamp cast a warm halo, elongating their shadows and projecting them onto the pristine white walls. Sun Jin reclined against the headboard, his complexion still pale, yet his spirit was remarkably buoyant, his bright eyes fixed unwaveringly on Lin Qinghan, who sat beside the bed. Lin Qinghan was intently cleaning the dried blood on his hands with a damp tissue, his movements deliberate and unhurried, his profile appearing particularly gentle and serene under the light. His school uniform jacket rested on the back of a chair, revealing a simple white t-shirt beneath, the collar slightly open, showcasing a delicate collarbone. As Sun Jin observed, his throat grew dry, and his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. The fleeting sensation of their recent embrace lingered on his shoulder, igniting a warmth that scorched both his skin and reason. He had a multitude of words he yearned to utter, countless questions he wished to pose, yet he found himself at a loss, fearful that any misstep would drive Lin Qinghan away. Ultimately, it was Lin Qinghan who broke the silence first. After cleaning his hands, he raised his gaze, landing on Sun Jin's freshly bandaged arm, his voice returning to its usual calm, though lacking some of its earlier chill. "Does it still hurt?" Sun Jin quickly shook his head, insisting, "Not at all. I feel nothing." To demonstrate, he attempted to move his arm, but the action tugged at the wound, eliciting a pained hiss and a grimace. Lin Qinghan frowned almost imperceptibly. "Don't move around." Sun Jin immediately complied, sitting still but gazing at him with eager eyes. Lin Qinghan, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, diverted his eyes momentarily before quietly asking, "Why were you so reckless just now? You could have pushed me away or used another method instead of blocking the knife with your hand. You're usually so clever, even secretly following me without my knowledge. If not for the system, I wouldn't have realized Sun Jin had been trailing behind me all along." Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Jin blurted out, "Because I can't let you get hurt." His tone was one of unwavering conviction, even tinged with surprise, as if Lin Qinghan had posed an utterly bizarre question. Lin Qinghan's heart felt as if it had been gently nudged by something. He fell silent for a few seconds before slowly responding, "It's not worth it." "It is worth it." Sun Jin's voice rose sharply, his emotions igniting, and his uninjured right hand instinctively grasped Lin Qinghan's wrist resting beside the bed with considerable force, as if afraid he might vanish. "How can it not be worth it? You are more important than anything." His words were direct and fervent, devoid of embellishment, yet they carried a profound, resonant power. Lin Qinghan felt the heat and slight tremor of Sun Jin's hand where it clasped his wrist. He made no attempt to break free, merely lifting his gaze to meet Sun Jin's. Within Sun Jin's eyes burned two flames, fervent and sincere, yet tinged with a subtle hint of fear and vulnerability. He stared intently at Lin Qinghan, as if striving to peer into his heart through his eyes. "Lin Qinghan." Sun Jin's voice grew hoarse, imbued with a desperate plea and helplessness. "Do you know," he said, "when I saw that knife nearly injure you, I almost lost my mind." His eyes were slightly reddened, no longer the arrogant and fierce demeanor he usually wore, but rather resembling a child terrified of losing a beloved toy. "I was a jerk before. I bullied you, stalked you, and made you angry." He confessed incoherently, his voice choked with emotion. "I know I don't deserve you, and I know you hate me, but I truly—" He took a deep breath, as if expending all his strength. The emotions that had been suppressed for so long, threatening to drive him to madness, finally broke free from all shackles, surging forth. "I like you." Those 4 words, clear yet trembling, struck the silent hospital room with a heavy thud, echoing in Lin Qinghan's heart. Shun Jin's tears flowed uncontrollably, mingling with his pale cheeks, appearing particularly disheveled and pitiable. He clutched Lin Qinghan's hand tightly, as if grasping the only lifeline, pleading incoherently, "Please forgive me. I will listen to you from now on. Don't leave me. I cannot live without you." All his obsession, madness, and arrogance transformed in that moment into the most primal, most humble of pleas. He laid bare his most vulnerable and pitiful self before the one he cherished above all else. Lin Qinghan was utterly stunned, gazing into his reddened eyes, which revealed profound love and fear, and listening to his chaotic yet sincere confession. All the calmness, rationality, and detachment he had maintained crumbled in an instant, shattered by the warmth of those tears and the raw intensity of emotion. His heart felt as though it were tightly gripped by a warm hand, both aching and swollen. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented flutter and heartache, he suddenly recalled the initial task assigned by the system. Was this youth, crying like a child, truly the fearsome and deranged antagonist? Perhaps he had always been a fool who did not know how to express love, approaching and protecting in the clumsiest and most extreme ways. How could there be such a foolish villain in the world? The notification of task completion may have already sounded in his mind, but Lin Qinghan completely disregarded it at that moment. He slowly raised his other free hand, hesitantly and somewhat awkwardly, gently placing it on Shun Jin's damp cheek, using his fingertips to wipe away the scalding tears. His touch was gentle, imbued with a tenderness he himself had not yet realized. Shun Jin jolted suddenly, his cries halting abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he felt the cool, soft sensation on his face, rendering him momentarily frozen. Lin Qinghan looked at his silly expression, and the last remnant of ice in his heart quietly melted away. He leaned slightly closer, narrowing the distance between them, their breaths becoming audible, gazing into Shun Jin's tear-filled eyes, which now sparkled with astonishing brilliance. His voice, though hoarse, bore an unprecedented clarity and gentleness as he softly responded, "All right. I want to leave." Chapter 60. The transfer student and the school bully. These 3 words resonated like the most enchanting celestial music, instantly lifting Shun Jin from the depths of despair to the heights of elation. An overwhelming joy erupted in his mind like a burst of fireworks. He could scarcely believe his ears. Truly, was it real? His voice trembled with emotion, tears streaming more fiercely down his cheeks. Lin Qinghan offered no verbal response, instead choosing to communicate through actions. He lowered his head, gently pressing his forehead against Shun Jin's, their noses nearly touching. This intimate gesture carried a sense of comfort and promise. Shun Jin's entire body froze, feeling the cool sensation on his brow and their breaths mingling, his heart racing as if it might explode, inundated by an immense sense of happiness and disbelief. With utmost care, he grasped Lin Qinghan's hand more tightly with his uninjured right hand, their fingers interlocking as if to forever bind him by his side. Lin Qinghan made no move to resist, allowing Shun Jin to hold on. The two remained in this intimate posture, foreheads touching and fingers entwined, nestled together beneath the warm light, enveloped in silence. Shun Jin's injuries healed far more swiftly than the doctors had anticipated. Since that night of confession in the hospital room, he seemed to have been infused with new life, radiating energy each day with a smile that was uncontrollable, even grimacing through the pain of changing dressings. Appearing as if he were grinning foolishly, he became exceedingly clingy. Lin Qinghan visited him at the hospital every day after school, a routine that became unbreakable. Shun Jin would eagerly await his arrival from the afternoon onward, his eyes lighting up at the sound of familiar footsteps in the corridor, resembling a large dog waiting for its master to return home. Upon Lin Qinghan's arrival, he yearned to concentrate all his attention on him. One moment, he would complain about his hand hurting and ask for water, and the next, he would lament about a sore shoulder and request a massage, concocting a myriad of clumsy excuses. Initially, Lin Qinghan would respond with a stern demeanor, urging him to fend for himself, but more often than not, he would yield to Shun Jin's pitiful, abandoned gaze, ultimately complying with his small requests, albeit with an impassive expression. In those moments, Shinjin would smile like a child who had just indulged in sweets, utterly satisfied. He even began to earnestly reform his behavior. Lin Qinghan disapproved of his smoking, prompting him to dispose of all cigarettes and lighters into the trash bin, enduring the discomfort of cravings with remarkable restraint. When Lin Qinghan advised him to treat the doctors and nurses with more respect, he genuinely suppressed his previously arrogant demeanor. Though still awkward, he would at least murmur a quiet thank you. Even Shunjin's parents were astonished by their son's transformation, their gazes toward Lin Qinghan growing increasingly complex and grateful. In Shunjin's world, it seemed as though only Lin Qinghan remained. His once surly and tempestuous nature faded, occasionally revealing a youthful, albeit somewhat foolish, sunshine. The doctor remarked with a smile that a positive mindset is the best medicine. Yet, only Lin Qinghan understood that beneath this newfound obedience and brightness lay a profound obsession and possessiveness, merely expressed through a different facade. Shunjin continued to hold Lin Qinghan's hand tightly, repeatedly and relentlessly asking, "Did you speak to anyone else today? Has that bookworm sought you out again with questions? Did he come straight to you after school? Did he linger on the way? Have you thought of me today?" The tone, once filled with interrogation, has transformed into a playful plea for reassurance, his gaze brimming with dependence and unease. It seems that as long as Lin Qinghan offers a negative reply, it would grant him immense comfort and joy. Typically, Lin Qinghan would respond with a nonchalant or a fleeting glance, disinterested in such childish inquiries. Yet, Shunjin remains unfazed. As long as Lin Qinghan is by his side, within arm's reach, he feels utterly content. At times, Lin Qinghan would arrive a tad late due to duties or other matters, causing Shunjin to become exceedingly anxious. Repeatedly checking the time and dialing Lin Qinghan's number until he hears his voice, confirming his safety, which brings him a modicum of calm, though he still yearns to hold him tightly until all traces of worry dissipate. This unwavering dependence and clinginess leave Lin Qinghan somewhat exasperated. Yet he cannot bear to truly push him away. His mission of transformation is already complete, the system's cold notifications echoing in his mind, urging him to progress to the next realm. Watching Shunjin grow brighter each day, his eyes shining ever more brilliantly and his dependence deepening, Lin Qinghan feels an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Finally, on a splendid evening bathed in the hues of sunset, Shunjin removed the cast from his arm, and the doctor declared that he would be discharged the following day. Shunjin was nearly buoyant with joy, wrapping his unencumbered right arm around Lin Qinghan, affectionately nuzzling his chin against the top of his head, his voice brimming with excitement. "How wonderful! Qinghan, I can finally go home. Tomorrow morning, I'll wait for you at the school gate, and we can go to that breakfast place you mentioned." With great enthusiasm, he began to outline his post-discharge plans, each one intricately woven with Lin Qinghan. Leaning against him, Lin Qinghan listened quietly, refraining from interruption. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows of the two entwined figures, enveloping them in an almost surreal warmth. It was not until Shunjin finally admitted to feeling tired and loosened his grip slightly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, that Lin Qinghan met his gaze, filled with joy, and felt a pang in his heart. He hesitated for a few seconds before softly speaking, his tone calm, yet unmistakably resolute. "Shunjin, I cannot come to pick you up tomorrow." Shunjin's smile froze instantly, as if he could not comprehend. "What?" Lin Qinghan shifted his gaze to the setting sun outside, his voice remaining steady. "I must leave." "Leave? Where are you going?" Panic gripped Shunjin's heart, a wave of fear crashing over him. "Home. I'll come to your house tomorrow. Or where are you going to play? I'll accompany you. I'm healed. We can go anywhere." Lin Qinghan gently shook his head, the motion subtle, yet imbued with an irrevocable finality. It isn't about going home, nor about leisure. He paused, seemingly weighing his words, ultimately opting for the most direct and cruel truth. "I am leaving this place for a distant land, and I shall not return." With a single exclamation, Shunjin felt his mind plunge into an abyss of emptiness, as if the entire world had shattered in an instant. "You won't return? Departing? To a distant place? Why? How could this happen so abruptly? Following the overwhelming shock and panic, a tide of anger and despair surged forth, fueled by feelings of betrayal and abandonment. Why? You deceived me. You promised me that night. You said you would not leave. You lied to me. His emotions spiraled out of control, and the violent tremors reignited the pain from wounds that had only just begun to heal. Yet, he remained oblivious to his suffering, fixating on Lin Qinghan, searching desperately for even the faintest trace of deceit upon his face. I did not deceive you. Lin Qinghan's voice, though soft, struck Shinjin's heart like a heavy hammer. That night, I truly did not wish to depart. Then why must you leave now? Who is compelling you? Have I failed you in some way that has incited your anger? Speak. I can change. I will change anything. Shinjin pleaded, nearly incoherent, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks, mingling with immense pain and confusion. Lin Qinghan reached out, his fingertips gently brushing against Shinjin's flushed cheek, wiping away the tears that continued to fall. No, you are perfect. It's simply that I must go. This was his duty, his mission, a rule he could not alter. Must? Shinjin abruptly swatted away Lin Qinghan's hand, his gaze turning obsessive and frantic. There is nothing that must be done. I forbid you to leave. What will I do if you go? You cannot treat me this way. He paced the confines of the hospital room like a caged beast, panting heavily, striving to uncover a means to halt this calamity, only to find all efforts futile. The dread of impending loss loomed larger than any physical agony he could endure. Ultimately, he halted abruptly, turning his back on Lin Qinghan, his shoulders shaking violently, his voice dropping into a near-desperate sob. Please don't go. I truly cannot live without you. You promised me. Lin Qinghan, you great deceiver. Chapter 61. The transfer student the school bully Lin Qinghan gazed at Shinjin's fragile silhouette, his heart aching as though pierced by countless needles. He nearly succumbed to the urge to offer comfort, but ultimately suppressed the impulse. Better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. He steeled his resolve, restoring his voice to its customary coldness, even laced with a hint of deliberate indifference. We are not from the same world. It is best to end it here. For everyone's sake. These words fell like a final, shattering icicle, obliterating all remnants of hope within Shinjin. Slowly, he turned to face Lin Qinghan, his tear-streaked face betraying no trace of the furious madness that had once consumed him. Instead, it was replaced by a profound, haunting despair and obsession. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Qinghan, as though etching his final visage deep into his soul. Silence enveloped them for an eternity, long enough for the sun to fully sink below the horizon, leaving the hospital room bathed in dim light. Eventually, Shinjin spoke, his voice hoarse yet eerily calm. A tranquility that was chilling. Very well. You may go. Lin Qinghan's heart tightened painfully. Shinjin stepped forward, raising his unblemished right hand, trembling as he unfastened a necklace from around his neck. It was a simple silver chain, adorned with a small fragment of black metal, exuding a cold and rebellious aura, reminiscent of the man Shinjin once was. He clasped the necklace, still warm with his body heat, tightly in his palm, then took Lin Qinghan's hand, insisting on placing the necklace into his grasp and firmly closing his fingers around it. This is for you. When we meet again, do not forget me. Lin Qinghan held the necklace, still imbued with Shinjin's warmth and essence, feeling the sharp edges dig into his palm. Yet the lingering heat seemed to sear into his heart. He gazed into Shinjin's astonishingly bright eyes under the dim light, where a resolve powerful enough to shake one's soul resided. Ultimately, he nodded slowly. With a promise secured, Shinjin appeared to have been drained of all his strength. Releasing Lin Qinghan's hand and stepping back, casting a deep, longing glance at him as if trying to pull him into the very marrow of his being. Then, he turned away, his voice weary and hoarse. You may go. Lin Qinghan took one last look at Shinjin's resolute and solitary figure, tightened his grip on the necklace, and without further hesitation, turned and swiftly exited the hospital room. The door closed softly, severing two worlds. Shinjin remained alone in the dimness of the hospital room, motionless for an extended period. Only when the night completely enveloped the outside world did he slowly raise his hand to cover his eyes. Hot tears cascading down silently once more. Meanwhile, having exited the hospital and merged with the night, Lin Qinghan opened his palm, observing the small black fragment pendant, the cold metal reflecting faint light under the street lamp. He slightly curled his fingers, clutching the necklace tightly in his hand. A clear notification resonated in his mind. World 2 task. Redeem the antagonist Shun Jin, completed. Prepare to depart. His silhouette began to blur beneath the streetlight, as if it could vanish into the wind at any moment. In his final moments, he cast a glance back at the illuminated window of the hospital. Goodbye, Shun Jin. Until next time. Lin Qinghan's figure faded like ink dissolving in water under the lonely street lamp, ultimately vanishing into the night, leaving no trace behind. In the hospital room, Shun Jin maintained his pose, resembling an abandoned statue, frozen in the encroaching darkness. Outside, the city's neon lights flickered, illuminating half of his face, casting a play of light and shadow that could not penetrate the emptiness of his hollow eyes. In his palm lingered the faint chill of Lin Qinghan's touch and the last warmth of the necklace. The air seemed to still carry a hint of the unique, crisp fragrance that belonged to that person. Yet he was gone. When he said to leave, he truly departed, decisively, without a trace of longing. A heart-wrenching pain surged forth, a tsunami of despair that engulfed him in an instant. It was not the physical agony of a wound tearing open, but rather a despair and coldness that spread from the depths of his heart, capable of shattering the very soul. He slowly, almost agonizingly, crouched down, curling up on the cold floor, burying his face deep within his knees. His shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably, and suppressed sobs escaped his throat, resonating with stark clarity and despair in the empty, silent hospital room. Tears surged forth, swiftly soaking the pant legs of his hospital gown. He wept silently, yet fiercely, as if he were expelling his very innards. Why? Why must you leave me again? Was it not promised that you would never depart? Were all those moments, the worries, the tenderness, the unspoken understanding, mere fabrications? Were they not just a prelude to an eventual departure steeped in insincerity? Endless anguish and doubt gnawed mercilessly at his heart. He had been abandoned, once more, and this time, more thoroughly and hopelessly than ever before. Time lost its meaning as his cries gradually subsided, leaving only the sound of stifled sobs and labored breaths. Shun Jin slowly lifted his head, tears tracing a path down his face, his eyes swollen and red. Yet something within those once lifeless orbs began to subtly shift. He would not forget me. He had promised. He spoke of a next meeting. There must be a next time. Lin Qinghan possessed a formidable core, a resilient spirit that remained unbowed despite being cast as the underdog. He harbored a steadfast heart. Could that be deemed weakness? Faced with relentless aggression, he stood firm, refusing to kneel. In moments of peril, he reacted promptly. Could that be considered fragility? He possessed extensive knowledge of both the cosmos and earthly matters, strategizing for the offensive. Could that be seen as feebleness? He held clear boundaries, confronting humiliation not out of incapacity to resist, but rather choosing to face it in his own manner. He was flesh and blood, feeling urgency, panic, and disarray when those he cared for were in danger. He was not a weakling. He could effortlessly resolve those threats. Yet he was confined by the identity of a mere expendable within a small world. I am writing an immersive and rapid narrative where even the seemingly insignificant characters can possess great strength. Moreover, within the school setting, why did Lin Qinghan not retaliate against bullying? Because only when Shun Jin began to care and feel pain would he come to realize the wrongness of such bullying, and only then would he start to reflect. This was a necessary sacrifice for the task of redemption. Naturally, I will also refine my portrayal of Lin Qinghan based on reader suggestions. In my eyes, he is an exceptionally perfect character. I will later introduce characters of great capability, and I will do my utmost to fulfill your desires. However, I must confess that it genuinely saddens me when the protagonist is dismissed. I feel a profound sense of guilt for not having portrayed this character well. I shall say no more. I'm truly grateful to those who continue to support me, my dear readers. You are nothing short of angels. Chapter 62. The Transfer Student x the School Tyrant. Best enjoyed with a sweet BGM. The first week after Shun Jin's discharge felt like a mere existence, akin to that of a walking corpse. He returned to school, yet could no longer find that familiar figure. The seat was empty, much like the gaping void that had been forcibly excavated from his chest, filled only with the cold draft of the corridor. He declined all invitations from acquaintances, adhering to a strict routine of attending classes and completing assignments. It was merely because it was something Lin Qinghan had once done. It seemed that by doing so, he could draw closer to the person who had vanished. The necklace around his neck felt empty. The black fragment pendant had disappeared along with that individual, leaving behind a cold imprint. Every dusk after school, he would inexplicably wander to the base of that dilapidated building, gazing up at the familiar window. Inside, there was no light, only an eerie silence. He understood that no one would emerge from there again, nor would any light shine for him. Yet he could not help but linger until the night completely enveloped everything, before dragging his heavy footsteps away. The ache in his heart never ceased. It merely grew numb in a relentless despair of day after day, until the seventh day. Once more, on a gloomy evening, with the autumn wind whispering mournfully, Shinjin stood beneath that building. He raised his gaze, instinctively drawn to the third-floor window. However, this time, warm light spilled from within. Shinjin's heart raced, nearly convincing him he was hallucinating. He blinked forcefully, even pinching his arm sharply. The sensation of pain was undeniably real, and that light remained palpably bright. It was not an illusion. Blood surged wildly to his head. A buzzing filled his ears, and his limbs felt numb. Who was it? Who was inside? Was it the landlord? Or a new tenant? No, that was impossible. The belongings of that individual were still there. A preposterous and mad thought struck him like lightning. He had no time to ponder. His body reacted before his mind could catch up, rushing into the hallway and sprinting up the stairs in frantic leaps. His heart pounded in his chest like a drum, sending vibrations that felt as if they might burst his eardrums, nearly robbing him of breath. He halted before the familiar, deep green wooden door, his fingers trembling violently, almost unable to form a fist. After several deep breaths, he summoned all the courage he could muster, raised his hand, and with all his strength, knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed in the silent hallway, each knock striking at his taut nerves. The seconds of waiting felt interminable, akin to a century. Faint footsteps emerged from within. Shinjin held his breath, his eyes fixed on the door panel, his heart racing to the point of nearly leaping from his throat. A soft click echoed. The door was slowly drawn open from the inside. A slender, upright figure came into view, trembling Shinjin's gaze. Clad still in that simple white cotton t-shirt and gray trousers, it was the same cool, refined face devoid of expression. The same tranquil, pitch-black eyes stared back. Lin Qinghan. He stood there, vibrant and real, exuding that familiar, chilling aura, slightly furrowing his brow as he looked at the boy outside the door. Shinjin's mouth opened, yet no sound escaped. He could only stare intently, his eyes unblinking, fearing that the person before him might evaporate like a mirage at any moment. Lin Qinghan regarded him with an increasingly furrowed brow, his gaze sweeping over Shinjin's pale face and slightly trembling form. His tone tinged with exasperation. "What are you doing standing at the door? Come in." Upon finishing his words, he naturally shifted to the side, clearing the entrance as if he had merely stepped out to purchase a bottle of soy sauce, rather than vanishing for an entire week. The familiar voice and the unremarkable tone acted like a key, instantaneously unlocking a floodgate of emotions within Shinjin. A colossal, bittersweet euphoria mingled with feelings of grievance, trepidation, and disbelief erupted like a volcanic eruption, overwhelming all his reason and restraint in an instant. A choked sob escaped him as he surged forward, almost violently enveloping Lin Qinghan in his embrace, pouring every ounce of strength into the act, as though he wished to completely merge him into his very being. Never to part again. "You bastard. You utter bastard. Lin Qinghan, you great fool." He buried his face deeply into Lin Qinghan's neck, greedily inhaling the hauntingly cool scent. his voice a hoarse whisper, interspersed with an uncontrollable sob and accusations. "Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return? You scared me to death. I thought you truly no longer wanted me." Warm tears rapidly soaked the fabric of Lin Qinghan's shoulder. Caught off guard by the embrace, Lin Qinghan felt almost breathless, his body stiffening momentarily. After a brief hesitation, he slowly lifted his hand, gently patting Shun Jin's back in a soothing manner, silent yet tender. "It's all right," he said, his tone still calm, but softened slightly compared to usual. "I'm back." These simple words acted like the most potent tranquilizer, gradually soothing Shun Jin's nearly shattered emotions. He continued to hold Lin Qinghan tightly, unwilling to let go, though his cries began to diminish into quiet sobs. He savored the warmth and reality of their reunion, reluctant to release it, until Lin Qinghan could no longer restrain himself and gently urged, "Let go, I can't breathe." Reluctantly, Shun Jin loosened his grip just a fraction, yet his arms remained firmly around Lin Qinghan's waist, his forehead still resting against his. His reddened eyes stared intently at Lin Qinghan, filled with an unshakable attachment and fear. He asked in a hushed voice, "You truly want to leave? You want to suddenly disappear again, will you?" Lin Qinghan gazed into his tear-brightened eyes, which brimmed with cautious hope and fear. He remained silent for a few seconds before softly affirming, "For now, I'm not leaving." He offered no explanation for his absence, nor could he elucidate the existence of the system and the exorbitant price paid for the privilege to remain in this life. Yet, he provided Shun Jin with the promise he desperately needed. In an instant, Shun Jin's eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, as if all the stars had fallen into them. A wave of immense joy engulfed him once more. He suddenly lowered his head, as if unable to contain the excitement within, and gently bumped his forehead against Lin Qinghan's, releasing a low chuckle that still bore the remnants of tears, sounding both foolish and pitiable. "You mustn't deceive me again," he nudged Lin Qinghan's nose, his voice muffled, yet imbued with an undeniable stubbornness. "Deceiving me is akin to tricking a puppy." Lin Qinghan felt a ticklish sensation from the nudge, slightly turning his head away, a faint blush blooming at the base of his ears. He did not respond to such childish remarks, merely patting his arm and saying, "Come in, close the door." Only then did Shun Jin completely release him, following him into the room with hesitant steps, firmly shutting the door behind him as if to completely shut out all unease and separation. The interior remained familiar in its tidiness and chill, yet it seemed to exude an additional hint of warmth. A bag of freshly bought vegetables lay on the dining table, and water simmered in the kitchen, emitting a gentle hum. All of this silently conveyed to Shun Jin, this is not a dream. He has truly returned. Furthermore, it appeared that he intended to reside here. Following the ecstatic moment, a sense of happiness enveloped Shun Jin like a warm current, filling his limbs and spirit. He trailed closely behind Lin Qinghan, his gaze greedily following every movement, as if he could never get enough of the sight. "Have you eaten?" Lin Qinghan asked casually as he entered the kitchen to turn off the boiling water, as though the 7 days of separation had never occurred between them. Shun Jin, dazed, shook his head, his eyes still glued to him. "Then I'll cook some noodles." Lin Qinghan skillfully retrieved the noodles and began to prepare them. With his head slightly bowed, his long, fair neck was exposed, and the warm golden light cast upon him softened his otherwise cool demeanor, making him appear especially homely and inviting. Shun Jin leaned against the kitchen doorframe, quietly observing him. The immense void within him was gradually filled, becoming soft and comforting. All the pain and despair accumulated over the past week were quietly soothed by this mundane yet genuine warmth. He suddenly realized that as long as this person was by his side, even simply watching him cook a bowl of noodles constituted the utmost happiness in the world. The noodles were soon ready, light and clear, adorned only with a few greens and a poached egg, yet they emanated an enticing aroma. The two sat quietly at the old dining table, eating the noodles in silence. Shun Jin devoured them quickly, almost ravenously, as if he had been starving for ages. It was not merely the taste of the noodles that drove him, but rather the fact that they were cooked by Lin Qinghan and that he was seated across from him. Once finished, Shunjin eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes. Lin Qinghan made no attempt to stop him, simply leaning against the kitchen doorway, observing his clumsy yet earnest movements. When the chores were completed, night had deepened. The dilemma arose. Shunjin lingered awkwardly, stealing glances at the solitary bed, then back at Lin Qinghan, his intentions unmistakably clear. Lin Qinghan was not oblivious to his little ploy. With a slight glance, he remarked, "You should go back." Shunjin's face fell instantly, his expression turning pitiful and forlorn as he stepped closer and grasped Lin Qinghan's sleeve. In a soft plea, he said, "I don't want to go back. I'm scared alone. What if I wake up tomorrow and you're gone again?" He fully exploited his recently acquired vulnerable position, his eyes glistening like a small dog fearing abandonment. Lin Qinghan, fully aware that this fellow was likely feigning, found it difficult to voice a refusal as he gazed at Shun Jin's pitiful demeanor. After a moment of silence, he ultimately softened, letting out a resigned sigh. "There's only one bed." Shun Jin's eyes instantly brightened as he hurriedly assured, "I sleep very well. I promise not to move. I only need a little space." Ultimately, Lin Qinghan acquiesced. On the cramped single bed, the two lay side by side, separated by a cautious gap. Shun Jin's body was rigid, afraid to move even slightly, breathing softly, yet his senses were heightened, acutely aware of the warmth and subtle sounds of breathing emanating from behind him. His heart raced in the darkness. After an indeterminate period, he sensed that the person behind him had seemingly fallen asleep, their breathing becoming even and prolonged. Only then did he cautiously turn around, greedily gazing at Lin Qinghan's blurred outline in the dark. After much hesitation, he could no longer resist stretching out his arm and gently resting it on Lin Qinghan's waist. The person in his embrace seemed to stir slightly. Shunjin immediately held his breath, his palms sweating with anxiety. Yet, Lin Qinghan did not push him away. Instead, he adjusted into a more comfortable position, as if it were an unconscious action. Shunjin's heart instantly settled, enveloped by immense satisfaction and happiness. He carefully gathered his arms, gently pulling the slender figure into his embrace, resting his chin atop Lin Qinghan's soft hair, inhaling the pleasant scent that enveloped him, finally feeling an unprecedented sense of peace and completeness. He placed a kiss as light as a feather in the strands of hair, whispering softly, "Good night, my dear. Welcome back." This time, he could finally be certain. When morning arrived, both the sunlight and he would still be there. Chapter 63. Transfer Student Ex-School Bully. The morning sunlight filtered through the thin curtains, softly illuminating the cramped single bed. Shunjin was the first to awaken. His biological clock prompted him to open his eyes at the usual time, but as consciousness returned, the first sensation he felt was not the sunlight outside, but the warm, soft presence in his arms and the gentle, rhythmic breath against his neck. He froze, the careful memories of the previous night flooding back. Lin Qinghan was still there. He was truly still there. It was not a dream. This realization enveloped his heart like it had been immersed in warm water, soft and comforting. He dared not move, fearing to disturb the peaceful slumber of the person in his arms. Instead, he lowered his head slightly, meticulously tracing with his gaze. Lin Qinghan slept deeply, seemingly more relaxed than usual. His brows, often furrowed, had smoothed out, and his long, thick eyelashes cast a small, tranquil shadow beneath his eyes. His pale lips parted slightly. Breathing softly, curled up in Shun Jin's embrace, his head resting on his arm, one hand unconsciously lay against Shun Jin's chest. This unguarded, soft, independent appearance was something Shun Jin had never witnessed before. It formed a striking contrast to Lin Qinghan's usual cool detachment. Yet it was even more captivating. Shun Jin's gaze lingered greedily on that close-up sleeping face, from the smooth forehead to the straight nose, and finally to those lips that often spoke cold words but appeared exceptionally soft at this moment. His throat involuntarily constricted, breath quickening, a warm tide surging within him. The hand resting on Lin Qinghan's waist instinctively tightened slightly, as his fingertips, through the thin fabric of the nightgown, distinctly felt the slenderness and suppleness of that waist. The desire to kiss him surged forth, an impulse that could no longer be suppressed. Like a wildfire, it swiftly consumed his reason. He held his breath, and, with excruciating slowness, lowered his head inch by inch, drawing closer to those seemingly irresistible lips. As he neared, he could feel the warmth of breath brushing against his own, infused with Lin Qinghan's unique cool fragrance. Just as his lips were about to make contact, Lin Qinghan's eyelashes fluttered, and his brow furrowed involuntarily, as if on the verge of waking. Shun Jin, feeling a pang of guilt, abruptly halted his movements, his heart racing, and almost instantaneously closed his eyes. Pretending to still be asleep, deliberately regulating his breathing to remain steady and prolonged, though the frantic beating of his heart betrayed his anxiety. Lin Qinghan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clouded with a rare confusion and moisture upon waking. The first sensations he registered were the warm confinement surrounding him and the steady, powerful sound of a heartbeat close by. After a few moments of dazed contemplation, he fully awakened, realizing he was being held by Shun Jin in an exceedingly intimate embrace. Instinctively, he thought to push away, but upon lifting his gaze to Shun Jin's tightly shut eyes and his seemingly still sleeping profile, he hesitated. Shun Jin's arm encircled him tightly, yet it offered a comforting sense of security rather than discomfort. Sunlight cascaded upon his sharply defined features, softening the usual fierce aura, revealing an unexpectedly gentle side. Lin Qinghan's gaze fell upon Shun Jin's slightly trembling eyelashes and tightly pressed lips, stirring something within him. Feigning sleep, he chose not to break the illusion, merely adjusting his position in an attempt to create a little space from the overly tight embrace. As soon as he moved, Shun Jin instinctively tightened his hold, even unconsciously rubbing his chin against the top of Lin Qinghan's head, murmuring in a muffled voice, "Don't go." The sound was hoarse, tinged with panic and dependence. Lin Qinghan's heart fluttered as if gently brushed by a feather, creating a subtle ripple of emotion. He ceased his struggle, lying quietly back down, though his gaze involuntarily wandered to the prominent atoms, apple, and collarbone of Shun Jin, so near. The two remained in this intimate posture, quietly basking in the morning light, each lost in their own thoughts. Eventually, it was Shun Jin who could no longer maintain the facade. He murmured softly, slowly opening his eyes as if just waking, his expression bearing the perfect blend of innocence and surprise. "Qinghan, you're awake?" Yet his arm showed no intention of loosening their grip. Lin Qinghan replied softly. Diverting his gaze, it was time to get up. "Just 5 more minutes," Shun Jin pressed, burying his face deeper into the crook of Lin Qinghan's neck. Taking a deep breath like a child reluctant to leave the warmth of bed, his voice muffled, "Just 5 minutes." His warm breath cascaded over Lin Qinghan's sensitive neck, inducing a subtle shiver. Lin Qinghan's body tensed slightly, a faint blush creeping uncontrollably to his ears. "Let go." Shun Jin keenly sensed the subtle shift in him, a sensation akin to a kitten's paw gently scratching at his heart, igniting a fierce itch within. Rather than loosening his grip, he tightened his embrace, his lips nearly brushing against the flushed contours of Lin Qinghan's ear. With a lowered voice laced with a hint of playfulness and mischief, he declared, "I want to let go unless you kiss me." The audacity and ambiguity of his words rendered even his own ears crimson, his heart pounding like a drum as he eagerly awaited Lin Qinghan's response. Lin Qinghan abruptly turned his head, his gaze piercing through Shun Jin. In the depths of his inky black eyes, Shun Jin could clearly see his own anxious yet hopeful expression, mingled with a sense of offended indignation. Shun Jin's heart skipped a beat, just as he feared he had overstepped his bounds and was about to face retribution. He noticed the embarrassment in Lin Qinghan's eyes swiftly dissipate, replaced by a cool detachment, perhaps even tinged with mockery. "Shun Jin," he spoke calmly, "do you wish to meet your demise?" In an instant, Shun Jin felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Reluctantly, he loosened his embrace, his eyes filled with a pitiful vulnerability akin to that of a large dog robbed of its bone. Lin Qinghan immediately sat up, turning his back to Shun Jin as he adjusted his crumpled pajamas. His movements remained composed, Yet the faint blush creeping up to his ears betrayed a tranquility that was merely superficial. "I shall prepare breakfast," he declared, rising from the bed and walking directly to the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. Shunjin watched his retreating figure, frustration causing him to ruffle his hair. Yet he couldn't help but break into a silly grin, although he had not received a kiss. The joy of awakening beside him and witnessing his bashful demeanor was sufficient to brighten his entire day. In an excellent mood, he rolled out of bed, humming a tuneless melody as he obediently made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, simply arranging the bread and milk that Lin Qinghan had purchased the previous day. Thus began the first day of their cohabitation, as unilaterally deemed by Shunjin, shrouded in a delicate yet sweet atmosphere. After sharing a modest breakfast, the two set out for school together. Shunjin insisted on accompanying Lin Qinghan, his gaze scarcely straying from him throughout their journey. He would occasionally brush away non-existent dust or attempt to take his hand, only to be met with Lin Qinghan's icy glare. However, Shunjin remained undeterred, reveling in the experience. As they arrived at the foot of the teaching building, the number of students around them gradually increased. Many were drawn to the striking duo, particularly Shunjin's almost clingy gaze fixed on Lin Qinghan and his demeanor, which had shed all sharpness, even appearing somewhat foolish, astonished onlookers. Whispers and curious glances were incessantly cast their way. Lin Qinghan furrowed his brow slightly, quickening his pace in an attempt to evade the attention. Yet Shunjin seemed oblivious, or perhaps indifferent, continuing to trail closely behind. Just as Lin Qinghan was about to step into the classroom, Shunjin couldn't resist grasping his wrist. "Wait for me after school," he insisted, locking eyes with Lin Qinghan, his tone earnest yet imbued with an unwavering insistence. "Let us go home together." The word home rolled off his tongue with a softness and naturalness that seemed to linger in the air, feeling the warmth of the many gazes upon them. Lin Qinghan felt his cheeks flush anew. "Release my hand. Promise me first." Shunjin stubbornly refused to let go, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety, as if fearing that if he loosened his grip, the person would vanish. Lin Qinghan observed the deep-seated vulnerability hidden within Shunjin's gaze, and his resolve slightly weakened. After a few moments of silence, he ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Shunjin's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, and with satisfaction, he released his hold, turning to hum a tune as he made his way to his seat, exuding an aura of unrestrained joy. Throughout the day, Shunjin remained in a state of exuberance. No longer dozing during class, he instead gazed at Lin Qinghan's silhouette with a silly grin, alarming the teacher who suspected he had been possessed. The moment the school bell rang, Shunjin dashed to Lin Qinghan's side like a devoted guardian dog, eagerly awaiting him to gather his belongings. As they walked home side by side, the setting sun elongated their shadows. Shunjin chattered incessantly, his gaze fixed on Lin Qinghan's profile. For the most part, Lin Qinghan listened silently, occasionally responding with a faint hum. Yet the chilly aura that usually surrounded him began to thaw in the warmth of the sunset and Shunjin's incessant chatter. Upon reaching the staircase, Shunjin naturally followed Lin Qinghan up, but Lin Qinghan halted at the stairs and turned to him. "You should return home." Shunjin's smile faltered instantly, replaced by a look of feigned grievance. "Can I come up? Eating alone is hardly enjoyable. I promise to stay only for a while, and I'll leave after dinner." Lin Qinghan regarded him impassively. Shunjin employed his trump card, gazing at him with glistening eyes, softly proposing, "How about I cook noodles for you?" In the end, Lin Qinghan succumbed to Shunjin's pitiful demeanor, granting him permission to enter once more. After finishing the noodles, Shunjin lingered, helping to wash the dishes and wipe the table, completing all the chores he could, yet he stubbornly avoided mentioning his departure. Night had fully descended. Lin Qinghan picked up a book and sat on the edge of the bed, issuing an unambiguous dismissal. "It's late. You ought to leave." Shunjin edged closer to the bed, crouching down and gazing up at him, his eyes appearing especially sincere and alluring under the warm yellow light. "Qinghan," he murmured, his voice low and tinged with a raspy magnetism. "It's quite unsafe for me to return alone at this hour, and my home is so far away." Lin Qinghan paused, his fingers halting in their turning of the pages, and shot him a cold glance. Take a taxi. But I still have to walk to the corner for that. And what if there are bad people? Shunjin blinked innocently, inching closer. His arm resting on the edge of the bed, his chin nearly resting on Lin Qinghan's lap, his breath warm. Just let me stay for one night. I can sleep on the floor. His breath brushed against Lin Qinghan, carrying the unique clarity and assertiveness of youth. Lin Qinghan tightened his grip on the book, leaning back slightly. There's no floor space here. His voice remained indifferent, but upon closer inspection, one could detect a faint trace of wavering. Then I'll sleep on the sofa. Shunjin immediately pointed to the narrow, old sofa, even though it seemed utterly incapable of accommodating someone of his towering stature. Lin Qinghan followed the direction of his finger and glanced at the sofa, then looked at Shunjin, who was crouching in front of him, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, and fell silent. The moonlight gently crept through the window, enveloping the room in tranquility, with only the soft sounds of their breathing and the intertwining of their gazes. The air seemed to thicken once more. Shunjin's heart raced, and he could almost hear the sound of his own blood coursing through his veins. He held his breath, awaiting the final verdict. After a long pause, Lin Qinghan sighed, closed the book in his hands, stood up, and walked towards the wardrobe, retrieving a set of clean pajamas and a spare thin blanket, which he stuffed into Shunjin's embrace. Sofa, he uttered, turning to head toward the bathroom. I'm going to wash up. Shunjin, cradling the pajamas and blanket imbued with Lin Qinghan's scent, froze for 2 seconds, and then an overwhelming joy erupted within him, nearly propelling him to leap. Though it was merely the sofa, it signified that he could stay. This was a monumental step forward. By the time Lin Qinghan finished washing up and emerged, Shunjin had swiftly showered, donned the slightly short pajamas, and was clumsily attempting to make a nest for himself on the narrow sofa, looking both pitiful and comical. Lin Qinghan, towel in hand, glanced at his awkwardness without a word and walked straight to the bedside. Turn off the lights. In the darkness, they lay down separately. Shunjin curled up on the sofa, which felt too small for him, his body uncomfortable, yet his heart was sweet as if filled with honey. He could distinctly hear Lin Qinghan's gentle breaths from the nearby bed. This sound brought him immense comfort and happiness. He lay there with his eyes open, staring at the ceiling in the dark, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Though it was merely the sofa, there was plenty of time ahead. He believed that one day, that bed would hold a part of him as well. Chapter 64. The transfer student x the school bully. It seemed that Shunjin's claim to the sofa was tacitly acknowledged through that arduous night of lodging. Thus began his unabashed cohabitation, feeling entirely at home. He treated his luxurious yet cold residence as a mere hotel, returning only when necessary to gather a few belongings, spending the remainder of his time clinging to Lin Qinghan in that small yet lively rental space. To him, Lin Qinghan's acquiescence felt like the greatest indulgence and encouragement. His belongings began to gradually, inevitably seep into this previously stark environment. On the sink, 2 toothbrush cups stood side by side, one blue and one white, with toothbrushes of matching styles but differing colors. On the towel rack, a dark towel emblazoned with a flamboyant skull boldly claimed half the space beside Lin Qinghan's pristine white towel. In the wardrobe, he had forcibly crammed in a few frequently worn t-shirts and pants, encroaching upon the already limited space. Initially, Lin Qinghan would frown and tidy up his incongruous items to a corner, yet each time Shunjin would pitifully retrieve them and place them back, justifying his actions with conviction. This is what makes it feel like home. After several attempts, Lin Qinghan seemed to grow weary of the battle and tacitly accepted this invasion. Shunjin, in his audacious manner, procured a diminutive gaming console, connecting it to the antiquated television in the living room, under the guise of enriching their extracurricular lives. In truth, he merely yearned for activities they could partake in together. Thus, on some evenings, the room would resonate with the sounds of the game and Shunjin's exuberant exclamations, while Lin Qinghan typically sat nearby, engrossed in a book. Occasionally, he would glance at the screen, and when Shunjin persistently entangled him, he would reluctantly take the controller, only to display astonishing calmness and precision, leaving Shunjin utterly defeated. This mundane yet intricate daily existence felt to Sun Jin like a sweet immersion in honey, each day brimming with novelty and joy. He was fervently dedicated to uncovering every minute habit and preference of Lin Qinghan. Upon realizing that Lin Qinghan enjoyed sipping warm water while reading, he would prepare a cup daily, placing it beside him. When he noticed Lin Qinghan's tendency to feel cold, with his hands and feet often icy as the weather turned chillier, Sun Jin discreetly acquired a hand warmer, slipping it into Lin Qinghan's grasp, arguing here, "Hold this for me. My hands are warm." He discerned Lin Qinghan's subtle fondness for tomatoes and thus varied his purchases of tomato-flavored snacks and fruits. Even though most ended up in his own stomach, Lin Qinghan, for the most part, would merely cast a fleeting glance at Sun Jin's meticulous observations and gestures, neither affirming nor rejecting them, yet never truly refusing. This tacit acceptance only heightened Sun Jin's enthusiasm, compelling him to serve with ever-increasing devotion. However, the underlying madness was not so easily concealed. Sun Jin's possessiveness and obsession manifested in a more covert, clingy manner. He remained intolerant of any potential threats. Should any boy or girl attempt to approach Lin Qinghan, even for a benign conversation, Sun Jin would immediately adopt a vigilant stance. Like a wolf guarding its prey, his gaze would turn icy and intimidating, subtly positioning himself between them to assert his claim. On one occasion, a girl from a neighboring class mustered the courage to deliver a love letter to Lin Qinghan. As she approached his desk, her words unuttered, she was startled into retreat by Sun Jin's brooding glare, which seemed to materialize from nowhere. Expressionless, Sun Jin retrieved the letter, tossing it into the trash without a second glance, then turning to Lin Qinghan with an innocent yet aggrieved expression, as if he were the one being harassed. In response, Lin Qinghan would merely furrow his brow, quietly admonishing him, "Don't go too far." Sun Jin would then nuzzle closer, clinging to his arm in a playful manner. "But I'm scared. They harbor ill intentions." He understood that Lin Qinghan was more receptive to gentle persuasion than to force, particularly unable to withstand his feigned vulnerability. Besides maintaining an acute awareness of external threats, Sun Jin's clinginess within their relationship grew exponentially. He had nearly become Lin Qinghan's shadow, desiring to remain by his side for 24 hours. While completing homework at home, he would insist on moving his chair next to Lin Qinghan's. Under the pretense of studying together for a conducive atmosphere, he would find himself daydreaming, staring at Lin Qinghan's profile, or quietly twirling the soft strands of his hair with his fingertips. The nightly ritual of sleep continued to be a significant dilemma. The small sofa was utterly inadequate for the tall and long-legged Sun Jin. After a few nights, he found himself plagued by backaches and discomfort, leading to nightly skirmishes over bed space. "Han, the sofa legs are too short. I have nowhere to place my legs. Han, it's so cold at night. The blanket has fallen to the floor. Han, I think I might be catching a cold. My head feels dizzy." A plethora of pitiful excuses poured forth, his eyes glistening with a teary appeal, as if Lin Qinghan's refusal to let him into bed was an egregious transgression. Lin Qinghan would consistently respond with a frigid demeanor, yet he often succumbed to Sun Jin's relentless pestering and his woeful expression, ultimately permitting him to occupy half the bed. Sun Jin would then leap onto the bed with the glee of a pardoned prisoner, adhering strictly to the rules. However, once asleep, he would unconsciously cross boundaries, using both arms and legs to draw Lin Qinghan into an embrace, treating him as a large pillow. Initially, Lin Qinghan would kick him away in the dead of night, but as time passed, he seemed to grow accustomed to it, merely frowning when Sun Jin held him too tightly, adjusting his position before drifting back to sleep. This intimate closeness with their bodies pressed together captivated Sun Jin. He became enamored with Lin Qinghan's refreshing scent, the coolness of his skin, and the softness and dependence that emerged unconsciously as he slept. Each night spent sharing a bed was both exquisite pleasure and torment for him, delighting in the closeness while being tormented by a burgeoning, unexpressed desire. His gaze increasingly lingered on Lin Qinghan's lips, neck, and collarbone, those secretive and enticing areas. The intensity of their embraces grew stronger, lasting longer, and the occasional accidental touches became increasingly deliberate. The air thickened with sexual tension, like a tightening web ensnaring the two of them. Lin Qinghan was not entirely oblivious. He could distinctly feel Shun Jin's gaze growing more fervent and the seemingly accidental touches that were, in truth, intentional. Each time he was held tightly by Shun Jin. Feeling the powerful heartbeat and heated body beneath that robust chest, his own body involuntarily tightened, a strange, tingling shiver creeping along his spine. Yet, he chose silence and indulgence until one sultry afternoon on a weekend. The weather was stifling, with cicadas outside calling out exhaustively. They had just awakened from an afternoon nap, both feeling languid. Shun Jin lay on his side, propping his head up, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Qinghan, who was still rousing from slumber. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on his slightly open collar and a small portion of his exquisite collarbone. The skin so pale it was almost blinding. Shun Jin's Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes darkening gradually. In a moment of reckless impulse, he reached out, his fingertips lightly brushing against that protruding collarbone. The coolness of the touch made his fingers tremble slightly. Lin Qinghan's body went rigid in an instant, his eyes snapping open to meet Shun Jin's. Shun Jin, as if bewitched, did not retract his hand. Instead, he traced the line of the collarbone with a gentle, deliberate caress, his fingertips radiating warmth. The air seemed to freeze around them, leaving only the raucous cicada calls outside and their suddenly heightened breaths. A flicker of astonishment and panic crossed Lin Qinghan's gaze, yet what lingered more prominently was a sense of offended bewilderment. He parted his lips, intending to articulate something, but no sound emerged. Shun Jin was utterly overwhelmed by the rare glimpse of emotion reflected in Lin Qinghan's expression, completely shattering his rationality. He leaned closer, his gaze fixated on those lips, slightly parted in surprise, mere inches away. The distance between them diminished, and he could feel their warm breaths intertwining. Just as his lips were about to descend upon Lin Qinghan's, the latter abruptly turned his head away, causing Shun Jin's fervent kiss to land on his slightly flushed cheek. Shun Jin, Lin Qinghan's voice, tinged with a breathless urgency and a discernible warning, pressed a hand against his chest, signaling him to halt. Shun Jin's movements stilled. The soft sensation against his cheek contrasted starkly with the coolness of Lin Qinghan's palm resting on his chest, creating an exquisite dichotomy of heat and chill. He raised his gaze to meet Lin Qinghan's eyes, which had regained their usual icy demeanor, yet still bore traces of moisture and disarray. The fervent blood coursing through him cooled slightly. The intoxication in Shun Jin's eyes faded, replaced by a flicker of regret and confusion, like a child who had erred. He slowly straightened, his gaze anxious as it sought Lin Qinghan's, his voice hoarse, "I'm sorry." Lin Qinghan averted his eyes, merely sitting up and adjusting his disheveled collar. His ears flushed crimson. He exited the bed, turning his back to Shun Jin, his tone reverting to its customary coldness. "I'm going to buy something." With that, he strode out of the bedroom and closed the door behind him. Alone, Shun Jin sat on the bed, staring at the closed door, frustration causing him to run his fingers through his hair. Yet within him stirred a secret exhilaration, for he had distinctly observed Lin Qinghan's trembling eyelashes and flushed ears when he had turned away. He was not entirely indifferent. He simply required more time. Shun Jin inhaled deeply, reclining back onto the bed, burying his face in the pillow that still held Lin Qinghan's lingering scent, unable to suppress a smile that crept upon his lips. Chapter 65. The transfer student the school bully. That unfinished kiss from the afternoon lingered like a stone cast into a serene lake, sending ripples that would subtly yet persistently oscillate between the two. In the following days, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Shun Jin grew increasingly cautious, suppressing any overt displays of intimacy, akin to a stray dog wary of being shunned once more, his eyes often reflecting a blend of observation and trepidation. He would eagerly undertake all household chores, attending to Lin Qinghan with meticulous care, yet refrained from crossing any boundaries. Even at night, He dutifully remained on his side of the bed, only occasionally unconsciously inching closer in his sleep, only to awaken before dawn and discreetly retreat. Lin Qinghan noticed Shun Jin's unease, and the displeasure that had arisen from feeling offended had long since dissipated. He no longer resisted Shun Jin's closeness and attentiveness. In fact, at times, he exhibited a faint hint of indulgence. For instance, when Shun Jin clumsily burnt the vegetables yet again, his face marred by frustration, Lin Qinghan would silently take the spatula from him, reignite the stove, and though he said nothing, he would ensure to add a little extra of Shun Jin's favorite ingredients. For instance, when Shun Jin found himself lost in thought, absent-mindedly twirling the ends of his hair, he no longer coldly brushed aside the gesture, merely casting a fleeting glance before allowing it to continue. In another instance, during the night, when Shun Jin lay rigid with trepidation, hesitant to cross boundaries, he quietly took the liberty of removing the bothersome pillow. These subtle shifts, akin to the gentle caress of spring rain, gradually soothed the unease within Shun Jin's heart. Another weekend arrived, and the sky was adorned with a soft drizzle. The sound of rain pattered outside, rendering the room particularly serene and warm. The two of them nestled on an old sofa, with Shun Jin engaged in a video game while Lin Qinghan sat beside him, engrossed in a book. One of Shun Jin's arms casually draped over the back of the sofa, loosely encircling Lin Qinghan in a manner that suggested possession without oppression. The game console emitted the sounds of fierce combat, yet Shun Jin's thoughts had long since wandered from the screen. His gaze frequently drifted towards the person beside him. Lin Qinghan was utterly focused, his profile illuminated by the soft glow of the lamp, its contours remarkably gentle. Long lashes casting delicate shadows that fluttered slightly with each turn of the page. Shun Jin's heart began to race, a profound sense of satisfaction and yearning swelling within his chest. Quietly setting down the game console, he leaned slightly toward Lin Qinghan. "What book are you reading?" he inquired softly, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible huskiness, his chin nearly brushing against Lin Qinghan's hair. His breath gently caressed Lin Qinghan's ear. Lin Qinghan paused momentarily in his reading, not lifting his gaze, but simply replied with a hint of nonchalance. "Physics competition problems." "Oh," Shun Jin responded, though his attention had shifted to the pale curve of Lin Qinghan's ear and the elegantly fragile neck. The refreshing scent of his post-bath coolness intermingled with the aroma of ink from the pages, weaving into his senses like the most intoxicating temptation. His fingertips twitched slightly, straining against the desire to reach out and touch. The atmosphere was hushed, filled only with the sound of rain outside and the soft rustle of pages turning. A silent tension flowing through the air. Lin Qinghan seemed to sense the weight of Shun Jin's focused gaze and the warmth of his proximity. His fingers tightened around the book, yet he did not, as usual, voice a protest or withdraw. He maintained his reading posture, feigning ignorance, though the faint flush at the roots of his ears and the slight quickening of his breath betrayed his unease. This tacit acceptance of the stillness greatly emboldened Shun Jin. He took a deep breath, slowly lowering the hand that had rested on the sofa back, gently placing it atop the back of Lin Qinghan's hand that lay on his lap. In that fleeting moment of contact, both felt a barely perceptible shiver. Lin Qinghan's hand was cool, with delicate fingers, while Shun Jin's was warm, even slightly feverish, tinged with a nervous dampness. He dared not apply pressure, merely covering Lin Qinghan's hand softly, his fingertips cautiously tracing the smooth skin, imbued with infinite tenderness and tentative exploration. Lin Qinghan's body stiffened for a brief moment, his fingers gripping the pages so tightly that they turned pale. He suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Shun Jin's, his dark eyes flashing with a hint of alarm and sharpness, reminiscent of a startled cat. Shun Jin's heart leaped into his throat, fearing he would be pushed away in the next instant. Their eyes locked, and the air around them thickened. Lin Qinghan's lips moved slightly, as if he wished to speak. Yet ultimately, he merely pressed his lips together, slowly and imperceptibly turning his hand over. This subtle gesture brought his palm to align perfectly with Shun Jin's. Their fingers intertwined, naturally, gently locking together. Qinghan could hardly believe his sensations. Lin Qinghan did not push him away. Rather, he reciprocated. The delicate touch in his palm became exceedingly vivid and clear. He could feel the faint tremor of Lin Qinghan's fingertips, as well as the clumsy acceptance and acquiescence beneath that tremor. A surge of warmth filled his eyes, and Qinghan tightened his grip on that hand, lowering his head to gently rest his forehead against Lin Qinghan's, closing his eyes and emitting a contented, almost sighing exclamation. Henin. His voice was hoarse, imbued with a heavy nasal tone and uncontainable excitement. Lin Qinghan did not respond, nor did he push him away. He merely lowered his eyelashes slightly, allowing Qinghan to hold his hand tightly and to affectionately rest their foreheads together. The clasped palms exuded fine beads of sweat, sticky and warm, yet strangely. Neither wished to part. The sound of their heartbeats amplified in the silent air, indistinguishable from one another, chaotically beating against their eardrums. The sound of rain outside seemed to transform into a distant backdrop. In that world, it felt as though only their intertwined breaths, tightly interlocked fingers, and the warmth of their foreheads remained. In that moment, no words were necessary. All the probing, anxiety, and waiting seemed to find solace in the warmth of their joined palms. It was unclear how much time had passed when Lin Qinghan gently stirred, seemingly wishing to withdraw his hand. Qinghan immediately tightened his grip in a surge of nervousness. Lin Qinghan lifted his gaze to meet his eyes, which were filled with unease and dependence, reflecting his own image clearly. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke softly. "My hand is sore." Qinghan paused for a moment, hastily loosening his grip, yet stubbornly refusing to let go entirely. He transformed the tight clasp into a gentle embrace, his thumb still rhythmically caressing the back of Lin Qinghan's hand, his eyes sparkling as he looked at him with a silly smile. Lin Qinghan cast him a glance, choosing not to insist on withdrawing his hand, instead returning his focus to the pages of the book. Though the slight quiver of his eyelashes and the turbulent lake of his heart revealed that all was not as calm as it appeared. Qinghan leaned back against the sofa with satisfaction, yet still held Lin Qinghan's hand tightly, occasionally lifting it as if it were a treasured possession, rubbing his cheek against it or gently kissing his fingertips. With each kiss, he could feel Lin Qinghan's fingers subtly retract, yet he never let go. The rain continued to fall, softly tapping against the window. Under the warm light, the two nestled together on the sofa, one reading, the other watching him read, hands tightly entwined, as if they could remain that way until the end of time. With their fingers interlocked, it signified their lifetimes together. Chapter 66. The transfer student x the school bully. And, from that day of entwined fingers, Qinghan seemed to be officially stamped with a seal of approval, radiating a blissful aura as if he were submerged in a jar of honey. The delicate paper of the window, though not completely torn, seemed to carry an unspoken understanding between them, filling the air with an intoxicating sweetness. It was yet another night. Lin Qinghan had just emerged from the bathroom after a shower, his hair still dripping with water, the damp strands softly brushing against his fair forehead and neck, enveloping him in a misty haze. His typically cold demeanor had softened considerably, exuding an unconscious allure. With a towel in hand, he casually dried his hair and approached his desk, preparing to read. Qinghan's gaze was drawn like a magnet, tracing the vulnerable nape of Lin Qinghan's neck, slightly flushed from the steam, to the delicate collarbone revealed as he dried his hair. He swallowed hard, set down what he was holding, and walked over. "Let me help you," he said, taking the towel from Lin Qinghan's hands with an effortless grace, his voice husky. Lin Qinghan paused, neither rejecting nor resisting, relinquishing the towel and allowing Qinghan to draw closer. Standing behind him, Qinghan gently wrapped the towel around Lin Qinghan's damp hair, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the sensitive skin of Lin Qinghan's ears and neck, sending shivers coursing through him. They remained silent, the air filled only with the soft sounds of the towel against hair and their slightly quickened breaths. The warm yellow light cast their shadows upon the wall, intertwining in an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Qinghan's heart raced, his hands cradling Lin Qinghan's moist, soft hair, the scent of his fresh, post-bath fragrance mingling with the steam, creating a sweet torment. His movements slowed, his gaze deepening, ultimately halting as his hands gently pressed against Lin Qinghan's temples, applying just the right amount of pressure. "Are you tired?" he asked, lowering his head, his lips nearly brushing against the moist earlobe, a warm breath cascading over it. Lin Qinghan's body tensed slightly, instinctively trying to turn away, yet he found himself immobilized by Shun Jin's gentle grip and the overwhelming proximity of his breath. A tingling sensation spread from his ear throughout his body, causing his fingertips to soften. He closed his eyes, a faint syllable escaping his throat. "It's fine." This almost submissive response ignited Shun Jin's long-suppressed desire. He inhaled deeply, summoning all his courage, and slowly lowered his head, placing a soft yet heated kiss on the slightly pink, mist-kissed nape of Lin Qinghan's neck. The moment their lips met the cool, delicate skin, both shuddered violently. Lin Qinghan's eyes flew open, as if struck by an electric current, his body tensing instantaneously. Shun Jin was taken aback by his own boldness, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he reveled in the taste of his audacity, trailing tentative, fervent kisses along the elegant curve of Lin Qinghan's neck. "Henin," he murmured hoarsely, his voice laced with a blend of anguish and sweet yearning. "May I?" His arms slowly encircled Lin Qinghan's waist from behind, resting his chin in the crook of his shoulder, reminiscent of a puppy seeking a bone, yet carrying an undeniable forcefulness that demanded acquiescence. Lin Qinghan found himself ensnared in his embrace, his back pressed against the searing warmth of his chest, acutely aware of the fervent heartbeat and the intoxicating heat radiating from him. The tantalizing, damp sensation at his neck and horse, pleading whispers by his ear, ensnared him like a web, rendering his rationality precariously balanced amidst the tumultuous surge of emotion. He inhaled deeply, striving to reclaim his voice, yet discovered his throat parched and his tongue dry, unable to articulate a single coherent syllable. Silence enveloped the air, each passing second feeling like an agonizing eternity. Just as the light in Shun Jin's eyes was gradually eclipsed by unease and despondency, Lin Qinghan imperceptibly nodded, a barely discernible gesture, though nearly invisible. The instant of his body's relaxation and tacit consent conveyed a clear message to the man behind him. Shun Jin abruptly turned Lin Qinghan to face him, compelling their gazes to meet. In that moment, Lin Qinghan's eyes shimmered with a rare mist, reflecting confusion and enchantment, his cheeks flushed with a captivating crimson hue, while his usually pale lips were now reddened from tension. This tender visage obliterated Shun Jin's last remnants of composure. He lowered his head, no longer hesitating, and accurately pressed his lips against the pair he had long yearned for. The initial contact was gentle, tentative, and cautious. However, it swiftly transformed as the soft texture and sweet scent enveloped him, drawing him into an abyss of passion. He deepened the kiss, shifting from tenderness to urgency, fervently sucking, licking, and exploring as if he intended to consume Lin Qinghan completely. An unfamiliar, intense thrill surged from their connected lips throughout his body, rendering Lin Qinghan's legs weak, nearly causing him to falter. Instinctively, he grasped Shun Jin's collar, his fingertips trembling ever so slightly, their breaths intertwined, mingling in a fervent embrace. This kiss was prolonged and fervent, until Lin Qinghan, gasping for air, gently pushed away, prompting Shun Jin to reluctantly release him, their foreheads still touching, both panting heavily, their exhalations warm and laden with unspoken desires. Shun Jin gazed at Lin Qinghan's swollen, glistening lips and his dazed expression, his heart swelling with unparalleled happiness and contentment. Unable to resist, he leaned in once more, tenderly pecking at the soft corners of those luscious lips, as if he could never get enough. "Henin, you are mine," he murmured. Lin Qinghan, still catching his breath, felt the lingering blush on his face fade, and as he observed Shun Jin's proud and silly demeanor, the initial ember of embarrassment within him gradually transformed into an unusual warmth. He averted his gaze, his tone laced with the faintest hint of indulgence, imperceptible even to himself. "MHM," This soft response undoubtedly served as the greatest encouragement to Qinghan. He broke into a foolish grin, refusing to release Lin Qinghan. Resembling a large dog that had just secured the most treasured bone in the world, practically wagging his tail in delight. At that moment, their relationship became unequivocally clear. That night, Qinghan naturally lingered in bed, boldly dismantling the symbolic barrier between them. Satisfied, he enveloped Lin Qinghan in his arms, their skin touching, their body heat merging. Qinghan's fingers meandered through Lin Qinghan's soft hair, a smile never leaving his lips. He suddenly recalled something and leaned closer to Lin Qinghan, whispering with a mix of anticipation and excitement. "So, am I your boyfriend now?" After posing the question, he felt his ears flush and his heart raced, anxiously awaiting a response. Lin Qinghan, with her eyes closed, appeared on the verge of slumber. Upon hearing his query, her long lashes fluttered slightly. After a few moments of silence, just as Qinghan began to despair, thinking she would not reply, a soft, almost dreamlike voice broke the quiet. "Yes, boyfriend." The words boyfriend floated lightly in the air, yet they resonated like the most enchanting love confession. Qinghan abruptly sat up, incredulous as he gazed at Lin Qinghan, his voice trembling with excitement. "See, can you say that again?" Lin Qinghan, disturbed by his exuberance, opened her eyes and regarded his ecstatic expression with a hint of embarrassment. Covering half her face with a blanket, revealing only her clear, cold eyes, she spoke with a touch of irritation. "Sleep." However, this was undoubtedly an affirmation. Qinghan let out a cheer, disregarding everything as he embraced her, blanket and all, showering her face and neck with countless delicate kisses. "Boyfriend, you are mine. I am yours. My boyfriend, I am so happy." Lin Qinghan, unable to find peace in sleep due to his antics, couldn't help but let a faint smile grace her lips. Eventually, she resigned herself to covering his incessantly chattering mouth with her hand. "Be quiet, you're so noisy. Sleep." Qinghan immediately fell silent, obediently settling down, yet still holding her tightly, his eyes sparkling in the darkness, a grin stretching from ear to ear. That night, Qinghan experienced an unprecedented sweetness and tranquility in his sleep. His dreams were filled with bliss. From that moment on, their relationship was officially defined. His world felt complete at last. Chapter 67. The Gentle CEO x the Charming Little Dog. This world is filled with sweetness, dear ones. Rest assured, I will add some colorful elements later. I wonder if I will face sanctions. If it cannot be posted, I will share it on Weibo, and any follow-up will also be posted there. In the late hours of the night, in the office of the president of Lin Corporation, Lin Qinghan felt an itch on his neck. It was not the kind caused by a mosquito. It was warm, damp, and a wave of heat slowly permeated his skin, like the gentle brush of a feather against the softest part of his heart. He had just concluded a video conference, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. He intended to rest for 10 minutes in his office chair, but no sooner had he closed his eyes than the sensation pulled him back from the brink of slumber. Before he could open his eyes, a strong, warm arm wrapped around his waist from behind the chair, pressing him deeper into the backrest with an undeniable force. Lin Qinghan didn't need to turn around to know who it was. In this office, there was only one person capable of entering without announcement, without knocking, and without a sound. "Awake?" A deep voice murmured against his ear, husky and sticky, like melted malt candy, enveloping his auditory senses. Lin Qinghan felt a sense of helplessness as he raised his hand, attempting to pry away the grip that encircled his waist. "Xiaojin, let go. What are you doing?" The tone of his voice lacked any semblance of intimidation. Indeed, he found it lacking in authority. As expected, the person behind him not only refused to relent, but instead advanced further, firmly pressing his chin against Lin Qinghan's neck, deliberately rubbing against him. The coarse stubble grazed his skin, eliciting a subtle shiver. "Not like this." Qinghan chuckled softly, the vibrations resonating through the thin fabric of his shirt. "It is only natural for me to embrace what is mine. Who is yours?" Lin Qinghan attempted to tilt his head away from the overly intimate contact, but soon realized he was entirely ensnared between the chair and Qinghan's chest, with little room to maneuver. The 20-year-old was remarkably strong, no longer the small child that he could easily lift. "You," Shun Jin replied matter-of-factly, his warm lips beginning to wander restlessly along the side of Lin Qinghan's neck, kissing from the defined jawline down to the prominent Adam's apple. The kisses began tenderly, laced with an air of hesitation, but quickly grew heavier, imbued with undeniable possessiveness. Lin Qinghan's body stiffened, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. "Stop," he managed to voice, his tone taut as he attempted to push the hand away, only to find the arm as unyielding as iron, refusing to budge. Instead, in response to his resistance, another hand settled on his waist, the warmth radiating through the fabric of his clothing. Shun Jin's kiss lingered on his Adam's apple, motionless, merely holding it with his lips, the tip of his tongue brushing lightly. A wave of heat surged through Lin Qinghan, reaching his head, causing his ears to burn. He inhaled sharply. "Shun Jin." The irritation in his voice was genuine, though beneath that annoyance lay a blend of indulgence and powerlessness known only to him. The person behind him froze momentarily. Shortly thereafter, the grip around him loosened somewhat, but the head remained nestled in his neck, the voice muffled yet tinged with profound grievance. "Han Han, you are so fierce. Han Han." The endearment made Lin Qinghan's temples throb. In his childhood, this boy had struggled with his speech, mimicking the nanny and calling him Han Han, a name he had later corrected. Who would have thought this insufferable brat, now grown and emboldened, would reclaim that sticky nickname, using it precisely when he felt most vulnerable? Lin Qinghan closed his eyes, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. What a predicament! Initially, he had merely intended to dutifully complete a quick traversal task. The system had informed him that the child huddled beside the rain-soaked trash bin, filthy and with eyes akin to a frightened little beast, would grow to become a formidable antagonist. His mission was to reform him, to guide him towards goodness, ensuring he did not stray into darkness. How simple, how clear-cut. Yet now, Lin Qinghan slightly turned his head, catching a glimpse of Shun Jin's lowered brow and eyes from the corner of his vision. Thick eyelashes resembled delicate fans, casting faint shadows beneath the eyelids, while a prominent nose and slightly pursed lips conveyed a sense of displeasure. This visage was undeniably flawless, capable of turning countless heads as one stepped outside. Yet only Lin Qinghan understood the intense obsession and aggression concealed beneath this seemingly obedient facade. How had he allowed himself to become ensnared? Not in a physical sense, though the current situation suggested that such a step was not far off. "I merely wished to nurture a child." Lin Qinghan sighed inwardly, but this thought was abruptly interrupted by a light bite on his neck, laden with a clear sense of reprimand. "With me, you dare to lose focus?" Shun Jin lifted his head, his gaze piercing. In that moment, Lin Qinghan truly perceived the depths of his eyes. No longer were they the innocent, dependent eyes of childhood, nor the feigned docility of youth. Instead, they now reflected an unmasked desire, as intense as indelible ink, with a searing heat that threatened to consume him. It was a need for possession, for control, a force that confined him within its territory, unwilling to allow any distraction, be it person or circumstance. Lin Qinghan's heart skipped several beats unexpectedly. He recalled many years ago, on a rainy night, when he had lifted the young boy into the car. Those same eyes had looked at him, filled with fear and uncertainty, like a small creature yearning for warmth, yet ready to flee. Time truly is a wondrous thing, transforming such innocent eyes into those brimming with predatory intent. No distractions. Lin Qinghan admonished himself, forcing calm as he reached to pry away the hand encircling his waist, merely fatigued. "You can't keep me like this. What if someone walks in? Who would dare enter your office without knocking?" Shun Jin interrupted, unabashedly declaring, "I've made it clear. When you're resting, even the sky may fall. But you must wait." Lin Qinghan thought to himself. He knew it all too well. The whispers within the company that Assistant Shun resembled the boss more than the boss himself were certainly not unfounded. "But you can't." Lin Qinghan attempted to resist. But Shun Jin suddenly leaned in, their foreheads touching, noses brushing against one another, their breaths intertwining completely. "Henin," he murmured, his voice lowered, imbued with a magnetic allure. You secretly enjoy this. Enjoy what? The sensation of being firmly confined? The suffocating possession? Or perhaps the villainous pup that reveals its soft belly only before me, while its inner self has already grown into a towering tree? Lin Qinghan opened his mouth, yet found his throat parched, unable to produce sound. The words of rejection danced on his tongue, but ultimately coalesced into a resigned sigh. He gently placed his hand atop Shun Jin's hand, which was still secured around his waist. Upon sensing his acquiescence, a remarkable light burst forth in Shun Jin's eyes, so radiant it nearly scorched Lin Qinghan's vision. No longer hesitant, he lowered his head and captured Lin Qinghan's lips with precision, an act that allowed for no refusal or escape. Lin Qinghan passively endured, his mind a chaotic jumble. It's over, he thought. This time, there truly was no escape. From that rain-soaked night, the moment he compassionately took him home, perhaps his downfall was already predestined. This was not merely child-rearing. It felt like inviting a burden that one could neither discard nor chastise, all while being perpetually reminded of an ancestral authority that one must not defy. Moreover, it was a choice he made willingly. This was indeed a sweet, yet helpless predicament. The documents on his desk were inadvertently swept to the floor, producing a faint sound, but no one paid any heed. Chapter 68. CEO X Beastman two-time rewinds to a decade ago. Lin Qinghan regretted yet again. This was the 1,001st time. Why he had to work late for that cursed merger. Outside, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Torrential rain cascading down like it was free, drumming against the car windows with a sharp crackle, while the windshield wipers struggled at maximum speed. Yet the view ahead remained obscured. He maintained a stern expression, carefully navigating the steering wheel, longing to return to his upscale apartment in the city center, take a hot bath, and then collapse into bed. The car turned into a shortcut home. The street lights were dim, usually devoid of people, and in such dreadful weather. It seemed even more sinister. Lin Qinghan instinctively increased his speed. Just as the headlights illuminated a large dumpster at the corner of the alley, a curled up, slightly trembling shadow caught his attention. It was not a trash bag. The outline resembled that of a dog. He instinctively slowed down. As he drew closer, he discerned that it appeared to be a puppy, its fur thoroughly soaked by the rain, filthy and matted against its frail body, looking particularly miserable. It huddled in a damp corner, attempting to curl itself into a tight ball, shivering violently from the cold and fear. The beam of light from the car seemed to startle it. It abruptly lifted its head and gazed over. In that moment, even through the curtain of rain and the car window, Lin Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. Unlike a typical stray dog that would wag its tail in supplication or cower in fear, this creature merely fixed its gaze on the vehicle's light, emitting an exceedingly faint, threatening whimper, as if summoning every last ounce of strength to defend its meager dignity. Lin Qinghan was not one to succumb easily to sentimentality. His experiences in a world of rapid transitions had exposed him to far too much tragedy, and his heart had long since hardened beyond that of an average person. He should have turned a blind eye, driven straight into the garage, and returned to his warm, dry, immaculate apartment. Yet, that feeble whimper in those eyes, filled with a silent plea beneath a facade of "do not approach me," pierced through the rational defenses he had erected, striking directly at the tender core of his being. A long-forgotten memory resurfaced. Once, in a distant world of missions, he had felt equally helpless. The chilling sensation of being abandoned by the entire world lingered, leaving its shadow even after many years. Another almost inaudible whimper, nearly drowned out by the rain, carried an unmistakable fragility. Lin Qinghan's fingertips gently tapped the steering wheel twice as he contemplated the trouble it would bring. It was unhygienic and potentially harboring pathogens. His rhythm of life was about to be disrupted. Moreover, he had neither experience nor intention of raising a pet. A rational list of reasons to refrain from meddling unfolded in his mind. Yet, his hands seemed to possess a will of their own. Shifting gears to bring the vehicle to a smooth halt by the roadside, he retrieved a clean towel from the back seat, opened the car door, and was instantly met by a gust of cold wind mingled with raindrops that sent a shiver down his spine. He hurried towards the small creature. Sensing the approach of a stranger, the puppy tensed its body, struggling to retreat, but its frail limbs appeared insufficient to support it in standing. It could only strive to raise its head, baring its tiny, yet ineffective, teeth while emitting a more frantic warning growl from the depths of its throat. Its soaked fur bristled, lacking any semblance of intimidation. Lin Qinghan did not approach immediately. He crouched in front of it, maintaining a distance that would not impose too much pressure. The rain swiftly dampened the shoulders of his expensive suit, yet he remained unconcerned. "Do not be afraid." He softened his voice, attempting to convey goodwill. "I will not harm you." His tone resonated gently amidst the sound of the rain. The puppy watched him warily, its growling gradually subsiding, though the mistrust in its gaze lingered undiminished. Lin Qinghan tentatively extended his hand, offering the towel in an effort to wipe away the rain from its face. However, just as his fingers were about to make contact, the puppy abruptly turned its head and bit down on a corner of the towel, not with much force, but rather as an instinctive act of resistance and fear. Lin Qinghan did not withdraw his hand, allowing it to bite the towel. He noticed that even in such a frenzied state, the little creature instinctively avoided his fingers, clinging tightly to the towel. Quite discerning, indeed. At that moment, the previously silent system emitted a prompt sound, and translucent subtitles appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Key plot character detected. Target identification. Shunjin, identity. Future antagonist. High risk of corruption. Recommendation. Engage and influence. Guiding towards goodness to significantly reduce the probability of worldline collapse. Lin Qinghan's fingers curled slightly. As expected, he had anticipated this. This wretched system would never allow him peace. Did he resemble a kindergarten teacher or a spiritual mentor? He took a deep breath, attempting to reason with the system. Could it not employ a different approach? Perhaps find a welfare institution or a reliable adoptive family. He was willing to pay, handsomely. System, the target is a special mixed-blood beastman with unstable bloodlines and exposure risks. Ordinary human families cannot accommodate adequately. Moreover, its fate line is highly bound to the executor. Personal intervention by the executor is the optimal solution. Highly bound, Lin Qinghan ground his molars in annoyance. What had he bound himself to? System, insufficient data for analysis. The executor must take action promptly. The target's vital signs are continuously declining. Lin Qinghan, rationality still clamored about the trouble, yet the task objective had presented itself, and he could not turn a blind eye. Moreover, setting aside the task at hand, it was indeed impossible for him to remain indifferent to the small, evidently injured life that might not survive the night, abandoned in this place. It was you. He hesitated no longer, gently wrapping the drenched and icy body of the puppy in a towel, disregarding its feeble struggles as he carefully cradled it in his arms. The little creature was surprisingly light, barely registering any weight, though its bones jutted uncomfortably against him. Startled by the unfamiliar embrace, it stiffened momentarily, then struggled with renewed vigor, whimpering in fear from its throat. "Stay still. I will take you home," Lin Qinghan assured, his tone calm and resolute as he secured it with his arm, attempting to dry the rain from its fur with the towel. Perhaps it sensed the warmth of the towel enveloping it, or perhaps Lin Qinghan's soothing voice offered a sense of comfort. Gradually, the little one ceased its struggles. It lifted its head, its wet eyes gazing back at Lin Qinghan, the wariness still present, yet mingled with a hint of confusion and curiosity. Lin Qinghan, holding it close, quickly approached the car door. As he placed it in the passenger seat, he couldn't help but notice the mud and water that now stained his seat and suit, leading to a wave of annoyance. "What a little troublemaker," he muttered softly, grabbing several tissues to wipe his hands before restarting the engine and turning up the heat. With the warmth filling the car, he adjusted the temperature slightly higher. Through the rearview mirror, he observed the puppy, relaxing a little, its tiny nose quivering as it began to acclimate to the scent of the vehicle. Then, with extreme caution, it slowly rested its chin on the seat, its amber eyes fixed intently on Lin Qinghan, who was focused on driving, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his lips. Am I to reform the antagonist? Step 1. Ensure this drenched puppy survives and warms up. Chapter 69. CEO X Beastman 3. The elevator ascended smoothly, eventually halting at the top floor. Lin Qinghan emerged from the elevator, cradling Shunjin, snugly wrapped in a towel, with only its small head visible. The apartment was secured with a fingerprint lock, which he skillfully unlocked, stepping inside. With a soft beep, the sensor light at the entrance illuminated, casting a gentle glow that dispelled the darkness outside. This was Shunjin's first foray into a human dwelling, a world entirely distinct from the cold alleyways and refuse he had previously known. The air was imbued with a crisp, clean fragrance, intermingled with a subtle hint of wood, reminiscent of Lin Qinghan himself. The floor gleamed, reflecting the soft halo of the overhead lights, and the spacious living room was elegantly furnished in a minimalist style, with grand floor-to-ceiling windows revealing a mesmerizing cityscape at night. Lin Qinghan bent down, intending to place the little creature on the soft carpet. However, as soon as his fingers loosened their grip on the towel, the puppy flinched sharply, its four little paws gripping the edges of the towel tightly, emitting a hurried and anxious whimper, its amber eyes filled with trepidation at the unfamiliar surroundings. It refused to let go, suddenly transitioning from a frigid and perilous environment to a warm, yet entirely unfamiliar space. Such wariness is an instinct for survival. Lin Qinghan did not force the little creature, but instead he securely cradled it, gently smoothing its still damp fur with his palm. His voice barely above a whisper. "Do not be afraid. This place is safe. It will be your home from now on." His voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, causing Shunjin's tense body to relax slightly, though its claws remained firmly grasped around the towel, its small head vigilant, scanning the vast and strange surroundings. Lin Qinghan, holding the pup, made his way to the kitchen. He opened a refrigerator, retrieving a carton of fresh milk, which he poured into a clean, shallow dish, and then took a small piece of sausage, meticulously peeling it and cutting it into tiny cubes, placing them in another small plate. He set the milk and sausage tidbits on the kitchen floor at the center and then stepped back a few paces, gesturing to Shunjin. "You must be hungry. Have a little something to eat." The aroma of food was an irresistible temptation for the famished young creature. The little dog's nose twitched as it inhaled deeply, its eyes fixed intently on the offerings, its throat emitting a sound of eager swallowing. Yet it hesitated to leap down from Lin Qinghan's embrace. It glanced at the food, then looked back at Lin Qinghan, its gaze filled with inner conflict and hesitation. Lin Qinghan patiently awaited, refraining from urging it on, fully aware that trust takes time to cultivate. Ultimately, hunger triumphed over fear. Tentatively, it extended a front paw from the towel, brushing against the smooth floor, only to retract quickly. After several cautious attempts, it seemed to gather its resolve, lightly leaping from Lin Qinghan's arms to the ground, though its hind legs wobbled slightly upon landing due to weakness and anxiety. Instead of diving into the food immediately, it circled the two plates twice, its small nose incessantly sniffing, confirming the absence of danger before cautiously approaching the milk dish, extending its delicate little tongue to take a swift lick. The warm milk slid down its throat, offering a long-awaited sense of warmth and energy. It paused momentarily, seemingly savoring the taste, before succumbing to its appetite and beginning to lap up the milk voraciously, occasionally emitting contented little whines. The sausage cubes were soon devoured with equal fervor. Lin Qinghan leaned against the kitchen island, quietly observing the pup's gluttonous display, a sense of responsibility born from the system's task mingling with tender affection. How long had this little creature been hungry? After finishing its meal, it regained a modicum of strength, but its fur remained damp and dirty, clinging together uncomfortably. Instinctively, it attempted to shake off the moisture, but upon seeing the pristine floor and cabinets, it froze, standing there awkwardly, its tail tip anxiously twitching. "It seems you need a bath," Lin Qinghan remarked, moving closer. At the mention of a bath, the pup visibly tensed, taking a small step back. Its experiences as a stray had instilled in it an innate fear of water, a dislike for being drenched. Lin Qinghan did not grant it a chance to escape, wrapping it once more in the towel and lifting it up. "Be good. You'll feel much better once you are clean and won't fall ill." He carried the little dog into the master bedroom's bathroom, which was spacious and designed with a separation of wet and dry areas. Lin Qinghan placed it in the shower area lined with a non-slip mat, rolling up his shirt sleeves to adjust the water temperature. He first tested the warmth with his elbow, ensuring it was neither too hot nor too cold for the delicate skin of the cub. As the warm water streamed gently from the shower head and cascaded over its body, Xinjin instinctively curled up, emitting a fearful whimper. Rather than directing the shower head at it, Lin Qinghan scooped up warm water in his hands, gradually wetting its fur, while gently massaging its scalp and back with his fingertips. "Relax, it's all right," he murmured soothingly, his voice resonating softly amidst the steamy atmosphere. Perhaps due to the comfortable water temperature or Lin Qinghan's tender touch, so unlike the anticipated rough cleansing, the cub's shivering gradually subsided. It even began to squint its eyes slightly, producing a faint, almost snoring sound from its throat, an instinctive response of comfort and security in the presence of the gentle caregiver. Noticing this change, a subtle smile graced Lin Qinghan's lips. He dispensed a small amount of mild shower gel, lathering it into rich foam, meticulously cleaning every inch of Xinjin's fur. The foam was white, imbued with a delicate scent of milk. As he massaged Xinjin's back and limbs, his fingertips brushed against some uneven scars. Parting the damp fur for a closer look, his heart sank. These were old wounds, now scabbed over, crisscrossing like the marks of sharp object and bruises from kicks. Though healing, they were still starkly visible. One could only imagine the bullying and suffering this little creature endured during its days of wandering. Lin Qinghan's gaze darkened, his compassion intensifying. He became even more cautious in his washing, deliberately avoiding the injured areas, treating the cub as if it were a fragile treasure. After rinsing off the foam, he wrapped Xinjin entirely in a clean, soft towel, absorbing the moisture. The freshly bathed pup seemed transformed. Its fur was now fluffy and soft, radiating a warm light brown, a stark contrast to its previous filthy appearance. Its amber eyes sparkled with clarity as the steam rose. Lin Qinghan retrieved a hairdryer, setting it to the lowest warm setting, patiently helping to dry its fur. Initially, the sound of the dryer startled the cub, but upon feeling the comforting warmth, it settled quietly, allowing Lin Qinghan to groom it. In fact, it tilted its head comfortably and nuzzled against his wrist. Once thoroughly groomed, a beautiful and adorable beast cub stood before him. Its ears and tail were more pronounced, fluffy and inviting to the touch. Lin Qinghan could not resist. He reached out to touzle Xinjin's head and gently pinched the sensitive, upright, triangular ears. The texture was delightful, warm and soft. It did not flinch. Instead, it instinctively tilted its head back, welcoming his caress, and the purring sound from its throat became more pronounced. At that moment, the initial wariness and fear from its arrival home had dissipated significantly, replaced by the warmth of the flowing water, gentle touches, and a satisfied belly. The night had deepened. Lin Qinghan spread a thick blanket on the soft, long-haired carpet beside the bed, creating a makeshift little nest. He pointed to the cozy little nest and said to Xinjin, "You can sleep here tonight." It glanced at the warm and inviting nook, then looked up at Lin Qinghan's spacious, soft bed, and finally its gaze settled on Lin Qinghan, revealing a sense of longing and dependence in its eyes. However, it did not protest. Instead, it obediently walked over to the blanket nest, curling up and resting its chin on its front paws. Its eyes remained fixed on Lin Qinghan. Lin Qinghan turned off the main light, leaving only a dim bedside lamp, and lay down on the bed. He was indeed fatigued and soon succumbed to drowsiness. After an indeterminate amount of time, in that hazy state between dreams and wakefulness, Lin Qinghan sensed subtle movements at the edge of the bed. Groggily, he opened his eyes and, by the faint light, saw that the little dog, which had been sleeping in the blanket nest, had quietly shifted to the bedside. It was using its front paws to claw at the edge of the bed, gazing up at him with wide, pleading eyes. Upon noticing that he was awake, it emitted a soft whimper tinged with entreaty. Seeing that Lin Qinghan made no reprimand, it cautiously placed one paw on the edge of the bed, and when Lin Qinghan remained unresponsive, it summoned its courage and lightly leapt onto the bed. However, it did not overstep its bounds. It merely curled up carefully at the edge of the bed next to Lin Qinghan's pillow. Then, it stretched out its tiny paw and delicately grasped a loose corner of Lin Qinghan's clothing by the pillow, as if this simple act could affirm his presence and provide a sense of security. After completing this ritual, it finally closed its eyes, its breaths becoming steady and prolonged. Lin Qinghan quietly observed its series of cautious movements in the dark, feeling a gentle tug at the softest part of his heart. He did not shoo it away. Instead, he gently pulled the blanket over them both and closed his eyes once more. Chapter 70. CEO X Beastman 4 in the early hours of the morning. Lin Qinghan was startled awake by an unusual sensation. It was not a loud noise, but rather the sudden change in the previously weightless presence beside him, replaced by an odd warmth and smoothness. Simultaneously, a faint metallic scent hung in the air. The heightened vigilance honed by years of rapid transitions snapped him awake instantly. Though he did not immediately open his eyes or move, he merely regulated his breathing to match that of sleep, quietly attuning to his surroundings. He perceived that the little creature, which had been curled up by his pillow and grasping his clothing, seemed to have significantly increased in size, nearly occupying a considerable portion of the bed's edge. The paw that had been clutching his clothing was no longer a furry little paw, but rather warm, and perhaps even somewhat bony fingers. Lin Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. An absurd yet fitting conjecture concerning beastmen surfaced in his mind. He slowly opened his eyes, and after adjusting to the dim light, turned his head to look beside him. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the sight before him still left him breathless, his pupils constricting slightly. Lying next to him was no longer the small brown puppy. Instead, it was a boy who appeared to be around 10 years old. The boy curled up on the edge of the bed, his delicate yet pale features accentuated by tousled black hair, with fine beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Most strikingly, amidst his dark hair, a pair of furry triangular beast ears, identical to those of small puppy, stood prominently, quivering slightly due to their owner's unease. Behind him, a plush tail of the same hue lay carelessly across the bedspread, its tip occasionally swaying gently. The boy, devoid of any clothing, revealed a frail physique, marred by an unsettling array of scars, which appeared even more harrowing than in his puppy form. Some of the newer wounds, affected by the transformation, oozed faint traces of blood, the subtle metallic scent wafting through the air. The boy's sleep was restless, his brow furrowed tightly, lips pressed into a thin line, and his body trembled as if caught in a nightmare. Lin Qinghan's astonishment lasted but a fleeting moment before he swiftly regained his composure. He recalled the system's mention of hybrid beastmen, and it appeared that this was Shun Jin's human form. However, he had not anticipated such a sudden and unheralded transformation. He gently lifted the covers, his movements deliberate and slow, striving not to disturb the boy. Yet, just as he prepared to rise and retrieve a blanket for the boy, the slight jolt of the mattress roused the already restless Shun Jin. The boy's eyes flew open, revealing amber irises that shone in the dim light, filled with the confusion of awakening, but predominantly tinged with a sudden terror. He quickly grasped the changes in his body and his unfamiliar surroundings, naked and in the bed of a stranger. A soft whimper escaped his throat, and he sprang up like a startled rabbit, instinctively seeking to flee the bed. In his haste, he forgot he was at the edge of the bed. His abrupt movements caused him to lose balance, and he was on the verge of tumbling to the floor. Lin Qinghan, quick to react, grasped his arm, steadying him. The warmth of his palm met the boy's cool, smooth skin, sending a jolt through both of them. Shun Jin recoiled as if scalded, hastily withdrawing in panic and landing on the carpet. He hugged his knees tightly, striving to curl into a protective ball, his large tail nervously wrapping around himself. He lifted his gaze, filled with sheer terror, staring at Lin Qinghan, his beast ears pressed flat against his head, a posture of extreme fear and defensiveness. He parted his lips, seemingly attempting to articulate something, but only fragmented sounds emerged, mingled with the whimpers of a young creature. His eyes brimmed with a profound embarrassment at being so exposed, a fear of the unknown, and a deeply ingrained expectation of harm. Lin Qinghan's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, a dull ache resonating within him. He immediately understood the source of Sun Jin's fear. This child had likely endured horrific experiences after his transformation was revealed. He refrained from approaching any closer, instead swiftly retrieving the thick towel blanket he had previously used for Sun Jin's puppy form, now appearing somewhat small. He unfolded it with measured calmness and gently draped it over the shivering, exposed form of Sun Jin, providing a temporary refuge from the cold air and a modicum of shelter. Sun Jin's body stiffened momentarily, his fingers gripping the edge of the blanket so tightly that the knuckles turned pale. He remained vigilant, fixated on Lin Qinghan, though the terror in his large eyes had slightly receded. Lin Qinghan crouched down before him, maintaining a distance that evoked a sense of safety. He refrained from hastening to ask questions, instead simply observing Sun Jin with a calm and gentle gaze, devoid of any disdain, surprise, or revulsion. Much like when he had encountered him in his puppy form, the warm cleansing of the bathroom, the gentle breeze, and the unspoken companionship by the bedside coalesced into fleeting memories that began to serve a purpose in this moment. Sun Jin's rapid breathing gradually steadied. Although his body still trembled slightly, the desperate whimpers had ceased. It was then that Lin Qinghan attempted to speak, deliberately softening his voice to a deep timbre that resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you." He gestured towards Sun Jin, then pointed to himself, slowing his pace. "You, Sun Jin. I, Lin Qinghan. Here is your home. Safe." Sun Jin's eyes widened as he endeavored to grasp these simple words and gestures. His gaze remained wary, yet a hint of curiosity emerged. Lin Qinghan continued, employing uncomplicated phrases and a measured tempo, transforming, "It is all right. I understand you are special. Here it is safe." He extended his hand, not to touch Sun Jin, but to indicate the blanket he was wrapped in, then gestured towards the bed. "Cole, get in bed, sleep." Sun Jin followed his finger to the bed, then glanced back at Lin Qinghan, his expression complex. He appeared to be engaged in an intense internal struggle, torn between a yearning for warmth, a reliance on the reassuring aura emanating from Lin Qinghan, and a deeply ingrained sense of distrust and shame. Ultimately, the former seemed to prevail. Slowly, he wrapped himself tightly in the blanket, resembling an awkward silkworm, inching his way from the carpet. Instead of returning to the bed, he curled up in the corner of the carpet at the foot of the bed, leaning against the edge, cocooning himself in the shadows. This was the closest he could accept as a safe distance from Lin Qinghan. Lin Qinghan did not compel him to get into bed. He understood that for a wounded soul, patience and respect outweighed any form of coercion. He rose, retrieved a clean cotton t-shirt from the wardrobe, and returned to Sun Jin's side. He shook out the t-shirt, displaying it to him before gently placing it beside him. "Clothes put on, not cold." Sun Jin glanced at the oversized t-shirt, which seemed too large for his small frame, then looked up at Lin Qinghan, the wariness in his gaze diminishing further. Hesitantly, he reached out, swiftly snatching the t-shirt into the blanket, and then began to fumble beneath the fabric to put on. The loose t-shirt draped over him like a dress. Though it was ill-fitting, it at least provided coverage, allowing him to appear more at ease. Lin Qinghan then retrieved a first aid kit, extracting antiseptic wipes and a mild ointment for external injuries. He crouched before Sun Jin, opening the ointment and indicating a fresh wound on his arm that was seeping blood. "Wound, let us treat it, or it will hurt." This time, Sun Jin did not exhibit overt resistance. He quietly observed Lin Qinghan as she meticulously wiped the area surrounding the wounds with a wet tissue, then applied a soothing ointment. Occasionally, he would flinch slightly from the sting, yet he never recoiled. Once she had tended to the more evident injuries, Lin Qinghan put away her medical kit. She did not leave immediately, but rather settled herself on the carpet next to Sun Jin, leaning against the bed's edge, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. "Sleep now." The room fell into a tranquil silence once more, filled only with the gentle rhythm of their breaths. Outside, the rain had ceased unbeknownst to them, and a faint light began to peek through the horizon. Sun Jin curled up in the corner, clad in an oversized t-shirt that bore Lin Qinghan's scent, feeling the cool touch of the ointment on his wounds. He cautiously opened his eyes a fraction, stealing a glance at Lin Qinghan, who had closed his eyes in repose. This man did not recoil in horror at his strangeness, did not shy away from the scars that marred his skin, nor did he exhibit any sordid thoughts regarding his nakedness. He simply accepted everything with calmness, providing shelter, medicine, and companionship. With utmost care, Shunjin pulled the blanket higher, covering everything below his nose, leaving only his eyes visible as he quietly gazed at Lin Qinghan's profile. Eventually, exhaustion and relaxation overcame all, and he leaned against the bed's edge, surrendering to a deep slumber. This time, his brow was unfurrowed and his body no longer tense. Chapter 71. CEO X Beastman 5. When Lin Qinghan awoke, he felt a slight soreness and numbness in his shoulder. He had spent the night sitting against the bed's edge on the carpet. His first instinct was to glance towards the corner. Shunjin remained curled up there, swathed in a blanket, wearing that overly large white t-shirt, sound asleep. His soft black hair partially obscured his forehead, lending a pallid hue to his complexion. However, compared to the fright he had exhibited the previous night, his current visage appeared considerably more serene. The furry ears atop his head gently rose and fell with his breathing, while his voluminous tail unconsciously curled around him like a warm scarf. Ultimately, a child remains a child. No amount of vigilance or fear can rival the tranquility found in a state of exhaustion and safety. Lin Qinghan rose with utmost delicacy, careful not to disturb him. He first made his way to the bathroom for a quick shower, changing into a fresh set of loungewear. Upon returning to the bedroom, the sound of running water stirred Shunjin, who twitched his ears, his eyelids fluttering open. After a moment of disorientation, the memories of the previous night flooded back, and a hint of tension flickered in Shunjin's gaze. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the blanket and sat up straighter, timidly glancing at Lin Qinghan, emitting a soft, indistinct murmur from his throat, as if testing the waters. Lin Qinghan approached him, crouching down to avoid imposing any pressure, merely gazing at him with a calm demeanor, speaking as if it were any ordinary day. "Awake? Are you hungry?" Shunjin seemed to understand the word hungry, as his stomach emitted a faint rumble at that opportune moment. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed his face, and he lowered his head, nodding slightly. "First, let us wash up, then we can have breakfast." Lin Qinghan extended his hand towards him. Shunjin stared at that slender, clean hand for a considerable time, hesitating before he slowly reached out his own, placing it in Lin Qinghan's palm. His fingers were icy and trembled slightly. Lin Qinghan grasped that small hand and gently pulled him up. Shunjin appeared unaccustomed to standing barefoot on the smooth floor, his toes curling nervously. Lin Qinghan found a pair of his clean cotton socks. Although they were as large as boats, they would at least provide warmth and prevent slipping. He helped Shunjin put them on, then took his hand and led him towards the bathroom. Standing before the sink, Shunjin gazed at the toothbrush holder, his expression vacant. Lin Qinghan retrieved a new toothbrush, squeezed some toothpaste onto it, and demonstrated the act of brushing his teeth. Shunjin learned quickly, mimicking Lin Qinghan's actions, and began to brush his teeth awkwardly, a bit of foam adorning the tip of his nose, rendering the scene somewhat comical. Lin Qinghan wiped it away with a damp towel, his movements natural. Shunjin looked up at him, the tension in his eyes dissipating a little more. Breakfast consisted of warm milk, fried eggs, and toasted bread. Lin Qinghan cut the food into small pieces and placed them on a plate in front of Shunjin. At first, Shunjin was somewhat reserved, poking at the food with a small fork, stealing glances at how Lin Qinghan ate. Observing Lin Qinghan's elegant manner of dining, he emulated him, gradually beginning to eat. He was earnest in his consumption, making little noise, yet his pace was not slow. It was evident he was truly hungry. As he watched the boy eat quietly, Lin Qinghan's vague plan began to crystallize. He needed a more systematic understanding of Shunjin's situation and also needed to provide him with a formal identity and a future. Seizing a moment while Shunjin was occupied with his meal, Lin Qinghan silently recited, "System, retrieve detailed information on task target Shunjin. Receive command. Retrieving basic information on target Shunjin. loading information. Moments later, a stream of information surged into Lin Qinghan's mind, far more detailed than the simple prompt received on that rainy night. Shunjin, a hybrid of beast-man and human. His mother, a wandering beast-man, passed away shortly after giving birth to him due to frailty and persecution. Shunjin grew up amidst wandering, enduring discrimination and bullying due to his mixed heritage and inability to stabilize his form, resulting in numerous old wounds. He possessed a sensitive and vigilant nature, lacking a sense of security, and harbored profound distrust towards humans. Due to his mixed identity and upbringing, he was prone to paranoia and possessiveness, if not properly guided. He could easily veer into extremism fueled by hatred upon accumulating sufficient power, becoming a villain that disrupts the world line. Core task: provide positive emotional guidance. Establish a sense of security and moral compass. Alleviate his inner hatred. Guide him to integrate into society and avoid a dark outcome. As Lin Qinghan processed this information, a deeper understanding and sense of responsibility filled his gaze when he looked back at Shunjin. This was not merely a target to be transformed, but a child grievously wounded by the world. After breakfast, Lin Qinghan decided to take Shunjin out. The foremost task was to visit the hospital for a physical examination, to address both new and old wounds, and then procure essential supplies. "We need to go out," Lin Qinghan said to Shunjin, pointing towards the door. Upon hearing the words "go out," Shunjin's body visibly stiffened, his eyes filled with resistance and fear. The outside world, to him, signified danger and harm. Lin Qinghan crouched down, meeting his gaze with a tone that was both resolute and gentle. "Do not be afraid. As long as you are with me, no one can harm you. You need to see a doctor to heal your wounds, and you also require properly fitting clothes." She produced a mask and children's sunglasses she had her assistant purchase the previous day, assisting Shunjin in putting on the mask that concealed most of his face, followed by the sunglasses that hid his striking amber, beast-like eyes. The beast ears and tail could not be entirely concealed, so Lin Qinghan found a loose baseball cap for him, managing to cover his ears, while tying a light jacket around his waist to obscure the tail. Though it appeared somewhat peculiar, it was preferable to outright exposure. "This way, others will not pay you undue attention," Lin Qinghan explained. Shunjin touched the mask and glasses on his face and glanced at the clothing wrapped around his waist, seemingly comprehending that this was a form of protection. Hesitantly, he looked at Lin Qinghan's outstretched hand and ultimately placed his small hand in hers, gripping it tightly. Lin Qinghan arranged for a private hospital visit, utilizing a special passage to minimize contact with outsiders. During the doctor's examination, Shunjin was exceedingly anxious, his body tense as he clutched Lin Qinghan's hand. She remained by his side, calmly instructing the doctor, "The child is timid. Please be gentle." The physician's professionalism, coupled with Lin Qinghan's presence, facilitated a smooth examination. Aside from superficial injuries, Shunjin was also somewhat malnourished and required gradual nourishment. The doctor prescribed topical medications and nutritional supplements. Upon exiting the hospital, Lin Qinghan took Shunjin to a high-end shopping center, directly entering the VIP room to select children's clothing. Shunjin appeared overwhelmed by the array of garments, merely following Lin Qinghan closely. Based on his physique, she chose several outfits ranging from undergarments to outerwear, all in a simple and comfortable style. When Shunjin emerged from the fitting room clad in a brand new light blue sweatshirt and khaki trousers, his feet adorned with appropriately fitting sneakers, he resembled a different person altogether. Cleansed of dirt and enveloped in well-fitted attire, he transformed into a handsome young boy, albeit with a lingering shyness and detachment evident in his eyes. Lin Qinghan regarded him and nodded approvingly. "You look splendid." Shunjin lowered his gaze to his new clothes, his small hands gently caressing the soft fabric, before looking up at Lin Qinghan with a glimmer in his eyes, akin to a small star streaking through the darkness. In the car on the way home, Shunjin appeared utterly exhausted, leaning against the comfortable seat, his head drooping, ultimately resting against the side and drifting off to sleep. Sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a serene silhouette on his face, adorned with a hat and mask. Lin Qinghan gazed at his slumbering form, a thought stirring within her. It was time to bestow upon him a proper name. The system had only assigned him the title of Qinghan, yet required a meaning. She recalled the mention of his past in the documents, filled with darkness and suffering. She hoped this child could bid farewell to those unbearable memories and embrace a new beginning. Jin, signifying the remnants of a fire, could also symbolize the dawn of rebirth. From the ashes, new branches can indeed sprout. The past has been consumed by flames. So from this moment forward, I, Lin Qinghan, shall grant you a fresh beginning. Henceforth, you shall be known as Qinghan. The name Qinghan signifies that the sufferings of the past have turned to ashes. Starting today, you are the renewed Qinghan, destined for a new life. In the realm of slumber, Qinghan seemed to perceive something, unconsciously smacking his lips and inching closer to Lin Qinghan. A faint smile graced Lin Qinghan's lips. Chapter 72. CEO X Beastman, 60 apartment. Once a solitary and frigid space, now vibrated with the essence of another life. However, nurturing a beastly cub, both physically and emotionally scarred, is far more complex than merely providing sustenance and shelter. The greatest challenge lies in communication and fostering profound trust. Qinghan's linguistic abilities were nearly non-existent. He could emit a few simple syllables, such as ah and along with sounds reminiscent of canine whines and low growls to convey basic emotions, yet he was incapable of forming meaningful words or sentences. He was utterly oblivious to the rules of human society. Facing him, Lin Qinghan felt akin to an inept foreign language instructor. "This is water," Lin Qinghan articulated clearly, holding out a cup before him. Qinghan glanced at the cup and then at Lin Qinghan, his expression blank. He extended his nose to sniff and tentatively licked the rim of the cup with his tongue. "All right, canine nature," Lin Qinghan remarked patiently. "Drink water," demonstrating great perseverance. He took a sip himself, exaggerating the motion of swallowing. Qinghan fixated on his throat, observing intently, seemingly beginning to comprehend. He took the cup from Lin Qinghan and emulated his actions, sipping cautiously. After finishing, he licked his lips, glancing up at Lin Qinghan with bright, sparkling eyes. A sense of inexplicable accomplishment washed over Lin Qinghan. "Cup," he pointed at the empty vessel. Qinghan regarded the cup, but remained unresponsive. "Water," he gestured towards its contents. Still, Qinghan did not react. Undeterred, Lin Qinghan repeated the words numerous times. Qinghan merely stared at him, his ears occasionally twitching as if receiving signals. Yet he remained silent. Teaching him to use chopsticks proved to be a calamitous endeavor. Those hands, accustomed to raw meat, struggled with the slender wooden sticks. After several attempts, Qinghan either failed to grasp the food or sent it flying, emitting frustrated growls, nearly mistaking the chopsticks for a teething toy. Lin Qinghan, exasperated, decisively switched to a spoon. "Use this." Qinghan examined the spoon, glanced at the dishes on the table, hesitated, and then leaned down, attempting to bury his face in the plate. Lin Qinghan, quick-witted, firmly pressed against his forehead. "No," he exclaimed, his tone tinged with sternness. Startled, Qinghan recoiled, holding the spoon with a look of dejection, his tail drooping. Observing his forlorn countenance, Lin Qinghan's irritation dissipated. Resigned, he picked up another spoonful of rice and offered it to Qinghan's mouth. Open wide. Qinghan looked at the spoon near his mouth, then at Lin Qinghan, hesitating before parting his lips and consuming the morsel. As he chewed, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Qinghan. A sigh escaped Lin Qinghan's heart. This was not merely raising a child. It felt more like tending to an ancestral deity. Yet, he soon discovered that Qinghan possessed an extraordinary ability to learn. Though he seldom spoke, he could grasp numerous commands after just a few repetitions, such as sit, come here, and no. Furthermore, his powers of observation were remarkably acute. He would discreetly mimic Lin Qinghan's actions, how he used a towel, brushed his teeth, or opened and closed doors, all of it quietly noted. Within a few days, Qinghan could clearly articulate the sounds of milk, han, and jin. When Lin Qinghan offered him milk, he would tentatively murmur, "Milk?" Upon receiving an approving glance from Lin Qinghan, he would bow his head and sip delicately, his ears twitching slightly, seemingly pleased. Seizing the moment, Lin Qinghan began to teach him more complex daily expressions and basic courtesies. Thank you, I'm sorry, good morning, and good night. During meals, he instructed Shinjin on the proper use of utensils, emphasizing that he should not grasp food with his hands or make excessive noise. He reminded him to change shoes upon entering and to wash his hands with soap. Shinjin absorbed this new knowledge like a parched sponge, greedily soaking in everything. He learned swiftly, yet Lin Qinghan noted that often his compliance stemmed not from understanding, but from an instinct to please and obey. He meticulously observed Lin Qinghan's every expression and gesture, striving to imitate them, fearful that any misstep might evoke displeasure or punishment. In his eyes, there often flickered a depth and caution not typical of a 10-year-old child, a testament to the survival instincts honed in a harsh environment. This excessive awareness and sensitivity to others' feelings stirred a sense of compassion in Lin Qinghan. He realized that true trust had yet to be established. Shinjin's current docility resembled more a self-protective strategy in an unfamiliar setting. Lin Qinghan had arranged a cozy room and bed for Shinjin in the guest quarters. However, every night, Shinjin would silently appear at the door of Lin Qinghan's master bedroom, clutching his pillow. He would not utter a word, but would gaze at Lin Qinghan with his amber eyes, particularly luminous in the dark, his tail restlessly sweeping the floor. For the first 2 nights, Lin Qinghan gently but firmly reassured him, Shinjin, you are not a little child anymore. You should sleep by yourself. He would take his hand and lead him back to the guest room, remaining until Shinjin fell asleep before departing. Yet, each time Lin Qinghan left, within half an hour, Shinjin would reappear at the master bedroom door, sometimes even curling up on the carpet outside and falling asleep there. One night, Lin Qinghan was roused by the faintest sound of sobbing. He switched on the bedside lamp and saw Shinjin, having rolled off the lazy sofa, unbeknownst to him, sitting on the carpet with his back turned, his little shoulders heaving as he suppressed his cries, his fluffy tail dejectedly dragging on the floor. Lin Qinghan's heart tightened. What was the matter? He rose and approached, squatting before him. Shinjin lifted his tear-filled eyes, and upon seeing Lin Qinghan, he cried even harder, unable to articulate his feelings, merely extending his small hand to clutch the corner of Lin Qinghan's nightgown tightly. Lin Qinghan gazed at his tear-streaked face, feeling the undeniable tug at the hem of his garment. All the preachings about independence and habits lodged in his throat. After a moment of silence, he extended his hand and awkwardly wiped the tears from his face. Did you have a nightmare? He inquired, his tone softened without his own realization. Shinjin nodded vigorously, then shook his head, tears cascading even more fiercely. Rather than a nightmare, it was an instinctual fear of darkness and solitude. Having departed from the familiar and entered an entirely alien realm, the only person he could rely on was still a distance away, amplifying this sense of insecurity infinitely in the night. Observing Shinjin's pitiful demeanor and recalling the words about abandonment from the system files, Lin Qinghan's resolve crumbled entirely. He sighed, resigned, and extended his hand to lift the sobbing little one into his arms, making his way to the large bed. Tonight is an exception. He nestled Shinjin into the covers and lay down beside him, maintaining a respectful distance. Sleep now. Shinjin immediately shifted closer, like a puppy seeking warmth, not merely adjacent, but pressing tightly against Lin Qinghan's arm, one hand still clutching the fabric of his shirt, before finally closing his eyes in satisfaction. His breathing soon became steady and deep. Lin Qinghan remained rigid, feeling the warmth of another life beside him and the gentle sound of breathing, his emotions tangled. What was happening? He lowered his gaze to Shinjin's sleeping profile, long eyelashes still adorned with unshed tears, yet the corners of his mouth curved slightly, as if he were dreaming sweetly. Never mind. What was there to quibble over with a child? He gently shifted, attempting to withdraw his arm, but upon moving, Shinjin let out a discontented murmur in his dream, his grip on the fabric tightening. Lin Qinghan immediately ceased all movement. Fine, you are the ancestor. From that moment on, Lin Qinghan tacitly permitted Shinjin to sleep on the carpet by his bed, while Shinjin, in turn, understood not to encroach upon the bed itself, regarding it as Lin Qinghan's exclusive domain. He even took the initiative to lay down a thicker, softer carpet and special bedding by the bedside, ensuring Shun Jin's comfort. Each night before sleep, Shun Jin would dutifully bring his small pillow and blanket to prepare his sleeping area. During the day, while Lin Qinghan worked from home, Shun Jin would quietly remain by his side, sometimes in beast form, curled up in a corner of the sofa or beneath the desk, dozing. At other times in human form, sitting on the carpet, fiddling with the educational toys Lin Qinghan had purchased or poring over picture books, occasionally lifting his gaze to observe Lin Qinghan's profile with utter reliance and focus. He was silently absorbing and learning everything about Lin Qinghan, his tone of voice, his approach to tasks, the subtle shifts in his expressions. Whenever Lin Qinghan caught his gaze, Shun Jin would promptly lower his head, feigning concentration on the toy in his hands. Yet the faint blush on his ears and the gently swaying tip of his tail betrayed his emotions. Lin Qinghan chose not to address it. He understood that this quiet companionship and observation was, in itself, a form of trust being cultivated. One afternoon, Lin Qinghan received an urgent phone call requiring his attention, his tone inevitably turning serious. Once he hung up the phone, Lin Qinghan discovered that Shun Jin, who had been engrossed in a jigsaw puzzle, had somehow transformed into his beastly form, crouching at his feet. With ears perked up in alertness and an expression of concern in his eyes, he emitted a soft, questioning whimper, as if asking, "Han Han, are you unhappy? Is there danger?" A warmth spread through Lin Qinghan's heart as he bent down to stroke the fluffy head of the pup-shaped Shun Jin, his tone softening. "It's nothing, just some work-related issues." Shun Jin seemed to understand the reassurance, nuzzling his cool, damp nose against Lin Qinghan's fingers before returning to lie on the carpet, though his gaze occasionally followed Lin Qinghan. Chapter 73. CEO X Beastman. Time passed quietly and slowly as Shun Jin had been residing in Lin Qinghan's apartment for a little while. Like a plant that had long awaited rain, he gradually unfurled his leaves under careful nurturing. Although still sensitive and timid, he was no longer perpetually tense, ready to flee or defend himself as he had been at first. His language acquisition progressed rapidly. He could now engage in basic communication using simple words such as hangge, hungry, thank you, and let's go play. He had also begun to grasp the rudimentary rules of human society, understanding the necessity of wearing clothes, using the toilet, and eating quietly. However, his dependence on Lin Qinghan had only intensified, reaching a point of near inseparability. Lin Qinghan could not remain at home to work indefinitely. As the president of the Lin Corporation, he needed to frequently attend to company matters. In the initial days, he tried leaving Shun Jin alone at home, preparing ample food and toys, and repeatedly instructing him. Yet, every time he returned home at night and opened the door, he found Shun Jin curled up on the hallway carpet, ears and tail drooping. At the sound of the door opening, Shun Jin would spring up, his eyes sparkling with immense joy and relief, rushing to wrap around Lin Qinghan's legs, his throat producing a blend of grievance and happiness in soft whimpers. Through the home surveillance, Lin Qinghan observed that after he left, Shun Jin often clutched his pillow or a piece of clothing he had worn, nestled in a corner of the sofa, motionless, gazing toward the door, or pacing anxiously in his beast form, showing little interest in toys or the television. The loneliness and anxiety were palpable, almost spilling out of the screen. Lin Qinghan realized that leaving Shun Jin alone for prolonged periods was detrimental to his sense of security. After much contemplation, he decided to take Shun Jin to the office. "Shun Jin," Lin Qinghan said to the boy, who was sipping milk after breakfast, "would you like to come to the company with me today?" Shun Jin set down his cup, still munching on a piece of bread. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up like they were adorned with tiny stars, his tail wagging uncontrollably. But a flicker of hesitation crossed his face as he softly asked, "Is that okay? Others will see me." He touched the top of his head, where his beast ears were carefully concealed by a hat. "That's fine," Lin Qinghan reassured him. "You can stay in the office and not run around. If anyone asks, I'll just say you're the child of a friend, temporarily staying here." This was the most reasonable explanation he could devise, considering Shun Jin's beast form would be more readily accepted by ordinary people. Qinghan seemed to harbor a slight discontent with the title of foster child, as his ears twitched beneath his hat. However, the joy of accompanying Lin Qinghan overshadowed all else, and he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, I will go with Brother Han." Thus, for the first time, the back seat of Lin Qinghan's sleek black sedan welcomed a young passenger, dressed in a well-fitted new outfit, complete with a hat and a children's mask. Qinghan gazed nervously yet excitedly at the swiftly retreating cityscape outside the window, his small hands firmly clutching the seatbelt. Occasionally, he stole glances at Lin Qinghan, who was engrossed in managing emails on his tablet, as if the mere presence of this individual rendered the unknown world less daunting. As the vehicle entered the underground parking of the Lin Corporation, Lin Qinghan took Qinghan's hand and led him directly to the top-floor executive office via a private elevator. This route largely bypassed most employees, yet upon entering the office area, they inevitably attracted numerous curious glances. The employees, taken aback by the sight of their typically stern and handsome president accompanied by a tightly dressed little boy whose face remained obscured, engaged in hushed speculation. Who is this child brought by President Lin? I've never seen him before. Is he ill, dressed so warmly? He looks so small. President Lin is holding his hand. There must be a special bond. Oblivious to the surrounding stares, Lin Qinghan ushered Qinghan into his office and closed the door. The presidential office was spacious and bright, characterized by a stark minimalist decor and a cool, austere atmosphere. A grand mahogany desk, a wall of bookshelves, and cold metallic accents exuded an air of detachment typical of a business elite. For Qinghan, this was an entirely new environment, filled with unfamiliarity. Upon entering, Qinghan instinctively gravitated towards Lin Qinghan, clutching the edge of his suit jacket while cautiously surveying the surroundings. "Do not be afraid. This place is very safe," Lin Qinghan reassured him, guiding him to a cozy seating area by the window adorned with a soft carpet. "You can play here today, read, or draw. And if you grow weary, you may sleep. I will be working over there," he indicated towards the desk. To further ease Qinghan's mind, Lin Qinghan produced a small blanket, several children's picture books, and a box of colored pencils that he had prepared in advance. Qinghan obediently nodded and settled onto the carpet with the blanket, though his gaze remained fixed on Lin Qinghan. As Lin Qinghan immersed himself in his work, conducting phone conferences, reviewing documents, and listening to executive reports, he quickly fell into a state of focused concentration, his demeanor calm, his speech steady, and his decisions resolute. The gentle, patient Brother Han who would teach him to speak, cook for him, and indulge his tugging at his clothes seemed to have transformed into an entirely different persona, a commanding business leader exuding authority. Initially, Qinghan felt a twinge of unease, but as he noticed Lin Qinghan occasionally lifting his gaze to offer him a reassuring glance, he gradually relaxed. He took out the picture books, quietly flipping through their pages or lying on the carpet to draw. Yet more often than not, he found himself covertly observing Lin Qinghan at work. He watched as Lin Qinghan furrowed his brow in thought, issued succinct commands with undeniable authority, and at times revealed a fleeting glint of sharpness in his eyes. This version of Lin Qinghan was unfamiliar, yet possessed a unique, captivating allure. Qinghan found himself somewhat entranced, his brush unconsciously gliding across the paper. He perceived the image of Han Gu at work, reminiscent of a majestic wolf illuminated by moonlight, yet more refined and intelligent than any wolf. In essence, he appeared strikingly handsome and formidable. At noon, Lin Qinghan instructed his assistant to deliver lunch to the office. During the meal, he reverted to his usual gentle demeanor, inquiring earnestly about Qinghan's morning, whether he had felt any fear. Qinghan shook his head, softly retorting, "I am not afraid." In the afternoon, feeling drowsy, Qinghan curled up on the carpet beside the sofa, wrapped in a small blanket, and fell asleep. In slumber, he subconsciously transformed back into his beastly form, a fluffy bundle rising and falling gently with each breath. At that moment, the secretary knocked and entered, bringing an urgent document. She was momentarily taken aback upon spotting the sleeping puppy on the carpet. Lin Qinghan, maintaining his composure, calmly explained, "Ah, it's a dog from a friend at home, temporarily staying with us." P.S. Well-behaved and 1T disturbed work. The secretary quickly expressed her understanding, placed the document down, and exited. Her curiosity piqued. The president not only had a child but also a dog? Such a combination was indeed unprecedented. Sun Jin slept soundly until the evening when Lin Qinghan concluded his work and awakened him. He transformed back into his human form, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and saw Lin Qinghan donning his coat, immediately scrambling to his side. "Are we going home?" he inquired, his gaze sparkling with anticipation. "Yes, we're heading home," Lin Qinghan replied. With the success of their initial experience, he occasionally brought Sun Jin along when he needed to be at the office but could not leave him alone at home. Sun Jin quickly adapted to this new territory of the president's office, discovering ways to make himself comfortable, either quietly playing with toys and reading or transforming into his beastly form to nap on the sunlit carpet, striving to avoid disturbing Lin Qinghan's work. Lin Qinghan's assistant and several core executives gradually became accustomed to the occasional presence of this little guest in the president's office. Although curious about his identity, professional decorum prevented anyone from asking too many questions. Lin Qinghan uniformly described him as a distant relative's child under temporary care, while the beastly form was presented as a pet dog belonging to the child. That afternoon, Lin Qinghan had an important interdepartmental meeting anticipated to last for an extended duration. As usual, he settled Sun Jin in the sofa area of the office, providing him with picture books, snacks, and clean water. "I'll need about 2 hours." Lin Qinghan crouched down to meet Sun Jin's gaze. "You stay here and wait for me patiently. If you feel sleepy, then sleep, and if you're bored, read. Just don't wander outside, all right?" Sun Jin sat upright on the soft cushion, his tail neatly curled around his front paws, wearing an expression that conveyed his utmost obedience. Lin Qinghan gently patted his head, rose, and left the office, carefully closing the door behind him. The office returned to tranquility. Sun Jin played with his toy car for a while, flipped through a few pages of the picture book, and soon felt a tinge of boredom. He transformed into his beastly form, nimbly leaping onto the windowsill to gaze through the glass at the bustling traffic and the tiny crowds below. Growing weary of the view, he hopped down and rolled on the soft carpet, amusing himself by pawing at the patches of sunlight cast upon the floor. Chapter 74. CEO X Beastman ate not long after the meeting commenced. Lin Qinghan was attentively listening to his subordinate's report when his phone, lying on the desk, vibrated. It was a concise message from Zhao Ming. "President Lin, the one you brought has encountered a situation in your office." A sudden unease washed over Lin Qinghan. He promptly raised his hand to interrupt the report, declaring a 10-minute break, before striding purposefully out of the room. Upon pushing open the office door, the scene within instantly furrowed his brow. There, seated awkwardly on the carpet, was a manager from the marketing department named Wang Peng, one hand pressed against the other, his complexion pale. Meanwhile, Sun Jin stood protectively in front of Lin Qinghan's desk. His fur bristled, baring his teeth as a low, menacing growl emanated from his throat. The usual glimmer in his eyes was replaced by a fierce, primal intensity, his tail rigidly raised in a clear display of aggression. Scattered across the floor were several documents and a toppled coffee cup, stains splattered everywhere. What transpired? Lin Qinghan's voice, though not loud, carried an icy edge. Upon seeing Lin Qinghan's arrival, Wang Peng scrambled to his feet, pointing at Sun Jin with a mix of anger and fear. "President Lin, your dog, it bit me. I merely intended to pet it, thinking it was adorable while delivering a document. I had no idea it would." As Sun Jin caught sight of Lin Qinghan, his ferocious demeanor softened slightly, yet he remained vigilant, his growl unabated, eyes fixed on Wang Peng. Ignoring Wang Peng's grievances, Lin Qinghan's gaze fell on Sun Jin, quickly scanning him to confirm he was unharmed. Then he shifted his attention to Wang Peng's hand, which bore several clear bite marks, blood seeping from the broken skin. "How did he come to bite you?" Lin Qinghan approached Sun Jin, refraining from immediate contact, and inquired solemnly of Wang Peng. Wang Peng's eyes flickered nervously. "I just patted his head." Who knew he would react so fiercely? "President Lin, this dog is too aggressive. It needs to be properly trained." "What if it bites a client?" Patting his head, Lin Qinghan interrupted, his gaze sharp as a blade. He despised others touching his head and tail. Where exactly did you touch him? Wang Peng was rendered speechless, stammering in his response. He had indeed observed the little dog lying quietly and had wanted to tease it, extending his hand to rub its head, finding its ears amusing to touch, and even contemplated tugging its tail. Understanding the situation from Wang Peng's reaction, Lin Qinghan grasped the essence of the matter. In his beast form, Shun Jin's head and tail were sensitive areas, instinctively guarded, and only those he profoundly trusted were permitted to touch them. Lin Qinghan himself typically only scratched under Shun Jin's shin or stroked his back. Zhao Ming. Lin Qinghan called out. Zhao Ming, who had been waiting outside, promptly entered. Take Manager Wang to tend to his wounds. The company will cover the expenses, Lin Qinghan stated coldly. Furthermore, Manager Wang, you enter my office without permission and provoke my personal pet, resulting in injury and damage to documents. Your bonus for this month will be halved. Do you have any objections? Wang Peng's face drained of color, but faced with Lin Qinghan's impassive expression, he dared not voice his anger, begrudgingly following Zhao Ming out of the office. Only Lin Qinghan and Shun Jin remained in the office. Shun Jin appeared to realize that he had caused a commotion. His previously bristled fur gradually smoothed down and his low growls ceased. He cautiously approached Lin Qinghan's feet, nuzzling against his trousers, emitting a soft, submissive whine tinged with anxiety, while his tail wagged gently in a conciliatory manner. Lin Qinghan remained still, not looking down at him. The silence felt as heavy as a boulder pressing upon Shun Jin's heart. He nudged with greater insistence, his whimpers taking on a note of grievance. After a considerable pause, Lin Qinghan finally bent down, lifted him into his arms, and settled onto the sofa, placing Shun Jin upon his lap. Instantly, Shun Jin curled up, burying his head against Lin Qinghan's abdomen, his body trembling slightly. Do you understand your mistake? Lin Qinghan's voice was devoid of emotion. Shun Jin nodded vigorously in his embrace, producing a muffled hom. What did you go wrong? Shun Jin lifted his head, his eyes brimming with unshed tears, gazing at him with confusion. He sensed that Han-ge seemed upset, yet he could not grasp the specifics of his wrongdoing. When that human attempted to touch him, he felt uncomfortable, even threatened. So he retaliated. Was that not justified? Lin Qinghan observed the bewilderment in his eyes and sighed inwardly. One cannot impose human moral standards upon a beastkin cub. Listen, he said, fixing his gaze upon Shun Jin's eyes, enunciating each word carefully. From now on, unless someone truly intends to harm you, or I grant permission, you must not bare your teeth at others, nor should you bite. Do you understand? Shun Jin blinked, seemingly grasping the concept, albeit vaguely. For instance, Lin Qinghan attempted to illustrate, if someone merely wishes to greet you with a gentle pat on your back, you may evade them, but you must not bite them. However, if they seek to strike you or steal from you, then you are permitted to defend yourself. Do you comprehend? Shun Jin tilted his head, contemplating for a moment, and this time it seemed he understood a bit better. He extended his tongue, lightly licking Lin Qinghan's fingers, letting out a soft whimper. This time, you were also at fault. Lin Qinghan gently tapped his head. You shouldn't have been so fierce. As a consequence, you shall forego jerky tonight. Shun Jin's ears drooped instantly. His tail ceased its wagging, and he lay dejectedly across Lin Qinghan's lap, emitting a mournful sound. Observing his despondent demeanor, Lin Qinghan felt his irritation dissipate considerably. He affectionately rubbed the base of Shun Jin's ears, adding, however, you did well in protecting my office, ensuring that strangers did not tamper with my belongings. Shun Jin's ears perked up slightly, and his tail began to wag again, looking up at Lin Qinghan with bright, sparkling eyes. Lin Qinghan picked him up and headed towards the lounge, preparing to personally clean any coffee stains that might have clung to his paws. In the future, you must discern between goodwill and malice. You cannot bite indiscriminately, understand? Shun Jin rested his head on Lin Qinghan's shoulder, softly whimpering. I understand. Han-ge does not like it when I bite. Yet, should anyone dare to displease Han-ge or attempt to touch him? A glimmer of unexpected coldness flashed in the depths of the little one's eyes. Then I shall still bite. But next time, I shall do so more discreetly. Chapter 75, CEO X Beastman 9. In order to systematically educate Qinghan, Lin Qinghan engaged a professional tutor to provide lessons in fundamental subjects at the elementary level. Initially, the teacher found Qinghan's extreme introversion and occasional displays of a depth beyond his years somewhat peculiar. However, he soon became utterly captivated by the boy's remarkable aptitude for learning. Qinghan demonstrated extraordinary abilities in mathematics and logical reasoning, grasping complex problems with remarkable ease and often drawing insightful connections. His memory and comprehension of language were equally impressive. When Lin Qinghan occasionally introduced simple business case studies or basic combat movements, Qinghan exhibited a keen interest and an exceptional capacity for understanding, his eyes sparkling with focus as he meticulously imitated the actions. Lin Qinghan felt a sense of pride in Qinghan's progress. Yet he also sensed something deeper lurking beneath the surface. Qinghan's obedience and diligent study seemed not merely driven by a thirst for knowledge, but rather by a motivation akin to imitation and aspiration. He observed that Qinghan would discreetly observe his every movement, the rhythm of his speech, the habit of lightly tapping his fingers on the table while pondering, the serious expression he wore while handling documents, and even the slight curve of his pinky when holding a teacup. Then, when no one was watching, Qinghan would subconsciously replicate these subtle gestures. One day, Lin Qinghan returned home earlier than usual, making no noise as he entered. Upon opening the study door, he found Qinghan seated at his grand desk, poring over a massive business magazine that he could not yet comprehend. The little boy sat up straight, his small face taut with concentration as he earnestly mimicked Lin Qinghan's serious demeanor, one tiny hand awkwardly grasping a pen as he aimlessly scribbled on a blank sheet of paper. The sight of him trying so hard to emulate an adult was both amusing and heartwarming. Startled by Lin Qinghan's sudden appearance, Qinghan dropped the pen onto the desk, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson as he clumsily attempted to rise from the chair. His beastly ears and tail sprang forth uncontrollably in his flustered state as he stammered an explanation. "Brother Han, I was touching your things. I was just looking." Lin Qinghan did not chide him. Instead, he approached and gently touched the tips of Qinghan's warm ears, asking softly, "Do you like sitting here?" Qinghan lowered his head, murmuring, "It smells like Brother Han, and you look really good when you're working." He longed to be as impressive and handsome as Lin Qinghan, a sentiment he dared not voice, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable yearning. Understanding dawned upon Lin Qinghan. Qinghan regarded him as his sole pillar of support and the exemplar to emulate. He realized that Qinghan's growth was not solely a matter of accumulating knowledge. It was also a formative period for his character and worldview. Every action and word of his would wield a profound influence on the boy. In addition to imitation, Qinghan began to reveal subtle preferences and unique traits of his own. He favored hues of blue and gray, preferred meat over vegetables, felt an instinctive affinity for plush toys, and displayed particular interest in stories featuring brave characters who protect their companions. Lin Qinghan gradually became accustomed to the presence of this little tale by his side, to the sight of those expectant eyes at the door upon returning home from work, and to the soothing visage of a peacefully sleeping boy curled up on the carpet during the night. The apartment transformed from a cold, uninviting dwelling into a vibrant home filled with the essence of life. Time slipped by, and Qinghan had comfortably spent more than half a year alongside Lin Qinghan. He had evolved from a bewildered, frightened, and inarticulate young beast man into a small boy capable of fluent communication, eager to learn, and deeply attached to Lin Qinghan. However, this attachment revealed its astonishing intensity when faced with the prospect of separation. Lin Qinghan needed to travel to a neighboring city for a 3-day business negotiation. This marked the first time since adopting Qinghan that they would need to spend the night apart. A week prior to his departure, Lin Qinghan began to subtly prepare Qinghan for this separation. "Little Jean, I will be on a business trip for a few days next Wednesday." Qinghan, who was engrossed in devouring chicken wings, paused mid-bite, lifting his head with wide eyes that dimmed with evident anxiety. "A business trip? For several days? Can you take me with you?" he inquired in rapid succession, his tail nervously swishing behind the chair. This time, it's not possible. The schedule is quite tight, and I need to meet many people and discuss important matters. You will be more comfortable at home, Lin Qinghan patiently explained. It's only 3 days. I'll be back before you know it. I'll have Assistant Chen come by each day to keep you company and bring you delicious food. All right? Assistant Chen was Lin Qinghan's most trusted aide, dependable and well aware of Shun Jin's unique circumstances. Shun Jin lowered his head, poking at the rice in his bowl. Falling silent, he seemed to be enveloped in an invisible shroud of gloom, his ears drooping in dejection. In the following days, his mood darkened, and he became increasingly clingy, following Lin Qinghan wherever he went. On the morning of his departure, as Lin Qinghan packed his luggage, Shun Jin trailed closely behind, his small face etched with reluctance and anxiety. He tucked a little toy, a fluffy gray puppy, into the corner of Lin Qinghan's suitcase and whispered, "Let Gray accompany you, so you won't feel lonely." Lin Qinghan's heart softened at the gesture. He accepted the toy and placed it carefully within the suitcase. "Thank you, little Jean." Assistant Chun arrived punctually, and Lin Qinghan meticulously reiterated the instructions regarding Shun Jin's meals, daily activities, and even specified his preferred brand of shower gel. Finally, he crouched down to meet Shun Jin's gaze. "Be good, eat well, sleep well, and study hard. I'll return as soon as I finish my work." Shun Jin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet he held back his emotions, nodding vigorously with a choked voice. Come back soon, Brother Han." Lin Qinghan ruffled his hair affectionately before turning to enter the elevator. At the moment the doors closed, he caught a glimpse of Shun Jin still standing in place, gazing longingly, resembling a small creature left behind on the shore, an image so solitary it tugged at one's heartstrings. The negotiations did not proceed smoothly. The opposing party proved to be quite formidable, and Lin Qinghan expended a great deal of effort, resulting in the originally planned 3-day trip being extended by an additional day. Every day, he would make time to call home, and it was usually Assistant Chun who answered, reporting that Shun Jin was behaving well, eating and sleeping on schedule, and studying earnestly, albeit speaking little and appearing rather listless. Lin Qinghan felt a slight sense of relief, though a lingering unease gnawed at his heart. He was unaware of the torment Shun Jin endured during the nights of his absence. By day, with Assistant Chen's company, Shun Jin managed to maintain a facade of calm. However, once night descended, the vast apartment felt hauntingly empty with only him to occupy it. The absence of Lin Qinghan's presence, the sound of his rustling papers, and the gentle intonations of his name rendered the space foreign and suffocating. Shun Jin lay in the guest room, attempting to move to the master bedroom. But the stronger scent of Lin Qinghan there only deepened his longing. Tossing and turning, he found sleep elusive. In the darkness, shadows of the past seemed to loom once more, as the fear of abandonment gnawed at his heart. Clutching Lin Qinghan's pillow, he inhaled the faint, dwindling scent, yet felt only an increasing chill and panic. On the third night, this anxiety reached a crescendo. After Assistant Chun departed, Shun Jin sat restlessly in the empty living room. He rushed to the entrance, pressing his ear against the door, listening to the silent corridor outside, hoping to hear familiar footsteps. He waited long, but nothing came. Han-ge had not returned. Ultimately, overwhelmed by separation anxiety and dread, Shun Jin reverted to his primal instincts. He transformed into his beast form, allowing him to feel more agile and swift. Utilizing the advantages of his smaller, more nimble shape, he quietly opened the window leading from the balcony to the fire escape. A passage Lin Qinghan occasionally opened for ventilation, which Shun Jin had memorized. He descended the stairs and, guided by his keen sense of smell, ran in the direction Lin Qinghan had departed. His sole thought was to find Han-ge and remain by his side. The stamina of a young pup was limited. He ran, then paused, navigating through the city's intricate streets, dodging vehicles and pedestrians, guided only by faint sense and a vague sense of direction, until he indeed stumbled upon the direction of the inner-city highway. However, exhaustion soon set in, and he found himself panting, hungry and thirsty, curled up in the greenery near a highway entrance, utterly spent. The cool night breeze ruffled his thin fur, leaving him cold and frightened, and he curled into a ball, drifting into a hazy sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghan, having completed the negotiations a day earlier than anticipated, was eager to return home, driving through the night. Arriving in the city well ahead of schedule, it was already past midnight when he pushed open the door to his home. Expecting to find Xinjin peacefully asleep in the bedroom, he was instead met by the illuminated living room and an anxious assistant Shun waiting there. "Mr. Lin, you're finally back." "Xinjin," he asked on. Assistant Shun was on the verge of tears. "Just this evening, as I departed, he appeared perfectly fine. Restless. I returned to check on things, only to discover the house empty, with the balcony window ajar." In that moment, Lin Qinghan's heart plummeted, all weariness dissipating, replaced by overwhelming panic and guilt. He immediately accessed the home surveillance, witnessing Xinjin revert to his beast form, stealthily escaping through the balcony. "Call the police." "No, wait." Lin Qinghan forced himself to remain composed. Xinjin's situation was peculiar. Alerting the authorities could invite further complications. He promptly mobilized every resource at his disposal, orchestrating a search centered around the apartment, while himself driving into the stillness of the early morning streets. An unprecedented fear gripped him. The thought of Xinjin encountering harm was unbearable. At that moment, Lin Qinghan clearly recognized that Xinjin had transcended the role of merely a mission objective, becoming an inseparable part of his life. He drove meticulously, following the system's guidance, his heart racing with anxiety. Just as dawn began to break and despair loomed, the headlights illuminated a familiar, light brown figure nestled beside a secluded greenbelt near the highway entrance. Lin Qinghan slammed on the brakes, stumbling forward. There lay Xinjin, curled up in the cold grass, his body damp with dew and dirt, trembling slightly from the chill, sleeping fitfully, his little paws twitching as if still running in dreams. At that moment, Lin Qinghan felt a sharp pang in his heart, a mix of anguish and tenderness. He cautiously extended his trembling hand, cradling the cold, dirty little body against him. Sensing the familiar warmth and scent, the sleeping Xinjin instinctively burrowed closer, emitting a soft, pitiful whimper as if to say, "Hangge, you finally found me." Lin Qinghan held the recovered little beast tightly, burying his face in the still innocent fur, motionless for a long while. All reproaches and fears transformed into a torrent of aching love and compassion. He realized that for Xinjin, independence was still premature. Returning to the car with Xinjin in his arms, Lin Qinghan increased the warmth and wrapped him snugly in a blanket. Observing the little creature peacefully asleep in his embrace, he whispered softly, more like a vow to himself, "From now on, I will try to always keep you close. You will no longer face fear alone." Time flew by, and Xinjin's growth was evident. Under the guidance of a private tutor, his knowledge reached the standards suitable for middle school admission. His control over his human form became more stable, as long as he wasn't overly agitated. He could effectively conceal his beast ears and tail, appearing as a remarkably handsome boy with delicate features and a calm demeanor. Recognizing Xinjin's need for a normal social environment to learn interpersonal skills and better integrate into society, Lin Qinghan, after careful consideration and multiple discussions with Xinjin, decided to enroll him in a private middle school. Utilizing some connections, Lin Qinghan arranged for Xinjin's admission procedures. On the eve of the school year, Lin Qinghan meticulously examined Xinjin's backpack and stationery, even adjusting the collar of his school uniform. Xinjin appeared somewhat anxious, his fingers unconsciously tugging at the strap of his bag. "Don't be nervous," Lin Qinghan reassured him. "It's just like your usual lessons with the tutor, only with more classmates." He continued, "If you encounter anything confusing or uncomfortable, remember to come back and tell me, all right?" Xinjin nodded, raising his gaze to Lin Qinghan, his eyes reflecting a mix of dependence and uncertainty. "Will they like me?" Lin Qinghan felt a slight pang in his heart and gently ruffled Xinjin's hair. "Of course they will. Our Xinjin is both intelligent and handsome. However, the most crucial thing is that you must like yourself and find happiness. Remember, school is a place for acquiring knowledge and making friends. If anyone makes you unhappy, do not force yourself, but also try to communicate in the way I taught you. Okay?" Okay, the initial days of school life were relatively tranquil. Due to his remarkable appearance and somewhat aloof demeanor, Shun attracted some attention. Yet his quiet nature and reluctance to initiate social interactions led him to spend most of his time alone or immersed in books. His academic performance was excellent, especially in the sciences, which sparked curiosity among some classmates and even a hint of jealousy. However, after a while, the fact that Shun was adopted somehow spread, coupled with his occasional display of maturity that set him apart from his peers and his almost complete disengagement from the boys' playful antics and gossip. He gradually became viewed as an oddity and a pretender by some mischievous students. Initially, the torment was subtle. Laughter as he passed by, whispers and pointing behind his back, or the occasional hiding of his homework. Shun remembered Lin Qinghan's teachings about not resorting to violence to resolve issues. He chose to endure, either ignoring the taunts or quietly retrieving his belongings. He did not wish to trouble Lin Qinghan. Each time, Shun handled the situation discreetly, concealing it so well that even the attentive yet perpetually preoccupied teachers remained oblivious. Upon returning home in the evenings, he endeavored to appear normal. But the occasional shadow in his eyes did not escape Lin Qinghan's notice. "How is school? Are you getting along well with your classmates?" Lin Qinghan casually inquired on several occasions. "Pretty good," Shun would invariably respond, quickly redirecting the conversation to ask Lin Qinghan if he was tired from work. Lin Qinghan, understanding that Shun bore a heavy heart and fearing he might worry, refrained from pressing further, instead discreetly advising the school to be vigilant and contemplating whether a more direct intervention was necessary. The tipping point came with a watch that Lin Qinghan gifted to Shun. It was a present for Shun's birthday, not particularly expensive but elegantly designed. And Shun cherished it deeply, wearing it constantly. More importantly, it was a gift from Lin Qinghan, holding special significance for him. One day during recess, a group of boys who frequently bullied Shun surrounded him, with the ringleader named Zhao Lei, a spoiled little tyrant from a somewhat affluent family. They began with verbal provocations, and when Shun continued to ignore them, Zhao Lei, feeling humiliated, noticed the watch on Shun wrist and reached out to snatch it. "Oh, what a ridiculous watch. Quite the pretentious piece. Let me see it." Shun abruptly withdrew his hand, shielding his watch. As the long-held restraint finally reached its breaking point, he lifted his gaze, his eyes coldly fixed on Zhao Lei. "Do not touch my belongings." The frigid glare, laced with an unspoken warning, momentarily stunned Zhao Lei, who soon erupted in anger. "So what if I do? Wearing a broken watch doesn't make you a lord." With that, he reached out again to forcibly seize it. Shun clung tightly to his wrist, and the two began to shove each other. In the ensuing chaos, Zhao Lei yanked hard, and with a sharp crack, the watch band snapped. The watch fell to the ground, the face shattering instantly. Shun stared at the damaged watch, his eyes gradually widening. He slowly raised his head to meet the triumphant expression of Zhao Lei, as his amber pupils, under the sunlight, visibly constricted, darkening and revealing a hint of a terrifying golden hue. Zhao Lei and the boys beside him were taken aback by this sudden transformation, their smugness freezing on their faces as they instinctively took a step back. "What do you want?" Zhao Lei stuttered, his voice trembling. Shun did not shout, nor did he immediately lunge at Zhao Lei. He merely fixed his gaze on him, resembling an enraged young beast poised to attack, and with a low, dangerous tone, uttered a few words. "You broke the watch that Hangge gave me." In that moment, all restraint and rules were cast aside. He only knew that these individuals had destroyed his most treasured possession. The latent ferocity and primal instincts surged forth, breaking free from the confines of reason, revealing their sharp claws. The aura of danger emanating from Shun starkly contrasted with his usual quiet demeanor, instilling a primal fear in Zhao Lei and his companions. They stood frozen, caught in a dilemma. "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Lei shouted, his voice betraying a barely perceptible quiver. He noticed Shun's amber eyes growing increasingly luminous, the pupils narrowing to a fine line, glowing with an ominous golden light, far from resembling human eyes. Shun remained silent, his focus entirely on the shattered watch at his feet. He slowly bent down, carefully picking up the broken watch and the severed strap, clenching them tightly in his palm. The cold shards of the watch face pressed against his hand, yet they paled in comparison to the pain in his heart. When he lifted his head again, all restraint crumbled. The repressed beast within him erupted entirely, unleashed by the destruction of his cherished item. A low growl rumbled from his throat as he leaned forward, assuming an aggressive stance. Most startling of all, amidst his thick black hair, a pair of furry, triangular beast ears sprang forth uncontrollably, standing erect. Behind him, a similarly furry brown tail broke free from its constraints, bristling with anger as it swung wildly from side to side. "Monster!" One boy screamed in terror, scrambling backward in panic. The others quickly realized the gravity of the situation and fled in a state of sheer horror. Zhao Lei, paralyzed by fear, found his legs weak, his face ashen, tears and snot streaming down as he collapsed to the ground, wetting himself. Sun Jin advanced step by step toward Zhao Lei, his gaze icy, exuding a primordial hunting pressure. At this moment, he harbored but one thought: to make the individual who had ruined his watch pay dearly. Chapter 77. President X Beastman 11. Sun Jin. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a commanding voice echoed from the end of the corridor. It was Ms. Wang, the homeroom teacher, who had hurriedly arrived after receiving reports of a fight, only to witness this unimaginable scene. Her exclamation fell upon Sun Jin like a cold splash of water, momentarily dousing the raging flames of his fury. He paused, his beastly ears and tail still prominently displayed due to his emotional turmoil, yet his aggressive stance softened somewhat. Ms. Wang, suppressing her astonishment, was witnessing Sun Jin's unusual behavior for the first time. However, she recalled the subtle admonitions from the school leadership to pay special attention to and embrace this child named Sun Jin. She approached swiftly, casting a stern glance at Zhao Lei, who lay crumpled on the ground, and then addressed Sun Jin in as calm a tone as she could muster. "Sun Jin, calm down. Whatever it is, tell your teacher, you must not resort to violence." At that moment, the school security and the arriving director of education also entered the fray, and chaos ensued. Zhao Lei was helped to his feet, wailing accusations that Sun Jin was a monster intent on murder. Sun Jin, however, merely clutched the shards of his watch tightly, lips pressed together in stubbornness as he stood there, his beastly features, ears and tail, still visible from agitation and tension, his eyes brimming with a mix of grievance, fury, and despair at being misunderstood. Notify both parties' parents. The director's face was ashen. The situation was exceedingly delicate. When Lin Qinghan received the school's call, he was presiding over a high-level meeting. Upon hearing that Sun Jin had encountered trouble at school, he immediately halted the meeting and rushed to the school with utmost urgency. Upon entering the director's office, he was met with a poignant scene. Sun Jin stood alone in the corner, head bowed, tightly clutching something in his palm, his beastly ears and tail unmistakably visible. Resembling a wounded creature with bristling spikes, isolated and fragile. On the other side, Zhao Lei's parents had arrived and were vociferously accusing the director, their emotions running high as they labeled Sun Jin a dangerous entity, inhuman, demanding severe punishment or even expulsion from a school. Upon noticing Lin Qinghan's entry, Sun Jin abruptly lifted his head. The once defiant and cold glint in his eyes shattered, replaced by overwhelming grievance and a yearning for reliance. His lips moved, attempting to call out "Han-Ge," yet he hesitated, merely gazing at him with reddened eyes. Lin Qinghan felt a sharp pang in his heart, ignoring the clamorous parents. He strode directly to Sun Jin, crouched down, and spoke with unprecedented gentleness. "Are you hurt?" Sun Jin shook his head, opening his palm to reveal the shattered watch. His voice choked with emotion. "The watch you gave me, Han-Ge, is broken." Lin Qinghan gazed at the watch piece and instantly comprehended the source of the conflict. He took the shards, carefully placing them into his pocket, then reached out to gently stroke Sun Jin's trembling beastly ear, the gesture flowing naturally. A broken watch can be repaired or replaced. Your well-being is what matters most. This simple phrase, accompanied by a soothing touch, finally caused the tears that Sun Jin had been holding back to cascade down his cheeks. He threw himself into Lin Qinghan's embrace, tightly wrapping his arms around his waist, burying his face in the fabric of his expensive suit, and began to weep silently. In that moment, all his grievances, anger, and fears found an outlet for release. Lin Qinghan gently patted his back before rising to face Zhao Lei's parents and the school officials. His countenance was serene, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade, exuding a formidable aura acquired from prolonged authority, which instantly quelled the surrounding cacophony. I am Lin Qinghan, the guardian of Shenzhen. I wish to hear an objective and comprehensive account of the events, rather than unilateral accusations. Under the weight of his presence, the director of education compelled teacher Wang to recount what she had witnessed and understood. Lin Qinghan patiently inquired about Shenzhen and several other students present at the time. The truth soon emerged. Zhao Lei and his associates had long been antagonizing Shenzhen and had deliberately damaged his valuable belongings, thus escalating the conflict. As for Shenzhen's peculiar behavior, Lin Qinghan readily acknowledged. Shenzhen is indeed somewhat unique, but that is not his fault, nor does it justify bullying. The school was aware of his special condition upon his enrollment and committed to providing an equitable learning environment. He turned to Zhao Lei's parents, his tone growing cold. Regarding your son as persistent bullying behavior and the psychological harm and property damage inflicted on my child, my lawyer will handle the matter. As for expulsion, I believe it is you who should reflect on your approach to education. Faced with Lin Qinghan's formidable presence and irrefutable evidence, Zhao Lei's parents shrank in stature, unable to articulate a coherent response. Lastly, Lin Qinghan addressed the director. I hope the school will formulate a serious response to this bullying incident and enhance campus management to prevent such occurrences in the future. Shenzhen is emotionally unsettled today. I will take him home to rest. He handled the situation with calm decisiveness, steadfastly defending Shenzhen while refraining from favoritism, presenting facts and rationale that left the school officials speechless. In the car on the way home, Shenzhen had already regained his composure, his animal ears and tail retracting, yet he remained closely nestled against Lin Qinghan, clutching the hem of his garment. Brother Han, he whispered, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Lin Qinghan affectionately ruffled his hair. You have done nothing wrong. It is right to protect what belongs to you. You are merely defending yourself. However, Shenzhen, what I wish to impart today is that while anger and violence may intimidate adversaries, they seldom resolve the underlying issues and can sometimes lead to greater complications. Had teacher Wang not arrived in time today, and had you truly harmed Zhao Lei, even if we were in the right, we would find ourselves at a disadvantage. I do not wish for you to be hurt. We must learn to protect ourselves and the things we cherish in more astute and effective ways. For instance, when you're first bullied, you should inform the teacher or me, rather than endure in silence until it erupts. Remember, Brother Han will always be your support. You need not bear all grievances alone. Shenzhen nodded earnestly, committing Lin Qinghan's words to memory. He leaned against Lin Qinghan, savoring the unconditional protection and support. He felt truly fortunate. No matter his appearance or the troubles he created, Brother Han would unhesitatingly stand before him, shielding him from all storms. Chapter 78. CEO X Beastman 12 Zhao Lei and his parents received the appropriate reprimands and warnings, while the school intensified its control over campus bullying. Shenzhen's life returned to tranquility, and due to Lin Qinghan's assertive defense that day, no one dared to provoke him again. Lin Qinghan, however, remained ensnared in a bustling schedule. The Lin Group continued to expand its reach, inevitably encroaching upon the interests of established enterprises. Recently, a rival known as Dingfeng Group had been maliciously inflating prices on several projects that Lin Qinghan had his eye on, spreading detrimental rumors, and even covertly poaching Lin's technical talents, employing despicable tactics that brought considerable trouble to Lin Qinghan. That evening, Lin Qinghan toiled in his study late into the night. His brow furrowed. He repeatedly scrutinized the evaluation report for the West City land bid. Dingfeng Group's underhanded competition rendered this bidding fraught with uncertainty, placing immense pressure on the budget. Shenzhen quietly entered the room with a cup of warm milk, gently placing it on the desk. Brother Han, it's quite late. Have some milk and take a rest. Now in middle school, He had grown taller, his voice losing some of its youthful timbre, yet when addressing Lin Qinghan, his tone still conveyed an innate dependence and concern. Lin Qinghan lifted his gaze from the documents, massaging his temples as he accepted the milk. "Thank you. I'll be done shortly. Why are you still awake?" "I finished my homework, but can't sleep," Shunjin replied, his eyes sweeping over the open documents on the desk, catching sight of Dingfeng Group and bidding. He did not press further, simply standing quietly by, observing Lin Qinghan's fatigued profile, a flicker of cold light passing through his amber eyes. Lin Qinghan remained oblivious to Shunjin's subtle change. After finishing the milk, he urged, "You should go to bed now. You have school tomorrow." "Yes, Brother Han. You should rest early too." Shunjin obediently nodded before turning to leave the study. However, the moment he closed the door, the semblance of obedience vanished, and his gaze sharpened, deepening in intensity. He returned to his own room, opting not to sleep, but to power on his computer. Were Lin Qinghan to witness Shunjin at that moment, he would be utterly astonished. The youth's slender fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable speed, complex lines of code cascading across the screen, his expression focused and composed, entirely unlike an ordinary middle school student. This was Shunjin's innate talent. He possessed an extraordinary acumen for numbers, networks, and logic, coupled with a self-directed study that far surpassed the school curriculum, all executed in silence. He had long been aware of Dingfeng Group's harassment of Lin Qinghan. On that rainy night, Brother Han had lifted him from a mire, providing him with a home, and at school, Brother Han had unhesitatingly shielded him. Now, with someone causing such distress to his brother Han, how could he remain passive? Days later, a scandal erupted in the business community. The financial director of Dingfeng Group was implicated in embezzlement and falsifying accounts, with irrefutable evidence leading to his immediate detention by the police. Upon the news breaking, Dingfeng Group's stock plummeted, chaos ensued internally, and the one certain bid for the West City land was abandoned due to financial instability and reputational damage. When Lin Qinghan first encountered the news, he was taken aback. The chief financial officer of Dingfeng was notorious for his cunning and prudence. How could he suddenly find himself in such a predicament and be caught red-handed? The timing seemed rather too fortuitous. A sense of unease crept over him, though internal strife among business rivals was not entirely implausible. With the pressure of competition alleviated, his spirits lifted considerably. That evening, as they sat at the dinner table, Lin casually mentioned the incident. What a delightful surprise! With Dingfeng facing internal issues, we are likely to secure the